laid out a scenario where the loser of the Big Ten game has a substantially easier path forward than the winner of the Big Ten game. That's not how this was supposed to play out, and it happens that way just because of circumstances with automatic, with just automatic an automatic bye. I think you can win. You get an automatic, and the bye equals a seeding spot, a high seeding spot as well. Okay, they're not going to get rid of. Look, they're realistically, even if you want to make it a meritocracy, they're not going to get rid of conference champs having a spot. And we can debate.
They should have a spot.
Yeah, well, I think it's debatable if a team has not played well, but they're in a bad conference. I think it's debatable. It's a wasted spot, potentially. Not in all points, but I think Arizona State's played pretty well this year. Now, I think Iowa State. I don't, by any stretch of the imagination, think Iowa State. I don't think Iowa State is one of the 12 best teams, not even remotely close in college football. I do think Arizona State's playing kind of sneaky good football, and people need to keep an eye on them. But I do still, too. It's not enough for me to I wouldn't fight it. It's football's is not equitable for those conferences anyway. So why not give them a little, why not give them a lock in there? That's fine. I don't have a problem with that, but not a bye. You don't get a bye. We'll give you this. We ain't giving you all that though.
No, I agree.
I'm surprised they didn't think more about that. It feels like that wasn't very well thought out.
Yeah.
Should you lose? Are we just going to keep it open-ended? Like we don't know. Should you not? I don't think it. I don't know, John. Should you not be? Should you be punished for losing a conference championship game where another team could make it by not going to a conference championship game? But at the same time, if you get the doors blown off you, you are in. Like if SMU loses a close one, there's going to be arguments about them staying in. If they get blown out, I don't know how you can make that argument.
That's what Rhett Lashley, he was on some show yesterday, and he said, man, if our whole team had COVID and we couldn't play, we're in.
That's true.
But we got to play this game, and if we lose, there's a chance we're out.
Yeah, but you know what, though? And there is some also, but just winning you're in. I mean, at some point, are we going to stop trying to back everyone into everything? And, at some point, you got to take your stand and say, okay, I'm not going to cry about this because we hold anytime you hold your future in your own hands, that's something. You're not trying to weasel your way in, or you don't need help from somebody else. If you win and you're in, and there's no doubt about it, it's hard to cry too much about not getting your chance if you lose. But I know the argument's going to be, but look at this team, but look at that team.
But this isn't a win and you're in scenario. They are already in. And Josh Pate pointed it out yesterday. The committee has said SMU right now is has a spot. They're deserving of a spot.
Right.
Because they played so well and deserved the spot, now you're going to say, giving you one extra game, one extra risk, you lose it, now you don't deserve it.
It's not a risk if you win.
No, it is a risk because you can't guarantee events in football.
But that's
you can't.
My point, though. Go win.
No,
We've already diminished all these games.
The point is you've already said they're deserving. So Alabama can't prove anything else. They weren't good enough to be deserving. So now you decided all through the year, SMU
but when you
deserving.
Don't have an apples-to-apples schedule, when you don't have an apples-to-apples schedule, this is what happens. So you create layers of doubt.
So if they lose to a top 20 team, they're no longer deserving?
So I don't think their wins end up meaning as much, honestly.
Well, Georgia's in. Did win or lose, right? Because they've done enough to deserve to be in.
I would argue they have done less than any time in the last 8 years.
Well, that's true. But it's a 12-team schedule. I mean, it's a 12-team playoff.
So what about Saturday with Alabama sitting at home means they've done enough to get in?
Georgia gets beat by Texas by 25 points, the same argument we make for BYU. I'd argue Georgia should maybe fall out. We need to have that conversation.
Yeah, if they were blown out in the game.
If Georgia gets blown out, we should have the same conversation.
Yeah, why are they immune if they get blown out?
But you know what? Maybe they will be. Maybe that conversation will be there.
Well, you think Georgia's going to get pushed behind an ACC team if they get blown out?
I don't think it will happen. I think what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And if we can talk about that with BYU, then let's be consistent.
You mean
and have that,
SMU?
I'm sorry, with SMU. If we can have that conversation with SMU, then we need to be able to have that same conversation with the Georgia team, who all of us know all three of us know, at least if we were on our own special committee,
sure,
we all know that this is one of the lesser Georgia teams that we've seen in the last 6 to 8 years.
And even if you don't want to hold them to the standard of what they've been, you want to make it a year-by-year thing. We've seen them struggle with Kentucky. We've seen them, if not for a non-targeting call. Haynes King had a first down, and then they didn't call the targeting. He fumbled. Georgia ties the game. So we may be one missed call away from them having 3 losses already.
Yeah.
So those are the margins. Those are the margins.
Tennessee
then they wouldn't be in.
And that's what I'm saying. These are the margins we're talking about. So Georgia's been very vulnerable. So why are they immune to an ass kicking knocking them out?
They shouldn't be. Not if we're going
to
leave it.
I bet you
you're assuming.
No, I am assuming because of what the committee has done so far with the SEC. You're right. I am assuming. How far
would they drop? Also,
yeah. How far would Georgia have to? How far would Georgia fall if they get their ass kicked by Texas and no major injuries? Let's just say Carson Beck plays.
My God, Tennessee, Georgia Tech. Was it Kentucky? Who's the other one where they barely won this year?
That was the Kentucky game. Was the one they barely won.
Yeah, Kentucky, Georgia Tech, Tennessee. Like there, but by the grace of the football gods, could be a 5-loss season.
But
yeah,
absolutely. They're immune to
they're immune because it's because there's reputation involved, and that's why I don't believe you benefit from reputation. I don't think it's automatic that Alabama should get in. I don't think it's because you already have a built-in bias that works in your favor, strongly in your favor. So I don't think you should be necessarily given the benefit of the doubt when it comes to the last team in. I think, you know what? You get all the other benefits across the board being in the SEC. I'm not sure we're just going to give you this last one like, well, you're still Alabama. You're still Georgia. No, you played like you did not play up to your own standards. Your own fan bases are very pissed off about how you played this year. I don't know. If Georgia gets run, which they won't, but I do think it opens an interesting discussion. If they got their bell rung by 28 points, man, I'm like, this Georgia team has escaped losses left and right. And frankly, they're a 4-loss, a 5-loss team this year. They're not in. You could make that argument at least. The only thing I have in their favor is their quarterback plays good in the fourth quarter. Their defense isn't as good. Their offensive line is frankly well below average. Their quarterback has not been that good. There's nothing that should be a big check mark in Georgia's favor. The only thing you look at that is impressive is the win at Texas. That was impressive. The Clemson game, frankly, if you watch the game, it wasn't anything in the first half.
It was
the first half. They crushed.
They pushed it in the second half.
Yeah, they ran away in the second half.
Oh yeah, no, that's right. It was a close game at the half. Yeah, and they just ran away. That's right. Man, that was a long time ago.
I know
listen,
it was.
I think they will look at Georgia if they get blown out. I think they will absolutely.
I hope.
Have to look at them and go.
How much would it have to be? Would it be 2 touchdowns? Is that enough? Does it have to be 3? And how embarrassing would it have to be for an actual conversation about Georgia not being involved in this? I'm asking for an actual number. Do you think before it becomes a real deal conversation? 21?
I think 21.
Okay.
Yep. Then I think it becomes a real conversation. Dude, they're not that good. They're just not that good. And their resume shows it. But here's the deal. Cam Ward came out and said, hey, we're playing better defenses than the SEC is playing. Okay? And we got the best offense in the country, the highest scoring offense in the country. And well, that's what Cam Ward
apparently,
thinks.
He's got it from his head coach because Cristobal was on that earlier this week and even yesterday, talking about apparently they are one of 7 teams who have a top 25 offense. And despite what our human eyes tell you about the defense, I guess maybe it's in total yards or something, they have a top 25 defense in yards. So they're one of 7 teams. I don't know how many of those teams are in the playoff right now. I didn't go itemize the list, but that's what he's pushing. So they have found a metric to say, hey, yeah, when you can watch us and look like we don't get stops, but yards, we're pretty good with the yards.
You can with your human eyes, you can see stuff, but look at this.
But it is interesting how our perceptions are. Like if you win games like they win games, you're obviously flawed. But if you win games 21-17, you're tough, hard nosed. You get stops. We like that. We can respect that. But if you go around giving up 30s and having to have your quarterback be great, it affects the perception, and that's just how it is. You got to be better.
All right. We got to be better. We got to be better with the clock. But if you want to get in, 713-780-3776, you're more than welcome to get in here to hang out with us. 713-780-3776. Right now, I'm talking about HR&P. I'm talking about my peeps over there. They're friends, okay? And here's the difference, too, is that you might be with an admin company that is a big, national company that, you don't know them. You just use their services. That's all fine and good. Are their services good? Are they doing your payroll? Are they doing your HR? Are they doing your taxes? Are they supplying your 401ks? Are they supplying your insurance? All of those things. Well, HR&P is here to help your business run smoother, more economically, efficiently, all of those things. And with the payroll that is, second to none. It doesn't matter how many people you have, what states they're in, what countries they're in, what if it's commission, if it's salary, if it's hourly, whatever it is, however you pay, that's not a big deal for them. Their technology is second to none, and you're looking for a company that is going to be, the bottom line is going to put more money in your pocket as a business. That's what HR&P is here for. Find out for yourself. It's toward the end of the year. This is the perfect time to change over. So let them look at your business and let them have a smooth transition from 2024 to 2025. I'm telling you, if you're looking to make a change, go to HR&P. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Big night for LeBron last night. He's one of the all-timers in three-point shots now. That he did something, I don't know. I do know that they lost by 41. Dell, the 10-10 Heat beat the Lakers by 41 last night.
But did LeBron make a three finally?
He did make a three.
Okay.
Sorry, John. I don't know if you've heard, but you can't stop Tyler Hero. You can only hope to contain him.
You like his new buzz cut?
He's had the best season of his career so far, so sure. 7 threes. They're already up by like 17 at the half. He knocks down 7 straight threes in the third quarter, put the game away.
It's different. He's lost a little aura.
Well, I don't know. He's averaging 24 per game on 47% from the field.
Still got that booty girl?
Yes, 2 children with her. He's shooting
He's got 2 kids?
Yes, he's shooting over 40% from 3, 47% from the floor.
Makes sense now because he's a responsible adult. He's got a family to raise. He's got mouths to feed.
Man.
He's got to put food on the table.
Yeah.
There's a lot of seed spreading going on in Miami.
I don't know.
That's a grown man haircut he just got.
He's got to grow up.
He said, I got to stop playing with these low taper fades.
Y'all got to concentrate on playing sports in Miami instead of
what do you mean
having all these kids.
Doing both.
Well, he said he can't have children with the same woman.
Yeah, dang.
I'm just saying.
Dang.
Lance called her the big booty girl.
Well, he doesn't know her name. What is it, Katya, at least, whatever her name is?
I didn't say big. I just said booty girl. I didn't say big booty girl.
I'm sorry.
Your thoughts are about big booties.
Why do you project? Why are you out here projecting in this restream?
I mean, he's been with her for.
Well, if you call her a booty girl, then obviously she has some attribute.
Look, we're not going to criticize a man who has decided to build a life with a woman that he's been with for several years
fair.
now.
I wasn't criticizing. I'm just asking about the haircut. From the low taper fade
to
the, to the
Caesar,
to the buzz. My son Alec got a buzz cut. My wife made him wait
there are
until
differences.
After.
Hold on now.
Well, he got beat in a one-on-one game by his brother.
Buzz cut. I wouldn't call
different.
Buzz cut is what you have to do when you have like lice or it's a summer cut. And if Tyler Hero has a fresh edge up all the time.
Well, hold up. That looks like his guard's on 3 at most.
He's got a clean. He's going to a black barber.
Okay, but his guard's still on 3, and
or a Dominican barber. I don't know who he's going
to it.
It don't matter. The
same guard number all around. Except
he's got a fade going.
I'm gonna have to look.
The edge up matters. Does your kid have a sharp edge up?
No, he went to a black barber for it, but and I'm like, they know what they're doing.
They didn't clean him up on the side.
Give you how did they not fade up the side?
Yeah, what are you doing? There are differences. A buzz
went to a black barber and didn't get the side faded up. That's a race crime. That's a hate crime.
You should have been there. If the dad ain't
that's
there.
That's racial hate to put that on my son.
So he's just got a regular old buzz cut, no edge up, no nothing.
Yeah, it's not even edged. They didn't even have the low taper on it. Like they didn't even put a 2 on him right there.
Well, I think it's important that since he lost a bet, he gets the bad haircut. Like you don't get the good haircut when you lose a bet.
Fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
They lost a one-on-one matchup, and this haircut's been coming for 3 months. So that's true. You don't get he did talk about getting it faded up afterwards, but yeah, that's probably fair. And then he did this. John, he goes, yeah, Ryan, he goes, oh yeah, I'm just sitting there in the background of Ryan Williams' touchdown. No big deal. He sends that to the text string with me and my sons. And we're like, and so I'm looking for him on the field, and we can't find him anywhere in the picture. Like, where the hell are you? He's so far, like he's blurry. I don't know how he even knew it was him. He was really trying to flex that his little buzz cut head with sunglasses is like 7 rows up off the end zone behind 18 people. Like, is this really the flex that you want? Is that you're in the background, a blurry person in the background of an Instagram story? That's not a flex, son. Don't send this. Don't waste our time with this.
Where is he? Is that his little peanut head back there?
Yeah, exactly.
That way back there?
Like, we can't even see you.
Yeah.
And then Mason, of course. Big bro, you shouldn't have sent this, big bro. This is embarrassing.
I love doing that, though. Oh, I'm sure whatever you guys are doing is fun, too, when I'm right there, front row. That's my
Man of the
that's
people
one of my
move.
flexes.
This is one of the worst people. I don't know what we might be doing. Could be at home having a very relaxed night. You might be with your family. I might be with Granny. Whatever we're doing, hanging out, just hanging out, having a good old time. And John would just pop in with like, "Hey, I'm sure what you guys are doing is great too.
What are you poors doing with your small TVs?"
Yeah, well, that too. That's now a thing with his 13 giant TVs.
How
Apparently.
big is your TV?
Yeah. How big is
Poverty.
Yeah. How big is your and how many you got? Okay. That's a question for everyone.
He's got his own
I
media
couldn't
room.
watch the game because I only got one TV. Oh,
That's
okay.
never a valid excuse.
Okay. That's on you. That's on
But you should
and your
never
life.
be watching.
Maybe,
but see,
maybe
Dale,
you should look at how you're doing things.
I can't get down with Dell's generation. It's Gen Z more than
I'm
it's
not
millennials.
in Gen Z.
It's more Gen Z watching on games on phones and on computer screens. I'm like, at least cast that hoe up on a TV. Like, at least get it cast up on a screen.
It
man,
depends.
what are we doing?
Maybe it's not the focus. You just want to be able to look to your right a little bit and look. The game's going on.
The main thing's the main thing.
Yeah, you got the game that's most important to you. Or with YouTube TV, you can watch 4 at a time on the same screen, and then you got your 5th game on your laptop.
But can't you? Well, okay, that's all acceptable. I'm talking
That's
about
what I
watching
do on Saturdays.
choosing to watch a game on a phone.
I don't do that.
I mean, what are we doing?
I do that when I'm at the store.
Oh, this is from the guy who was watching the Masters on his computer, and Dick Harmon just destroyed him. Yeah, Lance. Yeah,
How long ago was that?
That was.
Are you
ago.
sure that happened? Because was there streaming technology in 2004?
You remember you said, I'm watching the scores on my computer.
Oh,
Dick
yeah.
Harmon was
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, I
what?
wasn't streaming the actual television.
Lance. Oh, my God, he destroyed
Yeah, that's a little different
than
than streaming a television game, a televised game on your phone. Yeah, I was on a computer keeping track of the scores during the show.
Yeah.
What do you want me to do? We didn't have TV in there at that time. Oh, he's watching golf on a computer. What?
That was the best. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. You want to get in here? Come on. It's basically a holiday show.
Yeah, it's a holiday.
It's pretty much a holiday.
If you didn't hear, it's Aziz has been persecuted,
I don't want to talk about that again. Good Lord.
And we are trying to do we're going to crowdfund him.
I will say there's a lot of energy being put into he's a fine linebacker. He ain't Fred Warner.
He ain't
Roquan.
You just hit it.
There's a lot of energy being put into this.
A lot of energy for a guy who's not an all-pro.
Well, there's nothing else going on.
Well, he's our best. He's our best linebacker.
Other than Deontay Johnson, I mean, there's really what else is going on?
We'll get to Deontay Johnson when we come back.
Oh, right.
I always thought that was kind of a weird trade for the Ravens, but it doesn't really hurt them. They didn't give up anything. But man, you took on a guy who has been trouble everywhere he's been, and look what happens.
Yeah,
we'll tell you when we come back.
I didn't figure that would happen, that he'd have troubles in Baltimore. Time to talk about getting rodeo ready. Okay, this holiday season. Okay, you can get into basically a customized pair of boots. Basically a customized pair of boots for $300, $395. I mean, and these boots will last forever. These 1836 boots, they're on the shelf, ready for you. Well, you say, well, they're not custom. Yeah, they are. They customize every boot to every single foot, okay? You're looking for the best way to get into that cowboy gear, the cowboy hat, which we customize, which is already sitting on the shelf and customized to your head. You're looking for the boots. You're looking for the jacket. You're looking for the belts. You're looking for the pants. You're looking for the shirts. You're looking anything that you're looking for. Republic Boot Company is the place. First thing you notice, Lance, the smell.
The smell is phenomenal, and it's a good thing. Usually when you say first thing you notice is the smell, that's not a good thing.
No.
But here, it's a really, really good thing. It's like a new boot smell, new hat smell, new jacket smell. It's awesome. And it's a cultural, a Texas cultural thing. They've got all kinds of Texas history in there, Texas culture. And getting rodeo ready is a big part. A lot of people play dress up cowboy come February and March, and they're out there at the rodeo. And if you're one of those people, man, there's no better spot to go than our friends over at Republic Boot Company. If you're somebody who takes it very seriously and you've had a great pair of boots in the past and you want to get another one, can't go wrong with 1836. You cannot go wrong with their house brand. So make sure that you head on by in the Heights and take advantage of one of the best, one of the top spots you can find to get yourself rodeo ready and for awesome gifts this Christmas season. It's our good friends over at Republic Boot Company.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Dell's got a new show for us, John.
What is it?
I'll let him tell you.
Called Lioness. Zoe Saldana is the star.
Watching,
Paramount Plus.
You been had that
through
John?
Amazon?
We've been having that.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
What's it on? Paramount Plus?
Yes, I get it through
What'd you
Amazon.
like, John, better? Lioness or that one with the kind of like the narco show? What was it? The Queen of...
I like that one better.
What was that one called? It was on Netflix, right? The Queen of something. She was a...
Queen of the South? Or something else?
Yeah. Wasn't it Queen of the South, John?
Yeah, I forget. She went into New Orleans, and yeah, it was good. That
was
good.
Queen
Lioness
of the South?
Is good. Lioness is good. What's his name? The guy who did... he does everything, man. This guy is making a lot of money. He did Yellowstone. What's his name?
Taylor Sheridan.
Taylor Sheridan. He's in this too. Yeah.
He's in it, or did he direct?
No, this is his creation.
He makes an appearance in season 2. He plays one of the operators in
every Paramount show he's created.
And he puts himself in, and he's a badass in everything he does.
Well, so he wasn't in. I don't think he ever made an appearance in the Mayor of Kingstown. He wasn't in that. He created that. He wasn't. He was never in that one. Yeah, he created that one. He's in this one. He's kind of a badass in Yellowstone too. certainly not a nice guy necessarily. Well, he was just kind of a hard ass guy.
No, he was the owner of the ranch, right?
Yeah.
That they went to in Dallas or in Texas.
I'm looking at pictures of all the women, the actresses who were in Lioness. Huh.
Yeah, no, they're good.
Nicole Kidman's in it too, huh?
Yep.
And Morgan Freeman.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. It's all right. It's all right.
Then Aziz was suspended
you're on it
for
now,
3
Del?
games.
Yeah, all caught up through season 2. I think we might have 1 or 2 more episodes. It's pretty good. He has Landman too, another one of his, the Billy Bob Thornton one. That's another Taylor Sheridan joint.
Taylor Sheridan is making some coin now.
Yeah.
Did you hear the terms of Yellowstone? Like they had to use all his cattle.
Oh yeah.
And he was rented it to him for a bajillion dollars a day.
He literally stuck it to him.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. He basically said, "Oh yeah, and also if you want me to make this show, I'm basically going to license everything to you. I'm going to own this. You're going to use my cattle, my property, my ranch, my everything, and then you'll pay me for that."
Yes. And exorbitant amounts of money.
Yeah,
dude is raking it. You know what? That's good. Good on him. He does some good shows. Those are all pretty good shows now.
Yeah, I haven't seen this one, but I'm in a little bit of a TV show funk, so I'm looking forward to find. Yeah, I'm watching Chef's Table, which is fine, which I like, and then I'm watching the show on Apple. You Didn't See It, so Stop Bothering Me, or whatever it's called. Del, what's it called? Something like that. You Didn't See It Either.
The one where
Spanish.
The one where a guy saves these people on a bus and no one wants to turn him in when he kills the guys or whatever.
Yeah. Whatever that one's called. I'm like, okay. Well,
you mean like the trial in New York now with the guy who choked out the dude on the
choked out the dude, or what about the assassination in New York? You have seen that, right? The guy from United Healthcare that got assassinated yesterday.
What are we, Russia now?
No. Oh yeah. No, this guy had a silencer. He had an e-bike that he rolled up on. Like it was. Oh no, it's a full-on story. Go ahead and just dig that one up. It's one of the biggest stories in the country right now. Yeah, a guy got assassinated from United Healthcare yesterday. I don't know all the details of it. I saw just a little bit. Well, here it is. Like what we know about the manhunt for the gunman who killed healthcare CEO. He was detectives believe the gunman operated in a way that suggested he was an experienced marksman. It's also believed that it could be a premeditated hit, like it was a hit. So, we got a full story going on right now. Yeah, you got to look this up. This will catch this is going to turn into a Netflix show.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Go all the way back and like, was somebody wronged by insurance? Was he going to be a whistleblower? Was he, oh yeah, this is going to turn into a thing.
That's nice. Nice. I can't wait for the doc to come out. I can't wait for the movie. That's the outcome. How long will it take for this to become a movie?
Yeah, right? there's actually video that you can kind of find this guy. I guess his gun jammed and he was able to cycle through it, and it was being explained to me yesterday. But the masked gunman was laying in wait outside the Hilton Midtown shortly after 7 a.m. When Thompson approached the building, a dark hooded figure with a gray backpack appeared several feet behind the executive and shot him in the back. Thompson then stumbled forward before turning to face the assailant and falling to the ground. The gunman calmly walked toward the CEO and continued to shoot, appearing to clear a jam with the firearm momentarily before shooting again. Yeah, this is a pro deal.
Yeah,
this is a.
Have you guys seen? Deal. Have you watched the John Benet Ramsey?
He also
doc?
John. He also put the words delay and depose were found on live rounds of the shell casings. In other words, he actually wrote, like, if you didn't think this was a movie, he's got the words delay on one of the shell casings, depose on another shell casing. So, there's something going on. Depose was written on a shell casing from a round that was fired into the victim. Delay was written on a live round that was ejected when the shooter appeared. He's writing things on his bullets. So this is this will be a movie.
Yep. So did you guys watch the John Benet Ramsey?
I don't know if I want to see it.
Oh my God, dude!
I don't know.
I want to apologize to that family. I want to apologize, and I got to tell you, the Boulder Police Department is the biggest bunch of bungling Barney Fifes I've ever seen.
Why do you want to apologize to the family?
Because
what did you do to them?
all these years that the parents did it.
Did you really?
Yeah.
I never really thought that.
But that's all that the police put out there for years. That's all that they put out there.
So it makes it easier to clear the case.
Targets. The Boulder police ignored everything else other than the Ramseys. Everything.
Other than parents. That's pretty wild.
It was, you want to talk about, you watch that thing and you're going to come away. I don't know who, forever I thought, well, they just did it and they've got away with it. They wouldn't talk to the police. They were, they're the only ones that have ever been in a grand jury for and everything else. Holy crap. You want to talk about a bunch of bungling idiots the Boulder Police Department is. You got to watch it. It's pretty good.
Have you seen the killer, the hitman, Michael Fassbender as the hitman?
No.
Yeah, it's worth a little watch. I thought it was good, not great, but it's
I just saw an ad for it on Twitter.
It's been out. It's David Fincher directed it. It's worth a watch.
Yeah.
I like hitman movie. What am I going to say? Like, the quiet, the guys who you or even women. I've seen some difference to the professional killer movies, that angle. It's where they're always a little different personality wise. I watch that. I watch Villanelle. So, I like Villanelle too. From Killing Eve.
Yeah, you liked Killing Eve.
I
didn't like it that much.
Yeah. It got a little goofy, but she was a killer.
That's why
she was a paid assassin.
Yeah. All right, breaking it. 713-780-3776 is the number. If you want to get in here, 713-780-3776 to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I want to talk right now about my man Jim Fiume over at Gulf Coast Windows, the best. If you're looking for not the best, that's fine. You know what? If you're looking for, I want average windows, okay, go get. If you're looking for windows that aren't going to be beautify your home, that aren't going to protect your home, aren't going to add value to your home, aren't going to keep out the noise, aren't going to keep out the heat, that's fine. You know what? Go with lesser windows. But if you want the best window in the market, go to Gulf Coast Windows. Go see the insulation. Go see everything about it. Everything about Gulf Coast Windows is first class, the best, never been better. You're looking for the best. That's what you're looking for when you get your windows. If you're building a home, put in Gulf Coast Windows first and foremost. Don't let your builder put in inferior windows, because that's just going to cost you down the road. Not only, for years and years and years, it'll cost you. So get the best and make sure that you tell the Jim Fiume, who's been doing this for over 35 years, tell him that you heard it right here. All right, 713-849-5454 or GulfCoastWindows.com. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. The number to hang out with us here on the show. You are more than welcome to get in with us and talk about anything.
Very smart people in the chat. One guy knows the identity of the murderer, but he's not saying in that United Healthcare. He said it's not Lance. It was an assassination, but it's not a hitman. Okay, I know who did it. And then he also thinks that you are off on John Bonet because he said his family still had something to do with it. How did they know precisely how much the ransom was, which was a bonus that John was supposed to receive? Maybe some type of cover up there. So the parents probably murdered her too, according to a guy in the Twitch. Guy in Twitch is one of the most. I always find them to be super informative. Man in Twitch.
Yeah.
Please, we know who murdered him. I've got this information off of my, I surmise from my computer. By the way, happy birthday to Brooks. 10 years old, listening to the show. That's how you spend a 10th birthday. Listening to.
Listen. I didn't let my
good people on the radio.
I don't want my kids listening now, and they're in their 30s, whatever.
Yeah.
And
you got Steffi's daughter listening to this show.
Well, but
That's
she doesn't.
terrible.
Now she's starting to understand stuff, so she's got to stop. Now she's watching. No, we were off because Dell. I don't know. Something happened with Dell's camera in there, and we were off. I got a picture from her. Where's Papa? Where'd Papa go? Right? Where'd Papa go? Charlie, where'd he go? I don't know. I don't know where Papa went. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Did you guys watch? Listen, the Cougs started out 4-3. But they're not.
Please just stop for a second.
What?
Because if I don't get this out of this is terrible. But if I don't get this out of my head, I can't do the show. Because I have to purge it, and then it'll be gone.
Okay, go ahead.
There's a video. Have you seen the video of Ellen DeGeneres?
Of who?
It's resurfaced. Ellen DeGeneres. And
No.
Okay, I don't want to seem. I don't want to seem like I'm being
mean.
Not being. Yeah. So there's pictures of kids who are clearly who are kids with cancer, right? Clearly. But they're survivors of cancer, and they've gone through and they fought it all. And there's like 8 of them sitting on a couch, and they're all sitting there. And the kids, many of them are, have gone through some rough chemotherapy, etc., and they're on the road to recovery. And so obviously she's doing a feel-good show like that. And all of a sudden, in this clip, it just resurfaced. It's obviously an older clip. She goes, hey. She's talking to somebody off screen, like a producer, like, Troy, wasn't that supposed to be Tuesday? Was he supposed to come in on Tuesday? What day was he supposed to come in? Oh, I guess he's here right now. So let's bring him out. And then you hear, and in this video, the door opens and this very ominous, scary music comes on. And you see, all of a sudden, it's Diddy is dancing out on the stage. And then this is the kid's big treat, is that Diddy's there. And they go run to him and hug him. But Diddy's got this little dance he's doing as he's moving towards the kids. And I'm like, this may be one of the funniest things with this scary music in the background playing. It may be one of the funniest videos I've ever seen. Diddy dance. Congratulations, kids. We brought you to Diddy.
Well, wait, the scary music was probably added afterwards.
No, it was.
Yeah,
That's what made the video so funny, is that these kids' big treat that Ellen gave them was Diddy. Here he is, kids. Run over to Uncle Diddy. I just thought that was one of the funniest things I've seen, the way they created that video, because now the parents must be thinking, oh, my God, what were we doing? Well, not as bad as the parents who just shuffled their kids out to Michael Jackson all the time. Just get out. You just get there. You go sleep over at Michael's. I don't want to, Mom. Get over there.
Here, kids. Here's Diddy. And Uncle Mike wants you to sleep over. Yeah.
Can I sleep over at Uncle Mike's? Actually, he wants to take me on tour. Yes. Hello. You get to go sleep with Michael in Michael Jackson's bed on tour by yourself? That's amazing. Go live your life. I'm only 11. But lucky, I didn't get to sleep in a pop star's bed when I was 11.
Look at how well adjusted Macaulay Culkin is.
Oh, or Justin Bieber.
Or Justin Bieber is. Well,
Justin Bieber got did.
Oh my God, his wife has got a. Have you seen these stores that she has?
Justin Bieber's.
Yeah, Hailey Bieber.
It's basically a holiday show.
Hailey Bieber stores. It's called anyway. It's unbelievable. They are a smoothie store. It's like $30 for a smoothie.
I have seen that. No thanks.
Yeah.
I ain't doing that.
Oh my
Y'all gotta
God.
Stop.
We went there. I was like, what kind of prices are? It is ridiculous. It's something B1 or something. It's some kind of. It is they are raking, and it was packed because it's Hailey Bieber's place. Are you a bunch of idiots? Go to Smoothie King and get the same damn thing for about
That's
a
real.
third.
Nah, you don't get the vibes that you get at Erewhon.
What vibe?
The vibes are different.
What vibe when you're broke?
The vibes hit different.
Well,
the broke
don't
vibe?
go there if they're not looking for brokies.
No, you ain't
just like you don't want to hang around with the brokies. You don't want the brokies around you. They don't want the brokies around them.
Here with your little TV.
You fit right in. You ain't a brokey.
Little TV ass.
No, I am a brokey after going there. I was like, I ain't never coming back here.
Wait, did you go?
Stupid prices. Yeah, we went. And
you actually went and got it?
Yes.
So you caught the vibes.
Yeah,
no,
he went there for the vibes.
He went there for the vibes.
Listen, no. Yeah. My son's girlfriend, she bought one of the smoothies, and she was like, one of my biggest regrets was paying that $40 for a smoothie.
You don't go there for the smoothie. You go there to take your photos, say you're at Erewhon, you're at Hailey Bieber's place.
Did you at least tag somebody?
Did you put them up on the gram?
Did you put it on the gram, John? Is it in your story?
I didn't realize.
That's part of the cost.
Yeah, you're not going there. You're not going there to get a drink. You're going there to say I'm at Erewhon, and you go, hey, everybody.
It's a flex. What were you doing,
I'm going
John?
there. I'm never going there again to say I'm never going there.
You flex on who you play poker with.
Yeah,
you could have just been putting your picture up on the gram, like, look where I am now.
You know how crazy it is considering what he does with the golf thing?
Yeah, well, he sends us pictures.
Where he's
don't know where you are,
but I'm here. That's the same thing you're supposed to be doing. You just put that on social media.
You could have flexed with your.
I don't know if you guys heard, but I'm America's guest, okay? I ain't paying for that crap.
Erewhon?
Okay? No,
you should have.
Golf.
That would have been the ultimate
expensive
flex.
Golf.
Yeah, but you tell people where you are. That's the same thing you do when you go to Erewhon. So you were used to doing it. You just didn't do it that time.
You're an influencer.
Listen, I like to flex on golf, not a smoothie store.
Yeah, but it's Hailey Bieber's smoothie store.
Yeah. No one cares about Hailey Bieber.
You're in L.A. Oh my God!
I can't believe you just said that.
Oh my God! Do you know where you live right now?
Did you yell?
Be saying things like that in California.
Yeah, I know.
No one cares, Hailey.
Nah, you're saying that right now because
Wendy's
you got
there.
great insulation, so you ain't got to worry about that floating.
I'm being flagrant.
Yeah, ain't nobody can hear you in that room, so you can say what you're
things
saying.
Like that in L.A.
But don't walk outside in Los Feliz and say that.
Yeah. Oh no, sir. Saying things like that. Where's my Coors Light? I can't stand these smoothies from Erewhon.
Yeah.
HOA all up on your ass.
No,
promises.
What a stupid store. These kids are so. No wonder they don't have any money. I mean, you want to talk about giving it all to Hailey Bieber. What is wrong with you? All right,
just be careful.
Yeah, just watch. Please watch yourself.
I don't have much fondness for you, but I'm not looking for you to die. Just be careful.
Hailey Bieber's going to take
not
me
her.
Out.
The Hailey Bieber people will take
the
you
Hailey
out.
Bieber people.
She won't do it.
Now, next up,
the Beliebers.
I don't know about you guys, but that's all I'm seeing now is hate for Travis Kelce's girlfriend.
Oh, Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift.
Well, that's your timeline.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's my timeline. But holy crap, she's taken a huge turn.
How do we well, a lot of it's just political for people. I think for a lot of people.
I guess maybe that's
I don't care. Like, is there really this many people who care about Taylor Swift other than, like girls my daughter's age or Uncle Freddie? I don't know who cares about her this much in my life. Hey, Uncle Freddie cares a lot. So that's my boy. That's our boy though. He's unabashed Swiftie. But I don't know anybody that cares enough, like gets this worked up into a lather over, female Michael Jackson or, skinny Beyonce. I don't know. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, like who's getting all this fired up about Taylor Swift?
Oh yeah. By the way, I saw Beyonce's
She
mom
could have you
last
killed.
night.
By the way, where'd you see Beyonce's mom?
At the Paley Awards. Tyler Perry was being honored last night.
You did you go to him?
I went to it. Yeah.
What? How is this not the lead? You went to the Tyler Perry Awards?
The Paley is a thing where they honor someone who's accomplished quite a bit in media. Or
you want to talk about
what is it? I've never even heard of this.
Paley Awards.
The Paley Awards. So somebody and Oprah was there. She spoke, and Kerry Washington, and I want to tell you, I felt bad about myself after hearing all the stuff that Tyler Perry does. Holy crap! I just wasted my life playing golf and poker.
And you've never dressed as a woman once that I know of.
I never what?
Dressed as a woman once?
Not once. Now, I don't.
Tyler Perry made a whole cottage industry of it. Got paid.
Medea?
Yeah.
Medea, whatever. I will admit, I haven't watched a lot of his things that he's put
Nor
together.
have
He's not. No, he literally has been in charge of thousands of television shows.
Oh no, he's mega.
And
he's
41
huge.
movies.
Yeah, he's
41
huge.
movies.
No, he's an entrepreneur. He's done a lot.
Apparently, his studios are bigger than Warner Brothers, Universal, all of them combined. That's how big Tyler Perry is. And it was a very nice dinner. And the steak was good, which was better than your meal last night, Lance. 713-780-3776.
Wait, what meal did you have that he's taking a shot at?
It's just. Oh,
that's just you being you again?
I had one of the worst entrees at an expensive restaurant
we're not gonna talk
I've probably ever had. So I'm not going to mention it.
Okay. First thing this morning, I got a text.
6:35.
6:35. I'm like, what's this? Oh, no, Lance slept in again. No, he's telling me how crappy his meal was last night.
I spent so much money on this garbage-ass entree I had. I'm so mad. I'm so mad about it.
Say the
no,
name
I'm not going to, but I'm so mad about it right now. I'm like, I enjoyed my company. I enjoyed the drinks. Everything else was fine, but man, that was one of the worst cuts I just can't believe you sold it to a human.
We got a break. Time to talk about Chastang Ford. Time to talk about my people over there. I can keep telling you about all the deals that they got going on, the Broncos sports that they going on, the F-150s it's incredible. I mean, the financing on the F-150 right now is just ridiculous. 1.9. Are you kidding me? This is what 1.9% for 60 months on an F-150. What? That's ridiculous. But you can trade in your Ram, and you'll get $2,000 off of your F-150 if you trade in a Ram truck. If you trade in a Jeep, you're going to get $2,000 off on your Bronco or your Bronco Sport. They got a lease special right now for $369 a month with nothing down for your Bronco Sport Big Bend. What a great starter car, safe and wonderful and not killing you. $369 a month, and the kid's going to want to get rid of it after a couple 3 years anyway. So that's a perfect way to go about getting that first car for your kids. If you're looking for the best way to get into whatever it is, okay, Chastang Ford. I love them because they're not going to add on. They're not going to mark up. They're not trying to gouge you. They're not trying to get every dollar. That is and it's not a stereotype of the car business. It actually happens out there. I knew car dealers before this, and I was like, man, that's all they care about. Just mark up, sell, add on, make sure they get all of the everything that we can possibly put on there. That's not the way they go about it at Chastang Ford. They want you back. They want you having a great car experience. So if you're looking for whatever pre-owned or Ford, I'm telling you, there's one place to go. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown. Chastang Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. We got a couple of callers. We're going to them in here. You guys see the most sacks among duos this year? 19.5 sacks for Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. Second, Jonathan Grenard and Andrew Van Ginkel, 19. 19.5 and 19, and 3/4 of them are Texans. Jonathan Grenard turned out to be pretty damn good. Jonathan Grenard, I don't know that you're, because of, you got Will Anderson and you got Danielle Hunter for a couple of years. I don't know that you're going to miss Jonathan Grenard all that much, but he's pretty. He turned out to be a pretty good player.
Yeah, he was a good draft pick, and he went on to do something with somebody else's spot. We've got Hunter, so I'm fine with it. But it's really kind of a trade, honestly. You just kind of swap out one good rusher for another good rusher. It's not like you got over with. Getting Hunter.
Yeah,
and them getting Grenard. I mean, Grenard's been a good player too. Grenard's a good rusher. I like Hunter. I like the Hunter and Will Anderson combination's got a chance to lead you. Like that's my whole thing. This Aziz crap kind of, it's been going on and on, but realistically, I've been a little disappointed with the tone of the season. Hasn't really gone as smoothly as I expected. But ultimately, you got that. I mentioned it before. You got a little runway into the playoffs, John, and maybe you can play your best football going in because you got bookend rushers that are really, really tough. Mario Edwards came back and was all over the place the other day. Since he's gotten back, he was a really tough rusher. Christian Harris, when you get Christian Harris back, provided he still plays football at some point for you, we love him, man. We love Christian Harris. You got two ball hawks back there Laster, to an extent, Laster's not bad either, but obviously Stingley is maybe the preeminent ball hawk as a cornerback. And then Bullock is really good at ranging over and going and finding a football too. So there's a lot of things to be excited about. A lot of things if you're the Texans. Sometimes it gets, some people may feel like we concentrate on the negative stuff, John. It's just because that's how much we love the Texans. We love them enough that we're willing to say, look, I'm disappointed. Like A.J. Hinch used to tell people when he caught them cheating, I'm disappointed. I love you guys, right? I love you, but I'm just a little disappointed that, that we lost this game to the Titans. That's all. I'm just like the A.J. Hinch of Sports Talk Radio, just quietly a little bit disappointed, but I love you, and I think you're going to do really good things.
Yeah. No, that Tennessee loss is still looming. Let's get underrated.
Only message. It's not looming because it doesn't matter in this division.
Well, it doesn't, but it I don't know. It
does it matter in this division?
Well,
it's like maybe if there are more consequences, things would get a little tighter over there, and they maybe step it up a little bit.
Disappointing Hannah isn't a consequence? Okay.
Yeah, I don't ever want to disappoint the Queen of Houston.
Yeah.
Is she the Queen of Houston?
No.
Who is? Don't say Beyonce. She didn't live here. Who's the Queen of Houston?
The Queen of Houston is University of Houston president.
Renee Couture's the Queen of Houston?
Yep.
Oh. What does the Rice president say about that?
We don't even know. We don't even know who that is.
Renee Couture is the Queen of Houston. Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, she put that basketball team on the court.
See, I don't think Simone Biles can be the Queen of Houston.
Why not?
I don't know. She was an athlete. I think you got to be older than like 32 to be the Queen of Houston.
Why do you have to be? No.
I don't know. I just feel like, I feel like you got to be more than just an athlete for me to call you the Queen of Houston. You have to be around. You have to be around for a while, done some stuff. Remember that time she fell asleep at the Chicago game and got that bad picture of her?
Do you know when Queen Elizabeth took over? She was like 16.
Yeah, but that lineage is questionable over there.
She was the real queen of a whole country.
Yeah, but ain't nobody want a 6-year-old telling you, making decisions for you.
Well, guess what? She made great decisions, and she lasted until she was 150.
You think she was the decision maker?
Yeah.
Yeah. She gets slapped in her little mouth, and then somebody else and then her mom would tell her what to say.
She get a slap in her little queen mouth.
Slapped in her little queen mouth. Like, don't you sass me.
Who is an underrated mess is here? Let's get him in here. Hey, underrated mess.
Hey, good morning, fellas. I just wanted to kind of pull back the layers of the conspiracy theories on this assassination in New York. You know, a couple things the streets are telling me. You know, United Healthcare is predominantly known for denying aftercare coverage. One, and from what I hear, the man was involved in some insider trading, so it's going to be a juicy doc.
Well, from what Underrated Mess is hearing from New York.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what his Reddit sources are telling him.
That's what the Underrated Mess's sources have on this. Maybe they can help him find the killer. Your sources can help find the killer, Underrated Mess. That would be great. Wouldn't it be something if Underrated Mess solved this, okay, and we saw him in the doc?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, whoever his sources were. Now, I will admit, as soon as I heard that, first thing I thought of was, somebody's mad. Like, who hasn't been pissed off at insurance? Insurance is the worst. I mean, the denial of claims is absolutely embarrassing. You can't. I remember, rest in peace, our old friend Malik talking about, he was a paralegal at a place, and he was talking about, like, man, I got to go find stuff to help deny claims. He goes, it feels bad, B. He said, it feels bad doing some of the stuff I have to do. I said, I got you. So the first thing I thought of was, yeah, somebody's in terrible financial straits because of an insurance company. That's what makes us feel like a movie. That's the first thing I thought of. But you could also be that way and hire somebody.
Did he deny the claim? Did he denied the claim?
I don't know. I heard yesterday the other conspiracy theory is that this guy was about to be a whistleblower.
Yeah.
So maybe it's an inside job.
That's what you get. No, you're a whistleblower.
That's what I heard
at
the dinner table. I heard that yesterday.
Yeah, I don't care.
The streets of the dinner table.
A lot of whistleblowers are getting killed lately, so I'm not whistleblowing on anybody. I'm just not doing it. I'm just not. Okay, I don't care if people are, whatever happens to people. As long as I'm all right, nobody kills me. I'm not going to whistleblow. I don't stand for goodness and righteousness. No, I ain't about that life. I'm about nobody kill me. That'd be great. That's what
exactly about this is revealing to anyone. You telling us you don't stand for goodness or righteousness, and you're just about you. Thanks for that. Thanks for that reveal, John.
I really want to get back into the show, into real stuff, but I feel like we just can't. Like, Underrated Mess. Look what he just did.
Look what he did.
We got someone named
Silky Johnson.
Sam wants to talk about the playoff.
Oh, okay. Let's see if this works.
Okay, Sam.
Let's see if this takes.
Is this our Sam?
No.
Hey, it's Chopper.
Oh, it's
Chopper.
Captain What's up, Choppers?
Hey, I've got a question for Dell on the college football playoffs, just in terms of the map and what's going on, because I would like to see your Canes in Dell. I think Cam Ward's great to watch. I think you need guys like that in the playoffs. I like Arroyo, the tight end. I like the receiver. So I'm pulling for you to get in, but I hate Ole Miss. So I'm glad that y'all are 12, they're 13. I'm wondering who I need to cheer for this weekend, because I'm scared looking at that Boise line that they are going to lose, and I would hope that you would take that spot. But if SMU were to lose as well, would Ole Miss get in, or how does that work?
Well, the committee has set it up where if SMU loses, it'll be Clemson and maybe SMU or Clemson and Alabama. The only way a team that isn't Alabama gets in as an at-large is this unlikely scenario we discussed earlier where Georgia gets their asses kicked. Like, we're talking 3 touchdowns, 4 touchdowns, and the committee goes, you know what? That's so unimpressive, you don't belong. That's the only way I see it happening, and I don't see that happening. So I think, Sam, Chompers, you're looking at some combination of SMU and Alabama or Clemson, Alabama, or SMU, Clemson. Those are really the only variables as far as someone getting in. So if you hate Alabama,
why wouldn't Miami get in?
Because they're behind the final at-large spot. That's all there is to it. They're behind Alabama, and Alabama's situated where if things go their way, they'll get in, which is not surprising.
Okay, gotcha. All right, thanks for clearing that up.
All right, man.
No problem.
713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, who's on Silky?
Yeah, Silky Johnson.
He's got hate.
We'll get 2 weeks. He hasn't been back. He hasn't been back ever since Kenyon Green his number one target, Kenyon Green. He hasn't made an appearance ever since Kenyon was lost for the season. We thought maybe the hate was out of his heart, but it's back when we come back.
When we come back, the hate will be on. We'll have hate again on the show. But right now, we love tequila.
Yeah, we love Maestro Dobel. We love Maestro Dobel. Do you believe non-Maestro Dobel? You should, if you've had a bottle of it, if you had any Reposado, if you've had any Añejo, if you've had that Cristalino called the Diamante, which blends 3 different types of tequila. They charcoal filter it, they age it and distill it properly, so the flavor profile is perfecto. You can't have a better sip of tequila than the Añejo Extra Cristalino, the high-end tequila that they make in the unmistakable bottle and packaging it comes in. This is one that you have for special occasions, and it will blow you away. The good people over at Maestro Dobel have been doing it for decades and decades and generations in Tequila, Mexico, making this incredible tequila. They brought it over to the States, and it's getting bigger and bigger with every passing year. I know that they are a sponsor of the PGA Tour as well. So you're going to keep hearing about it. You might as well go buy a bottle whenever you find fine liquors and take a shot of the bottle. Tell me what you bought and tell me how you like it. I love when people send that over to me. It's Maestro Dobel. Wherever fine alcohols are sold, it's Maestro Dobel.
Men's Health, just different. Game Day Men's Health. You go there and you're not going to be charged for the initial consultation. That is different. Like there's a one of these low T places, I don't know which one. Oh, we got a special for you in Movember. $25 to find out whether or not you can give us a lot more money. What? You're going to charge me to find out whether or not I can be your client. That's ridiculous. Game Day Men's Health thinks that's ridiculous. I think that's ridiculous. But that's what they're doing, and they're getting away with it. Don't let them get away with it. Go to Game Day Men's Health. They've got locations now sprouting up all over the city. But the cool thing about it, and one of the things that got for me is I'm on the go. I'm in and out of the city. I want it to be, I want to get my testosterone on a regular basis. Well, they'll send it to you, okay? So you can do it yourself. You don't have to stop by all the time. So it doesn't matter where the Game Day Men's Health location is, how close it is to you, because you can walk out of there with the testosterone. I did. You can too. And you got permanent ED solutions. You've got peptides that are going to help you get your body type the way you want. Game Day Men's Health, it's different, guys. GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
There is a picture, and I'm reposting it now, of Jay Crowder going up. With his left hand, he is gouging the face of Jalen Green, and with his right hand, he's going for the basketball. He's going up to block the shot. Gouging, literally, he's got his fingers gouging his eyes. I mean, and he just got it's just a regular foul, shooting foul. Jalen couldn't see. He's got a cut, and he couldn't see. I mean, talk about crappy refereeing. Ime was right. Ime was right about those people. Get some bleeping glasses. Get some bleeping glasses.
Up on your eyes.
That's a flagrant. That's a flagrant right there.
Yes, sir.
They play the Warriors tonight, and boy, the Warriors suck right now. So do the Lakers. The Lakers and the Warriors are really reeling right now, so that's good news for the Rockets. Just bury them. Bury them right now while they're playing like crap. Did you see Steve Kerr lay into Podziemski? Holy crap. He told him, you ain't playing. I mean, dude, I hope he sees this. He's playing like crap. He's hurting the team. Podziemski was almost a Rocket. But he has really fallen off this year. He called himself last year. He said he is the future of the team. He's going to be the next Steph Curry. And not when you're shooting 20% from three, dude. No. That's not Steph.
That doesn't sound like Steph.
That's not Steph at all, I don't think. We got Silky Johnson here. What's he hating on today?
We'll find out.
Hey, Silky.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Happy hateful holidays. Let me tell y'all something. It's so easy to be a hater right now. Let me explain why. There's so much to choose from. So today I'm going to hate on the NFL and the appeals office for deciding that they're going to run everything through a former NFL lineman that played for the Titans. All right, number one, why are we doing that? I'm hating on the NFL for deciding that that's the best person to hear the appeal from Azeez El-Shaair, a Titan player that's a lineman. So I'm hating on that. Number two, the second thing I'm hating on is I'm hating on Rob Manfred and this golden at-bat rule. We just making stuff up as we go, apparently. We just throwing stuff against the wall, and we just don't see what sticks, right? I'm hating. And for the first time ever, I got a hate future lock. A future hate lock of the week. and that future hate lock is going to be Dana Brown. Because on Sunday, we have the winter meetings begin. And something tells me Dana Brown's not going to do jack. He's not going to do anything. So I'm hating before it even starts. I'm hating already. I want you guys to have a hateful holiday and y'all enjoy y'all's day.
Hate. I love that. Why is he hating on Dana already?
Hey.
Pre-hate. Why is he hating on Dana already?
He just pre-hated. He already told you he was going to pre-hate him.
Do you
know
feel
how
like
you preheat an oven?
He's
pre-hating
like
Dana Brown.
Do you feel like you are going to hate this Astros offseason?
Yes.
You are?
Yes. I think I'm not going to. I don't know about hate, but I am not going to care for it.
If they re-sign Bregman, will you be happy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll be content.
If they don't trade Kyle Tucker.
What if they get a little flavorful? What if they get a big bag of hot cracklins, cold cracklins known as Jorge Polanco? You ever had cold cracklins? Nothing's worse than cold fat. Just, I get that it's season and you'll keep eating it, but cold cracklins, hot cracklins. Hot cracklins is what you got to eat.
Well, you eat
cold cracklins suck.
Everybody
and
eats
so does
cracklins
Jorge
out
Polanco.
of a bag.
I know. I said a hot bag, not a cold bag.
You like the hot bag? Okay.
No, I like the hot cracklins inside the bag.
I don't like all cracklins. I love fat.
Well, then that means you like Jorge Polanco. Because there's nothing new. There's nothing nourishing about him at third base.
I'm thinking more Willie Adames.
Okay, better than Jorge Polanco.
No, no. Well, what about a Whitcomb? How would you like that?
I don't know. I mean, maybe I would like him. Adames at least has the pop. Polanco's not coming off a good year. At least you know that you've got power potential on the corner. Shane Whitcomb might be that guy. I don't know. He hasn't really had a chance to play a whole lot. He's torn it up in the minor leagues.
Yeah,
he's got some projectable stuff to him.
Yeah, we're going to miss that glove that we've been used to for the last 7 years.
Yeah, well, there's no question.
Yeah.
Do you think now that the time has passed, now that we've had 3 years to ruminate on it, have you lost anything at shortstop defensively with Carlos versus Jeremy? I know the first year Jeremy came out, was playing really well defensively. Now that we're 3 years in,
yeah.
Do you think they lost a little something with Carlos gone? I feel it's pretty. I feel like it's definitely yes now.
Yes, Carlos is still one of the best. He makes unbelievable plays. He's fantastic at short.
And I don't want that $30 million Carlos. Don't get me wrong.
Except you only got him for half a year.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what? You know how much he hurts Minnesota by not being there?
Yeah.
He hurts that team.
Yeah.
When he's not there. They're markedly better when he's around. And it hurts that he's not there. It's I would rather have a 150 game Pena than an 85 game Carlos.
He played 86 this last year. He was 135 the year before for Minnesota, 136. The most he's ever played was his second season at 143. His last season with the Astros, he played 148 games, which I think is a standard amount of games played for a healthy player. 148. I mean, they're going to get you rest, and I understand it's not going to be 162 now, and that's fine. I think 148. We do a show year round, but we have vacation days we get. I'll give that to Carlos. I think Carlos, you have some vacation days and especially a guy who's had injury issues in his past with back. 148 means he's healthy to me. I would say 136, 135, not bad for Carlos his first 2 years there. The problem is he had the 86 last year, like you said. The 2 years prior to the 148 with Houston, 58 and 75. 58, I take it back. 58 was a COVID year. But 75, 110, 109. Yeah, it's just so hard to pay. And I hear talk about it's surprising that we don't talk more we talk about salaries for players, but we don't talk about salaries per game. In other words, is this a good salary relative to how often he plays? You get a $30 million player who plays 100, who's going to come out and play 135 to 150 games a year. That's way different than somebody who gives you 88, 111, 136. Yeah. That's way different. Availability should matter in how you judge a salary.
Yeah, and Bregman, you know what? Bregman's always there. Bregman has been there, done that, been there. Pena is there. For the most part, Altuve's there.
Is Alex Bregman the most reliable? Now, Kyle Tucker has been pretty reliable until this year. He had that injury, obviously. But is Alex Bregman historically no.
Altuve gets hurt.
Well, he's been hurt, yeah. I mean, Alex does. He played 161 in 23 and 145 this year. That dude he gets to the park.
Yep. We're gonna miss Bregman. I'm gonna tell you that.
So he is gone.
Of all of the guys that have left, we're gonna miss Bregman the most.
I mean, he had his moment. He had a 91 game season, but you're right. 155, 157, 156, 155, 161, 145. This dude pretty much shows up.
Yeah. Yep. Maybe not early in the season. You wish he would.
Well, but he's there.
Right.
He's playing defense. He just needs to warm up a little bit at the bat. He needs to, why, Alec? I figured it out. Bregman's hitting with a donut on the bat. Stupid. Take the donut off the bat. No, you'll hit way better.
What?
Yeah, he's got that donut on the bat.
Somebody said it's not the issue is who's on the mound. You can have good players on the field, but the pitcher on the mound is what kills the defense. You got some of the best pitchers. You got Verlander. You got Frommer, who throws nothing but ground balls. You got Hunter Brown, who's another guy that's getting a lot of balls beat into the ground.
By the way, I had to double check this. I think that narrative, I just want to shut this down. I think you got to put a little more respect on Jose Altuve's name. Here's his games played starting his second year. 147, 152, 158, 154, 161, 153, 137, 124, COVID year, 146, 141, 90, 153 this year. That's pretty damn durable.
No,
that's pretty good over
but he had
14
a couple of
years.
No, he had a couple of years.
He had the 90. He had the
year. Broken thumb on a pitch that hit him. So that was a
was that
that's not on him. It's not like he's injury.
What year was that?
That was a couple of years ago.
Was that last year when he played 90 games?
Yeah, that was a 90 game season.
Okay, it's 23, 90 games. That's not like, yeah, he's not breaking down all the time. He had a 124 season. We remember because we were worried about his, like, remember he got up real gingerly after sliding in the third. We're like, something's not right with him. And AJ and Fred were convinced that, oh boy, this is terrible. Did you see the video of AJ? And we talked about it a little bit, of Jose Altuve in the minor leagues playing a get back game, in the way that he was running. We all thought, oh no. And then he was like, fine.
Then he was fine.
He's pretty damn durable.
No, that was a scary video.
It was.
The way he was running. That was scary. But it turned out he was fine. He was fine. All right, 8:48, we're going to break it. John Chill's going to join us top of the hour. Right now, we are talking about a little jewelry, Lance.
Zadok Jewelry has their Winter Wonders. It starts this Friday, and it goes through Sunday. And, yes, they are open on Sunday. Throughout December, they're open on Sundays because that's that extra shopping day. You can't get there over the week. You don't want to deal with the post-oak crowd Monday through Friday. That's fine. Go on Saturday. Go on Sunday now. You can go on Sunday and stop over by 1801 Post-Oak Boulevard. What they're doing is they're going to have bites from Uchiko. They're going to have coffee drinks from Maven. They basically want to treat you when you come in there to shop and treat someone else. And if you're looking to get that perfect gift for the holidays, for Christmas, or maybe it's a birthday coming up, maybe you've got a necklace that you really want to get your wife that you've loved for a long time. Maybe you want to buy yourself a watch, one of the top watches from around the world, and they've got amazing. You got some money and you say, man, I'm going to go get a luxury watch. This is what I've always wanted to do. That's the spot. They've got all of the biggest brand names from around the world. They're a boutique location for several of the makers, and so they have unique timepieces, and they buy, sell, and trade their watches. Just know this: when you stop in at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard this Friday through this Sunday, you're going to get a little extra. You're going to get a little extra treat with the Uchiko, one of the top sushi restaurants here, and Maven Coffee, Lance McCullers coffee brand. They're going to be in there serving you as well. So they want to treat you for all the things that you've done for them over the last 4+ decades. Zadok Jewelers, as always, the best spot to go find the best gifts is at zadok.com.
All right, time to talk about GimmeTheVin.com. That's my man, John Clay Wolf. John Clay Wolf is ready to give you as much money. Give you a bunch of money for your car. And he does it over and over and over again. He's been doing it. Dude has created a national business that's his numbers start with a B, billions. He deals in the billions now as far as cars go. And the reason that he does that he's able to do that is he created this world, this huge conglomerate that is buying cars, is because he pays more. He makes less when he resells them. Okay. So many of these places, they're trying to give you as little as possible and make much as they possibly can. Well, he says this: if I can't beat CarMax, I'll send you $100. That tells you that dude is really out there saying, I'm going to give you the most for your car. I'm going to give you the most for your car. If you're looking for the best way to sell that vehicle, there's one way to go. GimmeTheVin.com. He's also got GM TV CC for classic cars. GMTV, give me the VIN, CC, GMTVCC.com. If you got a classic car, he's paying big money. You're looking for the best way to do it? All you need to do is go to GiveMeTheVin.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Quick one, because we got John Chill coming up top of the hour. He's got some winners for us, and it's a 10th anniversary. How about the 10th anniversary? And I think they're doing some special stuff over at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. So we got that going on here. Who's on the line, Del? Jay wants to get in on the show. Hey, Jay, what's going on?
What's good, gentlemen?
How we doing?
Hey, that last call. All right, that last caller needs Christ. You got too much hate this right. But anyway, I got a question about what's the deal with the Rockets and T-Mac? Why haven't he retired his jersey yet? And y'all jersey, is it something between him and Tillman, or what's the deal? I know Orlando hadn't did it. He's a Hall of Famer, and he played the best of his career, I guess, in Houston. I know it's a little hate against him, but I still understand why his jersey hadn't been retired yet. I hang up and listen. Thanks.
That's a good question. I don't know.
I didn't even thought about him. Like, I think that's a legitimate question about, is he a retire your jersey type of guy? I mean,
I
if
never
Dream is the standard, I think James will have his jersey retired. James doesn't have his jersey retired, does he? Did they do that?
He's still an active player.
I know, but you know how much the Rockets love James Harden.
They don't.
James Harden is like more beloved than Dream.
I never thought Tracy McGrady was a Hall of Famer, but that's just me.
I don't know, man. That's a good question. I just he's Hall of Good with the Rockets, but he didn't really lead them anywhere. They didn't go to great heights. They never went to. They couldn't even get out of the playoffs. Out of the first round of the playoffs, James went to Western Conference Finals for you, and James is one of the most prolific scorers in the history of the game. James is going to have his jersey retired. Dream, Calvin, we know about that.
So as
Rudy
far
T.
as his time with the Rockets, he never made NBA All-First Team with the Rockets. He did make,
there's no beef. To my knowledge, there's no beef between him and the Fertittas.
He made 4 All-Star games with the Rockets. He was a NBA second teamer a couple times.
A lot of injury issues.
But if we're just looking at what he was as a Rocket, I wouldn't say the accomplishments would warrant a jersey retirement. But if you go, he's one of the best players to play in that era, and he happened to spend time here, then I guess that's where how you get there. But as far as what he did here, it was a couple-time All-Star.
Yeah.
Is that jersey retirement worthy when we consider the guys that they do put up there? Because it's all relative. Like, if the Rockets had no history, throw Tracy McGrady up there. But does he belong up there with the guys who are up there now?
I don't believe. I always thought he was really good.
He was a very good player.
Good player.
He made an All-Star team 7 times in a row from 2001 to 2007. But as pointed out, the injuries short-circuited what could have been a 10 to 15-year great career. He was a very good player. There's just not a lot of postseason success on that resume.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Scoring
I don't
champion a couple times here with the Rockets, or once with the Rockets.
Just once.
Yeah, he did it the previous year in Orlando, but 2 times in a row he was scoring champion, but once with the Rockets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think I would retire his jersey.
I don't think I would either.
It's pretty serious to me to retire someone's jersey. They got to be like a dude. And James was, and Dream was, and Calvin was, and the people who are up there. But I don't know. I think I would disagree with that. I think it's funny. Tracy never had a full. Orlando feels more like a home than Houston. Toronto obviously wasn't. He wasn't there long enough. Orlando's where he really separated from Vince Carter and had us come up. In Houston, he had the iconic, 14 point in 1 minute game or whatever the insane win over the Spurs was, which was awesome. But he had the dunk on Sean Bradley, which is also iconic. The baseline thump. But yeah, I don't just give away jersey retirements. To me, man, you gotta be tight with that. It's got to be all time greats for your team. Don't think he played here long enough either, honestly. That's why Clyde's not retired, is he?
Clyde's jersey is retired, yeah.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
That's more of a Houston thing, I think. 3 years, Phi Slamma Jamma, Final Four all 3 years. I think that played into it. 2 championships. Well, one of them was no Clyde, but the second one you had Clyde, because Clyde really didn't. I mean, Clyde is like a Portland legend more than Houston. Clyde was here, 95 to 98?
So
it's not very long to get your jersey retired.
Here are the guys. Carroll Dawson has his initials up there. Rudy T.
Yep. The 45. Rudy's got the jersey.
Yeah,
right? 45.
jersey. Elvin Hayes, Hakeem, Moses Malone, Calvin Murphy, Clyde Drexler, as you mentioned. And now this is the one, because they were contemporaries. They played here at the same time. Yao Ming.
Yeah.
If Yao Ming's up there.
That's that Skrilla.
I know. There are other circumstances that led to that happening. But if Yao Ming is up there, should Tracy McGrady be up there?
No.
Is Tracy Asian?
Yeah, but here's the deal.
No, he is not Asian. No.
Okay. Did Tracy bring?
Yeah, I mean,
billions of
there's
millions and millions of money.
I know why he's up there.
Right?
Yeah, but Yao was from 02 to 09 or 11, and we know that was injury plagued. And
indeed.
Tracy was 04 to 10, I think.
Yeah, it was shorter time frame
for both.
He was not a Rocket draft pick. He was a trade. Yao was the first pick of the draft. Yao was a Rocket the whole time. Never played for another organization. Yeah, I think it's a little different. I think for the reasons
there are reasons beyond basketball.
You're not really spelling it out, but it is the ancillary stuff. Yes. And him being a first pick of the Rockets.
Yao was worldwide. Tracy McGrady. That's not even.
I love T-Man.
I mean, the comparison isn't about the impact of Yao. We get that, but that's why he's up there. It's not because it's clearly a basketball decision. But we got to go. John Chill's.
We're going to go. Okay, John Chill next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm talking right now. Lance and I are both talking about Aqueduct Plumbing. We're both talking about Billy Brown. We're both talking about what he's done for us and what he's going to do for you. I'm telling you, you have got to put that phone number in your phone so that when you have a problem, and when you have a plumbing problem, I mean, it's an emergency because there's some leaks going on, all right? And you can't have the leaks going on. It's going to ruin your floors. You ruin your walls. I mean, I'm telling you, it can be costly. So make sure that you've got that phone number in your phone so that immediately you can give them a call. Lance, I don't know, have you had an emergency situation?
Yeah, I did actually. I were about to have a big freeze come in last year, and I was trying to do something to get my pipes right outside, and I broke something. I broke like the whole thing off, and I had to have them come out there and do something on an emergency basis. So yeah, I have had them out there in an emergency, and they got out there, and they're reliable. They're the guys. They are reliable. Billy Brown's crew is a reliable crew. They're transparent. It's fairly priced, and most importantly, you can count on them. You can count on them to help you out, get the big jobs done, the small jobs done. That's all I can tell you. You count on them. You now have a plumber, Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Those are your plumbers. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. The best place to go, win, get paid. The best place for you to get your betting on. Today, Thursday, you get a free bet. Last week it was Devin Achane scoring an anytime touchdown, and he did. So you bet an amount of money, and my bookie is going to pay you on that. But if the bet loses, they don't take the money out of your account. It's a free play on Thursdays during the football season. How cool is that? Okay, so you got that going on. So sign up now. You got Green Bay and Detroit tonight. You got a free play in that game. So let's go. Get on board with mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. Play anytime, anything, anytime, anywhere. Live in-game betting, casino gambling, it's all at mybookie.ag. John Chill's going to come on and give you some winners here right now. And where are you going to play it? mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Listen, if you're looking for a great weekend, how about getting over to my bookie? How about getting over to the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, where John Chill is, and you got all your football, you've got all the casino, you got everything you could possibly want right there. And you guys celebrating 10 years now, John?
Yeah, so it's 10 years this weekend. So it'll be our 10th anniversary. We got a bunch of things going on Saturday to celebrate it, and we've been open 10 years, which is time's flying.
What kind of stuff you got going on?
We're gonna we have some celebrations. Of course, we got a huge cake up front. We got some giveaways on the floor. We got a party in Blue Martini. So a bunch of stuff. So yeah, come on down, swipe your card, and hopefully give some giveaways out on the floor. So
that's it.
It'll be a good time. Yeah. Yep. And then you got a bunch of sports events going on. So in between, go into sportsbook, make some bets, and go back on the floor, and win everywhere you go. So so it's gonna be a good weekend. It's gonna be fun. So I think the cake's like 6 foot tall. I saw.
So we're gonna eat. We're all eating off that 6 foot cake this weekend.
Not directly with our mouths, John.
Yeah.
We're gonna cut pieces.
Well, wait. You don't go up and just take a bite out of it. No.
I do not know how the details of how they're going to cut that. I just saw the frame of a 6 foot, so hopefully we don't become a food fight on the gaming floor. But we'll find out Saturday night. But
Mel Murphy would have gone in mouth first. One of your Chicago buddies. John's Chicago buddies would have just made a mess of that thing.
So it should be a good time, and then we have champagne as well on the floor. So like I said, it'll be a party. So.
Let's go. John Chill with us here. That frickin' game Monday night must have just destroyed you. Jameis throwing that listen, the 2 pick sixes were fine. Cleveland still could have covered if Jameis doesn't throw that pick in the end. As he's driving down, I'm thinking he's going to get the cover. He's going to get the cover, and he did it again.
Yeah. Just Jameis was back, and it's just you thought after the 2 you'd be okay, and then you just saw that throw, and that did not help us here at Lake Charles Sportsbook. But it's interesting. He looks so good for someone, and then he just does what he does, and that definitely changed the outcome for us Monday night as far as that game was concerned. As far as the week, it started with Thursday. Definitely the Bears helped us as well. The Green Bay game, I was just looking at a stat. Miami, I don't think they can beat anybody with a 500 record. I think they're 1-8 in the last 9 games. We go through, and then college playoffs are starting to true up here a little bit. So we'll see what happens this weekend with, I think the Clemson game might be the only one that determines some, if they get in, that they might knock out Alabama. But how about that? I took Miami Tuesday morning to make the playoffs, and never thought a 3-loss Alabama team would make it. They were 8-1 in the morning. So I said, I'll take a shot at them and see what happens. So, but it'll be interesting. We're starting to do that. We might do some brackets. We're looking to get approval for that. So more to come as the college playoffs tighten up here.
I'll tell you what, the 12-team playoff, I mean, it's got its criticisms and everything else. I don't know. There are 4 or 5 teams that could come out of this as the winner, as the champ.
Yeah.
This is wide because everybody's got flaws. Everybody has flaws.
Yeah. I mean, there's no dominant team. I mean, you look at, where the odds are and yeah, I can go with you. Oregon, Texas, Ohio State, Georgia, Notre Dame, any of them have a shot right now. And, there's no one dominant right now. It's interesting. Ohio State's still the third, they're plus 450 right now. Georgia plus 500. I mean, there's days, the Georgia doesn't even look like they should be in the playoffs, and they're the fourth highest to win it. So
it's going to be interesting to see what happens with the odds, John, after this weekend. Now, obviously, we could have a change in who are the perceived. Like right now, there's odds for Arizona State, Iowa State, and one of those teams will not make it. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens when the when the actual schedule gets cemented about who you will play, not only in the first round or if you get a bye in the first round, but also the second round. Like, what does your path look like? Because that's going to alter. Once we know what the pathway looks like, it's going to alter some of those odds.
Yeah, I agree. And, and I think, location of where these teams are going to play is going to be a factor as well. Weather will start impacting, the games. I mean, I think we've been used to bowl games where, it's been good weather. They always play the bowl games in good weather. So I'm with you. It'd be who makes it, where the seedings are, where they're playing at will determine a lot of these line movements. And, we'll see where that finalizes Tuesday. But, I'm with you on that. I'm excited coming from the north to see some of the SEC teams going to play in the snow. It'll be interesting. It'll be an interesting. You look right now, Alabama would have to go to Notre Dame, and I think they're getting a bunch of snow right now up there. So it'll be just interesting to see, how that. But it will impact as far as the lines and all that as well. So I'm with you on that.
Any steamers this week in the NFL? What's going on?
As far as college, I kind of like Louisiana over Marshall, minus 5.5. I think the yards per play, there's a huge difference in there. And Marshall's coach might not even be there by Sunday, so I kind of like them. A lot of money's on Penn State this week. I kind of like Oregon there. That's just a good game to test to see where Penn State's at. I think Oregon's, easily the top 2 team in the nation, and Penn State. The defense has given up 400 yards against Ohio State and I think USC. So we'll see how good that Penn State defense is with that Oregon offense. So that'll be an interesting game. As far as the NFL, it's interesting. Tonight's game, still seeing we're seeing over 70% on Detroit. You look at them and how much more injuries can they take, and that's what, we'll see if they can survive that. But at minus 3.5, they're still seeing about 70% of the handle. Another big one's Eagles minus 12 this week. That's a big one. And this is interesting. 88% is on the Bears over the Niners, and only getting 4. But I know San Fran's going through the injury bug as well. So, and then the other one is 90% of handle's been on the Bills right now over the Rams. So it'll be a good week here to see. I kind of like, I like Atlanta this week, plus 5.5. They're getting about 60% of the handle. I think they played their best defensive game last week, and they're due for their offense to break out a little bit better than what they've seen. So I kind of like Atlanta this week.
I don't understand the Bears.
Yeah,
I know that the 49ers are not what everybody thought, but I don't get that you're.
Yeah.
Well, the Bears, the Bears covered. The Lions haven't covered. They didn't cover against the Texans. They didn't cover against the Bears. So maybe the Lions thing is starting to turn a little bit.
Well, and also, with the Bears now have a new head coach. That can infuse a little juice there. They've got guys who are playing for their jobs next season because there will be a change. The Bears are an interesting team because the Bears have been very close. Bears should have won could have won multiple games this year.
Yeah.
Like they just lost some games. It reminded me, John, of the 2010 Texans that won 6 games, and yet like they blew 4 games at the very end. The Bears are the same way.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think there's at least 3, that they could have won, and but they're going to San Fran. But like you said, there might be some rejuvenation with the coach gone, and I think you can see that there was some, disarray there the last couple of weeks, and maybe they'll play a little bit harder. But yeah, I won't take them anymore after last week. That was like, I thought that game was over at halftime, and Chicago decided to wake up there in the second half. So I'm going to stay away from the Bears the rest of the season until I see what goes on with them. We got UFC this week.
Wait, you had the Bears against the Lions, and early on it looked like you were on the wrong side, and then sure enough, you were dead on.
Yeah, I caved. I caved in. I was sitting down at DraftKings. I was here, and I'm like, what was I thinking? And then all of a sudden, I was like, oh, that was a good pick.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, yeah, we got a big UFC match going on. I think there's 14 fights. I kind of like Volkov. He's like second to the main event. I like that as far as odds. He's plus 285. If it was a little bit lower, I'd go the other way. And then the favorite, the Pantoja Asakura, I like that over 2.5 rounds. I think it'll be a filling out for a round or two, and then so I like that at minus 130. But yeah, 14 fights in UFC this weekend, so that's a big card. So
there you go. There's some winners for you right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Well, congratulations, 10 years now. Big cake. Get a slice. Do not eat the cake right off there. Do not bite the cake. So
no food fight. I don't feel like cleaning it up after.
Nah, we're not doing that.
No food
We're not
fights.
doing that stuff.
No, that's our people too. They'll start a food fight.
Let's cut that out.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. Man, John, we appreciate it as always. Have a great weekend, and good luck with your picks.
All right, thanks. See you guys.
There's John Chill with us every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And he's talking about the Golden Nugget. And I'm telling you, it's just so much. You do not know you're not in a Vegas casino when you go to Lake Charles. It's the same as any casino in Las Vegas. Oh, and better than a lot of them. Better. It is fantastic. I love their poker room if you're a poker player. If you're a golfer, I mean, you got the golf course right there in the backyard. You got the pool, which is fantastic. I'm not sure you're using the pool right now, but when you do go and it's warmer, you use the pool, okay? You got cabanas that are awesome. You got 12 restaurants right there in the facility, which is perfect. You got from the steak to Italian to Chinese to seafood, every different kind of restaurant that you could possibly want. You've got, obviously, the casino, which is as good as any casino. You've got the hotel, which is fantastic rooms. It feels like you're in a brand new facility. Everything about it. There's nothing. And it's only 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. You're looking for the best way to get your gamble on. It's the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. GoldenNuggetLC.com. GoldenNuggetLC.com.
I'm not lying. I'm going right after this show's over to Taqueria Sorandas. This is not a lie. This is not a game, and this is not. This is for real. I'm going over to get the chiliquiles. I'm doing that with the bistec. So I'm getting some beef with the eggs and the tortilla strips. We're gonna get salsa verde. This is what we're doing. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna eat it there. I'm gonna watch my shows, put my headphones in, and I'm gonna enjoy myself. That can be your That could be your early lunch. That could be your breakfast. That could be any time. And Taqueria Sorandas is for breakfast. They're for lunch, and they're for dinner, and now they're for sports as well. They have a sports bar set up now inside their bar. Their bar, they want you to come in and enjoy a separate slate, a separate menu basically for bar food that they have available. They have all your favorite authentic Mexican dishes as well, but you've got so much to choose from now. You've got drink specials with beer, with wine, with margaritas, with whatever you're looking for to have. Make sure you're doing it at Taqueria Sorandas and Aranda Sports. And the other thing that I think stands out is, it's a great place to just stop in and post up and say, hey, I want to watch this game. I want to watch that game. You and your buddies sit there at the bar, have a great time, enjoy great food, and watch your favorite games. March Madness won't be that far around the corner, and you'll be watching tournament games and around the sports bar. Watch your favorite basketball games, college, pro, NFL games, college playoffs around the sports bar. A new destination for you to check out for yourself. And, of course, for great food, you can always stop by a Taqueria Sorandas.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Basically a holiday show. We got Rockets playing tonight. We had, some NBA action last night that was not very good. 41-point win by the Heat. How about last night, the upsets? Creighton beating Kansas last night.
Slapped them.
And Duke beating Auburn. That's an upset, by the way.
Auburn's been playing great. They got our Cougs.
Yeah,
you cool with the Cougs playing such a tough schedule? I liked it. I like they're getting challenged early in the year.
Yeah.
I think it's a good thing.
Absolutely.
It is a little bit showing the flaws. Like, it's really put the flaws on display for the Cougars offensively and the shooting from a shooting standpoint. But that's the only concern for me is, man, I wish Kelvin would get in the portal and get somebody that could bomb. Man, he's not going to overlook defense. He's set a standard, and the standard is the standard, and you must meet it for qualifications. You must meet those qualifications to be considered a Houston Cougar. But can we just get one, set aside, a carve out for a shooter? He's not as good defensively, but man, he can make these threes. Wouldn't that be nice?
That would be total. If they had a sharpshooter, man. LJ is pretty good, but I think there's something missing. Losing Jamal Shedd is that is so hard to duplicate.
Yeah,
and
the leadership and just the. You know what you're missing, John? When things get tough, you just don't have the same level of composure, and I think composure is the term I'm looking for. I don't think it may not be anything other than that. He would make big plays. You could count on him to make plays at the end of the game, but there was just something reassuring about having Jamal Shedd on the court in the last 4 minutes.
Yeah. Well, having him on the court all the time.
Yeah.
So, Gilbert is here. Let's get Gilbert in here and find out what's going on with Gilbert.
What does Gilbert want?
Hey, Gilbert.
Hello, you there?
Yeah.
I need help anyway.
Oh, boy.
No food, no service around here. No one will bring no steak. Hey, Lance, did Colleen Wolf clean the autograph picture yet?
She has not. That's actually. Wait, I thought we've already done this.
Yeah.
I've already brought you an autographed Colleen picture before.
No, she's going to send me another one anyway.
Oh, I don't know about part 2. Yeah. Too. And we even did a FaceTime where you talked directly to her.
Yeah, anyway,
okay, well.
Can somebody like John Tiger bring me something to eat? I'm real hungry anyway.
Gilbert's hungry.
John, he's talking about Mega Blast. So John, Tiger. Okay, let's do this. Is there a listener right now who's ready to take up the mantle for the show? And Gilbert's done many things for you as a listener. Many things Gilbert has done. Many great things. Are you ready to step up and go to Sharpview? Is it called Sharpview? Gilbert, is it called Sharpview?
Yes, it's Sharpview, yes.
Are you ready to go to Sharpview, the assisted living home, and bring Gilbert a steak from Chili's? Let me explain. It's going to be a steak medium with corn on the cob with salt and pepper, French fries, and a Dr. Pepper. It's that simple. There's nothing.
Yeah, that's good anyway.
Yeah, that's good anyway. And so that's the order. You just come inside and say, I've got food for Gilbert Lou. And then you roll over there, and then Gilbert will tell you some other things that you need to do for him. And, you get to hang out a little bit with this king. This is a king. This is one of the kings of Houston. I think that's fair to say, right, John?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I think so.
Yeah.
Like, we were looking for the queen of Houston.
Yeah.
Who's the king of Houston?
Well, Gilbert's the king, and we're the sorry people. There's no question about that.
Right.
So what all do you need, Gilbert? You said bring food, you're hungry, and what else?
That's about it anyway.
Okay, yeah. Did I get the order right?
Anyway.
I've noticed the order hasn't really changed. Say it again, Gilbert.
What you say? Hello?
Yeah, no, go ahead. What did you say?
What did you say? No, what did you say?
What did you say, Gilbert?
I steak real bad anyway. I'm having eat steak over a week anyway.
Boy, you would have.
Tired of this.
You would have. I don't blame you. That food sucks there. I saw the food, and it is garbage. I will say, I think you would have wished, if you had the veal parmesan I had last night, you would have wished all the losses on the Texans. So I'm thankful that you didn't get that. You would have said, they're losing all 3 weeks. Give me the Sharpview food back. But Gilbert,
y'all don't know how funny that is.
It is extremely funny. Is
Yeah.
anyone stepping up? I'll check. Matter of fact, call in right now, 713-780-376. Call in and give back to Gilbert and give back to your community in Houston. Up to this point, he hasn't threatened the Texans with a loss. Up to this point.
No.
And what were you saying, Gilbert?
I said did Colleen Wolf send you an autograph picture again?
She didn't. No.
We talk about.
Yeah, we have not.
Did she?
No. You have to yell at me, Gilbert. She hasn't sent anything.
Yeah. We talked to Colleen Wolf the other day when you and my here, send me another autograph picture, you know.
Yeah, no, I thought one was gonna.
I thought that was over.
I really thought that would do it. And then I thought, okay, you know what? The FaceTime. This will really do it. The direct FaceTime with a Colleen Wolf. And apparently it needs to be a second picture.
Yeah, she probably you get another one, you know.
Yeah, well.
No, you got one. That's it, Gilbert. I mean, you can't ask for more. You got one. That's
she
it.
even said that she would come say hi.
I didn't get one. I didn't get it in the mail.
I brought it. I didn't bring it in the mail. I literally brought it to your house. Remember?
But I didn't get it. I didn't get it.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. You got to take that up with moms. I don't know if I did anything or your brother. We'll see. I'll see what we can do.
No.
Colleen is like, I just keep going back to the well with Colleen. Colleen, can you do a FaceTime with Gilbert? Yes.
You're asking a little bit much of Colleen.
I know. And then now it's like Colleen already told Gilbert she would come see him when she comes in town for a game, which is not this year. She was quick to make sure that that Gilbert understood the schedule would not permit. She was not coming this, but she even said she'll come. Wouldn't you rather see her in person and then get a picture with her in person?
Yeah, he would rather that. Absolutely. Why don't you wait for the one that you take with her?
I'm literally shocked he has not threatened us with a loss. Well, it's a bye week. He can't threaten a bye week loss.
No, he can't. He can't threaten nothing. He's got nothing on us right now. I mean, do we have to wait till we're blackmailed into bringing a mistake? Or
it helps.
Or should we take But if we take a preemptive strike, he's still going to blackmail us.
Yeah, right? Eventually he's going to leverage us into getting what he wants.
I hate that this is going to go into the playoffs like this. Right?
If Gilbert's smart, that's how he plays it.
That's right.
It's a week by week stake coming. Once we get a little tight, once we get a little closer.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't want to tell him how to do his business.
No. All right, there's your Gilbert segment right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Congratulations.
Right now, it's pro dunk. I'm pro dunk as opposed to against dunk. Okay, I'm pro dunk. Or is it pro as in professional dunk? I don't know. But I do know this. I am pro dunk for little kids that can't jump. And little kids that can't jump are discriminated against with a 10-foot goal. That's right. It's discrimination against little kids because they can't dunk on a 10-foot goal. Dad, we want the goal that you can raise and lower, and that's the pro dunk goal. That's the best goal in the history of goals. That's the one where you push a button, zzz, and the backboard goes up and down with a push of a button now. Well, back in the day, we used to have to crank it, okay, back in the old days. Not anymore. Now it's just a push of a button. Can they make it any easier for you? No, they can't. It's awesome. And the kids love it, Dad. Mom will love it because it's got the curb appeal. You'll love it because the kids are actually outside instead of on their TV while playing video games all day. I'm telling you, you're looking for the best goal. There's one place to go. ProDunk.com. That's ProDunk.com.
So every day I go to Underdog and I look in my lobby and I see what the bonuses are, or what the promos are rather, because I mean, it's a lot of fun to play the games while you're watching them and to play the cash pick'em challenge. And right now I'm just going to wait because they drop them at different times. I got the 20% profit boost on wide receivers for air raid, which is a lot of fun. All you have to do is find wide receivers to gain 50 plus yards. So I'm on Ross St. Brown. That's a yes. We're going to go with Jaden Reed. I'm going to say that's a yes. Swipe. Watson, no. Wicks, no. Laporta, no. Kraft, no. Drake London, I'm going to say no. Malik Neighbors, I'm going to say yes. And boom, we're in. That's that quick. I've got 3 entries right now. There's a 20% boost. If all 3 win, I win 2.6 times my original play. It is that simple. That's how easy it is. Profit boosters galore. They've got discounted statistics for different promos that they have. When you sign up using promo code Lance and you make your first deposit, they're actually going to give you up to $1,000 bonus cash and a free pick, which makes it easy. You got 1 in the books. So just pick a couple more and you're good to go. It's that simple with Underdog Fantasy. Promo codes give you more chances to win big money. You can win up to 1,000 times your original play. It's that simple. Play every day. Go to your own personal lobby and look for your promos right now. It's Underdog Fantasy. You must be older than 18 years old and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776, the number to hang out with us. Our last segment before News of the Weird. Del, we missed anything? We talked a little college basketball. We talked some college football. We started with the clowns,
So can you tell us what all we've
the Joker we started
today?
with, right? What else?
So it started off with Aziz Al-Shair saying, "You want me to be the villain? I'll be your villain." Middle finger emoji to the league. And yeah, he went all in. So we had that. We had discussions about was it a professional hit or just someone disgruntled over insurance company? We had an assassination in New York that we talked about. We had Gilbert saying he's starving, he needs food, he needs help. The help apparently just means steak and a picture of Colleen Wolfe. That was the help he needed and continues to needs. By the way, my Chili's closed. They closed my Chili's the other day, the one that's closest to my house. So y'all gotta pick up the slack here. We have talked a little bit about the Cougars. Did we do some Rocket talk earlier? I don't feel like we did any Rocket talk today.
Did a little.
Did we?
Got to play Golden State tonight. Golden State hasn't played very well. It's a preview of your NBA Cup game. So the question is, do the Rockets hold stuff back so they don't give away everything that they're going to run?
NBA Cup secrets?
Yeah, they don't give away everything they're going to run in the game that matters more.
Well, there's people who thought maybe Kirby Smart in Georgia would maybe cruise in because they had the Texas game and the Georgia Tech, that they wouldn't play as hard for Georgia Tech. And look what happened. They almost got beat. Georgia Tech got the cover.
So can we expect limited minutes for Fred tonight because you want him fresh for the game that matters? Yeah.
I say just keep playing basketball.
Well,
no.
You got to treat this like you're an international soccer manager. You got a big cup game.
Do they?
In a
they
couple
don't rest
days,
guys, do they?
They do.
Against
they
the
do.
Same team?
Yeah.
You do that?
They rest guys.
They rest guys?
Well, their rosters are
for FA Cup? For Caribou Cup?
You're Everton, so you guys got to play all your guys. You're not good enough to rest guys.
Yeah,
but if you're like Man City, you might not put your first squad out there.
Man City, why are you choosing literally the most elite squad you can?
Or Arsenal or whoever. You may not have your full top squad because you gotta play them in a cup game. So will we see more minutes for Jay Sean? Because Amen's got to be ready for the cup game against the Warriors.
Can you imagine? Honestly, though, I wouldn't mind a getaway game one time where I got to see Jay Sean and Reed play more. I actually wouldn't hate that idea. If I had one game where you rested your guys, if you went through a big stretch where you had you had guys playing a lot of minutes and there's not a lot of rest, I wouldn't mind that, John. If you had one game where Jay Sean picked up more minutes and Reed Shepherd and Jeff Green, and it wouldn't be as good for my viewing enjoyment, but maybe to help keep your team free. Yeah, it's probably not a popular thought. Most people don't say, I'd like to see more Jay Sean and Jeff Green.
Yeah.
Most people don't say that with their human mouths.
Most people don't want to win it. Don't want to win an NBA Cup, apparently.
Yeah, but apparently, if you want to win an NBA Cup, you need Jay Sean in there on that wall for you trying to eat up some minutes.
You got to be a minutes eater tonight.
Yeah, we got to keep the fellas rested.
We should just keep on going with the good players.
Well, that's because you don't understand how the regular season you have to balance that with your cup ties.
Gordon to Shepherd down low to Tate. Jay Sean fades over to Landale. Landale passes out to who's another guy who doesn't play?
Jeff Green.
Back out to Green. I'm looking for my fifth.
Oh,
over to Whitmore. He's back from the G-League from downtown. Cam Whitmore. Oh, yes.
No, that's not the lineup.
These guys don't play.
That ain't what we're looking for.
Really
we're looking to beat. I mean, the Warriors are down. We got to keep them down.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's.
They're not LA Laker down, but they're down.
Yeah, we just lost the game too. We ain't giving games away right now.
Go ahead and run your best stuff and see what happens. When the game matters more, and you're at home, and all of a sudden Steph Curry's calling out all your plays, you're talking about, let's run all our stuff and play. We've got to win. No,
shut up. Every team knows every team's plays.
I'm just doing what Adam Silver wants you to consider. He wants
Steph
you to
Curry's calling out. Two. Everybody. It's going to Jalen. Jalen's going to try to make a move on you guys.
And by the way, we didn't get deep enough. Yeah, I know. What's he going to do? Alpert's got the ball at the top of the key. Watch out for the back down, the turn and the spin.
It or he might shoot it. Watch it.
So we didn't get deep enough into goal. So you don't like the golden at bat. Golden at bat is going to be looked at with derision. But I honestly think that Rob Manfred should look at this like, I don't care what you baseball honks are doing. I'm literally trying to get people who watch I Show Speed and Kai Cenat back into my
golden
sport.
At bat is going to do that. Golden at bat.
Okay. If I ask my kids, would you like to see Yordan Alvarez would you like to see Espada be able to activate Yordan one time in any game? They go, yeah, it'd be awesome. You mean you could just bring it up anytime you wanted? Yeah, in a big spot. Oh my God. That would make baseball so much better. That's exactly what they would say.
Yeah.
And guess what? They're going to be here watching. Well, I mean, are you playing to a group that's never going to watch you anyway? That's the thing. Exactly. Are you trying to?
Now your
changes?
kids are flocking to the TV to make sure they
get your baseball golden at bats on. Hit the text group. Golden at bat happening now.
No. Those kids, if they don't like baseball now, they ain't liking baseball with a golden shot or whatever.
What?
No.
First, you take a shot
at
Justin Bieber's sister or wife, and now you're doing this.
Yeah, I'm sick. Listen, somebody said on Twitter yesterday, and I think they were dead on. I think Rob Manfred's just looking for clicks. That's all.
Yeah,
so
Rob
Manfred,
yes.
He's just trying to get people to talk about baseball.
But he also wants this golden at bat thing. And look, Sean and I, of course, had to dive deep because you guys don't do things like this. It can't just be, hey, Yordan, he's going to hit instead of Jake Myers. It has to be special. Just like the NBA Cup has courts, you should also go up there with an actual golden bat to signify the moment.
I like that.
Everyone, and it helps Louisville Slugger and all the other bat manufacturers.
We sell them, yeah. You
can sell the bats. You can have them up.
Does he put on a separate jersey, like a gold jersey?
You know what they should do? Like how in the playoff they have a different score bug. ESPN does that for the golden at bat. The score bug should change to a golden, so we know it's a big deal. So if you're just going by your television, not locked in, or you're at a sports bar, golden at bat time.
You remember?
And you've got a guy off the golden bat.
In the home run hitting contest, after the last ones were the gold ball. Remember that?
Yeah. Or 3-point shootout.
They had the gold ball, and then that one signified that it was worth 5 points for, I don't know, whatever it was in the home run derby.
Yeah.
Golden ball too.
Yeah.
With golden bat.
Yeah. We had the like the ABA red, white, and blue balls. Is the money ball on the rack and 3-point shootouts. What if you said, okay, you can't designate the player, but there will be 6 players on your roster that you can designate for a golden at bat, because you got 3 that are lesser hitters. You got 6. You don't get to choose your player, but you take a dice and you roll the dice. And 1 is Yordan, 2 is Bregman, 3 is, and you're like, Jeremy Pena.
Yeah, but what if, Maldonado is 6?
Yeah, you get like, no. No, he's one of the ones you designate your 6 best hitters. You're like, okay, Yiner's up. Like, we can't we can't get Yordan ever when we do golden at bat. Like, go up there where we don't know who. All right, we're doing golden at bat for Jake Myers. We don't know who it's going to be. You roll the dice and it's Yiner. Like, okay, that's fine. It's Yiner.
No,
but you have to put one. You put one in, and it's called a skunk or a whammy, and it's like, somebody on the bench is like,
what are we doing?
Wait
a minute.
I don't know.
We got a whammy. We're throwing dice to see.
Yeah, you got to have
hit.
one bomb in there. Like, so if you got 6, but you got one player that's called a skunk, and skunk or a whammy, and that's the one that you don't want hitting. That's the one that you don't want hitting. The other team gets to designate a skunk. Yes, the other team designates your skunk that's on your bench, and if you lose if you roll a dice that comes up
John?
3,
these are
great. All good ideas. And if you roll a 3 and your 3 is your skunk, and your skunk ends up being I don't know, just name a random
Jake Myers.
Well, yeah, I mean, or it could be Chaz. They could maybe say Chaz. Well, Chaz might be your skunk, but like Dubon might be in your top 6, honestly. But if you roll and you end up with a skunk, and you're like, damn it, we're Golding. I did it.
Cut it out.
Golding. I swear I didn't mean to do it. We're Golding that batting Chaz for Jake. Like, we could have just done this without all this.
Oh, but what if
nonsense.
The other team gets, if Jordan is up, they get to pick the hitter that instead of Jordan at the plate.
Yeah, what if we start making it harder to score runs? The Golding at bat is actually the other way. No, They call it the skunk killer or something like that, or the whammy, where every team gets to pop you with a whammy. You get to pop a whammy. One time in a series. You only get one time in a series you can pop a whammy.
Well, the Golden at bats every game. But yeah,
but not this one. Not the whammy where
up
you
with
say,
the bases loaded in the 5th inning.
Yeah.
Up, wah.
Yeah.
Here comes, I'll put in Jake.
Here comes the manager out there. They're calling for the whammy. So Jordan's going to go back. Whoa, this is tough for the Astros. Jake Myers is going to step to the plate, and this is not a good look for the Astros as they miss out on an opportunity. Bases loaded, 2 outs in the 8th inning. Oh, this was a tough one, but you knew they held the whammy for this. Yeah.
What a great whammy.
You know, Bill, they could have used the whammy in game 1. You remember in the 5th inning. But to save the whammy here was phenomenal. Just great timing, great execution by the Nationals to hang on to their whammy for game 3 when they really needed it most. I'm telling you, these are all things that would be.
Oh, kids would love it.
I mean, it's kind of like the NFL kickoff rule. It's got all kinds of random if you kick it here, it's 25. Here it's 30. Here it's 35. If you kick it in the target, then the target is going to be worth a 15-yarder. If you can land it perfectly in the bucket, then you get a point. Like, we need to do all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. No. We're not doing any of that.
My kids would watch a lot of the stuff that we've said. My kids would watch.
I think you tested out the first year with a simple thing. The bat. It has to be golden. It has to be a big production. It has to be an announcement in the ballpark, and obviously with the broadcast team.
Do they come out with the bat?
Treat it seriously.
With the bat in the
with music?
Well, I don't need.
Is it in a case where you do a grand unveiling of the bat? Because we're trying to play this game faster.
You know that the guy, whoever you choose, maybe you have to designate him before the game so you know who it's going to be, and then he walks out with their bat. Yes, you get like closer music. The Golden at Bat person has music different from his walk-up song. It can't be the same. Oh, you know what?
It's the Golden walk-up song.
But it has to be. I don't get Imagine Dragons to do it, and just like the Champions League has their intro song when the guys all line up, Golden at Bat song.
You have to line up, but we're trying to get through.
No, that's for Champions League. I'm just making an example. Champions League, instead of national anthems, they do their song. They say, "Hey, it's special."
Hey, is there a gold song? What's a song that has gold in it? Goldfinger.
No. But we're gonna have to come up with something
better for the kids.
There has to be, and it has to be reggaeton or something.
Well,
like
I'm
that.
sure there's a lot of rap with gold in it.
Well, they're going to have to get someone that's friendly enough that won't cause any issues. I mean, I'm sure they'll find someone.
Bad Bunny's going to do it.
Maybe Diddy could write something.
Not Diddy. Diddy's not going to be involved. You're not being serious.
Well, you know what? If you're going to play this game, John, come up with good ideas like whammies and skunks. Don't sit here and say Diddy's going to do something. That's not believable.
Come up with good ideas like whammies and skunks.
Yeah. Don't say, oh, Diddy's going to do something to you.
Yeah, no, Diddy can write it.
Okay, if you strike out, Diddy gets 5 minutes with you if you strike out. No, that's a terrible idea. Diddy shouldn't get 5 minutes with anybody. What are we doing? How do you like that?
That's a
How
rule.
tight you're going to choke up on the bat? Can you imagine that? Like, I just got to make contact. I just got to put this in play, man. I got to put this in play.
I thought Bunting was dead.
Another bunt. Looks like
everybody's up there bunting.
They'd rather give up the out than the butt. No, Dell, I shouldn't have said.
You know, Todd Callis isn't going to say that.
I know he's not going to. Well, they're giving it up. They'd rather give it up than give it up. Todd Callis would never do that.
Oh no, it's better to give than to receive. From Diddy. Anyway,
he's not going to be involved.
No, it's no, actually, wait, Diddy's out of this. We're doing a golden bat, and that's it. I think you're right. I think the golden bat and walkout
whammies?
music. Yeah, well, in year two, you bring the whammies.
Let's see how successful it is, and then we go on to other things.
Yeah,
we're going to Republic Boot Company now. Let's go to Republic Boot Company and let's get us. It's in the Heights. It's a great facility. It's a great place to have your company party there. It's a great place to bring family. Listen, you don't know what to get them? How about bring them over there to Republic Boot Company? Fridays are pretty cool because they got open bar and they got a band there Friday afternoons. It's a great place to be. Yeah, everybody, and what a festive atmosphere. It's holiday time. It's time for you to get over to Republic Boot Company, see what they're doing, and get this Christmas, make it a rodeo Christmas, Lance.
Yeah, make sure you do that. Chat's already saying they want custom Republic boots. Somebody in the chat saying, I want custom Republic boots. Yeah, well, go get your custom. Now, you're not going to get it right away because they're literally making a custom. You get to pick what type of skin that you have. You want rhinoceros skin, they can do that for you. It's fit perfectly to your foot. You can put whatever logos on there, whatever you want on there. There are people who are getting these custom boots, and they are keeping them as family heirlooms. So when you're looking for a boot that is going to last you, and then they can do any repairs for you, just bring them back in. This is the spot for you. The best pair of boots that you're going to wear is right there at Republic Boot Company in the Heights.
I got to admit it, yesterday was a Coors Light day. Today's probably going to be a Coors Light day, too. Played some golf and drank some Coors Lights. Okay. The other day, I was playing poker and drinking Coors Lights because, because poker and Coors Lights. But you feel better. I mean, a guy I was with was playing badly. He was drinking water. And at the turn, he grabs a beer. He says, and you know what? Every time a nice beer, a nice cold, clean, refreshing Coors Light, it's going to, relax you. You're going to be chill. And you're going to start to play better. I'm telling you, it loosens you up a little bit, and you'll really try it. Try it sometime. If you're playing golf and you're serious about your golf, can't be drinking any beer. Get out of here with that. Have yourself a nice, cold, clean, refreshing Coors Light while you're playing. All right, it's the only way to go. You're looking for the best way to enjoy whatever it is you're doing. I got it. I've already got that. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother. So Cheryl Hines, who's RFK's wife, apparently she's posted a video promoting her beauty products, and it features Robert Kennedy Jr. showering half naked in the background. Do you want any of her beauty products now?
News of the weird is that Cheryl Hines is married to RFK Jr. You just stopped right there. I knew that, but I didn't know it a year ago, and I was like, wait, Larry David's wife left him for RFK Jr.? And then I remembered, oh, that's just a TV show. It's not his real wife.
Yeah, she wasn't. She was married to him on the TV show.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I didn't know.
I thought she got with Ted Danson, and then I was like, wait,
yeah,
it's just TV.
Yeah, no. Now she's with Ted Danson and RFK.
Yeah.
Do you want to see the video of RFK showering?
No, but there's some fanboys who would.
Yeah, I guess there would.
Some of y'all pom-pom boys definitely want to see one of your guys doing it. I just try to watch offensive line tape.
That's what you're doing.
Yeah, that's what I do.
I like to watch Family Guy. Apparently, Cathay Pacific, a Hong Kong carrier, had to apologize because they were playing a Family Guy episode with the Tiananmen Square scene.
Oh, man. How did they get Family Guy on that?
I have no idea.
On that trip.
That is oops. Oh, you think Daryl Morey effed it up? What about you? What about Family Guy? Apparently, there's a new survey out. 69% of freshman class entering college are virgins. That is a huge. What are you doing in high school?
Dude,
hey, all of you going to high school right now.
Do you not know, John? They don't do that.
They don't
drink.
Stuff.
They don't drive. They don't get their license anymore.
What is wrong with you? You're just wasting your youth.
Yeah.
Not having relations.
Oh, it's
What's
a real
wrong?
thing. Yeah, it's a totally real thing. You think the population isn't going to spiral down, down, down? They don't do stuff. They don't drink. They don't have driver's license anymore. It's great. It's wild. It's weird.
I guess I'm supposed to be happy about that. But
they're saving. What about saving themselves, John?
Yeah,
I thought you wanted that.
Yeah, no, Jesus said that, but I know, but I was different than that. I did stuff different. You know?
Now, you can find more porn than ever in your entire life. More virgins. I feel like there's a correlation.
Wow. You think it's because of that? I would think that would make you want it more. I don't know.
No, you just...
I guess I don't need it. I got my porn.
Yeah. That's what I was saying, yeah.
Right. There's an Italian nun. She was arrested over links to the mafia. Do you feel like nuns should be the conduit between the gang and its associates in prison?
No, but that tracks. Who would expect a nun? That's a smart play by the mafia.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I feel bad. Maybe she was held at, or threatened and blackmailed into doing it.
You want us to come and smash your tomato plants in your garden at the nunnery? Then you're going to help us bring this olive oil into Giuseppe.
That's probably how it went.
The nuns have families too, though, that they can threaten. They have families.
Sister.
Not just their garden.
Do they say it is what it is to the sister when she goes, why? It is what it is, sister.
It is.
This is the business. I didn't choose it. What?
It is.
Come
what
on.
It is.
Do it. Do what you need to do.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Threatening a nun.
Yeah. We're done.
That's a move.
Dell and Sean are up next with their golden retriever
I don't know why
segment.
you pretend like you didn't get deeply involved in the golden at bat segment. We did it first because we're innovators, but you guys did it too.
No, we were doing whammies and
well, we were more simplistic. We
making
thought to
a
ourselves,
mockery of the game.
Simply a golden bat, a walk-up song, and a score bug that signifies golden bat stuff. That's all.
No, whammies are better.
You want whammies. That's too complicated. Too early.
No.
Lance is breaking stuff in there.
You roll a giant sponge dice out there. And it falls.
Now you're making a mockery of the game we love.
Oh, no, everybody's making a mockery. No, Rob Manfred's making a mockery
Greatest
of the game.
commish currently going. Better than Raj, better than Adam, better than that joke Don Garber in the MLS. I stand with Manfred.
Oh, yeah. You stand. I figured.
A lot of you guys,
on these shenanigans.
A lot of you nerds and weirdos are standing with the Z's. I'm standing with Manfred.
What would Gary Gaetti or Jeff Bagwell say about this kind of stuff?
If I cared about what old guys in baseball thought, I'd ask them.
Yeah. I got to ask Lance Berkman, and he'd be like disgusted. He'd give us his disgusted face.
Doesn't he got a small-time college to manage, or does he have that job anymore?
Yeah. We're done. I got to talk right now about Robin over at Houston Powder Coaters. Love what Robin does. And Houston Powder Coaters is awesome. Houston Powder Coaters, if you go see all their Google reviews, it's awesome. What people love about Houston Powder Coaters, free pickup and delivery. They'll pick up your patio furniture absolutely free. They will do all of that. And listen, they primp and they prime. There's a lot of stuff that goes into this, okay? It ain't just, here, we'll throw it in the oven and paint it. Nope. There's a lot of stuff that goes into this thing. And it is, it's going to come out, and it's going to come out perfect. What color do you want? You got hundreds to choose from. What is it that you want to get done? Car parts, boat parts, patio furniture, whatever it is. Houston Powder Coaters is here for you. You send a picture to Robin, and she will tell you whether or not she can save it. And you want to save it because that metal is better than any metal that they're using now to make patio furniture. So you want to keep that patio furniture. There's one place to go, Houston Powder Coaters, HoustonPowderCoaters.com. They're awesome. You'll love dealing with Robin, and you'll love dealing with how good they are at what they do. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here.
Welcome into the show, and we are now 4 days in to a discussion that I didn't think would last past 4 o'clock on Sunday. And can we all admit, whether we disagree with the suspension, and it being upheld, and whether it was dirty or not, that the two players in question aren't good enough for all this? Like if we think about it, all the thoughts, the words spent over Trevor Lawrence and Azeez Al-Shaair, a quarterback who has been, when he's healthy, a disappointment this year, and depending on how you feel, maybe a disappointment since he's been in the NFL, and the linebacker he's fine. I mean, he ain't Roquan. Like if Roquan Smith did it, I still think going past 1 day is too much, but I can't imagine a lesser accomplished player garnering this much attention for this long over something so mundane in football. And yet, we've got him comparing himself to Joaquin Phoenix's Joker, which tells you where we are in the conversation, that he wouldn't even reach back to Heath Ledger's Joker. If you're going to compare yourself to Joker, don't do it to the guy who just finished the musical. If we're going into the Jokers that may have made an impact, yes, I know this guy won an Academy Award, but he ain't my Joker. Joaquin Phoenix's Joker, what's his name in the movie?
Arthur Fleck.
Arthur Fleck isn't my Joker.
Mm.
Heath Ledger, R.I.P. My Joker. Hell, Barry Keoghan, the dude who wasn't really in the Batman, but kind of showed up in it. I take him over Arthur Fleck. I take him over.
Prove it on Sundays, Barry.
Barry didn't sing, so I'm taking him. I saw him in Saltburn. I know he's got the chops.
I know he's got a lot of stuff.
I think Barry can reach a depravity level that the Joker can reach. I don't question Barry Keoghan. I don't know if he's still with Sabrina Carpenter.
Yeah.
But for at least a summer and plus a couple months, he was with Sabrina Carpenter. So I guess kudos to you, sir. Although the whole he's got a new kid at home and he left him to tour with Sabrina Carpenter didn't exactly help the profile for, hey, do what you got to do. Pop stars are pop stars, right? But 4 days in. Oh, and by the way, I did skirt over the news. The suspension was upheld. People are finding ways to be upset with another offensive lineman from about 15 years ago. However, whenever Ramon Foster stopped playing, it probably is more recent than that. He's a guy who listened to the Azeez appeal and said, "Nah, we're good. Keep your 3 games," which is not surprising. So there it is. He'll be gone for the biggest stretch as far as what we looked at before the regular season started as the biggest stretch for the Texans. The short time frame between games, the opponents, the quarterbacks you have to face. He won't be there for that, which means more Neville Hewitt and maybe Christian Harris. I think the reporting is that he could be designated for return right after the bye. Does that mean he's going to play in the Miami game? I don't know, but we're inching closer to a potential Christian Harris return. So maybe he's ready to go, and that kind of smooths over the loss of not having your top linebacker, who is, as I said, he's fine. But if Fred Warner did it, I'd understand having this conversation. But it's like if I compare it to Houston athletes, if Jabari Smith punched a guy, if Jabari Smith punched Sabonis, would we be talking about it 4 days later? Would the debate shows be talking about it 4 days later?
I mean, if he punched him.
4 days later, a punch, they're talking about it still?
Maybe not 4 days. But that's NBA versus NFL. Or just the NFL, whatever's happening in the NFL is the biggest news in the world.
Yes, and the starting quarterback as opposed to Sabonis takes a
shot. That's the other thing. It has to be.
But I just tried to find
Zion.
I just tried to find a quarterback, a player that matches Lawrence. Sabonis is actually a better NBA player than Trevor Lawrence is an NFL player, but you got to do the math.
I was thinking Zion, where it's awesome in college, kind of disappointing as a pro, but not complete Zach Wilson bust.
Got it. Zion's not bad. Trevor Lawrence would say,
because he's famous. Say what you want about Trevor Lawrence. People, when you say Trevor Lawrence, people know who you're talking about.
They know who he is. There's a lot going on there that makes him very recognizable. But
a very mid moment turned into something involving the players, and in my eyes, the actual moment itself turned into something that we got to discuss
involving
on Thursday.
the AFC South.
Yeah,
that's the biggest upset.
Yeah, and
if this was Eagles Cowboys and it's the Aziz Al-Shaair of the Eagles,
you're going with the
yeah,
like Zach Bond.
Yeah, sure.
Or Nakobe Dean.
Yeah, I think
Nakobe Dean's got a higher profile.
He has a higher profile. I'm not sure if he's actually better.
That's why I went with Zach
Aziz,
Bond.
yeah.
Zach Bond is a reclamation project for the Eagles, and he's played really good for them this year.
Yeah, and he does that to Cooper Rush.
Cooper Rush. Give them Trey Lance. Trey Lance is in the game. At least there's more fame there. People may recognize Trey Lance's face. That's true. It's not been great. And Trey Lance was he in the 21 draft?
He was in the 21 draft. Yes.
Like Trevor was.
Yes.
Yeah, another bust. There it is. So it's official. You're not going to have your best linebacker for the next 3 games. Don't have to worry about it this Sunday. Texans are on a bye. Okay, so there's that. Sean disagrees with me. I think he is the Arthur Fleck because he is one of the worst jokers in media.
I would also say Arthur Fleck, no spoilers. Is he anybody's joker?
I can read between the lines there. I'm not watching the second Joker. I've said that because of the no. I shouldn't because you are just saying watch it because it's bad, which is fine. But I don't even want part of that bad. I don't want that part. I watch bad movies because they're fun. But if I got to listen to a bad movie that involves singing, no.
The singing is ridiculous.
I know. I predicted that before. Why am I watching a supervillain sing?
Is he a supervillain, or did he have villainy thrust upon him? That's actually from Wicked, but
another one I'm not watching.
Remixed.
Did you watch Wicked?
No, I just know the key line.
Okay. I'm a fan. I was a fan of Oz when I was a kid. Wizard of Oz.
I think that's my biggest issue with Wicked. Is that I'm not a Wizard of Oz head. That was a movie that I watched at my grandparents' house.
Well, I'm not a Wizard of Oz head either. But when the sub came in and he or she didn't want to teach, Wizard of Oz was one of the movies they chose, and it was on a lot.
Exactly. It's the same thing where I've probably seen it 10 times, but I'm not like, oh my God, I love that movie.
That movie is so long. Like the sub would come in and go, "Hey, we're gonna be watching this for the next couple of days."
Yeah, we're gonna combine periods here.
Or Monday we watch the first half.
Oh yeah.
Or maybe even the first third, and we'll watch another part because I'm here all week.
Weirdly, Gone with the Wind fell into that for us, which is sympathetic to Georgia slave owners. It's crazy. Those are the main
interesting choice.
Those are the main characters.
Yeah, we didn't get Gone with the Wind. I'm trying to think of. I know the line is Rosebud, but what's the movie?
Citizen Kane.
Citizen Kane. I think we got had that thrust upon us at one point.
Wow, artsy fartsy.
Well, my teacher was a fan of the arts.
Wow.
And I'm talking about my teacher, not even the sub. The teacher's like, we got 4 days left of school. We're gonna watch this. You guys have either learned everything or learned nothing. It doesn't matter. We're done here.
Your test grades are already in.
There's nothing we can do to help you here. So we're gonna watch Citizen Kane because I like that movie. So there it is.
That'd be me with Sicario.
Yeah. What are the kids watching now? Do they get to watch Sicario? Probably not. Too violent,
Probably not.
Too violent.
They're like little too much cartel talk.
Hey, you know that thing where the Punisher was about to kill Mary Poppins when she found out he was a plant? Yeah, I can't put that on television. I mean, can't put that in front of the kids.
Can't wheel in the TV?
No. We're going to watch John Barenthal nearly kill Emily Blunt after seducing her at a country bar. Oh, and look, there's the Get Out kid in there too. All the people.
Hey, we're watching that next week, kids.
The kids are like, the white people, not so bad, right? Teacher has a different take on the movie overall than everyone else who's seen it. So there we go. That's how we start the show here. Aziz out. Neville Hewitt, more snaps. Possibly Christian Harris with more snaps. And we will go from there. All right, we're just getting started here. We got plenty to get to. We're going to hear from the SMU coach, Rhett Lashley, who made a point and made a reference to about 4 years ago. He's not wrong about it, but it's about why should a team be punished for being good all season long. We talked about it as a distinct possibility yesterday about what would happen to SMU if they lose a game to Clemson. We are of the belief that it doesn't really matter what the score is. If they lose, Alabama's going to be in the playoff, and Clemson will take the ACC spot. The committee would tell you that's not the way they're going to operate. The game and how it goes will matter. I think it shouldn't matter. Once you make the title game and you have been ranked ahead of a team behind you who has no more games, it's over after that. But if you go by what the committee said when asked about that, they said no. The SMU Clemson game can affect SMU if they happen to lose. So we'll talk about and hear from Rhett Lashley when we come back. Anyone else want to get in on the conversation? You can, 713-780-3776. We will discuss how the Rockets are going to treat tonight's game, because I think, in the way this show goes and how it thinks, that the Rockets should not give away too many of their secrets against the Warriors, because what's more important, a random regular season game on a Thursday or NBA Cup action? More minutes for Jayshawn Tate? If Adam Silver wants to treat this like soccer, the soccer teams all the time in Europe, they will treat a regular season game, a normal league match, maybe less important if they've got a big cup game in a couple of days. Think about it, Ime. I know you still got thoughts about John Goble, but think about my suggestion.
Yeah.
We'll get to that as well. We're just getting started here. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Sean, you are a fan of a program that's going to play in 2 straight title games. Last year was the Big 12. This year is the SEC. In 2 different scenarios, because last year it was win or you're out. This year, you're in. It's just a question of where you will be depending on how the game goes.
Yeah, last year in the real playoffs, and then this year, the participation.
Yes,
the Gen Z playoffs.
Yes, Sean will die on the hill of, hey, we got in.
We got out of the mud.
We got in when it was 4 and when it was real, as opposed to what they're doing now. So, how are we approaching this game? You want to win. Maybe less games means you have a better shot at winning a national title.
Mm-hmm.
You would have been crushed if you lost last year. I don't know. Well, crushed may be strong for you, but it would have been disastrous if you would have lost because you wouldn't have made it.
God, especially that Oklahoma State team.
The Oklahoma State team that was not very good, at least as far
I would have been crushed this year because if we lost to that team.
Yeah, you still would have been bothered.
They brought everyone back and went 3-9.
Yeah, they were terrible this year. Their final game was a coronation for Travis Hunter and that Colorado team.
Mixtape for when they get drafted.
Yeah, all the highlights will be from that game as for what Shedeur and Travis Hunter did to Oklahoma State. So this speaks to people who push back against the 12. This is the prime example. Devastation last year. You lose this year, like, oh, that sucks. Now we're playing at home against whoever in the first round. So, but I'm projecting. How are we approaching this game? It's you're going to be locked in, gotta win it, or you know what? I'd love to beat Georgia because it's better for us, but I'll be fine either way.
So the second we lose, I'll be fine either way. But going into it, I want to win.
Yeah,
I want to win the SEC. I want to win the SEC
in your first year.
Kill me.
Yeah,
like look at this guy wants to win the SEC. What a jabroni. No, I want to, and I want to beat Georgia because it's a rematch of the only team that beat Texas this year. So there is a couple of different reasons why. Adele, this one means more.
Ooh, okay.
For me, it means more. It just means more.
Will you be chanting SEC in mockery or in adulation because you've won it? Which one will it be?
Mockery, like on Saturday where it's mockery.
Well, you did that day A&M certainly, but as a new champion of the conference, and I'm sure you got told, or whether it be seriously or jokingly, it's different here.
Yeah,
you're just not going to walk in and win.
Got told that last time they played Georgia, but they're not SEC ready.
Well, oh, you mean when you beat them?
No, when they lost to Georgia.
Well, you weren't Georgia ready that night.
Yeah,
you're clearly,
they beat all the other SEC
clearly
teams.
Not the good ones. But you're
A&M.
That's not the good ones. That's the
Kentucky.
Not the good ones.
Oh, tell Ole Miss that.
I would.
Arkansas. Tell Tennessee that.
I would.
All these jabroni.
Yeah, they lost to Florida too. Ole Miss, so they should be told they didn't.
Tennessee went to overtime.
Ole Miss had an ample opportunity to not have to be sending out notes apps resumes from Lane Kiffin.
Yeah.
But you lost to Kentucky and Florida.
Georgia's not ACC ready, from what I saw.
Well, they did beat up on Clemson, who could be the ACC champion.
Yeah. Georgia Tech, though, it's a grind. It's not just the one game, it's having to face them week in, week out.
That's right.
That's what's so hard about the ACC. I've always said that.
You just said that once, just now. The unsaid thing is Georgia's so solidified in their spot despite being one, and it's funny for me to say considering how a targeting call or non-targeting call affected the game, Miami and Cal, but they are one what appeared to be a very obvious targeting call that wasn't called away from having 3 losses, still playing in this game and fighting for their lives. Instead, they appear to be locked in no matter what.
Fighting for the 2 seed.
Yes. So we brought it up earlier today. I don't foresee a scenario where Georgia could not make it. But let's say the extreme happens. Let's say they go in there and Carson Beck is the Carson Beck he can be for an entire game. And they get beat by 4 touchdowns.
Yeah.
I know,
59-0. Let's go.
Okay, that's one, but
that's happened.
That's
before.
happened with Wisconsin and Ohio State. That's how Ohio State made the field. If it's a blowout and Georgia looks awful,
yeah.
Now,
hell yeah, keep talking.
It's great for you. Hey, turn off the lights in there.
Yeah.
Would the committee do anything but make them the final at large?
No, I think that's exactly what they do. They'd bump them down to Alabama range.
Yeah, and Alabama has the head-to-head, so they bump Alabama up. They would punish Georgia by making them start on the road, and that would be their punishment.
Yeah,
ignoring
and it would have to be like 42-3 or something. Like it would have to be crazy.
I think if they get dominated by 3 to 4 scores, they're going to have a road game. Whether they get close to, hey, we kept Georgia in because of the win over Tennessee, or whatever they have to use to keep them in. That's like if they get beat 49-0 or something like that, 49-7, something like that.
And I think, well, I don't want to speak for everyone. I think that I'm okay with the title game, this bonus game that, not all these teams, but a lot of these teams are playing. It not knocking them out of the extra loss that they would get knocking them out, but I'm okay with it reworking the seeding. I think that's fair that it changes the seeding arrangements for the playoff. Just like if you win, it changes the seeding arrangement for the playoff. Like I don't think that Georgia is like locked into the 7th seed if they lose. Like I don't think they should be.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
We've all watched Georgia play. They're not invulnerable.
Yeah.
So
none of these teams are.
None. So I would agree with that, obviously, and I wouldn't exclude a beatdown putting them in jeopardy. Now we know it won't happen, the SEC, all that stuff, but it should not be the case where
we know that won't happen.
I'm not saying they won't get beat down.
They won't. Yeah,
they won't be put in jeopardy with the beatdown. But that leads me to a team who very well knows that they're in jeopardy if they lose, no matter how the game goes. Rhett Lashley's the coach of SMU. He and his squad are going to know they have to approach the game a different way. There is not a lot of room for them. He knows it. I think we all know it. The committee won't come out they did come out and say it. But it's unfortunate that, yes, they don't play in the SEC, but they have looked better against their opponents, excluding the Duke win, than Georgia has against theirs. And yet, we know one team feels like a lock no matter what happens, and another team has some real concerns. Here's Rhett Lashley on his thoughts on that. And he suggested something that hadn't affected football since about 2020.
If the worst happens this year, do you think coaches will start to consider doing crazy things like not playing or benching players or doing things?
If our team all got COVID today and didn't play, we're in.
Wow.
We're in, right? We don't have another data point to drop us below anybody that's behind us.
Based on what happened in 2020, that's how it would go. Yeah.
I think if you open up that door, you're going to see a lot of people do a lot of crazy things. Yes. We're not going to. We're going to go play in Charlotte, and we're going to try to compete for our championship because that's the right thing to do. That's what competitors do. We value an opportunity to share the field with someone like Clemson, a fantastic team, and try to do something special. And so like I said, I'm going to choose to believe that on Sunday that the right thing will be done as well on the other end.
That's Rhett Lashley with Ari Washman and Andy Staples of On 3. That is the scenario we could be facing. And it's purely based on the helmet, the uniform, and who's waiting in the wings. They can't convince anyone who has watched this sport and how it's changed the last 20 years otherwise. SMU, new to the Power Four, could go win a title in their first year in a Power Four conference, or could lose after being the best team in the conference in the regular season, lose to Clemson, who is a 3-loss team, and then they will be scared to death for Sunday afternoon. And that's where we stand. They're the one team in danger who's playing on Saturday. As far as already in the field and could drop out of it and lose, obviously, the automatic bid and then lose their at-large. We'll see what the committee does. Kind of got a feeling what they will do if it goes the way of Clemson.
Yeah, and it's especially messed up because like right next to them in the rankings is Indiana, where you can use a lot of the arguments that the committee will probably use when they bump SMU out of there, where they go look at the strength of schedule, look at the ranked wins. The only time you played a good team, you lost with SMU. It's Clemson, and back in September, I think. Maybe it was early October against BYU. You can say the same thing with Indiana. The only time they played a good team, they lost by, 30 to Ohio State? But the difference is Indiana, just through tiebreakers, doesn't get to play in the Big Ten title game, and SMU does. And so SMU's job isn't finished, where Indiana has the very similar resume to SMU. We can think of them in the exact same way. They're right next to each other in the rankings, but SMU has to still earn their way in, where Indiana really doesn't have to.
The benefit of not making your title game is no worries. You're locked into a spot, and SMU has to go in there and win. And the reward is you get to bye. Yeah. And the punishment very well could be your season is over outside of, playing in some bowl game that no one cares about.
Get ready for the Pop-Tarts Bowl, SMU.
Yeah, which trust me,
it's electric.
The vibes of trying to figure out where your team might play after being in the playoff picture all year is not great. No one cares about it. Even they've made games at the end of the year more important, certainly.
Yeah.
But the feeling of trying to determine, hey, we're the third place team in this conference where we're playing. No one cares. They care less now than they did before. So
I've already forgotten all the tie-ins.
Yeah, the tie-ins have long
Outback Bowl. Missed me with that.
Yeah, with more opportunity, it also makes the games that don't provide those opportunities even less important. So there we are. The Gator
Bowl is that
the Gator Bowl used to be kind of fun. I mean, it certainly lost its appeal the last 15 years or so, but the Gator Bowl was a New Year's Day game. I'm not sure if it still is.
Yeah, that was always that 11 a.m. New Year's Day where you're like, how is anyone watching this game?
Yeah. I mean, if you're a kid on the West Coast like me, you're watching back in the time where you just put all the TVs in one room and just watch them. The Gator Bowl is one of the games you watch. Now I don't even know what time it is.
Really? You watched it started 8 in the morning Pacific.
What else? Oh, I'm a kid. What else do I have to do?
Sleep in.
Nah. No, the tradition was you wake up, watch the Rose Parade. And the only thing I cared about was you saw the two teams, not the teams, but the cheerleaders for the teams, like the bands. I would care about that. I don't care about the flowers or anything. I would watch that as a kid. And then it leads right into a game. The games start, you get your breakfast. There was waffles, the Eggo waffles in the morning, lead right into the games.
Ole Miss and Iowa, I'll see you at halftime.
Yeah,
that was me.
That's you because
I'll see you.
You're a Texas kid
at noon sharp. I'll see you there.
New Year's Day for a California kid who liked college football was you were pelted, bombarded all week with the Rose Parade preparations on every news station. So you're watching that because it was on every channel, and then you go to the games, and that's just how it played out every year.
I don't think I've even watched the Rose Parade.
I haven't watched the Rose Parade since I lived in California.
Yeah,
I don't care about that anymore. But it was a thing. California kids would know. All right, that's Red Lashley. He knows the deal. He knows it's unfair, and so do you. We'll come back with more Texan stuff eventually, but we'll get into what Chandler Rome said about the prospects for the Astros of re-signing Alex Bregman, as we kind of chronicled really since the offseason began. Prospects aren't great. Winter meetings are coming up here. Maybe we get some movement. The Astros still have not made a move of any significance. They're waiting on Bregman. He is waiting on better offers. We'll see how that plays out. We will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Only because Michael Carroll came in and said that's not my Joker either, and in reference to Azeez Al-Shaair putting up a picture of Arthur Fleck as opposed to the Heath Ledger's Joker. The Texans are very unserious. The players jumping in and going, "I stand with you," blah blah blah, whatever. This particular thing should not be taking up this much space, energy. I think this is bordering on Letterman jackets type stuff.
Ooh,
this is how unserious this is.
That's harsh words.
That's why I said them.
Wow.
Of course, this particular station will talk about it. All the other ones in town will talk about it. Partly because there's a bye, and partly because he is one of your starting backers. But the response from D'Amico Ryans blaming the Jags, and there was one of the Jags who was thrown out during the scuffle said, when asked about D'Amico, "I'm not even going to talk about that guy," pretty much dismissing D'Amico as a joke. We have Nick Caserio. We have the first lady and man of Texans football sitting there. It's very, hey, there are like 4 more games to go in this regular season. Can we cut this crap out? Can we actually focus on the toughest stretch of your year, and then you have to play a Titans team? Titans, right? Again, that embarrassed you?
Yeah. Titans the last game of the season.
I hope this ends today. No more, right? From anyone Texans football related? No more from any official accounts, personnel, none of it. We got
players.
They commented on the post, the social media post from Azeez. We should be done, right? You guys should be traveling to, CJ. Maybe you don't go back. Maybe you go back to California for a weekend. I'm trying to think of guys who might be in title games. Who do they have that might be in a Kamari Lassiter?
I was gonna say they have a bunch of Georgia guys.
Maybe
or they have a couple of Georgia guys.
Kamari Lassiter head on out to see the game. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you're famous enough for the broadcast to mention that you're there. Maybe we'll see you on the sideline with your former Bulldog teammates.
Maybe if you stand next to Jordan Davis or someone.
Maybe that should be the thing. No more of this. We're done, right?
Yeah.
We're not going to start off Monday with more comments from D'Amico Ryans, right? Or will he have to be? He'll be asked about the decision being upheld. Yes, definitely we're going to hear from him about that again.
Chris Boyd can go to the SEC title game, support Texas.
Of course, Chris Boyd, yeah. That's right. We should get back to football stuff, I think. The Texans should.
Oh, yeah.
I can't see that name. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776. Here's Julian. He gave us his thoughts on his former linebacker, Azeez Al-Shaair, yesterday. What's up, Julian?
What it is, Jive Turkeys. So I think y'all are right about it's getting too much attention. And I have a little bit of a theory. I think the Texans were supposed to be way better than what they were. And so these fans are releasing a little bit of their disappointment in this. They're trying to channel their disappointment into a different direction. Because let's face it, went from pick number 2, then had a really, really good year, showed a lot of promise, and I thought y'all were going to be really good too. Kind of came back down to earth a little bit, and it's just crazy to me that the fans are now acting like it's been years and years and years of success and now all of a sudden they can't understand how these things are happening because y'all are so good and y'all are supposed to be like champions. Like, can we just build up to that for a second and just take it down a notch? Y'all have a good day.
I do think the Bobby Slowick discourse is partly because of that. The expectations were one of great offense, can't be stopped, great quarterback. And since that has not been the case, there has been a reaction. You want to call it overreaction? Sure. A reaction to Bobby Slowick and some of the lack of production from the offense. And of course, when you can continue to pile on with the lack of points and lack of touchdowns in the second half of games. It's an easy thing to look into. The Texans always say lack of execution, which just sounds like it means our players aren't playing well enough and the plays are fine. That's what it sounds like for anyone who hears that over and over again. They won't come out and say it because now you're throwing the players under the bus. But what else could it mean other than the plays are right, we're doing our jobs here, the players need to get it together? That's what lack of execution means. Yes. A lot of this, overall, the reaction, not only just to the hit on Sunday, but the Texans has been, we were supposed to be better. We were using our accounts to tell everyone how good we would be. And now that we're not, it's kind of embarrassing to be backing a team that looks this way, right? If you started the year talking about how good this team was going to be, I don't operate where I get into arguments with rival fans. It's not what I do, but there are people who thrive on that. That's what they like to do. It's a little embarrassing talking about how great your team is, and they look like that. The Titans game was the tipping point.
Yeah. I think it also, maybe it's more for those type of people, they like cheerleader accounts on Twitter, for it to like, this is a good distraction agent. This is a good, like, look at this.
It's better than
the Texans are getting done wrong.
It's better than if the Jaguars got to stop. Mac Jones had a chance to lead a comeback. It's better than discussing all the flaws in your football team.
Yeah, this is it also plays into. I mean, I imagine the Houston Texans, Houston Astros fan overlap is, I don't know, like 85%, 75% of Texans fans also root for the Astros. So you can play into some of the leagues out to get us. The entire world's out to get
Houston over everything.
Yeah,
Houston against the world.
Everyone knows how much the nation hates the Houston Texans.
You mean the media darlings before the year started?
Yeah.
I
mean, they're the media darlings. This offseason, people barely knew the Texans existed.
Well, they were a joke.
They just never.
And if they
even when they're good, they never existed.
It's funny, before they had their couple playoff appearances early. I say early, but with Matt Schaub and Gary Kubiak, they were always next up. Like Tom Jackson at one point said something like, "Yes, I'm referencing that Tom Jackson way back."
Wow.
Chris Berman's partner. He said he thought the Texans were a Super Bowl team. Like in 2010, he was talking about what could be in 2011. They made the playoffs.
Yeah.
So
if Matt Schaub didn't get hurt,
yeah, who knows how that season would have gone?
Tom Jackson would have been right.
Yeah, that seemed likely. Although Gary Kubiak did win a Super Bowl with a, let's just say, less than at the top of his game, Peyton Manning and Brock Osweiler. So maybe, who knows?
Don't think so.
He also did have Von Miller on that team. That would help. Oh yeah,
JJ Watt.
So in that hypothetical or alternate history of the Texans, who knows if Matt Schaub stays healthy? But
also TJ Yates played better than Peyton Manning did that Super Bowl year. In the playoffs, TJ Yates played way better.
It's true. That was a defense running game deal for the Broncos that year. Okay, so I don't agree with Julian on much. I don't think he's wrong here. You gotta get your disappointment and with your own team out in positive ways, and attacking others because of how unfairly you've been treated is a way to go about it. Okay, we were going to get to the Bregman thing. We will get to that when we come back. I did want to say this. Ian Rappaport's reporting that a Texan is coming back for another year. Brevin Jordan, who hasn't played a down that you can remember this year, he is back with the Texans for another year. He tore his ACL in week 2 against the Bears, but he'll be back. Was he poised for a big year? That's certainly what Rappaport says in the caption, which sounds like maybe his agent asked him to write it that way. I'm not saying that's what happened. It just feels that way when guys like Brevin Jordan are getting the glazing
from Ian Rappaport.
From Ian Rappaport.
There's people that have Rappaport and Schefter alerts on their phone for when they tweet. They get a notification. Imagine being that person who lives in, like, whatever, Seattle, and you're like, oh, Ian Rappaport tweeted something. The Texans backup tight end who tore his ACL in week 2 is back for another year.
Isn't there a hierarchy to the news breakers on the networks like that?
This is Garofalo.
Isn't Rappaport at the top? I mean, Garofalo might say no. Pelissero might say no too. But shouldn't that be like given to someone else? Hey, Rappaport's like, I don't want.
That's not how it works. No, I think Woj would say that's not how it works. It's just big me.
I don't care what Woj has to say now.
Yeah. Well,
how are the bodies doing?
I think Rappaport's taking that saying. It's just big me. No, I don't. What do I need to give these scoops to Pelissero? Get it for yourself, Pelissero.
No, but big me means you are doing stadiums. You're not showing up at Warehouse Live.
No, he's doing it all. He's doing it all. How dare you?
Shout out to
Justin. Dare you demean Warehouse Live?
No, Warehouse Live is great, but Drake
hasn't performed there in a while. Yes.
Yeah, Kendrick Lamar is not going to be there. They're just levels. And if you're Rappaport, this is I use one of the places I used to go to that no longer exists. The Meridian. Meridian was back in the aughts and late teens or the early teens as far as 2000s are concerned. Meridian was a place where you go watch a small band. Rappaport, what are we doing? Hand that off. Why are you breaking news about Brevin Jordan? But he's back, everybody. If you were worried about the tight end depth for the Texans, Rappaport's letting you know. Brevin's back.
Yeah, right to your phone.
Get excited. All right, we will get to Bregman and Chandler Rome's thoughts on this Astros offseason when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Sean has his Astro hat on, but he's a realist. And I can say things, but I'm just the dopey radio guy who has opinions about the Golden at bat and what it would do for the game of baseball. You can agree or disagree. But I don't cover the team on a daily basis as far as being at the ballpark, talking to the guys, and having sources. Chandler Rome of The Athletic writes this. It's a giant article about the Astros' plans going into the winter meetings, but he's very clear about the financial situation when it comes to dead money, whether it be Jose Abreu or injured guys like McCullers and Javier, and even a guy like Montero, who certainly hasn't lived up to his contract. But here's the line that may confirm everything you know, or maybe remove hope as far as the possibility of Bregman coming back. Houston is still engaged with Bregman, but nothing in the franchise's past suggests it will meet his asking price. Little in its present suggests it can fulfill his biggest priority. So the past suggests they won't do it. Where they sit financially currently says they won't do it. And it feels like very believable, very reasonable, and the truth. They are in a spot where a player is trying to cash in. They are not an organization who pays players who are trying to cash in, no matter what they have meant in the past. He will be, it appears, the next guy to say, thank you, I appreciate it. And if I got to go get paid someplace where I'm never going to win, cool. And did you see where he was? He made an appearance at a game this week.
Yeah, it was tweeted out by the team.
The Suns apparently are in I don't know if you want to call it propaganda mode.
Yeah.
But they are trying to help out the Diamondbacks and go, hey, look, Bregman's at a game. He was at a Phoenix Suns game recently.
With his son.
Yes, with his son. So we know, or at least the rumor was, he had a house in Arizona. Maybe this confirms it, although Arizona is a place you go to and enjoy, even if you're just vacationing. But he might be a Phoenix resident. Does that mean he's going to be a Diamondback? No. But it's that time where all the teams get together and try to get something done. Putting Bregman on your social media, don't think it's going to matter much if the Diamondbacks ain't going to meet Boris's demands. But it's just one little thing to say, hey, we love you, Alex. We'd love to have you here. That's cool. But how many M's are you giving me?
Can we say that if Alex Bregman comes back to the Astros, it reflects poorly on Scott Boras? Scott Boras did not do his job.
We got to look at the
Bregman
numbers.
Is
the numbers matter. Like if the Astros do something out of line from what they've ever done, then maybe Scott Boras did what he had to do.
I'm assuming that the numbers will be in line for what an Astros deal, like 6 years, 100.
Yes, is Alex Bregman the guy that makes them leave or depart from what they've done?
So if he comes back to the Astros in Astros comfort, like traditional Astros comfort zone for one of these,
then Scott Boras didn't do his job.
Okay.
Or Alex Bregman isn't the player he thinks he is.
I'm gonna blame.
It's funnier to blame Boras. Yes, we don't want to take a shot at Alex Bregman, but come on, if whatever he's asking for may not be how the league values him, that could be the case, and partly that's being asked by Scott Boras too. Boras thinks he knows the number, and if he doesn't get it, if I'm Bregman, why'd you tell me this was possible? I'm just sitting here waiting.
I mean, that's what Boras does. He sits there and goes like, "This guy's going to make $400 million," and then it's Bryce Harper signs for his entire career for $300 million. It's like he always overshoots.
Yeah, it's part of why guys wait so long. The article also talks about if you're signing Bregman, you might want to be prepared to say goodbye to Fromber and Tucker. One or both, because the financial commitment to one means you can't keep either of the other two. I think the thought is Tucker's gone no matter what happens here, because he's going to ask for something out of what the Astros like to give.
Yeah.
Fromber, older player, Is he a guy the Astros are going to want to sign for a giant long-term deal?
That's another one where we're not there yet, but
No.
I wonder if his market could come back down to Astros comfort zone. I just wonder. I don't know.
I don't like the place we're in where I know that's real, and I agree with you, but the only way the Astros get a deal done with the foundation of their team is they can't get what they want in the open market. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just said I don't like it.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense as a way to like run this thing. It's like
don't overbid. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not gonna bend over backwards to re-sign guys just because, whatever.
But you would hope, and maybe stop hoping. Don't give me hope, as Clint Barton said. You would have hoped at some point that if they came back to you with an offer that you can get near or match and go, we love you, although there's no time for love in this game. Yeah. But you would think if you said, go find yourself a deal, bring it back to us, give us the right to match, you would have hoped at some point with someone that would have occurred. But it does not feel like that is how they operate. They're going to hear a number, and maybe Bregman is going to be, I would like to stay here. Let me bring a number back. And the Astros are going to be like, wow, congratulations to you, man. Good luck in Minnesota. I'm just throwing out a city.
Yeah.
Wherever it might be. That feels like how they respond. Good luck. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for the memories. See you in, 13 years when we do 20-year anniversary of the 2017 World Series.
And don't worry, we got a video in store for you when you come back to town. The first time. We got one for you. We got a tribute for you. Don't you worry.
This better be a long one.
Yeah, the Bregman one.
Not a lot of April and May in that tribute video.
How about we just go? He's a 2-time champion. We don't have to pick at everything in the video.
Hey, you're welcome, Astros. I'm trying to get.
You're helping the editing process.
Yeah. Hey, whoa. So we're only paying for 4 months of production, right? Because the first 2 were just.
Oh, that's how Boris is going to operate the first couple months. Where we're going to prorate it.
Yeah, we're just going to prorate it. April and May, your minimum wage.
You're getting Jake Myers money.
Yeah, later. Oh, okay, now we're talking.
Now you're a star.
June, July. Okay,
if only, right? And then Kyle Tucker. Hey,
I don't like this precedent. Kyle Tucker does not like this precedent.
Hey, Kyle, we're gonna pay you for April through September.
October. You're paying us, buddy. If you want to be in that lineup.
We gave you an advance, like you're an artist. We're gonna need some of that back.
We're signing him to a 360 deal.
Yeah. You got to pay some of that back. You got to recoup all that promo we did for you.
Yeah,
got you to number 1. We're gonna need some of that back. We didn't get the entire return that we were looking for.
Yeah, 360. Wow, I'm getting a 360 deal.
No, it's Kyle, not 10, not 360 over 10. No, that's not what you're getting. No. Hey, ask any artist who signed in from 1995 to 2014. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're going to be popping up in some Space City or Space Cowboys music videos. All right.
I can't wait for Kyle Tuck. I can't wait for 2025 Tucker's version.
Yeah,
where he has to redo a season to get his money.
You're going to have to do some guest verses for pop stars. All right.
Yeah, it's Kyle Tucker here. Get out to the Space Cowboys. I know I've never taken a swing here in the last 5 years, but get on out there to Space Cowboys baseball. He's got to make appearances. He's got to drive that train at some point too. Get up there. We got to turn that into a marketing event and a branding event for you. All right. Yes, the finances in baseball can be a little troublesome when you are the Astros. You know, a place where finances aren't going to be that way, Monument Chevrolet. You go to Monument Chevrolet and check them out at monumentchevrolet.com, and you're going to notice a couple of things. First, they're going to work with you when you go out there. They're not pushy. They're not friendly. And the price on the website is the same price you're going to get when you go out there. That's comforting to know that the price that got you excited to go get a new car or a pre-owned car is going to be the same when you walk into the dealership. No surprises, no up fees, no hidden fees, no up charges. They're all very upfront with what they do. So they've been in the community for 50 years, serving, making sure you get the best vehicle for you. And I say for you because that's important. They're going to work with you, and they're reducing prices because 50 years in the business means that's a special anniversary, and they have prices to match that across their inventory, whether you have good credit, fair credit, or bad credit. They're going to work with you to make sure you get the vehicle you want. They're offering second chance financing and even special rates for some vehicles. They want to be your go-to car dealer. They want you to be someone where you go there, you tell your friend to go there, you get your kids to go out there because you love the experience with Monument Chevrolet. And because they're a place that always has a great offer, the monthly offer right now is, at least for Monument Chevrolet, is 1.9% financing on a new 2024 Chevy Silverado crew cab. It's 1500 crew cab rally sport truck with a 5.3 liter engine. And if you like an electric vehicle, all new electric vehicles with 60% financing for 60 months for well-qualified buyers. So go out to the website or go on the website, monumentchevrolet.com, and then you can check them out in person, 3940 Pasadena Freeway off of Beltway 8 and 225. And like I told you, they're there for the community, and that means their salespeople are there too. So they love this. They have a salesperson of the week, and you're going to know that because they're probably going to have a belt on. That belt means they've done a good job. And I was talking to the guys out there last night. They texted me, and they told me the salesperson of the week today, or this week, is Isaiah. He's a fluent Spanish speaker, so if you'd rather do business in Spanish, they'll go out there. He'll talk to you. He'll get the job done for you. They work with everyone. Check them out at monumentchevrolet.com. Go out there, and remember, Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Jalen Green got brutally scratched in the eye on Tuesday. If you go by anyone who loves the Rockets, they have found the picture of Jalen Green being scratched in the eye. He did go see an eye doctor yesterday. He surprisingly has the recovery ability of Wolverine. He will not have an injury designation for tonight. So he's just fine. I know. Look how brutal that foul was that he suffered.
Worse than a Aziz hit.
Yeah. Why are we paying so much attention to what happened to Trevor Lawrence? What about what happened to Jalen Green's eye?
Jay Crowder, the Aziz Al-Shaair of the NBA.
It's not a bad comp, actually, to be honest with you.
Boss Man
99. Didn't he once get traded for like 5 second-round picks or something like that?
Yeah, like maybe not last year, 2 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe 2 to 3 years ago. That was the price for Jay Crowder. Now when he's on the Sacramento Kings, I'm like, oh, Jay Crowder.
Yeah. No idea.
Yeah. Now he's the tomato can in one of those wrestling shows that doesn't get the broadcast, the house shows. Now he's that guy scratching the star in the eye. Jalen Green will be available tonight in the Rockets game against the Warriors.
Throwing sand in the face.
Yeah, taunting the home crowd before eventually he loses.
Stinky City.
Yeah, and there's maybe a capacity of a quarter, so it's like light boost, like it's not even the loud ones. Yeah, so that's the Jay Crowder that I know now. He was involved in that incident, but Jalen Green's fine, so that's good to know.
That picture makes me uncomfortable.
It's not a great picture. The still pic of it does seem like Jay Crowder's trying to permanently harm Jalen Green.
It's like the first knuckle is like in his eyes. Like it is like a full he's like clawing him.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the type of defense that's recommended. Certainly not for someone's face, but
no,
we don't have to worry about that. Jalen Green has bigger concerns, and they're not real. They're just rumors, and they continue to pop up about how he is not off limits despite the extension he just signed. But Alperen Sengun is.
I was going to say, despite all the other young Rockets players being
off limits.
Like every 2 weeks I see Brian Windhorst, or I don't see it. I see it tweeted out that Brian Windhorst is reiterating that the Terror Twins are untouchable in the Rockets front office eyes.
Yeah, they're currently, I'm sure Cam Whitmore could be had, but there's currently, as far as the main contributors for the Rockets, one young player who executives believe could be moved.
Yeah.
And it's Jalen Green.
I have a hard time thinking that they're going to make a splash during the season.
I don't feel like it's going to happen.
I think you ride it out with this group. And then in the offseason, that's when we'll see something.
And it has a lot to do with something I guess, harped on throughout, that whoever you're trading for, are you really trading whatever you think the ceiling is for Jalen Green? I just use him because he's the one apparently who could get moved. Whatever you think the ceiling is, are you trading him plus more for some mid-30s player who, even if that player is a star and joins the team, are the remaining players ready to win a title? Like Fred VanVleet, obviously older player, Dylan Brooks, older player, but those two as your second and third best player ain't good enough to win a title. So let's say the Suns are done with Kevin Durant's ankles. He's going to be out for a little bit with another ankle.
Reevaluated in 10 days. Or so.
Yes. Let's say they're sick and tired of it, and they want out. Matt Ishbia, their owner, goes, you know what? I probably should have made that trade. Let's try to get out of it. So they are willing now to give the Rockets their alleged dream player. Is Kevin Durant often injured? Sengun, and I guess you throw Fred VanVleet along with the Terror Twins enough? Do you think that's a real title team this year, or do you think even if you think the composition could be one, do you think it's this year?
Yeah, I think we're almost to the point where it's fair to ask, like, are we sure that team is even better than this team as presently constituted? Like, I am a pretty big proponent of, when I watch the games, most of the time I'm like, if the Rockets just had like Colin Sexton or KCP starting at 2 guard instead of Jalen Green, like, I'm not sure how much worse they would be, if at all. Like, if they just had, league average shooting guard
Yeah.
insert league average shooting guard.
How much better would they be if they could expect night to night to have league average play from their shooting guard?
Like Austin Reeves?
We'll throw in the guy who had a great night last night. I know he's been a bit of a sticking point for people and a joke. Mostly he's a white American basketball player.
Yeah.
This version of Tyler Hero on this team as a now he'll be hunted. He'd be the only one anyone could hunt because all the other guys could play at least average defense. But a guy like that, who at this point in the season, he's played in a lot of big games, sometimes failing, sometimes succeeding. But we're talking about this year, 24 points per game, over 46% from the field, over 42% from three, right around there, through 20 games, having the best start to his career. Will that continue? Who knows? That's another guy who's had injury concerns. That's one thing you don't say about Jalen Green. He's available.
Would the Heat say no to Green for Hero?
Yes, they would.
Okay.
He was the guy they would only put in trades for like stars,
game, yeah.
And then the league would laugh at him, say he can't be the centerpiece. So that's how they felt about him, and maybe their feeling about him is coming to fruition this year. The biggest problem for Tyler Hero is it feels like he's been around a decade.
Yeah,
he's only 24 years old.
That is an issue.
So the assumption that he's never going to get better was always the case because he was pretty good young.
Yeah,
but he's 24.
I would have assumed that he was like my age, like 28.
You just assume.
Yeah,
he's been the Heat have been, whether they're making a deep run from an 8 seed, although he didn't play much part in that. He's been around forever playing in big games.
Yeah, I mean, in the bubble, he was balling out.
Yeah, but that was a 19-year-old rookie.
Yeah.
And the bubble was in 2020. So that's just another reason why you don't maybe give up on Jalen Green. He's younger than Tyler Hero, and who knows what he might be. So he's the name that'll continue to get brought up. I agree with Sean here. I don't really see a real option, and you're not trading Jalen Green because you need another wing to be your 8th guy plus a draft pick or whatever it might take.
Like that. Like on paper, that would make them better. Like in the cold calculus of whatever box score plus minus and EPN. Yes, that would make them better. But that's just you just don't turn in that chip for that.
Yes, he's not 30. If he was 30, you'd make the move. He's not 30. And as the extension says, you believe in him a little bit, not as much as you believe in Şengün. And the Rockets, great start to their year. They've got the Warriors tonight in a preview of the NBA Cup. Eric, I see you. You got a question for me? Or you want to ask me about Jalen Green? We'll talk about that when we come back. I don't really think the Rockets are going to rest guys and pretend like the Cup game matters more. But if Adam Silver wants his European soccer model to work and he wants it to be treated like something that brings more excitement to the regular season, like the FA Cup or the Carabao Cup less so than the Premier League as far as what they think is important. Hey, if you're a team like the Rockets, you would say, hey, we're gonna limit the minutes of our guys because we got Cup action coming up. We don't want to burn them out, but that's not going to happen. We know that's not going to happen. Rockets Warriors tonight. See if the Rockets can bounce back from their loss in Sacramento. Eric, you want to talk about Jalen Green? We'll get to you. Anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776. We will be back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Not really. Eric, you want to talk about Jalen Green? What's up?
Hey, Bill. I remember last year they were talking about trading Jalen Green to the Lakers for Anthony Davis. I think that would have made more sense last year, but the way they started this year, I don't think there's any question you don't trade Jalen Green. He's an up-and-coming star. That's like OKC trading some of their youngest stars. So I prefer he stayed in Houston. Also, what do you think about the new Captain America movie with all the rewrites? And have you heard they're going to make a Wolverine Hulk movie? I'll hang up and listen.
Okay. Sean, you
no local news anchor question?
I think he limits himself to about 3.
What a curveball. Okay. No, what were we going to?
Maybe you remember better than I do. Do you remember Anthony Davis, Jalen Green trade conversations?
Not here. Not on this show. But...
No, period. Did you see a rumor anywhere? Or
no, but I mean, maybe some show talked about it. I don't know. Basically, if you're on the Lakers, you're like being actively shopped at all times, including LeBron. And LeBron, it's more like he's shopping. But
yes,
like everyone on the Lakers has been photoshopped into different uniforms.
They're usually using their ancillary pieces because they think they can go get a star out of them.
Well,
not Anthony Davis for Jalen Green.
Also, the fun one that I thought of Anthony Davis for Joel Embiid. Just who says no? It's just a very funny one.
It is a funny one. Like we'll just trade them. No pick for anyone.
Yeah.
We're gonna trade these guys.
Maybe a
change
swap.
A change of scenery.
Yeah, just and then like which team would be like, no, F that.
A swap.
I think both teams would be like,
no.
Swap.
Which GM is going to acquiesce to trading their star big man and going, look, he's not as good as yours, so we're going to give you a swap?
Well, it's more of
I think the two players would refuse and go, you're not going to use a swap to determine who's better here. You're just going to trade us one for one.
It's more about trading like hey, listen, we know we have some problems with Joel Embiid. We don't want those problems with Anthony Davis. Or the Lakers being like, hey, I know we're not like 100% satisfied with Anthony Davis, but we don't want those problems. It's like both. It's actually almost like a romantic comedy where like the idea, or no, it's wife swap, actually.
Yes.
It's the idea of wife swap where if they did swap, you would take the one that you have less for granted. You would actually enjoy.
Love the one you're with.
Yeah. Okay. So what you do, you swap them in the off season. And then at the trade deadline, swap them back.
Gentlemen's agreement that if, like, this is not a no take back scenario.
No, it's a loan. It's a loan.
We're going to try this out. We're going to try this out.
Just
and
mix things up.
And if either one of us is dissatisfied,
we can swap back.
Yes.
Daryl Morey would definitely not keep his word.
He could not be believed at all. No.
If he was on the upper hand,
no.
if he had the upper hand, he would not keep his word.
Yes.
He would change his phone number immediately.
Joel Embiid has missed his customary 25 games in the first half of the season. Daryl Morey's not taking that back.
Not answering Rob Pelinka's calls.
Sorry, I don't know LA area codes. Rob Pelinka's using a Google Voice phone number to try to trick Daryl Morey.
Yeah. The next question was about Captain America.
There was one more. I remember that. I can't remember the other one.
Hulk Wolverine.
Hulk Wolverine. I did not see that. Is Henry Cavill playing Wolverine? Are they going once again against the whole Wolverine's supposed to be some 4'11" dude? I'm going to watch Captain America. The trailer is interesting to me because they are positioning it as like the spy thriller, which was what which Captain America movie?
Winter Soldier.
Winter Soldier was that. So if it has that vibe, I'm in. I think it's the way you have to do it when you have these grounded characters. Sure, he'll have the ability to fly with his with the suit, but since he doesn't have superpowers, although the Hulk will be in it, Red Hulk will be in it, I need something that grounds me in a world where I could see this guy succeeding. Because if he has to fight gods, And aliens, nah, not this Captain America. He ain't got no super serum.
Yeah.
He's got a cool suit.
Is he not your Captain America?
Even if I did believe that, I can't do that. I can't say that for the culture.
Okay.
I don't believe that, but I could not say that for the culture.
You can't make that the hashtag.
No,
you're using.
Not my Captain America.
It looks like this will be Ruffalo and Hugh Jackman. Just the rumor of this movie that might be in development.
So Smart Hulk and the Wolverine who said he was done until, hey, Deadpool wants to pay me what?
Yeah.
I'm back.
Hey, wouldn't be the first time.
Robert Downey Jr. He's not playing the same role, but they're paying him what? He'll come back. So, Eric, you asked me about comic book movies. I'm going to give them all a chance, except for Venom. I haven't watched Let There Be Carnage yet. So how can I watch? Actually, to be fair, I could watch The Last Dance without watching Let There Be Carnage. Right?
You shouldn't.
I shouldn't, but I could. But so I am open-minded to watching those.
Except Venom.
No, Venom is part of the open-minded.
You're open to watching.
I'm just not open to watching musicals with superheroes in them. Out. That's why Joker Folia Dude's not getting.
There is a dance number in
That's fine. I know.
Dance.
Well, they tell me that.
Yeah.
When the man's dance or the
title,
the symbiote's dancing with I forgot her character's name. You know it. You've seen all movies.
Yeah.
Yeah. He can't remember it though, but he knows it.
I know it's the Asian lady.
Yes, I forgot
which Asian.
I didn't want
name
to describe her as the Asian lady, so I just remember the nice shop owner he dances with. So Eric, I'll be in on those. I just didn't know Jalen Green was up for a trade with Anthony Davis. Also, I believe you might have conjured that one up yourself.
Also, huge upset that I thought for sure his question about Jalen Green was going to involve baby mamas.
Drea?
Yeah. I that's the scouting report I have on Eric.
Since you've asked, let me give you a hypothetical.
I didn't want to bring it up.
Well, I'm not. We're going to remove Jalen Green from the equation.
Okay, good.
We're going to insert Sean Mapes and whoever he thinks is his op.
Okay.
Let's say you're older than Jalen Green is, but you're not playing the Jalen Green role. You're playing the Tyrod Taylor role.
Okay. Okay.
You don't just go with me.
Okay, I will. I'm Tyrod Taylor.
You're Tyrod Taylor.
Got it.
And the girl you were with is a known assassin. She's a known assassin of radio producers.
Did those women
and
exist?
hosts? They don't, but that's why this is funnier. They don't. Trust me, I know they don't. Known assassin of radio producer / host, which both of us are. You, being the older producer, the more experienced one, says, let's just say, but say the same scenario. She lived in your home. For some reason, you're not always home.
Yeah. I go to LaBerge a lot.
She's in your LA home.
Okay. I was going to say, I go to Lake Charles a lot.
Oh, there it is. When let's say she's your Lake Charles girl.
The LA, but little A.
Yeah. You're Louisiana. She's your Lake Charles girl, your LC girl. You put her up in a hotel. Give her a home for the scenario.
Yeah.
She gets home.
Sure.
When you're in Houston. Or an apartment. Apartment's better. Make it as realistic as possible. But there's a local younger producer in town that's on the come up that's got real potential to rise. Dan Patrick is looking at him. Dan Le Batard is looking at him. He has a chance to shoot up the charts and be one of those guys who becomes a national producer and have a name.
Okay, AJ. Yeah, got it.
Fine, whatever.
Just for the age to work.
That's fine. Fine. I mean, there's some concern there, but fine. You find out after saying, you can stay in my apartment, my LC apartment, that she's now involved with, I don't want to use AJ. She's now involved with that hotshot producer and is going to have a kid. You had agreed to let her stay. In fact, you agreed to let her kind of become the owner of that, or at least be the name on the lease. Now you're like, what? You're having a baby with this guy? Would you throw her out like Tyrod Taylor wants to throw her out?
Yes. 100%. What are you talking about?
But you had a handshake agreement, a verbal agreement that she could stay. You understand that things don't always work out, but
we could be adults.
She's She has put time into that place. She's made the house a home or the apartment a home. She wants to stay there. It's in a great spot. She likes the place. You find out that a new hotshot producer and her are together, and not just together, are building a family. You're throwing her out. You're being Tyrod Taylor and throwing her out.
Yes.
All right.
Does he have any children?
I don't know. I don't think he has any with her. I'm not sure he has any children.
Okay.
Period.
I was just trying to be
how comparable are you to Tyrod Taylor?
Hmm?
You're trying to figure out how comparable you are to Tyrod Taylor. Does he have any kids because I don't have any.
Yeah.
But does he?
I was working under that assumption.
Got
it. If they were co-parenting, maybe that's different. But I don't think so.
No.
So.
And I would tell you that how you responded is how every man I've seen talk about this has responded. Get out.
Just waiting for you to stop talking so I can say no. Yeah.
I was trying to lay out the entire scenario and see if there's any way you would say yes. And the answer is no, just like everyone, including myself. What? I don't care what we agreed to. You found someone who's up.
I feel like we also agreed to you not having kids with someone else. But I don't know. Maybe we didn't agree to that.
Either way, you're not alone, Tyrod Taylor. We're at the eviction status now. Someone at the house was served, but she wasn't there at the time. So that is where we stand. We will see how that proceeds. But more importantly for the Rockets, Jalen Green healthy and should be available tonight, despite the vicious attack by Jay Crowder.
He might be the only guy who's playing in this, or not the only guy, but the Warriors are sitting, or they're not sitting them, but Draymond Green is going to be out for the Warriors, and so is Steph Curry.
See?
And Andrew Wiggins is questionable.
The morning show was like, no, you can't sit guys with NBA Cup action coming up. Look at the Warriors. Yes, we can.
Yeah, Steph Curry, this is from Jonathan Fagan, although I think it's like officially on the injury report, but I'm just seeing Jonathan Fagan tweet about Steph Curry in a knee injury management, Draymond Green left calf tightness,
and
then Andrew Wiggins right ankle. Eason is out. Tari Eason's out for the Rockets, and Van Vliet is questionable.
So maybe we do get some gamesmanship with NBA Cup actions next week in the quarterfinals.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I would expect Van Vliet not to play.
Yeah. All right, Jerry, I see you. You got some questions about the Cup, as I like to call it, and the Rockets. We'll get to you. Hold to the break. We'll get to you. And anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776. But first, I want to talk about MyBookie. Maybe you want to put some money down on the Rockets tonight, or maybe you want to take the Warriors. That's the beauty of MyBookie. You got choices. MyBookie.ag is the website, and today is Risk-Free Thursday. And what does that mean? You bet without risk. So no matter what side you're on, if you lose, it doesn't come back to haunt you. You get to keep on betting without any worries. That's why today it's great. And of course, they got other things in store. We got a good Monday night game to take a look at. Lions and Packers, very nice game. Jared Goff, Jordan Love. How many yards are they going to pass for? You can place your bets there too. So whether you want to bet on the NFL tonight, the Rockets tonight, or college basketball, all there for you. Go to mybookie.ag to check it out. And once you go there, you won't just see sports betting. You will also see the live casino option. So you like cards? They're there for you too. And last week, we had Anytime Touchdown with Devon Achane with their risk-free betting bet boost. That can happen tonight. Pick whether you like Jahmyr Gibbs or David Montgomery. You want to put some money down and get that boost? That's there for you. MyBookie.ag is the website you should choose when you have sports betting on the mind. Remember, you can bet on anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
All right, let's get to Jerry. Jerry, you got a question about the Rockets and the NBA Cup. What's up?
Hey guys, it's more of just a thought and then a question to end it. One, I think I'm a fan of the NBA Cup. I think it's a cool idea, but I think it's too early in the season. My thoughts, especially with it being football season, I feel like those NBA Cup games will get more of a traction of the people if those games are played, let's say February, and then by that time you'll know the 10 to 12 teams that are just not going anywhere. You have just keep playing in the season, give them something to play for. I just think this NBA Cup is too early. And then my question, if we're not doing nothing with Cam Whitmore, can we just trade him straight up? Just look for a guy that can be a very good 3-and-D role player. And my idea would be just call the Pelicans and ask for Herbert Jones. Thank you, guys.
I would tell you that the Pelicans would say, what are you asking? What are you saying? You don't even play that guy. And you want us to give up Herb Jones for him? I won't say they'd laugh you off the phone because, Jerry, you're probably a very nice guy. So maybe they like you. But they would say, Jerry, be effing for real.
Yeah, we got to keep his 6.8 points and 2.5. No, I also think that deal wouldn't happen, but it is funny when you pull up his stats.
Yeah, he's not. He's a defender by trade.
He's only played 4 games this year, so
yeah,
he's definitely
leave him alone, Sean.
Day to day with the shoulder. Oh, okay, so that's why he can't make shots.
It wouldn't happen. I don't know.
18% from 3.
Well, he's never been a great shooter. That's not his calling card. But like you said, shoulder injury. Excuse me.
Yeah.
So while obviously getting I guess the terror triplets is what you're looking for would be great. You're not going to be able to do it by dangling Cam Whitmore.
Yeah, and I actually think 3-and-D is like the one spot the Rockets don't need. The 3-and-D wing.
And 3
like
would
the only team in the league that doesn't need that.
And 3-and-D says you make threes.
Yeah, well,
so not going to happen.
Yeah.
He also asked about the NBA Cup. Okay, the NBA Cup, I don't think the timing of it matters that much because I don't think football fans in February all of a sudden going to care that much about what a lot of people believe it's just some made-up tournament that doesn't mean much. NBA people are going to care because it means basketball, and from what we can tell so far through the first season plus of it, the games have meant more to people. You watch guys, even in blowouts, because the point differential continue to shoot shots and to not be a thing because everyone understands that point differential matters. I don't think anything's going to enhance the importance of it for some people unless it's around for like 30 years. Like history is going to mean something. It's not even like, someone won a title. Like the first couple of years, that's not going to matter. But every year we know this is going to be a thing. Yeah. I think that'll matter more to people, and it'll become less of a joke. How we make fun of it a little bit as far as resting guys and stuff like that. But if it became a thing where every year we knew that it's NBA Cup time, and if we got great moments out of it, but to your point about you'll know who the good teams and the bad teams are. Like if a bad team made a run.
Yeah.
If for whatever reason the Hornets put it all together in NBA Cup games and made their way to the finals, that would add some spice. Like the Lakers winning it last year, no one cared. Like they played the Pacers, no one cares about that.
I mean, that is kind of an example of a bad team winning this thing.
Well, yeah.
Or it's 7. What? They're the 7th seed.
But the Lakers are no lovable bad team.
I know.
You get it. Yeah, we're all going back and forth on something we both understand. So I think you would need a moment where a team people like, who isn't good, somehow puts together and makes a run to the final. You need a Cinderella. You get a Cinderella to win something, particularly for a franchise who never wins anything. I think that would add some juice.
Yeah, I think that I think that's right. Where it's a team that has to, because we all made fun of the Lakers for putting up a in-season tournament banner because they have 16 NBA championships. But if the Pacers put up the banner, like, we'd also make fun of them, but at least you'd be like, well, this is the only thing they've ever won. I like it early in the season because you might get like a team that's bad that goes on a run, or a team that doesn't know it's bad yet go on a run. Even like the Pelicans made the West Finals in the NBA Cup last year, and the Pelicans like weren't that good. So I think that there's a lot of benefit for being early. Also, the bad teams don't go in full tank mode really until about All-Star break, trade deadline, when they trade some pieces off. So you can't really put it too late, because you have the bad teams punting on the season, and the good teams are shifting their focus completely really to the playoffs. You will have some
in health management.
Yeah, you'll have some like the standings actually matter kind of matchups, but for the most part, like, you're focused on the bigger prize. So I think like January is kind of the latest you can put this thing, and that doesn't solve the avoiding football thing, which I don't even like.
I wouldn't even treat it as a concern, really.
No, I mean, because you're right. Like, this is kind of my gripe with a lot of what we see going on, where it's like, well, you have to avoid the NFL. It's like, I don't know. I don't know if you have to avoid the NFL. Like, people are just going to watch the NFL.
Yeah.
Like, that's not excuse. Like, college football, like, had one, I think they only had one Thanksgiving game and a handful of Black Friday games. And only one night Black Friday game at the same time as the football game, or late afternoon at the same time as the
I don't
Chiefs Raiders. It's like, I don't think that you need to avoid a Chiefs Raiders game if it's going to be a Washington Oregon game. Like, I don't think you need to avoid it.
No, I really don't think people are making the decision. Well, I got the NBA on Saturday night to watch, or an NFL game that's going to be put on Saturday night to watch, so I can't watch NBA Cup action on Fridays or Tuesdays. And the games don't generally coincide with each other anyway.
Yeah.
So there's that too. I do need to do this. Speaking of the NFL, we did not do it this morning because the show went off the rails, surprisingly. So we're going to do this now. We are going to pick a contestant for Beat the Warehouse Live Guy right now. Caller 5 gets to play Justin tomorrow. You got to be ready at 9:30. Ready at 9:30 tomorrow morning. And the deal is, you got to have at least 5 games to go against Justin. Could be over-under. Could be the line. I would say maybe have more than 5, because if Justin takes your game, he gets precedent. It's his game. So maybe come with 6 or 7 options. Beat the Warehouse Live Guy. Your first and last to the intern, phone number, email, get you all squared away. You have to be ready tomorrow at 9:30. We'll get you squared away to play Justin with a chance to win a limo ride, as long as you're generally in the area. We had a contestant from Beaumont, and Justin said, I'm not giving you a ride. You'll get the tickets if you beat me, but you're not getting a ride. So,
I like that.
So be in the area, at least, if you want the ride. But no matter where you are, you'll get those tickets. Likely be a Rockets game, but we'll see. So it looks like we've got someone for that. And we'll have you ready to go tomorrow at 9:30. Okay, we got one more segment to go here. But before we do, Sean wants to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks. We've been talking a lot of Rockets recently. A lot of NBA Cup talk. This is not an NBA Cup Cup night for the Rockets, but they are playing the team they will be playing in the quarterfinals of the Cup, and there are going to be a lot of people out, like we mentioned. Andrew Wiggins questionable, Draymond and Steph out for the Warriors. So maybe you like a little Şengün action, because Fred VanVleet's also going to be questionable. Maybe you like Jalen Green, have the ball in his hands a little bit more. You know, the shots are going to go up. Maybe you think that they're going to go in tonight. You can take them more on his points. And of course, they got Thursday Night Football. They have college basketball. They have hockey. They have whatever you're into is on Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And what you're going to do, you go to your app store. You download Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game.
The Del Olaleye Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
The cover-up is always worse than the crime. There needs to be an investigation of the investigation in Austin, where no Texas fans will be punished for their egregious acts during the Texas-Georgia game, where fans threw debris onto the field after a controversial no call that turned into an actual call. Was that the what it was? It was going to be a Georgia interception, but
no, it was going to be a Texas interception.
It was going, but they called it pass interference and then took it away. Is that how that worked? Don't remember.
Yes.
And we point to Texas fans being so upset that they had to throw their Evians and other brands onto the field.
Dasani.
Oh, is that what it is? That's what you guys sell there?
Pretty sure it's Dasani.
Whatever it might be, those water bottles had an impact, but not to the point where Texas is going to punish anyone for doing it. Couldn't identify anyone. Austin, huh?
I don't know.
Isn't that a tech place?
I don't know.
Isn't Austin known to be a tech place?
So you're on the side of living in a police state?
I'm on the side of
surveillance everywhere.
I'm on the side of actions have consequences.
Mm.
And I'm
watch Enemy of the State and you're like, yeah, let's go state.
I was like, Will Smith.
Get him.
I was on Gene Hackman's side in that.
Yeah,
one.
you're
Lisa Bonet was a troublemaker. I would say this, that I am not on the side of the deep state. I'm not on the side of monitoring your citizens. But since it's already being done, people need to be punished for what they did. I'm not like, if it wasn't being done, cool. But since I know you're doing it, punish the people who committed those awful acts of throwing water bottles on the field. What are we doing? Now you're just giving everyone, I'm just reciting the arguments that everyone used the last time. Now you're just giving everyone free run to use debris to voice their displeasure and get a call overturned. What are we doing, Texas? No one can be identified, huh?
Didn't see anything, officer.
Yeah.
Didn't see anything.
Sure. No one saw anything. Well, credit to the Texas people if they did interview people. No snitching. Credit to them for that. But
10 toes down.
That's right. But as far as the cameras,
that kid with the big hair, 10 toes down.
Didn't see. I don't know what you're talking about.
My hair was in the way.
He goes, was I at that game?
I don't think I was.
I don't think I was at that game, officer.
I have an alibi. I was at the library.
Yeah, you know how many guys look like me walking around that campus, and you saying it's me? So they got the fine of $250K, but that's where it ends. No individuals. The mob. That's the thing. You do it in a mob, everyone gets away with it. Not a great example being set at that school. A bastion of education. UT at Austin. Just do whatever the hell you want.
Hey, no face, no case. All right.
No. Well, let's say that of no body too, right? So good for you guys. Once again, privilege personified.
Privilege.
All those kids are like, we went there because we're privileged. Why would it stop once we go there and go to a game?
We can spend $200 to go to this game.
Yeah, the privilege is being able to spend it and not have to worry about it. So there you go. They got that harsh rebuke from the SEC, but Texas, you know what? We kind of like what the guys did. We kind of like what our fans did. We appreciated it.
Salute.
Exactly. So there it is. If you were worried and hoping that someone would be held to account for this,
that some 19-year-old would be in
that's
trouble.
Right. Someone who has probably said to you when you maybe bumped into them or had an argument about the teams that you root for, I'm going to be your boss in 10 years anyway.
Hey, don't do that.
If you wanted one of those people to be punished, sorry, not going to happen.
Hey.
Sorry. They'll still be your boss and unpunished.
Only some of the people.
Yeah, some of them will
only
be
the business school.
Well, to be fair, some of them will be working for other students because they went to Texas and we just hired Texas people.
Yeah.
That'll happen too.
The system works.
Sean Mapes, a product of that system. See how it's worked.
I'll be your boss one day.
It's very likely. We're done for the day, not because of the Texas thing, just how my life will go. We are done for the day. Gallant George up next followed by the Killer Bees. So since we're done, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
I play better when you hit me, 52. I like it. I'm kind of messed up.
Well, yeah, he is kind of messed up. Anyone want to take a guess on who said that? Anyone? Anyone? Joe?
Sean?
Ramon Foster.
No, it wasn't Ramon Foster, the guy who heard Azeez Al-Shaair's appeal of his 3-game suspension. Sean?
John Runyon?
It wasn't John Runyon.
Good guess.
Sent out a letter that had a bit of a character assassination in it on Azeez Al-Shaair. No, ladies and gentlemen, that was Trevor Lawrence on NFL Films back in 2022.
So he likes to get hit. So what's the problem? What's the issue?
Azeez Al-Shaair gave him what he wanted.
Yes. You reap what you sow. Like, he said he likes to get hit.
Some people are into pain. You know?
Yeah, it's not for me, but like there's people like that.
Right.
You know?
Some people really like that.
Yeah.
It arouses them. And now I'm not saying Trevor Lawrence is aroused by getting hit.
He sounded pretty excited, Paul.
But he's pretty messed up because he likes getting hit. And Azeez Al-Shaair is still going to be suspended for 3 games, arguably the 3 most important games of the year for the Houston Texans. Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George on Azeez Al-Shaair 97.5 and 92.5. We have rebranded the station. This is all we talk about now. This is all we talk about. It is the Azeez Al-Shaair radio station of the market, in a market that is talking a lot about Azeez Al-Shaair.
Yeah, I mean, I think that makes sense.
I don't think we could get enough Azeez Al-Shaair talk, to be perfectly honest. So let's take you through what happened yesterday from Azeez Al-Shaair after his 3-game suspension was upheld. Azeez took to Instagram. He posted a couple of pictures on Instagram with some music in the background. Guys, does the music selection of TV Off by Kendrick Lamar featuring old Lefty Gunplay, does that mean anything? Is that a subliminal message like Deshaun Watson?
It probably is. Not familiar with how it would be though.
Okay. Anyway, that music's in the background of this post. Maybe I'll read some lyrics in a moment so we can try to figure out what's up. There's a picture of him coming out of the tunnel. There's a picture of him wearing his Free Palestine cleats. There's a picture of him, just kidding, a picture of Joaquin Phoenix as the Joker in Joker 1 and Joker 2. And then a caption that reads, "There is a beauty in being rejected, misunderstood, unseen, and unprotected by people. It teaches you to rely on Allah for everything." Azeez Al-Shaair posted all 4 of these pictures with the caption, "If you want me to be your villain, I'll be your villain. Middle finger emoji. See you soon."
I'll be honest. I laughed the first time I saw it, and I was like, probably not the best move. Not that it really matters, honestly. Like his suspension's not going to get reversed again. They're not going to add games to it, so probably not. For what people think of you, but he clearly doesn't care. He's going to be like the Joker when he kills the guy at the end of the first movie.
It's a great question. I don't understand posting the Joker at all because
TV off. That's what they turned the television off after he shot the guy.
Oh, okay. I guess because again, he posted the lyrics to a song, and yes, on Azeez Al-Shaair 97.5 and 92.5. Guess what? We're going to investigate these lyrics by old Kendrick Lamar. Maybe this is what Azeez Al-Shaair is talking about here. "I'll make them fellas mad. Yeah, somebody got to do it. I'll take the G-Pass. Bleep. Watch a fella do it. Huh, we survived outside. All from the music. Fella? What?" He didn't say fella.
He doesn't say fella?
Kendrick Lamar doesn't say fella. He says another word, but I can't say that.
Gotcha. You say fella. I think that's
I'll make them crackers mad. Yeah, somebody got to do it. "It's the Alpha and Omega. B word. Welcome home. This is not a song. This is a revelation. How to get a cracker gone." Can I say that?
Yeah, you are one.
I'm just trying to be cool.
You are one, so I think you're allowed to
Hey, I have never been a saltine and or cracked a whip in my life, okay? But there you go, guys. That's the latest on Azeez Al-Shaair. It seems a lot of his teammates support him. Eric Armstead, who is a defensive lineman for the Jacksonville Jaguars, but also played with him in San Francisco, liked this post that he made
as did many other Texans current and Texans of old. Kareem Jackson commented, F him.
Probably not the person you want on your side in this situation, but yeah.
Well, I mean, Kareem Jackson is the person I would point to and say, hey, this guy got fined 4 times at the beginning of 2023. You gave him a 4-game suspension. He appealed it, and he got a 2-game suspension. Only to literally a game after coming back from that 2-game suspension, get suspended 4 more games for a play that was not penalized and he was not ejected for.
And I think that goes back to the Nick Caserio comments. Like when you talk about consistency, the Kareem Jackson last season is the perfect example. We don't have to use John Runyon as an example, or Ramon Foster, who has his own issues. Apparently, I saw that floating around online, some dirty plays that he's had. Like
no, it's hilarious.
Kareem Jackson is the one that, like, you look at last season, you say, okay, he went fine, 4-game, dropped to 2, then 4-game suspension. That would have been the logical procession for all of this with Azeez. I do believe he's been fined at least once this year. I think he was fined for the punching of Roschon Johnson in the Bears game, but I think that's it. At least for like an unsportsmanlike play or anything in this game. He hasn't really got any penalties this year either. So it never made sense to me. I thought they were going to drop it to 2 games. I was surprised.
It was never going to happen. They were never going to do it. The NFL is stubborn. And since popular opinion said that he needed to be suspended, they stuck with popular opinion. They've done this before multiple times. I will point to the Tom Brady 4-game suspension as prime example of they did not even have conclusive evidence that he deflated these footballs. It was more probable than not. And after the appeal was successful at first, it was unsuccessful a year plus later, entirely because the NFL was jealous of the Patriots. That's what it was. It was that. And, Jeff Luhnow's out of baseball. Why? Because people were mad at the Astros and didn't want the Astros to have Jeff Luhnow anymore. Like, sometimes these things happen, even if you couldn't really 100% link Jeff Luhnow to all of the things that happened with the Astros. This is why I'm constantly in a bleep the bosses, bleep the man kind of state as a sports fan, even if Azeez Al-Shaair, what he did was the definition of unnecessary roughness. And,
yeah.
And we're getting all sorts of fun reaction to this. I saw Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk writing, because Azeez Al-Shaair posted his frustration on Instagram. Quote, it seems pretty obvious that his apology 2 days ago was not sincere. To Trevor Lawrence, which of course he had posted to Twitter/X.
Yeah, I mean, when you do post that, and you say, I'm going to be the villain, like, people are going to interpret that as your apology being, not as severe or not as sincere. I think DJ Bieniemy, when he was on with us on Tuesday, made a great point. The Texans should have let him verbally apologize. We've talked about this before. The Twitter, Instagram, social media apology, it doesn't hit the same. It just doesn't have the same feeling because you don't even know they wrote it. His agent could have written that with a couple little inputs here and there from Azeez. So when someone has to speak to the media, actually, like, that's when an apology feels real. So because they didn't do that, because now he's not allowed to even be talked to by the Houston Texans for the next 4 weeks, which is stupid. We're not going to hear from him until before the Titans game. And his apology does look less sincere. I will say, I don't totally disagree with Mike Florio that when you put out that Instagram post, even though I'm kind of team Azeez here, it does make your apology look a little weaker.
There's a pushback to, I think, the idea that Azeez has had his character assassinated. But John Runyon's letter to Azeez did do that to a degree. And you did have a lot of people coming after him. And I suppose that without any context, Azeez afterwards saying, hey, people are coming after me because they're Islamophobic or racist. Like, we don't see the comments posted there. So a lot of people are going to see that and say, well, F that guy. He just did a cheap shot and now he's acting like he's got it tough. But people did come after him hard. And it's really funny that this specific play is being focused on when this week, and you'll hear the audio later in the show, you've heard one that the Bears playing against the Lions, Dan Campbell said, well, I know that Caleb Williams doesn't run quickly out of bounds. He hangs around. Guess what? Dan Campbell told the Lions to light his ass up if he was on the field. No one's talking about that, even though Caleb Williams, by the way, did get lit up on the sideline. I know some people complained about that. It's football. And Tua Tagovailoa said that the Dolphins are 5-7 because he didn't take care of himself. But instead, we're going to focus on this one play because it looked really bad. But while it was bad, I just think so many people lost their minds to a degree that was not merited. And here we are still talking about a 3-game suspension. I think mainly because here, perhaps because we're biased, we're all taken aback by how pissed off everyone is about this play in particular. Because it wasn't a great look, but I've seen worse.
I've seen worse, and I think the Dan Campbell one you brought up, and I know we'll play the audio later, is a great point. A coach is on audio basically telling them to headhunt. I mean, he's saying that because he doesn't run out of bounds. Like, he's totally right and justified in saying that. Like, get out of bounds, kid. But, like, where's the outrage? Where's the outrage? This happened last year with, I think it was the Chiefs that they were going to try to hurt Lamar Jackson. It's just the outrage from the national media is so selective. And in this moment, they're going, I think, way over the top with how outraged and how the things they're trying to, for how long he should be suspended for, all of it. It's just, it's over the top, and the whole process is stupid. It's all ridiculous. I cannot believe that he's not going to be on the team for the next 3 games. He's been gone for 4 weeks from this organization. And the national reaction is still as hot as it is when the football minds are constantly telling you, relax. Whether it's Rex Ryan or JJ Watt or all the players on social media, like, the guys who play the game are telling everyone to relax.
A lot of people, not necessarily everyone, but you're right.
It's like a majority, right?
I don't know if it's the majority. I truly couldn't tell you, Joe. It might be.
Yeah.
Honestly, I've seen a lot of people that are adding a little bit of nuance to this. And guess what? Everything's nuanced. Like, this idea that Azeez Al-Shaair is an a-hole, it is not true. Like, for anyone who speaks on this guy's character, they're going to talk very highly of him. This is an interesting quote that Big Sarge got earlier in the year. This is before the Texans and Colts game. He was talking to Azeez Al-Shaair, and Anthony Richardson, of course, gets hurt in that first Texans-Colts game last year. And Al-Shaair played against him when he was on the Titans last year, before this year. And he talked about a conversation with Big Sarge that he had with Anthony Richardson, a guy who doesn't necessarily protect himself.
Hope for probably his well-being. He ain't trying to run a little, too much, because obviously that's how he got hurt. I was in that game in Tennessee last year, and honestly, I was talking to him like, "Hey, bro, you get down." And sure enough, it ended up happening. This league is physical, man. He's a big, fast, physical player, but at the end of the day, like, as a quarterback, I wouldn't want CJ doing that. So I would, just for the safety of himself. Like, get down and throw the ball. So, I mean, at the end of the day, you got to prepare for it.
He's right. Like, it's an illegal hit, but, like, these quarterbacks, like, they're so protected when they run, and even the defensive players know, get out of bounds, get down faster.
It's a natural thing to take advantage of something when you are given the ability to do it. And I'll point to, from my own personal experience, this is different, but Seattle's laxed policy towards the homeless. Well, if you don't punish homeless people who are doing things that a regular member of society is not allowed to do, they're going to push the boundaries more and more. The quarterbacks are going to push the boundaries more and more here. And I'm very intrigued to see if this maybe starts the pendulum going back the other way. Now, it seems like more people in this moment are saying, at least as far as the people that are in our shoes, Joe, are talking about how this is awful for the sport. This is a black eye on the game. And I'm seeing this, like, weird Babylonian logic. Hammurabi's code. Do you know what that is? Essentially, it's an eye for an eye. Okay. So, like, Trey Wingo's out there saying, well, Azeez Al-Shaair needs to be out as long as Trevor Lawrence is out. And by the way, Trevor Lawrence got placed on season-ending injured reserve. Is it for his concussion, or is it for the shoulder surgery that he was probably going to have to get, that now with the Jaguars season lost, he can go get? Very convenient for the Jaguars to do this. It almost gives them a shield from the idea that they are tanking for a draft pick, which is 100% what they're doing. I'm sure that they'll nail this draft pick, like all the other first-round draft picks that they've nailed in the past. But it's interesting to see a lot of the pushback is not about how this rule is something we should look at, because what's happened has happened. Al-Shaair hit Lawrence. Some people think it's dirty. I'm not going to tell you it's not. I don't think it was, though. I think it was unnecessary roughness. People are still talking about that. I feel like we should be talking about the big picture thing here. And I suppose this sounds a lot like the same people who are saying after a school shooting, we need to talk about gun violence right afterwards or something like that. But no, I feel like this is a problem for the league. And you want to protect your quarterbacks, well, you have to tell them to protect themselves too. It can't just all be this idea that there's this force field that all these guys have that allows them to do whatever the F they want on the field.
I mean, the responsibility of every action of a player getting hurt or not hurt cannot solely be on the defense. There has to be a balance. And there's a balance with whatever rule changes that they should try to implement this offseason when the rules committee gets together. If they want to look at Aziz's play and say this is going to be, consistency, the standard for if you hit a quarterback sliding, I'm open to that. Like if they want to say like this is the new rule, this is the standard we're going to be put in place. If we determine you slide late, you get a 3-game suspension. I'm fine with that. I also think because the fight's part of it, that every single time there's a fight, then players should be getting suspended for a game. The Jaguars corner should be suspended for a game for punching a Texans player. That should be happening. It's not because there's no consistency. The other side, they have to look at the quarterback sliding as well. They have to find the middle ground here to just, whether it's to eliminate this play, to make it more clear what's expected from this play. And some of that goes back to the fake slide stuff, where 15-yard penalty from the spot. If we determine that you did a fake slide or you went to go out of bounds and then came back in, it's a 15-yard penalty on the quarterback. Like there has to be a middle ground, and everyone just wants to continue just to have outrage and not think of this logically at all. Like they just want to be illogical with the way they view Aziz, the suspension, his now social media post definitely made it worse. But like, there's a bigger conversation to be had, and maybe it's for the offseason. And I'm hoping the NFL actually tries. Maybe.
They probably won't. They should, at the very least, look at themselves in the mirror and wonder if they can do anything. I'm glad you brought up the Jaguars cornerback, Jerry and Jones, who threw a punch against the Texans. We actually got audio of this, and Sean, so if we have it, we got it. Cool. This is the beginning of Jerry and Jones's press conference with Jaguars media. Listen to the Bobo-ass questions that are asked of this guy who got away with punching someone in a game and not suspended.
Nobody actually got to see the punch. We've watched video, we watched replays. Nobody's actually seen a punch thrown. We saw it maybe look like you pulled the official. Were you in there throwing haymakers?
I was doing a little something in there.
Was it disappointing that you got, of all of that you got called out? Like,
nah, I wouldn't be as naive to say that. You know what I'm saying? I really didn't do nothing. Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. It was like, bro, it's kind of, is what it is.
That's what you're supposed to do, right? Quarterback gets hit late like that.
What a Bobo!
Yeah, I mean, that's my brother. I kind of regret. One of the biggest things I regret about it is getting ejected. From the game, not to be there. For my teammates and stuff like that. But as far as the whole thing went, that's my brother. I do the same thing for all 70 guys or however that make up, Jags organization. So it's kind of one of those things where it's kind of. But nah. Yeah.
I mean, look, I until the end, I really have no idea what the hell Jerry and Jones was talking about there, but I really want to focus on the reporter here. I want to know who he punched. Everyone's acting as if he punched Aziz Al-Shaair. No, Evan Ingram shoved Aziz Al-Shaair. I bet Jerry and Jones, there's a chance he punched someone else.
He had to.
That's what, like, why else would he get ejected? That's what I'm trying to figure out. And this Bobo reporter says, like, yeah, like, it doesn't make sense to assault somebody on a football field if your quarterback gets hit hard. This Evan Bobo here. Dude, ask who he punched. I want to know who he punched. Yeah, man, do you feel like you were made an example of? Like, come on, Bobo. Do your job. And then a little bit later, someone asks Jones about DeMeco Ryans and about how the Jaguars overreacted in the statement that he had. Here is more from Jerry and Jones.
DeMeco Ryans, you felt like you guys overreacted. Is that how you think any team would have reacted to their quarterback in head like that?
I don't even want to talk about that guy.
DeMeco? You don't want to talk about him? Why? Sir, you did punch someone, and we don't even know that it was Aziz Al-Shaair. Maybe it was, but can you put out a statement too? Can you put out a statement say, yes, I punched Aziz Al-Shaair? Jaguars fans would love it. Honestly, all NFL media would love it because apparently you're allowed to punch somebody who just makes a bang bang kind of play on a quarterback who's sliding.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you're not involved in the play. Like,
yeah,
shouldn't that be an auto suspension?
He wasn't even on the field.
Yeah, he came off the field. We did that. We did this in the NBA after the Malice at the Palace. If you step onto the court, you're suspended. If you're a defensive play, if you're like, he's not even out there. It was an offensive possession. He shouldn't be on the field throwing punches. So he's throwing on the sidelines.
We truly have no idea who this guy punched.
First of all, I'll be honest with you. Until they said his name on the broadcast, I'd never heard of this guy in my life.
Same. I hadn't heard of him either. And I was like, wait, why did he get ejected? And you go back, you have no idea what happened. There was a huge skirmish that broke out. Did he punch Aziz? I mean, it would have been tough for every single Jaguar to get at Aziz. I think it stands to reason that he did not punch Aziz. I bet he punched a rando. And again, this is speculation, but what is it, like all 53 players on the Jaguars and then the guys who are on the sidelines who are inactive, they're all lining up in a row like, pow, right in the kisser, pow, right in the kisser, pow, right in the kisser. It's just very physically unlikely that of all of those guys, this guy was able to get in there and get a shot in. Now, he's a corner. He's probably a little quicker than most.
I mean, you know what? He punched, I found it. He punched Boyd. Who's Boyd?
He punched Chris Boyd?
Yeah. Yeah.
Chris Boyd is a corner. So we did punch a random person.
Yeah.
Longhorn legend, Chris Boyd.
I'm assuming that's, yeah. Because, like, you see, he comes in, he throws a punch, hits someone in the back of the helmet. Boyd turns around. Oh, no, it was Kurt Heinisch. He punched Kurt Heinisch.
He punched Kurt Heinisch.
Big Heine.
That's a
because
white
he just
guy.
turns around and his all this mask stuff that he puts on his face for the game is just drooling. He's so confused what happens.
Surprised Jacksonville's racist police didn't arrest him on the spot.
My gosh.
By the way, I don't know if all Jacksonville's police is racist. I'm just saying, like, hey, listen, like, I suppose this is progress that he's not getting ejected for punching, just assaulting someone,
He
right?
assaulted the wrong player.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. I didn't know it was Heinisch of all people. Kurt Heinisch could not look less like Aziz Al-Shaair. Now, I don't see color, but like we're talking about a guy wearing number 0.
Oh, he's fat shaming over here.
And the
then.
guy, no. I mean, I'm guessing Kurt Heinisch has got 80 pounds on his knees.
At least
he punched Kurt Heinisch.
Yeah,
290 listed at 295.
Like he just
what a moron!
It looks like he just kind of comes in, just like throws a punch, and I swear it looks like it's Heinisch. Looks like it hits Heinisch.
Is it just a punch? Like
he just like threw it,
throwing a punch? Not really. Okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
All right, I'm gonna have to look at this myself.
Zapruder filmed this thing
because I watched it. And I was like, I have no idea what I'm supposed to be looking for here. There's too much going on.
Yeah, it is just like a massive like humanity. Like
he punched Kurt Heinisch, and we were like, yeah, sometimes you just gotta punch someone, huh? Like these media people. My God, Jacksonville, clean it up. Small market,
smallish market, very small market.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, RJ, come back here.
Yeah,
they don't deserve RJ. RJ, big market radio producer. Anyway, it is Gallant George. He's Joe. We got Sean behind the glass, and we just found out that the Jaguars corner who punched a rando literally assaulted Kurt Heinisch, who had nothing to do with what Aziz Al-Shaair did out there.
Arrest
outrageous. Outrageous. That is assault.
With a deadly weapon. Yeah.
At some point today, we're going to talk about the most tired Houston Texans topics because I know for a lot of people, you're worn out by this. I'll be honest, I am too.
Yeah,
it's been a fun 4 days for the bye week, but I do want to turn the page.
Today's the last day.
Today's the last day. I agree.
Unless Aziz goes to social media again.
Even then, not leading the show. It's 12:45.
Oh, breaking news here. Aziz Al-Shaair has punched his computer after watching the Twitch of this show. Just kidding. Up next. Did a key Houston Astro hint at Alex Bregman leaving? We continue our countdown. We're not the nice amount of days anymore. Damn it. That was yesterday. We are getting closer and closer, though, to the start of Astros spring training. Stick around.
It's Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Sharing some truths in the commercial break. Did get a text. I'm tired of getting this text. I'm tired of a lot of things. Like, I'm tired of a lot of people online saying, whoa, I just discovered that Disneyland has an LA in it and Disney World has an ORL in it. Shut up. Shut up. It doesn't matter. No one cares. Disney World's better than Disneyland. Both are two corporations that are just greedy, shameless whores that are stealing money from you at this amusement park that is designed to distract you from the realities of the terrible world that we live in. By the way, this view does not reflect the views of all ESPN.
I will say
97.5 and 92.5, which is why we have rebranded to Aziz Al-Shahir 97.5 and 92.5.
I didn't know that. I also don't care.
That's what's annoying me. Whoa, I didn't know. I don't care. I don't care. Shut up. I also am tired of this. If that was CJ Stroud laid out in the field, would you say this? Feel the same way? Yes. Yes. If you've listened long enough, I believe you shouldn't be allowed to run out of bounds. I believe you shouldn't be allowed to slide. I believe you shouldn't be able to give up on a play. Sorry.
CJ Stroud, there's a reason why he also doesn't really slide like that. He dives most of the time.
He does dive forward, actually.
Not really worried about it, to be honest with you.
And look, he's been hit a couple of times, and I've seen him after the play get up and look for a flag. Tough bleep, brother.
I mean, my expectation is that when CJ Stroud is eventually hit like this, the reaction is going to be, why did they all just stand there and watch it happen?
That will be the general reaction.
Why would the Texans need a Jerry and Jones to throw a punch?
Like last year when he got hit hard in the Denver game and they all just stood there and watched as he started a fight. And Larry Tunsil never came to his defense.
He did stand on business.
Well, they did. And they stood on business too when they started tweeting at Jeremy because they were upset with him. Because that's all they could do.
I mean, they got Twitter fingers. They
got Twitter fingers.
Pew, pew, pew. All right, guys. We're getting closer and closer. We're a very nice amount of days away from Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training in West Palm Beach, Florida. Give me that bone! So this audio comes courtesy of Brian McTaggart from MLB.com. I don't know where he ran into Joe Espada on
there was a charity drive.
A charity drive. Okay,
Josh Hader was doing a toy drive.
That makes sense. Okay. I wonder if they served any Haterade there. I was unable to get any at Minute Maid Park. Well, you could do it without alcohol.
A non-alcoholic version.
Oh, okay.
A non-alcoholic version is probably pretty good.
Virgin Haterade?
Yeah, like a virgin Shirley Temples. Shirley Temples are good. I want a virgin Haterade. What's wrong with that?
No, that's fine.
Okay. He was asked about the number one thing on every Astros fan's mind, Alex Bregman, his future with the club. He hopes that Bregman returns, but he doesn't have anything else other than that. Here is the manager of your Astros.
There's no secret what he means to this team and this organization. Breggy is a winner. He's a leader. He has all the qualities that you want on that you're looking on a baseball player. This is this is the part of the business that I don't have much control over that. Just to show my support and the fact that he knows that we love him, I love him, and he knows that. But he's got the right to do what he thinks is best for him and his family, and that's also important. But he knows that we support him and we love him here in Houston, and he helps us win some championships and a lot of baseball games. And he also is a guy that has done a lot for this community. That means a lot to me and to our organization. So hopefully we could get it done. So we'll see where it goes.
We'll see where it goes. Do you think he talks with Bregman? Really talks with Bregman?
I could see there being some text exchange. I feel like if you're the manager, really anyone in the organization, besides like Bregman's like closest friend, you kind of want to get like a little bit of distance, like let them go through the process.
Yeah, it's a tricky place to be. If you're not in Astros management. I imagine Jose Altuve, and I know Yordan Alvarez is close with Bregman, and some of the other guys in the clubhouse are like probably also feeling the same way. Hey, what do we do here? What do we say? I want my friend to get paid, but I also don't want him to leave.
Yeah, like what does Joe Espada like text him? Like, hey man, while you're living in Arizona, how's the swing looking?
Maybe, I don't know.
You're probably checking in after the surgery that he had.
Yeah, I would think that would
everything.
be would be a reason to communicate with him.
But I would imagine there's not much communication from Joe Espada to Alex Bregman right now.
Mm-hmm.
So
here is more Joe Espada talking about Alex Bregman. And I got to say, the way that he said this, which he does at the very end, try to pull up from the nosedive, but I felt like he tipped his hand here that he doesn't expect Bregman to return when he was asked about what another team might get in Alex Bregman.
Oh, you're going to get...
People say he's like a coach out there.
No, yeah, you're going to get someone who's got grit and he's tough. He makes everyone around him a much better player. He's a gamer. He's that one guy that comes in every single day and you don't have to worry about him. He plays through pain. Greggy is just a ball player. And, I've had an opportunity to watch him play for many, many years. And he's been great. So we'll see. I don't want this to sound like, I'm never going to see him again, But, again, it's a pleasure to, have him around. He's been phenomenal. So hopefully we can get something done.
It does sound like he's never going to see him again, though.
Yeah, it sounds like a goodbye.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Every time I hear any of them talk, it sounds like a goodbye. Even Dana Brown, the audio we played last week when he did the podcasting with Buster Only. It's like they keep talking about priorities, but it all sounds like oh shucks, we tried.
Yeah, the only thing we're missing is Wiz Khalifa and Charlie Puth.
We're playing the hell out of that one.
Yeah,
for sure. We might replace
2 to 4 months.
We might replace the trombone with till I see you again.
Just Bregman update.
I mean, someone text Sam and tell her that we need that scene when they split.
Yeah,
we need
cars.
We need Altuve and Bregman's heads.
Oh no, I don't even want to think about that.
I think we should probably start working on that.
Yeah, probably.
Although with how free agency goes, he might not sign with another team for another 2 months. So.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's over by next week.
By next week, interesting.
Next week, it's all over.
People are saying they think Juan Soto's going to sign by the start of the winter meetings, which is I guess Monday or Tuesday. So like once he's signed, I think we'll start to see the dominoes fall pretty quickly.
Okay.
Because my guess is a lot of teams that are in on Bregman are also in on Soto. And you're not going to bring in a supposedly $700 million player and then a $250 million player in the same offseason.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking with the fact they're both represented by Boris too. So you're walking into a meeting with the Mets, Yankees, Red Sox, whoever, and you're like, you should spend $700 million on Juan Soto. All right, see you after lunch. And the 1:30 meeting being like, you should spend $200 million on Alex Bregman too. That seems like Soto probably gets done first and then Bregman.
I am curious as to where Soto ends up. I truly don't know. I know people have been saying, well, the Dodgers. And I wouldn't be shocked by that, but I am curious.
Yeah.
That means they would spend like $2 billion in 2 off seasons.
Yeah, they don't care. And the deferred payments thing, people should do it. Joe, you saw something written by our friend, Chandler Rome. I know a lot of people don't like that. I like Chandler a lot.
Yeah.
I don't care what you say.
He's great.
He's funny. He amuses me. This is what Chandler Rome had to say, and it's concerning you a little bit, Joe.
Yeah, so he put out this article on The Athletic. It's as MLB's winter meetings loom, the Houston Astros are still in search of a direction. Now, I don't care
what
people outside of the organization think or have an idea. Like, you got to play your cards close to the vest, right? But this part, quote, some within the Astros organization have sought clarity from decision makers through the past month and a half.
What?
Most have been unsuccessful, but front offices aren't mandated to keep everyone apprised of their methods. General Manager Dana Brown has maintained the biggest priority is retaining third baseman Alex Bregman. So people within the Astros organization, that could be players, that could be Joe Espada, that could be other people in the management team working alongside Dana Brown, that could be Dana Brown, not knowing how much money he can spend. But we're a handful of days away from the winter meetings, and people don't know what the priority is. And when you start seeing stories about guys like Jorge Polanco as an outside the box option for third base for the Astros, a third of maybe an eighth of the player that Alex Bregman is.
Sounds like a fake player.
Like, I don't love this. Like, I don't love the idea that like people don't know what's going on. Like, tell them not. Now maybe they're leaks, so maybe this is strategic because they already clearly are talking to Chandler a little bit. So maybe there's a reason why these people don't know things because they're snitches on themselves. But how do people in the organization not know what the plan is?
That's a good point.
I don't love that.
I don't either.
I don't love that.
I did not read the article because I am just, I'll be honest, checked out of baseball right now. And good God, they don't know their direction. They don't know their direction.
Mm-hmm.
The direction is keep that window open. Keep it open. Doesn't matter if it's starting to fall. Get some sealant. Get some duct tape. Keep that effing thing open, please.
Flex Seal.
Flex Seal.
Flex Seal. I've been
Phil Steele.
I've been up late enough at night to see Flex Seal. I think that works.
I mean, look, Dana Brown can say all he wants about their desire to remix Alex Bregman. It's still the Jim Crane quote of the window will never close while I'm the owner of this team. That as Alex Bregman signs with the Detroit Tigers, whoever it's going to be, like it's a spit in the face of your fan base. Like you can't say those things and then let all these good players just keep walking, and then not have solutions.
I think it depends on what the solution is, though. If they do make a move, like if they make like a Nolan Arenado move or something like that, or they make a move at first base where they get a better first baseman instead, I think then we could have that conversation. But like last offseason, it was an up-down year, but they did end up spending for Josh Hader.
Yeah, I personally expect that if Bregman doesn't sign here, that Bryce Matthews will be your opening day third baseman. That's what they did with Pena.
No Shea Whitcomb?
Definitely not. He's stinky. I just don't expect them. Like maybe they will spin at first base, but
I just want to see what the get the whole picture before we whatever. But having Bregman walk would be a bad sign, I would say.
Yeah,
it'd be a bad thing for the team and a bad sign for their direction, which apparently I have as much insight as some people who work for the team.
Yeah, it's not great.
Not great at all. Oof. Sean Mapes behind the glass. He's Joe to my right. I am Paul Gallant. You want to jump in? 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. We are 69 nice days away from Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to West Palm Beach, Florida. Up next, big game tonight for the Houston Rockets. Not NBA Cup big, but it is big. And the question is starting to get more difficult to answer. What do you do if you're the Houston Rockets when it comes to getting that guy? Do you need him? We'll discuss. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now it is, Sean. I was saying some uncouth things in the commercial break.
Good word.
Uncouth.
Every once in a while, I just like saying Mike's hot. Just after Paul says something, maybe not fireable, but close. Colon to the officeable.
There was a time where during the commercial breaks, you could hear what we said on the YouTube and on the Twitch. And honestly, it was for the best that we got rid of that.
Yeah, I was going to say, we can never go back.
We cannot go back.
No, never.
People have gotten way too comfortable.
I got too comfortable then.
Well, yes, that too.
I know when it was just me and Sean, like I would make Sean uncomfortable because I could tell Sean, you would look away from me because you knew that I was in rage mode because I would just be yelling at the Twitch and just calling them like a-holes and stuff. And then 5 minutes later, I'm like, oh, hi guys, how you doing?
I just wanted to make it clear for whoever reviews the video later that I don't condone this.
Yeah, when Ramon Foster hears the suspension appeal,
you
go, Sean clearly did not condone this action.
He was trying to be a peacemaker in this.
I just think it's ridiculous that you have a radio show and you're involved in an appeal and your season's done because you're covering the Titans for a living and you can't talk about it.
Yeah, it's cowardly.
Like, well, no, it's not cowardly. It's just like pick a lane.
Yeah.
That's what bothers me about all these ex-players that like get into media. It's like, say something. If you say something, you're going to rise to the top really quickly.
It's why the Tom Brady thing was weird because, like,
well, he's God. So
but he's been critical. Like he's gave opinions on this when they first came out with the rule where it's like now that he's 2% owner of the Las Vegas Raiders, he can't talk about officiating. I was like, well, then I don't give a crap what he says.
Yeah.
But then thankfully, he also doesn't care either, and he's just speaking his mind
because he's God, and
he just does it in a politically correct way.
He is half man, half DT, and this has been our. Every single segment sponsored discussion of Aziz Al-Shaair on Aziz Al-Shaair 97.5 and 92.5 brought to you by the Gallant Says podcast, available on Apple Podcasts and on Spotify.
Wow, big sponsor.
Yeah, big time spot.
New logos, looks great.
Thank you. The best part is I made a new logo. Now I don't even do the show anymore. See, it's all about
that's marketing.
It's about
marketing 101.
But you don't actually put the work in, okay? Because that's how the real world works. Anyway, speaking of not putting in the work, the Golden State Warriors are resting everybody for tonight's Rockets-Warriors game. It is not an NBA Cup game, which I was very disappointed to find out. The NBA Cup game that these two are playing is next week. It's on Wednesday in they don't play in Oakland anymore, right? They play in San Francisco. So that'll be next week, not this week.
And I think the Cup game is at Toyota Center.
It's here.
Yes.
Okay.
But it's a 9:00 tip-off?
Oh, okay. Because I saw the tip-off and I was like, wait a second. Why is it at 9:00?
Yeah.
8:30 on TNT.
Okay,
so
got
the
it.
TNT late game.
Okay. So
it's just so strange. It's been so long since the Rockets have been in the spotlight like that.
I know, right?
A 9:00 Wednesday home game for the NBA Cup.
No traffic. No traffic into Toyota Center. Better be full.
Let's be honest. They're going to arrive in the middle of the second quarter, and that's when we want you to be hooting and hollering. As Larry Bird once told me, you gonna scream and cheer, Paul? Yes, you better scream and cheer once you get here in the second and third quarter, as long as you get here. I don't mind the late arriving crowd like some do, you know? I get who we are. But right now, you have a reason to go watch this team.
It's an NBA Cup game. Okay.
The Cup of Life.
Be there.
It is unironically the biggest game that the Rockets have played since the bubble.
But tonight's is not a big game.
Yes.
No, as the Warriors and Rockets will tell you, this is not with who's available and who's not is not a big game.
So no Draymond Green, no Steph Curry for the Warriors tonight. And are there Rockets that are unavailable that I'm unaware of?
Oh, Tari Eason is out and
with the concussion that he suffered.
Yes, and Fred VanVleet is questionable with more like soreness.
Where's the suspension for the Kings player that gave Tari Eason a concussion?
I think he did that to Jalen Green, didn't he? There was one play.
Well, the still frame of
Jalen Green getting slapped in the face.
Yes, like Jay Crowder's like fingernails in Jalen Green's eyes.
Jay Crowder, low-key dirty player, but no one talks about that. I want to talk about Aziz Al-Shaair here on Aziz Al-Shaair 97.5 and 92.5.
But yeah, Tari Eason concussion protocol. So
okay, so no him tonight.
No Eason. maybe no Fred, no Steph, no Draymond, maybe no Wiggins.
That's a bummer.
Yeah.
I'll stay up late watching it, but I'll probably watch a terrible Christmas movie. I might watch the new Hallmark Christmas movie, although there is a good actual Thursday night football game today. So you know what? Never mind. Thursday night football game, bottom TV. Rockets, Warriors, top TV.
What's Packers Lions?
What's the
Packers Lions? Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah,
what's the Hallmark that you're thinking
No,
of?
there's a new Hallmark movie that came out featuring Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's romance, and guess what? It outdrew every single college football game on rivalry weekend except for Texas versus Texas A&M on cable.
Go.
I'm not kidding. That actually happened. It got 2.8 million viewers. The only thing on cable that had a higher rating number was Texas versus Texas A&M. That is very funny to me. But bringing it back to the Rockets, we're all over the place. The coffee has kicked in, the ADD. Do they need to go and get that guy off to the start that they have? Do they need to go get the finisher? And right now, unlikely. You don't have the leverage that you theoretically could have before the trade deadline a couple of months from now. I'm of the belief that you stand pat here and just try to continue letting whatever this is build.
I definitely think from like a logical standpoint, I don't think it makes sense to make a trade right now because, well, I don't think Jalen Green's gonna be on this team when they make this trade, so you can't make a trade right now. Like I could be wrong, but I still feel like Jalen Green's one of the pieces that gets traded.
When is the question?
Well, he can't be traded for 6 months.
Okay.
From when he signed his contract.
Right, I know that.
So that's going to go past the deadline.
Cool.
So that gets to the offseason. So I think the move happens potentially this offseason. But I do want to see one run with this group. Like we talked about like how far they can go.
I'm curious.
And what if we are low on expectations? What if they do make an incredible run this year with this core group of players?
Things are more open in the NBA than they've been. And we probably have to at least think to ourselves in the Western Conference, because I think the Celtics are a monolith. I don't think anyone's moving the Celtics off this year.
Agreed.
Partly biased, yes, but like they just can shoot more threes than anybody. But in the West, I mean, last year, a team that looked like ass for much of last year, the Mavericks, all of a sudden things start working between Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving, and the next thing you know, they're playing in the finals.
Yeah, like the West is not like you have the Mavs with those two guys and now Klay Thompson. They've won 5 straight, 9 of their last 10. They're playing good basketball.
Yeah, the Warriors, who by the way have lost 5 in a row, did get off to a good start, but I think they're starting to look a little closer to last year's Warriors.
Yeah, for sure.
They're somewhere in between how they started off and last year.
And then you have the Thunder. So you have the Mavs and the Thunder. Those are the 2 best teams in the West, probably still. With the Rockets not far behind. And like what trade's going to happen this season that's going to change one of these franchises? Like, is Brandon Ingram going to join LeBron James and Anthony Davis like a scary thing?
They might get desperate. The Lakers might force something like that to happen because they're not playing very well right now.
I don't buy into it. Like, does Zach LaVine next to Ja Morant do something for Memphis? Like,
I don't know. Probably not.
No. Like, the West is not what it was as the Rockets were building into this situation. So they can take advantage.
Yeah, or it's also just a bunch of teams that I would say are about as good as each other. Like, there are a bunch of teams that are going to win 45 to 48 games, but there's no, other than the Thunder when they're at full strength, no like serious killer out there that you're like the Celtics in the East, where you're like, oh, in a playoff series, like you're gonna have to get some breaks to beat those guys. Where in the West, it's like we saw last year, like the Mavericks just beat the Thunder with pretty good shooting, and that's really all it took.
Does it being this open make you more open to saying screw it, let's roll the dice, let's see what happens, or is it too early?
I don't think this year. I think this year should just be because at this point they're good enough to where like you're not worried about missing the playoffs.
Right.
You're just let this group get the playoff experience and see where it goes, because there's not really like the desperation to make a move.
There's no desperation.
Yeah, but we have to wait for someone else to become like officially available. And there's guys we all want, but
But they're saying no. At least they're leaking no.
right now.
Anyone who will listen, that we ain't doing that.
Especially Atari and Amen Thompson. That's the one that keeps coming up. That the Terror Twins are not available.
We're making that a thing, huh?
It really seems like it's sticking to us.
It's been a thing.
I don't like that it's the Terror Twins.
I kind of like it, actually.
Well, do you support terrorism?
Well, it's not
it's only a couple letters away.
It's not the Terrorist Twins.
Well, it's the Terror.
That's Jalen Green and Fred.
They're 3 letters away from being the Terrorism Twins.
Yeah,
I don't like it.
I'm fine with terror.
I disavow all terrorism, and terror is something that terrorists do.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
it's true.
Who came up with this? Who was the first?
I don't know.
Was this a Ryan Hollins venture?
I bet you it's Ackerman.
Craig, we can't have that. Okay, it's the United States of America. Toby Keith intensifies. We'll put a boot in your ass. It's the American way. I don't like the Terror Twins.
Well, I think you're gonna be the last.
I don't want to hear about twins and terror in back-to-back words. To be honest,
I'm glad you said it.
Well, I'm saying why I don't like it. I don't like it. Oh, it's 25 years. We just forget about that.
How would you feel if it was Vanessa who made it? Would you change your?
Oh, I would. I will text her right now. I'll say, what are you doing? This is a betrayal that only someone from Indiana would make.
It's true.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, hello, everybody. It's the Gallant George radio program on Aziz Al-Shaair 97.5 and 92.5. We have rebranded today on YouTube on YouTube at Aziz Al-Shaair. Try to spell it. Bet you can't. On
Definitely
Twitch. Twitch, same thing. So you want to weigh in on Aziz not being able to overturn a suspension? You can, and we'll get back into it in this hour. But where would you rank CJ Stroud among quarterbacks in the NFL right now, today, December 5th of 2024? Gallant and George, stay put. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. So, Azeez Al-Shaair, of course, the biggest topic when it comes to the Houston Texans this week. They are on a bye week. But we're wondering about what this team is going to look like for the final stretch of the year after the bye, when they have, in 10 days, games against the Dolphins at NRG Stadium, a Saturday game at Arrowhead Stadium against the Kansas City Chiefs, a Christmas Day game on Netflix, and at NRG Stadium against the Baltimore Ravens. And the guy who everyone is wondering about whether or not he'll be able to capture again what he was last year is quarterback CJ Stroud. Nick Caserio at his general manager State of the Union press conference, which happens every single bye week. The Texans usually send the GM out only a couple of times a year, had this to say about CJ Stroud and his performance in year number 2 in the National Football League.
I think he's had a really good year. I mean, his leadership, what he brings to the team, his communication, his ownership of the offense. I mean, I think he's, 4th in the league in yards or 4th in completions. He's ahead of Mahomes in some categories. Who, Patrick is arguably he'll be going down one of the best quarterbacks in the history of the sport. So we're glad that CJ, our quarterbacks, made a lot of progress. There's some plays like all of our players that you probably wish they could have back. So, but happy he's our quarterback, happy with what he brings to the table. Played a really good game the other day, really clean game, made a lot of good decisions, and he was a big reason that we won the football game. So glad he's our quarterback. Wouldn't want anybody else leading this team.
He got the game ball for that performance, in addition to the Texans' offensive line. I felt like the offensive line getting the game ball was merited. I felt like CJ Stroud getting the game ball was low-key patronizing.
Uh-huh.
I feel like they're trying to build up his confidence. Joe, where would you rank him among NFL quarterbacks right now?
So I went through my list. I would have said before the season he's top 5, for sure.
I did as well. But at some point this year, and I forget when, we both removed him from the top 5.
Yeah.
It was later than it probably should have been, but we all believe in the talent he has. It just has not been showing up on the field this year.
100%. Now
I still would take him over Jared Goff Twitch every single time.
Well, I have CJ 8th.
8th.
I have CJ 8th.
Okay. Who's he behind?
All right. Mahomes, Allen, Lamar.
Behind Mahomes.
Burrow.
Behind Allen.
Those are your top 4.
Okay.
I put in my top list, I put a quarterback back in that was there last year, going into the season, fell off. I think Jalen Hurts deserves to be back in this conversation. I'll be honest.
Okay.
Justin Herbert.
Okay.
I have Jared Goff. I know he has the 5-pick game, but he's been so good in Detroit.
I'm sorry. He's still the same pee pants who almost lost that game that the Rams won thanks to some help from officiating against the New Orleans Saints. He's the same guy who was in that Super Bowl.
I think he's so much better than that.
That guy is always a possibility to show up on Sunday. I know.
I'm with you.
But that is always a possibility with him. Now, have we seen CJ in a game have an absolute meltdown performance? Maybe once against the Jets, right?
Yeah.
That wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't.
He was
good.
It was terrible.
Yeah.
In that game. I don't even know it was melted. It was just awful.
I don't think Stroud is capable of being so bad that you're like, oh, do we pull him?
Yeah.
Where Goff has that in him.
Yes, there was a question of when would Hendon Hooker take over as the Lions starting quarterback when they took him in the 3rd round out of Tennessee.
There was that. That's true. That's
so
true.
People did talk about that.
Like that is like the hard part with Goff is the history, but the way he's played the last 2 years, it's a hard balance to like remove biases. I think so. I would still put Goff in front of CJ, but that's it. That's my list. Those are the 7 in front. I think him and Jordan Love are still a toss-up for like 8 and 9.
Yeah, because Stroud's turning the football over this year. So what's the difference between the two?
Yeah, Love's are more reckless. I think that's why I would have Stroud in front of Jordan Love still, because Jordan Love I was reading something the other day like he plays like Brett Favre in every single way. Like he read defenses like Brett Favre
on the field.
He's just on the field. He's reckless. Well, he wore his jersey to a game, so
that is off the field. He wore it off the field.
Joe Burrow's been the best quarterback in the NFL this year. That is not a debate. I know some people are going to say Josh Allen. Fine, I'll put Josh Allen too. So those two guys I feel like you have to put up there. And Lamar Jackson was an MVP candidate until this loss. So those guys, I think, debate the order, top 3. Patrick Mahomes is not playing well this year. Do I still believe in him as a quarterback? Yes. Would I pick against him? No. But he's in the top of the quarterbacks of the NFL entirely because of his reputation. But fine, I'll put him ahead of CJ Stroud. I'm crazy to put this year's version of CJ Stroud ahead of him. Herbert, 13 touchdowns to 1 interception. That does get me going.
But he's asked. It's a different offense. He has 500 less passing yards. I know it's not the end of the world, but
it's sort of a reflection of what this Chargers offense is. And yeah, they want to run the ball more. Much like I would say with Jalen Hurts, who now has Saquon Barkley helping him out.
Yeah.
They want to run the football a little bit more. Is Stroud in those situations as good as them? Subjective. But Hurts has played better than Stroud this year. He has. 14 touchdowns to 5 interceptions. I like that. He's averaging 8.2 yards an attempt. He certainly has help, but he's playing better. And this should be a list that can change year to year. So I'll put him in there. Herbert, I don't like putting him in there, but I will too. I'm trying to think if there's anybody else because I think that I'm probably in the same boat as you, other than Jared Goff. No, I'm not doing it with Stafford this year.
Yeah, if we're doing playing your way on and off, I think Stafford, he hasn't been terrible, but he's played his way off this.
Stafford's on the senior tour.
Yeah,
100%.
And I mean, what he's doing at this age impresses the hell out of me, considering how bad Rodgers has been this year.
Yeah, he's not as good as he once was, but he's good once as he ever was.
Mhm.
It's like he can pull it out every once in a while, but a lot of times you're getting old Matt Stafford.
I think the only disagreement that we have is on Jared Goff. And yeah, Goff, take a look at his numbers. I mean, 8.8 yards per attempt, number 1 in the league, 71.8 per completion percentage. I think that's third. It's second. The numbers are very impressive. I'm sorry, I can't. I will never be able to get the idea of Jared Goff having a disastrous game out of my head. It's the reason that as much as I like the Lions and want the Lions to succeed, I don't think they can win with him. I don't. Could end up being wrong. Could have a lot of egg on my face here because clearly, like, I am fighting a losing battle. It's like, well, CJ is better than Jared Goff. All I can say is CJ's more talented than Jared Goff at this moment in time.
I totally agree with. Like, that's why for me, like, it's so clear Mahomes is number 1 still. That even though he's having a down season again, like, he's still the best quarterback in the NFL. For me, what's funny about Goff is it feels like it's just going to come down to Goff and Hurts to go to the Super Bowl. And who do you trust more, Jalen Hurts, Jared Goff in that game? It's Jalen Hurts. Not by a lot. But
Jalen's had some playoff poo-poos too.
Yes.
Yeah, it is interesting.
But I think that is the list. I don't think there's anyone else really like Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
It's been a great story, but I still don't think he belongs in this conversation. Jane Daniels does not belong in this conversation.
No, not yet.
Baker Mayfield, 7.5 yards per attempt.
Same thing. It's the same thing with Goff. Like there's just something about Goff and Mayfield where I feel like you hold some unknown thing against them, and it's like, oh, they're not that athletic. Oh, they don't have the strongest
Baker's
arm.
on his 4th team.
He's thrown 10 more touchdown passes than CJ Stroud.
They're good players, but you're like, oh well, they've kind of their body count's pretty high.
The argument for Baker is
around.
The argument for Baker is what he did those couple games when he had no Mike Evans and no Chris Godwin.
Yeah,
and he was still just putting like ungodly stats.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. And I'm not saying he is better than CJ Stroud. I just think he should be. If we're bringing up Goff and some of these other guys as like, candidates to be better than Drake May, I think he's had just as good as Drake May.
I'm just kidding.
Small sample size. or Jaden Daniels.
Disaster situation. Yeah, Caleb Williams. Yeah. Well, look, Daniels has been the best.
Has Daniels been better than CJ?
He's better. Well, I don't know, Jim.
I say no.
The one thing I'm glad about is that my belief in Joe Burrow has been confirmed by this season. But God, the Bengals are an awful situation.
They have to fire their coach. I don't know how you don't. I mean, the stats that you see out there, like most losses with 38 points in a game, like ever.
Lou Anarumo.
Yeah, I know.
Remember when he got head coaches interviews last year and everyone was like, he's the number 1 candidate.
Yeah.
That no one's talking about. And now they're the worst.
He's going to get whacked.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna get whacked.
At the very, I don't know if they fire Zach Taylor, but they definitely get Anarumo. They definitely say, "Hey, Lou, we're gonna make you a head coach," and he walks in. There's plastic in the yeah.
I watched Goodfellas recently. Man, Tommy bled a lot. I love how the two guys, if you've never seen Goodfellas, Joe Pesci's character, Tommy, spoiler alert, you're missing out at this point, but it doesn't end well for him. Let's just say that. And once things get taken care of, if you will, I love how the old guy, like after just like killing a man, is like, well, that's that.
Yeah.
Damn, dog.
They're basically like, all right, want to get a sandwich after this? Like, it's like so nonchalant.
Hey, let's go feel palm over here, huh? Whoa.
Yeah. I get that they're mafia hitmen, but they're too relaxed about
They're very relaxed. But it had to be done. I love how the phone calls like, something happened. Something happened, Jimmy, and there was nothing no one could do about it.
That's the best part. I mean, look, he kind of deserved it.
He is the worst character in the movie.
He shot a kid in the foot.
You watch that over and over again, and the more times I watch Goodfellas, and I love Goodfellas, but the more time I watch it, I'm like, oh my God. Like the first time I watched it, I'm rooting for these guys.
Yeah.
And the more you watch it, you're like, Jesus, these people are absolute animals. Literally. Animals.
I mean, it's one of those movies like you're rooting for the bad guys.
Yeah.
Watch it again, especially at the end. Like you can tell, it's almost as if as you're watching the movie, the viewer are doing the same amount of cocaine that Henry Hill is doing because everything gets so frenetic and frantic towards the end. Scorsese did a great job with that. I can't believe he didn't win Best Picture. Well, won Best Picture that year. That was before both of your times.
The Goodfellas year?
Yeah, it was like 92, 93 or something like that. I believe whatever won that year.
Titanic?
It was 1990 when it came out.
Right, no, Titanic's
96.
Come on, Joe.
Dances
97.
with Wolves?
Joe, you're just...
What was the 1991 Best Picture winner?
Oh, that's right. I was the 1990.
Yeah.
Well, that's... Damn, I didn't know that was 1990. That makes me feel old.
What, Dances with Wolves?
No, yeah, I thought that was like 95.
Me too. I was actually like confused with that.
Good God, okay.
I don't know. I'm still
okay, good job.
We'll get that during the break.
Good job. Yeah, we'll look at that during the break. He is Joe. I am Paul. Sean Mapes behind the glass. 713-780-3776. To call in, to text, and you can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 97.5. Speaking of Goodfellas, what do you call somebody who, I don't know, was a dirty NFL player and then all of a sudden is part of NFL law enforcement? Let's discuss. Stay put.
This is Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Goodfellas should have won Best Picture.
It did lose to Dances with Wolves, as we
Bummer.
found out.
Bummer. Dances with Wolves is good. It's too long. It's good.
Yes.
It's too long.
Joe
Anyway.
Pesci did win actor in a supporting role.
Best actor in a supporting role?
Yes.
Okay. How about that? Speaking of the mob, I want to know what we would call Ramon Foster, who is a Titans sideline reporter, an ex-Pittsburgh Steeler, who had his fair share of moments in the NFL that could be considered dirty. I want to know what the correct term is for someone like him or someone like John Runyon, who also was one of the dirtier players in the NFL in his day. What do you call someone like those two who go from being habitual line steppers in the league to being people who punish those who are habitual line steppers? You can't say rat.
Yeah.
Turncoat makes sense. I don't think you can say weasel. I'm trying to think. What is it? Narc, which has two spellings apparently. Nark is the spelling that would imply that somebody has betrayed somebody else, where NARC implies it's an informant in the drug side of things, the narcos side of things.
I mean, I would say like closer like the betrayed their brethren. I mean, rat's not bad. It's like
I'm trying to make
the only like terrible TV show. The first thing that came. I'm gonna get made fun of. I know. White Collar. You ever saw White Collar?
Oh no, that's a USA show.
So
It's the network TV shows you watch that are honestly like a poor reflection of your character.
So they're kind of like the
Makes me think less of you, Joe.
Neil from White Collar.
Neil from White Collar,
where he's a career criminal.
Okay,
and he ends up working for the feds and helping them out. And when push comes to shove, he teams with the cops.
Yeah, so it's slightly different than being a witness or an informant.
Yeah.
It's to make a example that maybe more people would get, but this is along the same lines of what Joe is saying. In Catch Me If You Can,
yes,
Leonardo DiCaprio's character with Tom Hanks. Like,
yes.
Hey, they eventually catch Frank Abagnale, and Frank Abagnale, because he's bored, starts working for the government trying to stop fraudulent checks.
Yeah, that's what they are.
Okay.
Like they are.
Do we think less of that person?
I do now. I would call Ramon Foster a hypocrite to his face. He might punch me. He's a lot bigger than I am. I can't get over the quote from yesterday that we read where he talks about how flawed the system is with John Runyon and how it's a garbage process. And then now he's part of the process and he's upholding it. Like he called out John Runyon for being a dirty player.
That part is the funniest.
And for
now they're
out,
allies.
Yeah, and then handing out suspensions. And now he's like, he's part of it. He's part of the problem.
And it's also bizarre that, first off, think about this. Did you know that John Runyon was a Houston Oiler? Did you know that John Runyon was an original Tennessee Titan in 1999 and was with the Tennessee Oilers those first couple of years? Oh, I think there's perhaps some conflicted interest with that, because I know most of you know him for his career with the Philadelphia Eagles. And the same thing with Ramon Foster, who's now randomly, because I think he's from Tennessee. I think he played at Tennessee with Arian Foster back in the day. He is now a talk show host at 104.5 The Fan. He does the morning show there.
Yeah.
So he's also on the Titans radio broadcast as a sideline reporter. They're having him do a lot. Seems like he's really doing a lot with that. And I'm being sarcastic in saying that, dude, you're on an appeal process. You're not going to share with the class on your radio show.
You also just shouldn't be allowed.
Kill radio more, dude.
Yeah.
You're killing our industry.
And I see like
by being
people are
nothing.
Like, what's he supposed to say? Is he supposed to recuse himself from?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. He should not have been allowed to handle this. Imagine this was the other way.
An AFC South team, he should have had to recuse himself. Yeah.
What if Aziz was on the Titans? And they're like, hey, Seth Payne, you want to lay down the punishment for this? Like, you think the Tennessee radio would be not be upset by this? It's a stupid process. He works for the Titans flagship. There is no way you can say he is not inherently biased. His paycheck comes from the Adams family.
Yeah, Amy Adams is paying him.
Like,
so
that's crazy.
Amy Adams is just racking up dubs against the city of Houston.
Yeah.
Amy Adams, Hannah McNair, take note. She is beating our ass right now. You got to do something.
She's got to get someone on the committee so that when a Titans player does something illegal.
Yeah. Chester Pitts needs to weigh in.
Yeah.
I don't think Chester Pitts has the mean bone necessary.
He's not enough of a scumbag.
Truly one of the nicer people you'll ever meet. It's honestly infuriating how nice he is.
He's not. He can't be a rat. He can't be a turncoat.
No, it can't be Chester Pitts.
So who do we want to hand out these punishments?
Brian Cushing.
Yep.
Yeah, that won't work.
No, just so other fan bases can.
They can be like,
look up a 45-second
compilation.
Call it his hypocrisy. It would have been funny if he heard Danico Autry's appeal of the suspension for PEDs. Oh wait, was it Mario Edwards? Mario Edwards was PEDs. Danico Autry was PEDs.
Yeah.
Mario Edwards was substance abuse.
Yes.
My bad. That would have been Josh Gordon hearing that one,
which is now a garbage suspension apparently because they're changing the rules.
Yeah, they've upped the trace amounts of marijuana in your system.
Yeah.
So now basically it should be like if you have smoked within a week, you might get got. But if you have not smoked within a week, if it's like a couple of weeks, you might be in the clear.
If you blew smoke in the face of the tester, then you will get caught.
Yeah, you're in trouble.
But they made it a little nicer. On the same day where Dan Patrick, who randomly walked in the studio while we were doing a radio show, is saying that they're trying to cut down on all the THC stuff out there.
Awesome.
Here in Texas.
Let's keep going backwards, Texas. Love it.
I would just like to legalize the real stuff.
Yeah, I totally agree.
I'm not really into the Delta 8 stuff, but I would if someone paid me.
I prefer the real stuff also, but
developer investors, possibly you. Yeah. So Ramon Foster is blank. What have we agreed on? Like we have defined what it is that he's doing.
Yeah.
He is somebody who used to be a dirty player who is now working for the league as if he is some sort of prisoner.
Work release?
Yeah, it's like a work release program.
No, but he's not like in prison.
He's prison labor.
Yeah.
He's prison labor.
I think he's a turncoat.
Yeah.
Internal affairs?
But he is going internal affairs kind of, but
I could see dirty cops being in internal affairs.
But that
we've all seen Batman.
No, like that would imply like the internal affairs are supposed to seek out the dirty cops. You can't be a dirty cop and go into internal affairs.
Have you not seen the movie The Departed?
I have. That's not supposed to happen.
The entire movie.
That's not supposed to happen.
Yeah,
but it does.
And they're planted,
just like Ramon Foster. It's not supposed to happen.
And his character is planted by Jack Nicholson's character from the minute he's like 6 years old. He's going to be a dirty cop.
Was pretty crazy.
He's a plant.
Yeah, that way Roger Goodell is Jack in that.
Yeah.
I love that scene where they're out playing. They're out at the range, and Alec Baldwin, who seems like he's on cocaine the whole movie, is like, "Hey, how's your pecker doing? oh, it's working. Overtime.
Yeah, the overtime is. It's working. All right, overtime.
It's like actually, it's not.
That's my favorite.
That's why you're getting cheated on with the person that you're trying to find out.
I love that movie. I think it's my favorite movie of all time.
I love it, but nothing beats the first time that they all get out of the elevator.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
When you know it's coming, you're like, the first time I saw that, I was truly blown away.
Yeah, you're just like shocked.
How quickly, because it's not just the one. And there's like, boom.
They pull the same card a couple times.
Yeah. Anyway, it's Gallant George. Here's Joe. I'm Paul. We got Sean Mapes behind the glass. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. ESPN 8. Wait, my bad. It's Aziz Al-Shaair 97.5 and 92.5. We haven't even talked about him. We did talk about Ramon Foster, but we didn't talk about Aziz Al-Shaair in that segment at all. We're making progress. Up next, we got the 10-minute drill. Big Thursday night football game tonight. And some interesting comments that, I don't know, maybe Aziz Al-Shaair should have brought to the hearing that he had with prison labor Ramon Foster. Stick around.
Let's talk about O Athletic. I was there this morning, 767 North Shepherd in the Heights, oathletic.com, O Athletic on Instagram. Do not wait till 2025 to get back into the gym and start working on your goals. Whether you're trying to put on some muscle mass, lean out, lose some weight, whatever your goals are, do it now at O Athletic. Make sure when you sign up for a personal trainer, you ask around a little bit, but I definitely recommend Cam. And they also offer those 100 classes per week for you to try something new and get a workout in. Don't wait till 2025. Get started now at O Athletic.
Big time Thursday night football game tonight. You've got the Green Bay Packers and the Detroit Lions at Ford Field in Detroit, Michigan. These two played earlier this year. The Lions won 24-14. They won it thanks to a Kirby Joseph pick six. Jordan Love getting a little wacky right before halftime, gave Detroit a 17-3 lead, and they held on for dear life. They win 24-14. I guess they didn't really hold on for dear life. That game was 24-6 until 3:49 to play. So it was very one-sided the last time these two teams played. Any reason to believe that this game will be different, especially considering Detroit's playing at home, and that place is pretty damn loud?
Probably not. I mean, Green Bay's fine this year. But, yeah. I mean, it's so weird. I watched both these teams struggle the last couple weeks against one of the worst teams in the NFL, supposedly. So, like, if you watch the Thanksgiving game and with the Lions against the Bears, like, you got to think that Packers must have some kind of a chance tonight. That game was at Ford Field.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm still going to pick the Lions, but I don't know what the line is for this game.
The line is Lions by 3.5. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975.
Honestly, I'd probably bet the Packers if I was doing either of them. If I was going to bet on it, just because I could see this being a 3-point game down to the last second.
This is one of those games that you would look at on paper and say it's going to be high scoring, and yet the last time around it was 24-14. The over-under for this one's 51.5. That feels high. So I'm going to take the under.
That feels very high.
I mean, the last one, what was it, 40?
The last one was 38.
Yeah.
I feel like that one is the anomaly, though. These two offenses.
It was a weather game. I don't think it was cold, but it was raining.
It wasn't, and Jordan Love had just come back from injury, and there was a little bit of that.
Now you're in the dome, fast track.
Yeah. It wouldn't shock me if this game ended up being like 34-31.
All right, I'm going to flip-flop. I'm going to say over. You convinced me, Joe. Sticking to my gun.
I mean, it is a vastly different. Like, I'm not sure how much you can take from the last matchup, other than the Lions are better than the Packers, which I think still holds true.
More around the National Football League. Interesting quotes this week for those who are Team Azeez Al-Shaair, who was suspended 3 games by the National Football League in his appeal. Was unsuccessful, not even one game taken off of the suspension, which is unsurprising to me, but frustrating, I know, in the eyes of many. Tua Tagovailoa, who the Texans will play the week after this at NRG Stadium, was asked why the Dolphins are off to such a sluggish start this year. They're 5-7. He gave an interesting answer.
Very surprised. I don't think that shows the character of who we are as a team. Doesn't show the work that we've put in this offseason together. But, nobody else will say it but me. And I feel like this has a lot to do with myself, obviously putting myself in harm's way in the second game, going down, basically leaving my guys out to dry. That's what I would say. And anyone can have an opinion about, like, it's football, it's this, it's that. I do take heart to that as well. And still don't want to do that to my guys again. So, yep.
Interesting.
He said he threw him under the bus.
Yeah, I mean,
I feel like that's almost too extreme by Tua there.
Yeah, like,
it's like, I'm the reason we're 5-7 because I didn't take care of myself.
I mean, your brain's scrambled, dude. Like, it's not your fault.
Although, on that play, it's kind of his fault. At the time, we're like, he did lower his shoulder. He didn't do the Trevor Lawrence try to slide. He was trying to run through DeMar Hamlin. Now, it was a 4th down. It was a 4th down. He was going for the yardage, which I respect him doing.
And I thought the contact that was the worst contact wasn't the contact that he made with Hamlin.
No,
I thought
it was the bounce.
His bounce back.
Yeah.
That's the problem. His head is like an effing bouncy ball.
Yeah. Maybe these guys should all start wearing Guardian caps.
It doesn't look cool, dude.
Yeah.
I don't want to look gay out there. Come on.
Yeah, I know, but
that's literally what's going through.
We respect, health and safety.
I mean,
brain
maybe
health
Trevor, maybe Azeez isn't suspended for 3 games
if Trevor's wearing a Guardian.
Yeah,
maybe
because maybe he doesn't fence.
Maybe
I
don't
think
know.
The fence, I still think is like it's the big problem.
That is what
it's definitely what made it 3 games.
Yeah,
but Tua's talking about protecting himself, and then you got this. This isn't quite Greg Williams' commentary, and we all like Dan Campbell, but Amon-Ra St. Brown, who hosts a podcast with his brother, was talking about the game plan that the Lions had for Bears quarterback Caleb Williams for Thanksgiving. What's interesting about this is the Lions noticed that Caleb Williams, when he is going towards the sideline, doesn't always get to the sideline quickly. Azeez Al-Shaair knows that very well. Interesting. Here is what the game plan was for the Lions when Caleb Williams did that.
The craziest part is before the game, or in our team meeting, Dan was talking to us and he was showing clips of Caleb like going out of bounds, going back in, going out. He said, "No, you don't." The beginning of it was, "No, you don't," and then it was just clips of him doing that. He goes, "If he does this, we're gonna hit his ass." And he's already warned the refs. The refs know. So when it happened in the game, I'm like, I already know there's no flag because
he was not out
of bounds. Came back in. Jack hit his ass. We're like, yeah. And everyone on the Bears like, what's a flag? We're like, bro, he went out, literally came back in and took it. Like, damn.
Yeah, no, he never stepped out of bounds. So like,
no, you don't.
Love it.
They're right.
But it's funny.
Go out of bounds.
It's funny. A quarterback who leaves himself open to getting hit and gets hit, and there's some outrage about it.
Yeah.
But the collective outrage for that, not there because you didn't see Caleb Williams lying up on the ground with an injury to his brain.
Yeah, because the Lions hit him in the leg.
Could have been an injury to his leg.
Yeah, 100%.
100%. And I mean, are we going to start saying, "Oh, they hit too low"? If he ends up leaving that game, maybe.
But that's what the NFL has done. The NFL, like, they've done their best to remove concussions, and what do we have now? We have tons of torn ACLs. We have guys getting their knees ripped apart because the players have to go low. Like, people want to crush the hit. It was one of the dirtiest hits I've ever seen, the hit on Shedeur Sanders. But a lot of people would also tell you that's a win for him not headhunting Shedeur Sanders on that play from the Kansas game 2 weeks ago. Like, this is what the NFL is. If you're not going to run out of bounds, you should get hit. That's my quarterback. I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
Run out.
Yeah, this hit is even. I'm just like pulled it up again. Like, it's not even close to dirty.
Right.
Like, he hits him like in the hip.
Yeah.
Exactly. But he's on the sideline, and some people will be like, oh, like, I'm sure a lot of Bears fans watching the game go, oh,
100%.
what the heck?
Yeah.
And the thing is,
both feet are in bounds. Yeah.
that we have turned to this, that the fans of the team who were rooting for the monsters of the Midway 30 to 40 years ago are now all of a sudden, like, if they see their quarterback get hit too hard, they're like, oh, they're so flag. Like, I just hate it. I hate it. It's unmanly. It's unbecoming. And it's a sign of the times and how we've all gotten soft. Hashtag soft boys. 12:30 every single Wednesday here on Gallant and George on Aziz Al-Shaair, 97.5 and 92.5.
Soft boy fans. They're all over. But just run out of bounds, guys.
The Ravens suspended the apple of Joe George's eye, Deontay Johnson. Remember when Joe George wanted to trade for Deontay Johnson? Well, he refused to enter a Ravens-Eagles game, Joe. Your thoughts?
I was wrong. You were right.
The weird thing is, like,
I'm dumb.
I can't believe that, like, you get a new job.
Well, it's weird. They didn't
After being on the Panthers earlier this year.
Him. Like, they traded for him, and then he literally, even like before this suspension and Eagle stuff, it wasn't on the field. It's like the front office and the coach. It's like they didn't communicate about, like, the player and his role. So it's like they didn't want him there anyways.
Or Deontay Johnson, maybe not a great attitude once he got traded there.
And also, maybe he's just like a bad attitude player.
Yeah, like, I'm not ready.
That happened in Pittsburgh.
I'm not
Carolina.
I'm not thinking. I think it's more likely that than the Ravens of all teams, front office and head coach isn't perfectly aligned, because that's like the opposite of what I think about the Ravens with how they get players and immediately find a way to use them. It's that Deontay Johnson might just be a clown.
Yeah, if you can't cut it in Pittsburgh and you can't cut it in Baltimore, it's definitely not the teams. It's definitely you.
If you're a Steelers wide receiver and you leave, good luck. Chase Claypool, Deontay Johnson. There are others that we can get to as well. Antonio Brown, I mean he really just lost his mind.
Yeah, Juju Smith, Schuster. Yeah.
Was Mike Wallace good after he left?
He'll hit some moments.
Yeah, but with the Dolphins, he was overall disappointing.
Santonio was okay with the Jets. Santonio Holmes.
Yeah.
They've had a lot of
Santonio Holmes, the success story here.
Plaxico.
Yeah,
he was Super Bowl champion. Don't ask what happened afterwards.
No, we're going to discuss it at 2:30 today.
Okay,
actually.
good.
How far is too far?
How far?
What? Plaxico too far. Let me just get that out.
You gotta wear if you're gonna strap, like, wear pants that have a strap. Like sweatpants.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah, I get one and be comfortable, but come on.
He's at the strip club. I get it, but, like, hey, I don't know, wear a holster.
Things happen.
Or don't bring your gun.
There's that too.
There's that one too.
Leave it in the car.
Or have someone else hold it. Yeah.
I even saw someone say, like, I can't remember. It was one of the Texans podcasters. I can't remember who it was. It was like, oh, if the Ravens cut him, the Texans should sign Deontay Johnson. No.
Let's go back. To this. Let's go back. You know what? Now I'm in.
You want to double down now?
Now I'm in. The stock could not be lower.
Buy low. This is Bill Belichick right here.
Penny stocks.
Yeah.
Deontay Johnson.
You're going to let someone else pay this guy, and then once he gets cut because he stinks, then we sign him.
That is the 10-minute drill. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're going to try our best to stay away from Aziz Al-Shaair talk. His 3-game suspension upheld by the NFL here on Aziz Al-Shaair 97.5 and 92.5. Yes, we have rebranded our station. A lot of people are asking, wait, Paul, are you serious? Yes, because that's all we've been talking about this week. Okay, and we're giving the best commentary on him. But I think we maybe should shift for just a moment and talk about your beloved Houston Texans, the guys who aren't going to be suspended for this critical 3-game stretch. I want, Sean, if we could, to play Nick Caserio from his press conference on Tuesday being asked if the Houston Texans are where they are expected to be.
Honestly, I have never have any idea how it's going to go. Nobody does. Like, for them to tell you, like, oh, yeah, we're going to win this many games, I mean, they're in the wrong business. Like, I'm never going to say that. We're never going to say that. So all we can do is try to put together a good football team, try to come in, have the right mindset, and then in the end, go out there and try to be 1-0 each game. And if you make enough plays and do the right things that are conducive to winning, you will. If you don't, then you won't. There were, going to week 12, 82 games were decided by 6 points or less. All right. So we have the most competitive league in all of professional sports. I know the Rockets and Astros fans right now probably hate me, but that's the truth. So we get one opportunity each week. And then you look at this past weekend, 12 of 16 games were one score. And then if you add in the the Denver game, which was 9 points, you're talking about 80% of the games are one-score games, which speaks to how small the margins are. Everybody's talented. Every team in this league has talent. So it's what do you do with your opportunities? How good is your execution? What are you doing on the margin? So that's where our focus is. As far as what the record's going to be, how many games are going to win, honestly, I'm not that smart. I can't figure that out. So all we can do is just try to do the right things consistently day after day, week after week, put ourselves in a position to have a good opportunity, which as we sit here today, December, whatever it is, we got a great opportunity in front of us. Doesn't guarantee squat. All right. That's all it guarantees is an opportunity. So we're excited about what's in front of us.
Who is this guy? I love him.
This quote was another one where I was like, all right, Nick. Taking shots at the Astros and Texans. The Rockets.
They're fans.
Yeah, they're fans.
Which also a bold move. What's interesting about this is, we used to do this bit where since Nick would just talk for like he'd give these filibustery answers, and he's still speaking with a lot of words here. But basically, since he said so little, I would make this character called Robo Caserio, and I just play a robot voice and say like, actually, like I hate everything, and I will remember this during the great robot revolution of 2027. And that now all of a sudden he's got some salt and pepper behind what he's saying. I love it. He's sassy Nick. I love it. That sounds demeaning. Nick could kick my ass. He's the guy is in fantastic shape, which is why I believe he might be a robot. This is awesome though. I love that answer. Like it sounded like at first he was going to give you all the cliches, all the generic stuff. Then he's like, yeah, all these Rockets and Astros fans, they act like blah, blah, blah. I love it. They don't know squat.
Yeah, and he's right. It's the one-score games.
There are a lot of one-score games in the NFL.
And it's how you play in the margins. And the Texans are a team that so far through CJ's career has been pretty good in the margins. Like you look through their one-score games, they have a pretty solid track record through 2 years so far. So, but people who predict games don't know squat if they're in the business.
I don't know squat. I know that. Everyone knows that who listens.
You got the record right last year.
That is true, but again, I pulled that out of my butt.
Yeah.
And Paul, you pull a lot of things out of your butt, don't you? Hey. That's not the point of what I'm trying to say here, okay? Paul, you like put Stop. God. Anyway, Joe, a question that you asked. Should we have any reason to believe the Texans come out of the bye week better than what they have been this year?
I think the answer is yes. Just because the bye week, I have enough confidence in the quarterback, and I like Bobby Slowick enough to where we've seen success in the past, where they should be able to be better offensively after the bye week. The struggles that they've had. Now you're going to have another week to figure out what's going on with the offensive line. If something that happened in the Jacksonville game is something to build off of, or if it was just a one game of success, but just continue to work with this new group. You would think that these struggles that are so clearly obvious, they would be able to find some solutions towards the rest of the season. And if they can't, then it probably says more about your offensive coordinator and maybe your quarterback and just your organization as a whole. But I would be confident they're going to be able to be better out of the bye week. It might not result in wins because of your schedule, but I think there's a reason to believe that they can be much better out of the bye week, at least on offense.
I feel like there's nowhere to go but up for the passing game because, hey, look, I mean, they made some plays on Sunday against the Jaguars, but I did feel like it was a C-plus performance. This is more Nick Caserio, and I'm curious to know if he was spicy with this answer too, because he was asked a very pointed question that many people were hoping would theoretically be answered at this bye week. He was asked about potential changes when it comes to play calling, given the fact that the Texans struggle so much to score in the second half.
Absolutely not. Like, Bobby Slowick's a great coordinator. He's done a great job. He's a great coach. And, we're going to, we've done a lot of good things offensively. And I would say, as far as the second half goes, in the end, it just comes down to execution. So if the other team makes more plays than you do, then, they're going to win. So can we do a better job? Like, yeah, sure. Like, do better on first down. All right, put ourselves in second and manageable, which is third and manageable. Take care of the football. So in the end, this league is all about execution. It's about doing little things, about controlling field position, which I'd say we haven't talked about the kicking game because nobody cares about the kicking game, but we're pretty good in the kicking game. We can cover kicks. I think we're second in net punting or third in net punting. Tommy's done a really good job here. So to be able to control field position, the whole kickoff return is kind of a wash because basically the average starting field position is about the 29-yard line. So it's about the same. And then Kaimi, I don't know, he's broke the record for most 50-yard field goals. So, he missed a couple short ones. So, we got pretty good in the kicking game. We got a good defense, pretty good on offense. So, put ourselves in a good position. So, in the end, how do we execute with our next opportunity, which Miami's in front of us, which is a damn good football team, which we're going to have to contend with, what Miami brings to the table. That's where the focus is. So, in the end, good football is about good execution. And, second half, it's no different than the first half. There are times we've executed a little bit better than in the first half than we have the second half. Played well in the second half the other day. I don't know, D'Amico got asked about what happened in the first half. So, that's football. So, it's an ebb and flow to every game. It's usually going to come down to a handful of plays, 6 or 8 in each game. You don't really know when those plays are going to take place, but you make them or the other team makes them. All right. And whoever makes the most, they're probably going to win.
Still a lot of words, but I like it's sassy.
Who is this guy?
I love how he's asked about second half struggles. Bobby Slowick, absolutely not into long tangent about the kicking game.
Yeah.
How do we get there?
With a couple of subtle flexes along the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, the Tommy Townsend shout out didn't go unnoticed by me of this guy assigned Tommy Townsend. Maybe you heard of him. Pretty good.
He's a fan of wrestling, and I know he's a fan of Jim Rome. And I listen, I think Nick Caserio could do a solo talk show. I think he could. The guy
100%.
The guy can fill. No one can fill.
That was never a question.
That was never a question. But it was always about, will he be entertaining?
Yeah, he found a personality.
No, I want this, especially if these are the bad boy Texans. I want this guy. I want this guy who's randomly throwing little subtle shots during his long answers at the local media who dares to question this team, even if they're right. I love it. I like this Nick Caserio a lot. I already liked him. 6-time Super Bowl champ.
It's like he came out with a list of the gripes that the fan base has, and he was like, "I'm just gonna knock these out." And then no one asked about the kicking game, and so he was like, "While I'm shutting down the Slowick thing, let me flex a little bit on Tommy Townsend kick returning, which okay." And Kaimi Fairbairn, who, I don't know, maybe just set an NFL record for 50-yard field goals, which I would go, wait, why is he kicking so many 50-yard field goals?
Yeah.
Nick, never mind.
Also,
I don't want
he was cooking. Let him cook.
Yeah. What about from the 40 and in? How's he doing?
Let him cook. Doesn't matter.
He said he's missed some short ones.
Doesn't matter, Joe.
Doesn't matter.
NFL record from 50 plus.
Yeah. Maybe they would have one more win if he made a short field goal. Who knows? Who's to say?
In a press conference where he called the characterization of Azeez Al-Shaair BS,
he was
called out the league all time.
Nick Caserio would have such a higher approval rating among Texans fans if this is the guy he's been. I would say even since he walked off the stage drafting CJ Stroud and Will Anderson, if he just put on this character, everyone would be on his side. There would be no Nick Caserio nitpicking going on.
Yeah, I need this guy to stay. Don't go back, Nick.
Yeah.
Can he swap out the vest for a biker jacket?
Yeah.
He wasn't wearing a vest.
I
think he gave it up.
I want him. I want him to come in
with a cigarette,
sunglasses on, cigarette in his mouth. Love it. He's got a leather jacket on. There's no shirt underneath anymore. It's just guns out. Okay,
He's just
with a
like
leather
dread.
biker jacket because he beat the hell out of some Hell's Angels. Sorry, I'm not.
Yeah, take it easy. Take it easy.
He
Look,
beats
man, we
up.
say a lot of dangerous things
That
on
is
this
Paul
show.
saying that.
That's Paul.
Well, Nick Casario, I don't know. Nick Casario versus a 50-year-old biker. I don't know who wins, but I
Give me the
bet on
Hells
Nick.
Angels.
I would bet on Nick. That's what I want. Next time he's at a press conference, sunglasses, cigarette, guns out, leather biker vest, and I want him to keep doing this.
And just push DJ, push Cody as he walks up to the podium. Out of my way,
yeah,
punk.
what do you want?
Yeah, putting out the ash on.
Yeah, the little
Jonathan
recorders,
Alexander's
like phone,
MacBook.
which he puts in front of there.
Yeah. You know, now I need like someone's phone to go off during the press conference.
Yeah.
too.
Who the hell is this?
He just throws it.
Yeah, just
throws it at a
yeah.
wall. No,
Out of here, Kunkel.
If this is the Nick Casario we get going forward, the same guy who drafted C.J. Stroud, who traded for Will Anderson, who drafted Nico Collins, who drafted Derek Stingley Jr.,
Traded Joe Mixon for a song.
Yeah. If this is the same guy, Texans Ring of Honor.
Oh, yeah.
Move over, Rick Smith.
Oh.
Comment on a period? No, it was a period, bub. Nick Casario is here to stay. Anyway.
I just wanted Nick Casario to say football is football, though.
No.
Yeah, he did lose me a little bit with, I think it was the other one where he goes, we're just trying to go 1-0 every week. I'm like, all right, Tom Herman, get out of here. That was a Tom Hermanism.
It's Gallant George, Sean Mays by the glass. He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Are the Houston Texans clowns? Even with Nick Casario doing what he just did right there? Some people think so. Stick around. What a Thursday it's been. A tsunami warning in California that was canceled. Who would have thought that the Hawk Tua girls meme coin would result in a lot of bozos losing tons of money? Because they invested in this voluntarily. Are you a victim, Sean?
Yeah.
Mapes?
I'm going to have to be on the value menu from now on.
Now, I did, for those who don't know, I did write in Hawk Tua for president. I didn't vote for either of the two candidates.
Yeah, I'm voting for criminals.
But I'm not putting my money in their meme stock, Joe. But you're right. I might have voted for a criminal.
How are people like doing this still? This happened like a month ago.
It did.
With the DraftKings girl.
It did. People forget.
Like, why are people buying fake
coin's
meme
different
coins?
because she
Hawk Tua.
She puts a little extra effort into everything she does.
Spin on that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the video?
Yeah,
that's what it was all about.
You don't want to get involved in this?
That's what it was all about at first. So I mean, it's been a busy day with those two things going on. Azeez Al-Shaair still suspended. Here's the latest on Alex Bregman from Brian McTabbert of MLB.com. The Astros haven't ruled out a reunion with free agent third baseman Alex Bregman, but their ability to re-sign him hinges on what other offers he's received on the market. The Astros have offered Bregman a 6-year deal worth around $156 million, I said as Joe shakes his head. A source tells MLB.com this week. That would be a club record contract for the team in terms of dollars, but Bregman is believed to be seeking a deal closer to $200 million, which likely would price out the Astros and force them to move on from their cornerstone third baseman.
It just reminds me so much of Correa. Same thing. Article comes out. This is the Astros number. Carlos wants more. Astros really don't ever come close. Now, Carlos didn't really come close to it either. I mean, he didn't reach the number he wanted, but he got closer to what his main goal was than what the Astros would do. So I think he's gone. I'm sad. I'm going to miss Alex Bregman.
I will remember you. Yeah, I am bracing myself now. I really am skeptical that they will be able to adequately replace him. I know that there are names being floated. Sorry, they don't do it for me.
Well, this is the second article now that Jorge Polanco.
Who is that? That's not a real person. Someone texted in saying, Paul, when do you check in on baseball? It's a great question because I don't know who that is, Joe. I don't believe that's a real person.
All right, so Jorge Polanco was on the Mariners last year.
Okay.
He hit a whopping .213 with a .296 on-base percentage.
That ballpark is tough to hit in.
Now, he had a knee injury
Marine
last
layer.
year. So, he had a knee injury last year, to his defense. The year before that, he's a 255, 235, 269. Like, he's an average baseball player. He's
No thanks.
Two WAR guy.
Yeah, no.
2? That's more than nothing.
Yeah.
Not -2?
Yeah, he's above replacement level.
Okay.
He's only been negative.
Oh, he has happened. He's been
No, it
negative in
doesn't
his
count.
career?
He only played 4 games. In one.
Bad 4 games.
Yeah.
How much of a negative was he in those 4
Negative
games?
0.1.
Yeah.
All right, that's not that bad.
But he had 300 in those games. I don't really know how WAR works.
I don't either.
Bad defense, probably.
Yeah,
Must
bad
be-
defense.
Well, great. So we're gonna get some just Shea Whitcomb wannabe at third.
No, it's not gonna be that bad.
And I think he's played a lot of second base, and would be moving to third.
He played second base last year.
Yeah.
But he played third base
Okay.
15 times.
Cool.
In 2023.
Fun.
Sweet.
And he played third base 9 times in 2016.
Okay, so it's like 20 times over almost 10 years.
Yeah, 24 times. Yeah.
I'd rather get Placido Polanco, who I believe is 50 now, or Jorge Posada, who is also probably 50. Because I'm assuming that is their love child.
In 24 games at third base, he has 4 errors.
That's not good.
That seems like a good.
That's not good.
That's not good proportion.
Yeah, he sounds like absolute.
Yeah. No thanks.
Absolute no pizzazz.
For that reason, I am out.
Maybe Pena moves to third. I could see that. I could see Pena moving to third base.
And Matthews playing short.
No, and then Well, this is what the Astros are. The window's always open, but we're going to let guys walk, and we're going to bring in average baseball players.
At a certain point, it will not work.
Yes, it'll blow up in their face.
Like one guy, they're teetering on having enough guys hit that it just, that you get the Kyle Tucker, you get the Yordan Alvarez, even, in 2022, you get Chas McCormick playing well. And you just get enough, though. Even Yainer Diaz, you've found another one. But it is always kind of teetering when you're constantly losing.
The best thing the Astros can do is, as soon as Alex Bregman signs elsewhere, is trade Framber Valdez and Kyle Tucker. It's their best strategy.
So enough with this.
I'm right.
It's the tanking BS.
It's not. I'm not tanking.
That is tanking.
Not tanking.
What are you going to get?
I'm not tanking.
You're going to get some prospects.
The Milwaukee Brewers traded their best pitcher last year, Corbin Burns, to the Baltimore Orioles, and they won their division. You can trade guys.
The NL Central's been a joke for like
what
decade.
Division are the Astros playing?
The AL West.
Yeah, a joke of a division.
Yeah, but they have been the best team in that division by far. The NL Central's been up for grabs for years.
I know, like you can trade guys and not. No, I'm not. Like I don't want them to trade them, Paul, for the guys who will be here in 5 years. But there are guys who are on the cusp of being Major League Baseball players who are good prospects who are available. That's $30 million off your cap space. If you trade Tucker and Framber, if you're not going to re-sign these guys at some point, like, is it better to get prospects for them or get Jorge Polanco to play third base?
See, if you're making a choice between those two, then
but
of course.
But that's what Jim Crane. I'm not doing that. Jim Crane's doing that. He's making that decision. He's the one making this decision. So if you're not going to sign him,
this makes me sad.
See him later.
This is really all I have to say. I don't like that we're going from, all right, they're not going to bring in Bregman. By the way, let's trade Kyle Tucker and Framber Valdez.
They're not going to
for
pay
a bunch
Kyle
of
Tucker.
randos who will probably suck.
They're not going to pay Kyle Tucker if they're not going to pay Bregman. Because if it was one or the other, then I'd be fine with
sighing. That's an exasperated sigh. That was a weird sounding sigh. That sounded more like a fart. But
yeah, that sounded like you were out of breath there when you did it.
Those fart noises are directed at that mentality, and it's very frustrating to hear the Astros basically say, like, yeah, we offered exactly what's been reported, and we're probably not going to go any higher than that. And Alex Bregman will probably be looking for more and probably be gone. Thanks, Brian McTaggart, for the bad news.
Yeah, come on.
Give me no news instead. Lie to me.
Yeah, I'd rather just like make believe, like the Joe Espada clip we played earlier, where it's like, well, you never know.
yeah. Keep telling me you never know. All right, I don't want to hear that they're $40 million apart on a deal, and what it hinges on is Joe being right and Scott Boras being washed. And
yeah.
He doesn't get a good offer.
I just want to be lied to.
Just for a little while.
Ugh. Anyway.
Speaking of money.
What?
Ime Udoka got fined $50,000.
Yeah.
Tari Eason got $35,000. Alvin Shingun fined $15,000 for their incidents the other night.
If they appeal that, do you think it'll be heard by Meta World Peace?
I mean, he'll tell Tari Eason. Eason, he'll raise Tari Eason's fine. Okay, he'll say if you're gonna attempt to go in the stands, you gotta go
finish the job. No,
finish it.
It'll be John Stockton or someone. If Ramon Foster is any indication, it'll just be Klay Thompson. It'll be active player Klay Thompson in the division, being like F Tari Eason, get him out of here. Oh, and he's playing the Warriors coming up. Yeah, interesting.
Why does the whole sports world hate Houston?
Houston versus everybody.
Who has it worse than us?
These are soft fines. $15,000. Like, what's the point of a $15,000 fine to someone that just signed a like $80 million contract? That's like $2 to you and me.
It's still $2.
Yeah. Hey, it's the principle.
I'd appeal on principle.
Should we start fining Paul?
Don't.
No. Like, what, 75 cents?
Yeah. 50 cents a P word.
I haven't been saying that
like
a lot.
$4.
Yeah, you'd be breaking even on these shows.
I probably got to cut that word back a little bit. That's just a thought. I remember I got a text from somebody who's like, calm down, dude. Like in the middle of one of my rants. And I was like, yeah, I have been dropping that word a lot. I'm not saying grab it. Okay. Stop. I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
You're not using it to describe anatomy.
Or theoretical presidents. Like I'm not that. Okay. Anyway, speaking of grabbing things, will the Houston Texans grab this bye week by the horns? What are you laughing at? I'm just transitioning naturally into the conversation that we were about to have. Did you see what the Speak for Your Pizza TV shows are saying about your beloved Houston Texans? It's outrageous. It's unfair. First off, Stephen A. Smith is coming after my new boy, Nick Caserio. And Stephen A., you don't want none of this. If Nick Caserio sees you in an alleyway, he'll throw an elbow to you. This is a drive-by by Stephen A. Smith on one of those Speak for Your Pizza shows on our guy, Nick Caserio.
When he mentioned the word embarrassment, the first thing I thought about when the name came to Nick Caserio was how embarrassing his tenure was before he lucked up and got D'Amico Ryans and drafted C.J. Stroud. Because prior to that, one would argue that his tenure there was embarrassing and disgraceful with the coaches he kept pushing in and out the door and all of this other stuff. You know, I got on national television just so y'all know, fellas, and was talking about you're a black man looking to be a head coaching job. Don't talk to that man. If I'm the league office, I'd call him just to say thank you. Next time, I'll just suspend
That's
you.
right.
I'll just suspend your damn players without anything. I won't even wait. You're actually maligning us for giving you the benefit of the doubt and repeatedly warning him so he would ultimately stop. That's what you're getting on us about? That's what you're saying is embarrassing? That's what you're saying is BS?
Right.
That we were kind enough to warn you instead of suspending you already when we could have suspended you a couple of other times.
That's right.
Really?
That's right.
Man, sit your ass down.
How about Jeff Saturday? Speaking of Bobos being like resident Bobo here, like, yeah, like being like those lame podcast hosts on all those athlete podcasts.
Surprised he didn't hear the Aziz Al-Shaair suspension.
Do you know what's embarrassing, Stephen A? You root for the Knicks. Loser. Like, you're a loser. Nick Caserio's won 6 Super Bowls. You'll never win anything because you root for that team voluntarily. And then they trot you out like the mascot you are. Very highly paid. I'm jealous of that. The highly paid mascot you are on First Take and all those shows so that you can be the clown Nick fan. And here you are talking about what's embarrassing, what's not. I like that the GM stands up for his players here.
Look, Stephen A.
They should have kept David Culley. Are you on crack, sir?
Yeah.
That guy was one of the worst and most unqualified coaches we've ever seen. No one wanted that job because Deshaun Watson's ass was all over the place. By the way, did Nick Caserio pull off the greatest heist in NFL history by trading Deshaun Watson here to the Cleveland Browns?
Guarantee you, Stephen A. Smith has said those exact words this year, or very, very close, giving credit to, or saying at least the Browns trade is one of the worst ever. It's been a topic when he was falling apart. They were crushing the Browns for making that deal.
Oh, but what was the Texans side of that trade?
Exactly.
The best trade ever?
So, look, I love like going back in time and trying to be like, oh, I told you no black man should go work for him. Well, a black man does now, D'Amico Ryans, and he's doing a really good job. Anyone with a brain could have told you that David Culley and Lovie Smith should not have been the head coach of this team. Also, it was a stupid argument then because they weren't the first organization to do this. The San Francisco 49ers did this to a bunch of white guys like 4 years before. Like, get over it. They were terrible coaches. They didn't belong here. They never should have been hired. And you know what people would say? Like, well, they should have hired Eric Bieniemy. Well, he just got fired again today. So, oh well.
Cook.
So stupid.
I mean, he's saying it's embarrassing because it is. It really, the way that they've gone about this, where like they went out of their way to dump on him, and it's like, you guys effed up with Kareem Jackson last year, and we're supposed to forget about that. Kareem Jackson, and I like Kareem Jackson, I really like him a lot, but on the field, the guy was a menace. Mm-hmm. He got fined 4 times last year. They suspend him. He gets his appeal successfully from that 4-game suspension to a 2-game suspension. He literally comes back 1 game later, and guess what happens? He gets suspended for a play that wasn't even flagged.
Mm-hmm.
So that lack of consistency is actually embarrassing. We have an example last year. That's, I think, what he's got to figure out. He says that the league has warned Aziz multiple times. Has it? Because it hasn't done it that well.
No, he has not been suspended. He's gotten, we think at least 1 fine.
Not 4 fines.
Yeah.
Like Kareem Jackson did.
And even then, like, it's it's almost like the Rockets thing. These are like $30,000 fines. These are not real warnings. They're not anything else. So like, even if he was warned via fine, there's supposed to be a step in between. But also, like, what do people expect like Nick Caserio to do? Stand up there and say, "Yeah, he's dirty,"
or just talk around the answer, right? Like I think that's what they were expecting here, and he's not alone. Here's another one of those yappers from Speak for Your Pizza. This is Christopher Russo, who some call Mad Dog. Never understood the appeal for him. Here is him.
I throw the player out for the rest of the year. That was the year? Oh, what a rough, nasty, garbage hit. That guy's a clown for hitting him like that, and he thinks his big deal is, I sent him an apology via X. Yo, you laid the guy that just sent him the apology when he was in the hospital, not moving. Think about this. This is an incredible, he threw his arm in there, his head. Oh, my God. And then he gets ticked off and takes his helmet off. This is the nasty, nasty, nasty play. I was totally down on this guy. And I tell you, how about DeMarco Ryans? You can kill the GM all you want. You guys are 100% right. I don't want to go pile on there. How about freaking the head coach? Yeah. How about him saying, you know what? Listen, the
He was wrong, too.
How about the head coach saying, you know what? We can't have that kind of play in this kind of football game. Right. How about DeMarco Ryans saying that after the game, which he didn't. He was more wrapped up on the team having a bye than he was wrapped up on saying, you know, poor Trevor Lawrence. That guy couldn't move for 5 minutes for crying out loud. Yeah. I mean, he's a starting quarterback in the NFL because this idiot thinks he's Doug Plank. Look him up because he's Doug Plank and Gary Fensick. I mean, it drove me crazy. That was a sick, nasty, awesome, and good for the NFL. Suspended him. I suspended him longer. I was completely down on him.
Lick that boot.
Completely down on him.
Lick that boot, Russo. Lick it. Just lick it some more. These New Yorkers, they love falling in line. Honestly, why your city fell apart.
People are so stupid for watching these shows. I cannot believe we helped. So Stephen A. Smith's going to get a $250 million contract.
It's because they say things with energy and pizzazz.
But like his name is D'Amico.
DeMarco Ryans. I like it.
Like just
it's like an
God
Italian.
Damn. It's like, sorry, you can dump that, Sean, if you want to. But like learn how to do your job. Like,
I like it when Joe breaks bad.
This is so stupid.
I love it when Joe breaks bad.
People are just such idiots.
All right. So this is ESPN. My bad. This is Aziz Al-Shaair, 97.5 and 92.5. I think we've reached the end, right?
I think so.
Is this it?
I think we're at the end.
Where does this rank among the most tired Texans topics this year? Talking about Bobby Slowick. For me, I'm sorry. Like, I'm done. Done. That one for me. That one's the most
number
one. Yeah. The Slowick thing's been going on since like week 3.
Number one for me, it's because the coaches keep throwing at us, D'Amico specifically. Change, and it's on us. Like, or the
what
Texans,
is on them?
The Texans beating the Texans. Like they've told us for weeks now, it's gonna get better, and they don't. That one I'm tired of.
That's understandable.
Slowick's up there.
The Slowick thing is, look, the offense is not taking steps forward. I do think there are limitations on the offensive line, largely due to the offensive line coach and Chris Strausser. And I think CJ Stroud's not playing very well this year. So I think those are factors that people don't want to bring up because Bobby Slowick is easy to bring up. And Bobby Slowick looks like somebody that you'd want to get mad at. He just does.
Hey, but the one time we didn't wear a hat, like things were good.
I mean, there was some, media guffawing going on for that exchange. I have no issue with that. They're trying to keep it light. It's awkward to be up there when you're the offensive coordinator that nobody likes.
Yeah.
But that's one of the conversations I'm tired of. I know Aziz Al-Shaair has probably, in the eyes of many, in the ears of many, leapfrogged the Bobby Slowick / we just got to be better.
Yeah, but like Aziz is going to be over today. This is the last day.
We hope.
Until he comes back.
We hope.
Before the Titans game.
Correct.
So like that'll be the next time we hear him speak to the media. Where Bobby Slowick will probably be a conversation in 2 weeks.
Well.
When they don't score the second half against Miami.
How's that? Come on.
Fact?
I mean, it's not a fact. They haven't done it yet. It's literally an opinion.
I don't disagree.
We
might be back.
Or you know what's going to happen?
What?
In the Miami game, they're again going to be terrible in the first half.
And
like they were against Jacksonville.
And then,
so the script is going to flip
the
rest of the season.
See? Yeah.
They focused so much on the second half, they forgot about the first half.
Also, I forget that how much more beaten down you guys are than me because you guys had to do, 3 radio shows after the Tennessee Titans beat the Texans, and I just got to go about my day.
That's right.
I got to just stay on vacation. That never happened as far as I'm concerned.
I'm looking forward to my 2 weeks of vacation because I like when they lose theoretically all 3 of those games.
Oh, come on. They'll go 1
They
and 2.
don't have Aziz.
They'll go 1 and 2.
Sorry to bring up Aziz
Mike
Al-Shaair.
McDaniel can't beat good teams.
I'll be heavily drinking at the Christmas party after they get smoked by the Chiefs.
No,
I know you won't even have a problem.
Yeah, I'm already taking that day. I will be at the Christmas party, but I'm taking the day off from doing the show.
That is a great move.
I'm just like, no, I don't want to do it.
Can't believe we have 2 haters on this show. I'm here trying to pump it up.
Well, I just wanted a virgin haterade, and they weren't giving it out at the Christmas Astros
at the toy drive.
We're at the toy drive. Where was my haterade? Someone texted in like a haterade without alcohol is like a Twin Peaks without the peaks out. And I was like, hey, can you calm down, sir? Calm down. We can't all be horny here, okay? Bonk, 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 bonk. Anyway, he's Joe. I'm Paul. It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coming up next, how far is too far? It's the hit game show that's sweeping America. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This song is not on Spotify anymore, and it bums me out.
Was it going to be on your Spotify rap?
No, I don't even want to see what mine is. It's going to be probably some really embarrassing songs.
I don't use Spotify, so.
Oh, I do.
Mine also would be like Miss Rachel and Blippi and.
Oh, yeah.
They're on Spotify?
Yeah, they're everywhere, man.
Oh.
Blippi.
Yep. Excavators.
Yeah, I know that one. Even I know that one.
I've seen people who's like, it's all WWE, like the walkout songs.
Yeah, that's great.
And all the comments are like, you should be thrown in prison if this is your rap.
That's strange. Like, what do you like? Listening to like the Undertaker theme song because you work out?
I guess. Yeah. Now you're talking me into it.
Now, if it was like John Cena,
that
Thugonomics.
Bars. Yeah.
Do you have a Spotify, Sean?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Maybe we check our raps for garbage time. I am actually curious now that it's brought up. It is kind of weird how everyone's sharing that online, but
that's like the thing now.
I'm just embarrassed to show it off. I don't want people knowing what I listen to.
I mean, we know what your taste in music is.
No, it's not about my taste in music. It's about the podcast I'm listening
to. Well, see, I already know what my podcast would be like. The Dog Walk, Ryan Russillo.
I will be in the top 1% of podcast listeners. Without a doubt, I will be in the top 1% of people listening to just total podcasting.
I feel like we would all be. Or
Can
like,
I ask you a question?
Most people would be.
Is your own podcast going to be on your Spotify rap?
No.
Oh, okay.
I've never listened to my own podcast.
I hate listening to myself.
No.
So.
I listen to myself sometimes, but I hate it. Makes me want to die. Makes me feel like a failure. Makes me feel like I let my father down. Makes me feel like I'll never be good enough in his eyes.
But I feel like if you work in radio, like you're high up on the podcast list of podcast listeners.
Yes,
fair.
Yes, 100%.
Just because, like, you know how many podcasts I have to listen to just to like, what did so and so say about this team?
I do it at 1.5 times speed though, so I get more volume.
Man, I can't do it.
I can only do 1.3.
I'm 1.
Though I've seen some
what?
do. You do 1?
Yeah,
you're a psychopath.
I just 1.
I'm almost to the
I
point
got
where
a 45-minute drive home.
1 is crazy.
Yeah, and you
can listen to
like
2
6
podcasts.
podcasts on the way.
Yeah, it's true. I can't do it. It's just not for me.
Gotcha.
My dumb brain doesn't work that way, I guess.
It did. Honestly, I've listened to the podcast at 1.5 around other people. My old co-host in Seattle, Danny, was like, "What is wrong with you?"
But it's such a normal thing.
You have to like train your brain a little bit to like when you can't dive in 1.5 and like catch everything. You have to give yourself listen a couple times where you don't retain everything.
The problem was it definitely affected how I spoke. So I do listen to some podcasts at 1 times, but these are ones that I actually like want to listen to out of enjoyment, not because I'm trying to cram information into my brain.
Gotcha.
But I started speaking very fast as a result of the 1.5, and I already speak very fast, perhaps too fast. So
too
there
furious,
you go. Nice. It's on.
Good ball.
You can watch all of those, by the way, on
Peacock.
I forget what app they're on.
I think they're on Peacock.
I think Netflix actually.
Oh,
now.
Netflix.
Oh yeah, I did just see them. They all just popped up on Netflix.
I almost watched Too Fast, Too Furious the other day. I've never seen that one.
Really?
I actually haven't seen that.
It is.
I know.
It's the underrated heater of the group.
I heard.
Yes.
It's like still realistic, semi at least.
Yeah, semi.
Maybe not the driving onto the boat. Like I know the general plot points, but
Ejectocito, cuz I don't know if that's actual legit
Great
science.
line. Maybe that's the gift we use for Alex Bregman.
Ejectocito, cuz?
And we just
that's if like McCormick gets traded.
That's you, dude. All right, let's play the hit game that's sweeping America. It's called How Far Is Too Far?
All right, so we're going to look back at some suspensions today.
Looking back.
So to see, if we went too far, the punishment didn't fit the crime back in the day. Now this one's a new one, okay?
A new one.
There's a OHL prospect, an NHL prospect playing in the OHL, the Ontario Hockey League. Apparently something happened into the game in which the fans threw teddy bears onto the ice.
Sorry.
He got upset by the way he was playing or something. He threw the teddy bear back into the stands. They suspended him a game.
Oh, not far enough. It's Canada.
Oh.
That's assault, dude.
You think she got more?
He should have had his arm amputated.
10 games?
Eye for an eye.
This is the teddy bear.
Yeah, that could have allowed some Canadian to feel warmth and happiness for the first time. Those miserable bastards are too busy bitching and moaning about the policies of the countries that's south of them that's going to have to bail them out someday.
See, I figured you would just be on this guy's side. Like, I got to see you, like,
no, he's a Canadian from Ontario.
We don't know he's Canadian. He might just be in this league.
Well, he's playing in the British province of Ontario.
That's
F
true.
Not enough.
We mentioned Plaxico Burress earlier.
Yeah.
He was suspended 4 games for accidentally shooting himself, mostly also because he was illegal carry.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Accidentally shooting himself, too.
But you would have known that he was illegally carrying the gun if he didn't shoot himself. It was 4 games too far for a suspension for Plaxico Burress.
He went to jail.
I was going to say.
So, yes.
I think there's jail time involved.
I feel like he learned his lesson. You know, he didn't need to be suspended by the league, too.
And if you think about it, he only got suspended 1 more game than Aziz Al-Shahir for the hit on Trevor Lawrence for committing an actual crime and shooting himself in the leg.
Yeah.
Man.
I think too far.
What a story that was when it happened.
Incredible. I wish I was like older and in sports radio when that story came out.
A younger me, Patriots fan, was like, "Suck it, Steelers."
Yeah, yeah. No, that was
it was Giants.
That was on the Giants. It was the year after they won the Super Bowl.
You're right.
It was like 2008.
That's
right. So you definitely were like
a younger me with no accent said,
"Yeah,
F the Giants."
Gilbert Arenas got suspended 50 games for the bringing guns into the locker room.
He didn't even shoot him. What the hell?
Too far?
If Plaxico got 4 for shooting himself, that's over half a season in the NBA.
Yeah.
He just brought them in, as one does.
He did point them at Jarvis Crittenton,
who
ended up being not a good guy.
That's someone.
Yeah. He got suspended 38 games.
So he pointed his gun at not a good guy.
Yeah.
It all works out in the end.
We didn't know he was not you probably had an idea. He was on the Washington Wizards, so he probably wasn't a good guy.
Okay.
But yeah.
On a serious note, don't bring guns into the locker room.
Don't point them at teammates.
Honestly,
like, that's what and also we have to remember this is David Stern era.
Yeah.
This is like, hey, listen what we're not doing. Shooting guys.
I was like, if he did this now, a season?
Yeah.
Like full 82?
Yeah.
I would assume.
That's not that much more than 50.
I bet he would go to jail.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, today.
Well, it depends where.
Pete Rose suspended forever for gambling. Did we go too far? Never let him back into the game.
I still have a hard time believing that he ever bet against the teams he was on because of how competitive he was. Again, he ran across home plate during a All-Star game and just truck stick the catcher. I think he injured him. But I understand setting the precedent. It had been a while since somebody had been banned for gambling. We had different attitude towards gambling than we do today, where now it's just like so out in the open. There's a part of me that wonders if we've gone too far, but not at mybookie.ag, promo code bet975.
Yeah, I'm with you, because I think the real argument like now for Pete Rose is like, well, if he didn't bet on his team to win that game, it means he's confident they're going to lose. So it's kind of giving a tell to the bookie about what's going to happen in that game. I think they still went too far. The fact, especially like, I hope the clip that like when he was on the Dan Le Batard show when he was alive and said he didn't want to go into the Hall of Fame after he died. I hope they honor that, or I hope his family says no when they try to put him in. It's garbage.
I don't think they'll try to put him in, but not because of gambling. Because he had like a 14-year-old girlfriend.
That's true.
Oh yeah, that's the late.
I think that's why they don't let him in.
People do forget about that, like me. I forgot. Terrell Pryor was suspended 5 games as a rookie after being drafted in the supplemental draft by the Oakland Raiders because of, well, things he did at Ohio State involving tattoos and championship rings. That's way too far.
It's
right?
the most insane suspension anyone's got in sports because this was in college.
Yes.
He broke NCAA rules.
I forgot he got suspended in the NFL for
and
this.
it was for tattoos.
Yeah,
right?
It was impermissible. Basically, it was impermissible benefits where he traded things that he got from bowl games, from T-shirts, whatever, bowl rings, I think, to a tattoo place for tattoos. So he didn't actually get money. He just traded the value of those things given to him by Ohio State for tattoos. And yeah, he was immediately ineligible for all Ohio State stuff. And then, like you said, went to the supplemental draft.
He has to get drafted in the supplemental draft because of this.
Yes. Yeah. And 5 games. This is
because he was
ridiculous.
Suspended for like the whole year, right, at Ohio State.
Yeah. Yeah.
So then he bailed. I cannot believe it. Like when people brought this up with Harbaugh this last year, that he should be suspended by the NFL, and they tried to use Terrell Pryor as an example. I'm like, you suck at your job, Mike Florio or whoever is promoting this idea.
That's
stupid.
That's more. You have more of a leg to stand on because it's like he was cheating to win football games. This is like not a relevant rule whatsoever in the NFL.
Not at all. It is insane that he got any games in the NFL for something that happened in college.
Didn't Tressel also get suspended when he joined to be part of the front office or something?
Yeah, he was suspended for the NFL too.
The two most ridiculous ones.
Well,
Pryor 1, Tressel 2. Because Tressel, he didn't comply with the investigation. That's like the only way you get got by the NCAA is if you don't participate in the investigation that they have.
He was suspended 6 games when he joined the Indianapolis Colts staff. That's so stupid. I cannot believe that happened.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's always Ohio State too. Right? Maurice Clarett gets suspended for the full year at Ohio State. He tries to go in the draft. They wouldn't let him. Right after he'd won the national title. Yeah, Ohio State's got some fun scandals.
Yeah, at least now it's better days ahead with Ryan Day.
That's true.
For like another month. Shoeless Joe Jackson and the rest of the Black Sox were suspended, obviously, for life after throwing the World Series.
I feel like it was a little more egregious what they did.
But
literally throwing a World Series.
So we're not talking about anyone else besides Joe. He hit 375 in that World Series. Did he really throw it? Like,
I need to see the clip. I need to see the clips of them on defense.
Good point.
Did he take the money?
I don't know.
That's what matters.
He got to be in Field of Dreams.
He was. They were accused of accepting 5. So yeah, I guess he took the $5,000.
He took the money.
$5,000.
Well, that's funny.
Terrell Pryor stole more money.
It's 1919.
I know.
This Wikipedia article has the equivalent to $88,000 in 2023.
Still not enough money.
Still not even close.
Still not enough money.
But they weren't making anything back.
Yeah, they were working like winter jobs and stuff.
Right. So I could see how they might have done it. The owners were giving them a raw deal relative to the revenue that the sport was earning at the time. So I'm not acting like I can't believe they did this. But I mean, like, this is the last major sporting event that we know in American history that was super fixed, and it was super fixed by like actual games.
Yeah,
right?
by the players. Yeah,
like was it Lucky Lucenzo? I forget. Like, it's a person who was a character in the TV show Boardwalk Empire on HBO. If you ever watched it back in the day, I forget which one, but like a pretty famous character.
Yeah,
Arnold Rothstein. I think that's it.
Last one I got here.
Hit me.
Joel Embiid suspended 3 games for shoving a reporter. Did we go too far? Now that it's been like 2 months.
Again, that is. Oh, it's.
I want to see the shove.
And it is the same number of games as Aziz Al-Shahir.
Well, proportionally, it's a little.
Yeah, proportionally, it is different. It's way less.
I think because we don't have video of it, that's where I'm going to say it's too far. I think that there's no video because it's not as bad as we thought. They're hiding the video.
It is noteworthy that they're hiding the video.
I guess it could be the opposite. They're hiding the video because it's way worse.
I need to see it. I honestly don't know what happened. Like, the way it was reported was so strange because someone said like he got assaulted
and then punched,
right,
and then shoved.
Yeah. So
or was it punched, assaulted, then shoved? It was some like weird one where the first one, and it was also only one tweet that stood out there for a while, and then he rephrased it, and then it was like 45 minutes before Shams Charania came out with like the polished version of what happened.
There you go.
Yeah, I just want to see the video.
I don't think it's too far.
Why is TMZ not? How's TMZ not bought this video yet?
I want to know.
TMZ watch.
How soft are these Philly reporters?
I want to know if Dan Pastorini, Oilers quarterback, got suspended for shoving former Houston Chronicle reporter Dale Robertson back in the day.
Probably not.
I doubt he did.
No, back then, no.
Dale's a good dude.
That stuff used to happen. That stuff used to happen all the time.
At least they both.
The like relationship used to be like way different.
Yeah,
between
they would hang out together.
Yeah,
drink
like
together.
Bob Ryan would like get drunk with Kevin McHale and stuff.
Yeah,
must have been awesome.
God, I would have loved to have a job then.
Anyway, yeah, I know they were smoking reefer and doing blow on the air. Like that was the life.
Radio used that?
What?
They were doing that?
They were. You are you surprised?
Yeah. That they're smoking reefer and doing blow on the air. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not.
No, I'm surprised that they're doing cocaine.
Oh yeah, it's insane. Dude.
I mean, like sports radio is built on like mostly like strip clubs. So like,
yeah.
that's
news to me. Look at us. We're all
like early sports radio. Like they would do remotes at strip clubs, and they had strip club advertisers, and it's like all the time.
All of a sudden we're above that. Interesting.
Yeah. Well,
right down the street.
I mean, we went to Twin Peaks like 2 weeks ago.
That's not a strip club.
I know, but it's a watered down version.
Restaurant.
It's a watered down version.
Oh boy, Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. We got some garbage time before we wrap things up. That's How Far is Too Far every Thursday, 2:30. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Last chance to dance. Gallant and George. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You know, guys, we have another banger. Another banger that I think is going to change the world. I know a lot of people, they come to this show because of our musical tastes. And I can't believe the art that I heard. Now, I don't know if a lot of you guys recognize this artist, but I think this is going to get you in the holiday season with it being December. Hit it, Sean. And in case you couldn't tell, that's the newest hit song by the Costco guys.
My God. They just put out bangers.
They do. That's the best Christmas song I've ever heard.
Bangers. Watch out, Mariah Carey.
Bing Crosby, Nat King Cole.
Yeah.
Move to the side. The Costco guys, like most Italian gangs, I mean, most Italian-American creators, like, when they grab something, they'll shake it. They'll shake it some more.
I feel like these guys are just going to keep going up.
Yeah.
Like, this is not Hawk Tua. She's gonna fall off, especially now.
Yeah, well, I feel like once you do meme coin light fraud, I feel like you're kind of on the tail end of things.
Can she do a song with them? That's the collab I need.
Crossover of the century.
I don't know. I think Big Justice seems too innocent for this.
That's true.
They are much more family friendly than Talk to Us.
Yeah, he's a child.
Yeah.
I cannot believe how I stumbled upon this. They were doing like a podcast of like how it started, and it made me sad to be nervous of what's to come with my child one day. He said that they started this because all his friends in middle school had YouTube channels.
Yeah.
And like there was like middle school and like elementary school, like his friends were doing like makeup tutorials and like life vlogs on YouTube.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't want to deal with that.
There was some clip that popped up. It was like a podcast they were doing from I think 20 years ago. It was like, yeah, we talk about food and we talk about sports. I was listening to one of my favorite podcasts. They found this clip and they're just like letting the show go. And it was like, yeah, they tried to do a guys podcast. They've tried all sorts of different things. And it turns out that being an influencer for Costco, that was the choice.
Yeah.
Wish I'd thought of it sooner.
I mean,
but there is a certain magic that you have to have.
Yeah. Like, yeah, you can't just be anybody.
Yeah. Or you can't like again, they thought of, or they were doing a podcast 20 years ago. Like being first wasn't the issue. It was just, they're just missing. They're missing a little special something.
I'll be honest. Barstool Sports has a ugly Christmas sweater collab with these guys.
Yeah.
I'm considering buying.
Well, I think you should consider
bring the boom ugly Christmas sweater.
Joe, I think you should consider exploiting your son to become the next viral father-son pair.
Oh, we will.
There we go.
Okay, when I leave one day, it's because of him.
the rocket ship of success.
Yeah.
And on that, that's going to wrap up today's edition of Gallant George on Aziz Al-Shaair 97.5 and 92.5. I'm sure that no one else will talk about Aziz Al-Shaair the rest of the day. We got it out of our system, right? Right. For Sean Mapes, for Joe George, our texters, Twitchers, YouTubers, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Thursday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it's a Thursday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Lots to get to today on a Thursday. Lee Sterling is going to hand you out some winners. If you want to make money, you're going to want to hang out with us today, because not only do we have Lee Sterling at 345, Adam Ronis at 415. Both of them crush it. Both of them win lots of money, and they want to help you too. They love you. They want to help you win lots of money. Bad Take Boulevard. Can the Texans make a push after the bye? That's kind of been the rallying cry. It's kind of been lost in the shuffle with the whole Aziz thing. Like the message from the team coming out earlier this week, we got to make a push. Like after the game, CJ Stroud, we got to make a push. So can they actually make a push? And what about this golden era of Houston Astro baseball? Is it coming to an end? There's a new contract offer that has been reported by Brian McTaggart that has been given to Alex Bregman. Is it legit? Is it something that he would do, the Astros would do, that they should do? And what about the whole idea of maybe trading away some of the core of this team? We'll get to all of that, but we're still kind of coming to grips with this Aziz Al-Shire thing. Aziz Al-Shire, of course, suspended 3 games by the NFL by Karen Runyon. He had it, of course, had the appeal heard by the guy that works in Tennessee radio, which he did not reduce the suspension, still a 3-game suspension for Aziz Al-Shire. And what's really weird to me, and I think it's worthy of a conversation. The first one is, why is this guy the arbiter? Why is the guy that works for the Tennessee Titans, that is literally employed by the Tennessee Titans, why is he the guy weighing in on the ruling of one Aziz Al-Shire? He's literally employed by the Tennessee Titans. I did a little bit of a deep dive yesterday. He does morning radio for the flagship every single day. Every Monday through Friday, he does morning radio for their flagship station in Nashville.
This is basically the NFL's way of just letting everybody know without flat out saying it. We can do whatever the hell we want, and we're going to show you that whatever you think matters doesn't. That this is ridiculous that you didn't think about this before you did anything, both with Runyon and in this case with Ramon Foster. And just said, you know what? It's a really bad look for the league if we do this. We have other options. We should probably go that route just to avoid any backlash. They're basically throwing the middle finger up and going, don't care, doing it our way. And by the way, we're going to lay down the same discipline that we did. Deal with it.
He's employed by the Titans. And
that's ridiculous.
Even if we eliminate that there was, we don't know if there was bias here. We have no idea. Maybe Ramon Foster, we do think that the precedent shouldn't have led to a 3-game suspension. But let's just eliminate the idea that Ramon Foster had any sort of bias here. Let's assume that Ramon Foster did this as fair as possible, that he weighed in every single nugget of information, and let's say he was completely right down the middle. I understand that's a reach, but let's just assume that for a moment. Shouldn't the NFL and the NFLPA just eliminate a guy that could be a division rival for the sake of the conversation that we, quite honestly, are having right now? So you can eliminate all of the Houston Texans fans. You can eliminate the Houston media. You can eliminate the Houston blowhards that talk behind a microphone, which includes us. You can eliminate that conversation simply by using somebody else. That, to me, is where it doesn't make any sense. The NFL opens themselves up to, this conspiracy of, okay, well, you have a Tennessee Titan that's weighing in on the appeal of a Houston Texan. Ramon Foster. Yesterday, they have a show Twitter page where it talks about their show and things that are coming up on the show. Adam Schefter tweeted Ramon Foster is the hearing official on today's appeal for Aziz Al-Shire. The show Twitter put the eye emoji, quote tweeting it. It's they're having fun with this. They're mocking this. They're having fun at the expense of Aziz Al-Shire. They're making light of the situation, which annoys me, quite frankly.
You think about this from any business perspective. The first thing you want to do is try to be forward thinking and walk through a process before you actually make decisions so that you can weigh the pros and the cons and make sure you don't have egg on your face. This is ridiculous that they either didn't do that and didn't have the foresight to do such, or they just figured, again, we'll throw the middle finger up on both hands and say, don't care, won't care, going to do it our way. You're going to deal with it no matter what we say. It is a joke that you had other options as well. You're not financially constrained to say, I've only got one guy doing this job. It's unfortunate, we allow him to have a second job where he works for a team that's in your division. No, you had multiple options both times, and this is what you chose to do. This is the league saying we're bigger than you, and we're going to do whatever the hell we want.
Yeah, he's not the only one that does this. Like,
No.
it could have been Jordy Nelson. It could have been Derek Brooks. And that's the other thing. Cody Stoots, I should say, he tweeted out this morning, I guess he was listening to the radio show, and Foster said that he wasn't going to talk about this. And, like, he also equated to how Derek Brooks works with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Okay? I don't know how that makes any sense. It would make more sense if Derek Brooks was the guy that was the arbiter. Because, why? Because he's not a division rival. So Ramon Foster, like, saying that Derek Brooks is a member of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers makes no sense to me, quite frankly.
This also, Jeremy, goes back to what I said previously when we were talking about this, about from the eyes of a defender, if you're going to have Runyon, who's one of the dirtiest players in the NFL, be a guy that's judging dirty plays, well, then why don't you have a linebacker be the guy that's the arbiter when dealing with a linebacker, when we're trying to evaluate how much time does he need to be able to pull up, pull away, the severity of the hit, all those other things. That would make more sense if you're going to go with the first choice of Runyon. But either way, you could have avoided all this and said, here, Jordy Nelson, take this one.
Yeah. The Jordy Nelson, Derek Brooks make more sense. And Foster be like, well, Brooks plays for Tampa Bay. He's got a bias. No, he doesn't. It's a different one. It's a different division. Two, it's a different conference. You're a division rival where your owner that's paying you checks, by the way, hates the Houston Texan ownership. So that I can't believe we didn't make a bigger deal about that yesterday. This would be like me being the person that is the arbiter for a Texas Tech player being suspended. Quite frankly, it's exactly what it is. Like, let's say that Brett Yormark, Big 12 commissioner, suspended a random Texas Tech player for 3 or 4 games. He appealed, and I was the arbiter because I do sidelines for Houston. I have a radio show in Houston. How stupid would that be? How stupid would it be if Branham was the arbiter of a Texas Tech player being suspended? That is the equivalent to what happened yesterday. Seth Payne would be the equivalent. I joked around about Mark Vandermeer. Seth Payne's probably the better example because Seth Payne played in the NFL. He does get employed by the Texans to appear on their pregame radio show ahead of their Texans games. He does morning radio at the flagship. This would be like if Seth Payne heard the suspension of Calvin Ridley.
Yeah, the only thing missing would be if you guys had been in the Big 12 long enough to develop a rivalry to where you could say, hey, not only are you going to be the arbiter in this case, but it happens to be with your biggest rival within your conference. Because that would actually kind of equate to what we're talking about here. When we know that Amy Adams Skunk hates the Texans. She got the game ball because they beat the Texans. We know the whole uniform and all the other crap that goes on and how Hannah and seems to have an issue, the Texans going back at her. This is a joke, only it's reality. And that's what makes no sense is the fact that it basically just shows you that they put their big boy pants on and said, just don't care.
Yeah, it's quite ridiculous. And the timeline's also, like, putting that conversation aside, the other part of the timeline is interesting yesterday because we know that Azeez Al-Shire was getting the appeal heard by Ramon Foster, who is employed by the Tennessee Titans. We later know that, of course, the suspension got upheld. We found out right around the time where the appeal was ending that Adam Schefter tweeted that the Jaguars placed Terrence Lawrence on IR and his season looks to be done. And whenever you read that tweet and knowing that Trevor Lawrence was concussed and got carted off the field, whenever you read the tweet, Jaguars placed Trevor Lawrence on injury reserve, we all think concussion. We all think head, right? Like, our minds immediately go there. We talked about this on the show yesterday. Like, do we think that Trevor Lawrence being placed on injured reserve is going to have a factor on Azeez Al-Shire's suspension? I think that it probably does. I think the injury from the moment it happened and then getting placed to injury reserve yesterday is part of the equation. Because I do think it's a bad look. Be like, okay, we're going to drop Azeez Al-Shire's suspension down to 1 game or 2 game the day that Trevor Lawrence was placed on the IR for an injury that we thought at the time was because of Azeez Al-Shire's hit. So we think during the really all day that Trevor Lawrence placed on injury reserve, and we think it's for the concussion. The suspension gets upheld. 5:39, Adam Schefter, I saw this from Stressens. At 5:39, Adam Schefter tweets, the 3-game suspension of Houston linebacker Azeez Al-Shire was upheld. At 5:57, which this is quick math, 18 minutes later, Ian Rappaport tweets, Trevor Lawrence is expected to have surgery to repair a significant AC joint injury in his left shoulder in the coming weeks. His season is over. So he wasn't placed on the IR for the concussion. No. He was placed on IR for the shoulder injury that's going to require surgery, yet that piece of information was held out for 3 hours and didn't come out until 18 minutes after the decision on the Azeez Al-Shaair, the appeal being upheld. The timeline is fascinating.
It's ridiculous in the fact as well that we knew during the telecast, during the game, and leading up to the game that Trevor Lawrence was still iffy because they were debating whether he was going to have surgery to end his season. Then they said on the telecast, hey, you know what? Trevor Lawrence said, as a leader of this football team, I want to show for my teammates that I'm there. I'm going to try and play. But we knew that he was borderline, excuse me, being shut down for the rest of the season because they're not going anywhere. They had an option if they were going to shut him down to say, what of the two injuries? This, again, it's all calculated. It's all being used against the Texans. It's all because the league lets all of this happen. It's a joke because we knew before the game even started that he was there was a possibility he was going to be shut down for his shoulder.
Yeah, it's the timeline's interesting to me. The fact that you have a division rival, guy who gets paid by a division rival is interesting to me too, and it lacks sense from the NFL. Even if Ramon Foster was completely unbiased and fair, which he could have been. Like, I'm not going to sit here and call Ramon Foster's character into question like Karen Runyon did to Azeez Al-Shaair. I'm not going to go down that low to Karen Runyon's level. But the look of having a division rival employee making the call on the suspension and the appeal, rather, of Azeez Al-Shaair, it reeks of conspiracy. Not saying it happened, but how do you not eliminate the conversation beforehand? It's crazy.
I also don't understand how is the league not making enough money that you guys can't pay these guys well enough, but also in their to say in their contracts, this is your job, because of the fact, like, you can prevent Tom Brady from being if you're an owner, you're not supposed to be a broadcaster, and then they put in all those other different things. But do we need the second and third jobs? And we're going to allow that, because it would seem like from week to week with all these fines and all these suspensions and all these things that they have to review, there's plenty enough to do for the four guys that you should say, you know what, we can't have you having side jobs with the other with a team.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, I imagine he gets paid more with like doing radio and doing Titans radio than he does being an arbiter every now and then for the NFL.
You think so?
Oh, I think so.
I think because
I don't think he's an employee.
This is like the referees. Like, before, the referees had side jobs because
they get paid probably like $5,000 a game.
But now it's I think it's up from that. I think
it's pretty high.
Yeah, like, they get six figures, I think, to be an NFL referee.
An arbiter's probably on contract. Like, he's probably not on payroll, right? Like, he's probably those are kind of the same thing. He's probably freelance. Like, I can't imagine that he's collecting. So. I don't know, man. I can't imagine they're paying a dude who's working 4 days a year insurance.
I would say it's probably seasonal during the season that they are on a salary for 8 months and then I don't know if you're going to base it on workload or not, but I would think, and it's the NFL. I mean, they're printing money. You can't pay your employees for something that obviously is important during the course of the season as it relates to players' availability.
Yeah. I mean, getting out in the weeds on this not that important. I wonder, like, I don't know if they're paying an independent arbiter who's he's making a point or is doing his task. I mean, how many times a year do you think he's ruling on stuff and appeal? I can't imagine it's more than half a dozen. There's like 4 of them.
Well, but it's not even just the appeal. They also make the judgment on the fines from week to week for the hits.
I don't
and things
think
like that
Ramon Foster has anything to do with that. I think that's why he's an independent arbiter. Because if he was doing that, he's no longer independent.
Well, no, because I thought that they've said that, like, Derek Brooks and some of the other guys have been the whatever representative of the league.
I don't know how that's an independent arbiter then. I don't know how that's an independent arbiter that doesn't have skin in the game.
I don't either.
Yeah, I'm not real sure. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Did the way that D'Amico and Caserio come out against the NFL whenever they had Azeez's back, did that come into play here? And are we overblowing how big of a loss Azeez will be for the Texans for the next 3 games? 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, also on Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Brian's at Sack by BMAC. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, a word from a good friend, Doc Linville. He's right here in the Med Center, and with the holidays coming up, maybe you want that extra gift, or maybe you want a gift for yourself or your significant other that really could make a big difference in their lives. Doc Linville's there for you. He does all kinds of things. He does plastic surgery. He does Botox. He does all kinds of different things that can help you spot treatments. Maybe it's a nice gift like that. But for guys in particular, he can get your hair back. And it's an amazing transformation that uses your own hair. It's a process that is really simple. It's basically painless. And you can get your own hair back, and you can see it at its full and best self in 6 to 9 months, but you'll see the follicles almost immediately. It's absolutely fantastic. And all you got to do is go to 975hair.com and sign up for a free consultation. They can explain everything to you for free. People off the street pay $150 for this consult. You get it for free because you're listening to me and you want to talk to him. Go in there. Ask questions, get answers, have them explain everything from the PRP treatments, which is like fertilizing the lawn or kind of supplementing the hair that you still have on your head, to the fact that the NeoGraft procedure is a game changer. He takes hair from the sides and the back of your head where you're never going to lose your hair genetically and moves it to where you need it most, and it's going to stay for the rest of your life. It's going to get stronger and longer over the next 6 to 9 months after they do the procedure. Fantastic results. I'm here to tell you from personal experience, I would recommend it to anyone. Check them out today. Go to 975hair.com and sign up for that free consultation. No signing out on the dotted line, no money out of pocket, no commitments to be made, just questions, answers, and a one-on-one where you get everything explained to you to see if it's something you might want to do. Check out my good friend Doc Linville at 975hair.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Do you think what D'Amico and Caserio had to say about the Aziz hit before the suspension came down had anything to do with the suspension A and then B, the appeal? Get to that in a couple of minutes. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Texter, we have a Jaguar fan listening, which I credit to you. That's I appreciate the hustle. I really do. Called us sissy boys. Let's grade the jokes here. Let's grade the insults because we can appreciate good insults. I love a good insult. If you get me with a good insult, I tip my cap to you. Blankers might say bad words to you, but I'll tip my cap to you if you get me with a good insult. Sissy boys. Where does that rank on the insult list here from this Jaguar fan that's listening? That one's not great.
That's pretty weak.
I give that one about a 1.4.
Yeah, I was going to go 1.5.
Yeah, it's not even original, you know?
Yeah, if it was 1957, it might be like an 8 or a 9.
It's a 1 for effort, and that's it.
Yeah, and it's not original at all. The next one, go to McDonald's, get a Wah Burger. That's worse.
Wouldn't you? The joke should be Burger King. Like a Whopper? I mean, yeah,
it's
not
better.
McDonald's.
That would be better.
Yeah.
That actually was better played, Brian McDonald.
Yeah, that's
Whopper.
way better.
That's Burger King.
He should call in and let you give him the insult before he calls in so that he sounds better.
Brian,
delete your text, redo it.
This guy needs Brian to be his burner.
We got a
so
coach.
Wahlburgers probably, I put that like a 0.8 as on the insult meter here.
Brutal.
That's not very good. And then the last one, the Wheelhouse never cried this much. That was probably the best of the three because it at least has some like pertinency to it, right? Because, you know, they used to be here
like a year and a half ago.
Did you ever see Jake with his training wheels on when the bike got out of control?
I mean, anytime the Jets lose, though,
there was a lot of crying.
I saw Jake crying the other day about the Rodgers situation, so I don't know how accurate this one is. But of the three, I will give you credit, Jaguar fan. That is the best of the three. But even that one, I'm putting it like a 2-1.
Yeah, it's not a joke we haven't heard before. I mean, they've been sending those jokes since that show ended.
Yeah, so we're going to have to, if you're going to insult the bees, you're going to have to do it at much, much better rate for us to tip our cap at you. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Do you think that D'Amico and Casario's rant worked against Azeez Al-Shire at all?
It shouldn't, but it's a genuine possibility simply because of the fact, unlike in a jury trial where they try to seclude you and make sure, you know, before you're selected that you're not supposed to have heard any of the details about the case and all these things.
Sequestered is the word.
Okay. Great. Then that too. The biggest thing is you can't do this when you're dealing with this situation, and this is all over the sports world, and it's been all over the sports world for days. And so the minute that the comments came out from D'Amico the day after his initial comments after the game, and then Casario's rebuttal as well, I don't know how you can't help but have heard them and in the back of your mind know what was said. And as Houston fans and being here in the city of Houston, we love them. We know, you know, the reasoning behind them, and we love that our guys have their players back. From a national perspective, it's pretty much Houston against everybody. So I'm sure that most people heard those comments.
Yeah, but do you think it impacted his suspension or the lack of reduction from the appeal?
I think at that point, I think overall, it's just about the fact that there's two things. I don't think that was involved in the decision. I think the decision was the hit itself, but the bigger message that they're trying to send and the fact that I think they were pretty staunch on the fact that they were going to stick to that. And then because of the publicity the league was getting negatively because of this, I think that they had all their kind of ducks in a row before regardless.
Yeah, I don't think it impacted the suspension, and I really don't think it impacted the appeal. I think that the biggest factor, other than the actual hit itself, that played the biggest influence here was the perception of it, the optics of it, the fact that there was an injury. And I really do think that Trevor Lawrence being placed on the IR came to play with the appeal yesterday. That's my
I think, yeah, sure. I think that you can't, again, I don't know, you know, I'm sure he's not in a room all by himself, you know, on a Zoom chat. So I would think that, you know, between his phone and the way he gets, you know, Twitter and messages and everything like that, word's going to travel pretty fast.
Yeah.
I do think it's possible that it played a small role in the appeal because going back to Joel's kind of courtroom analogy, you often hear from judges when someone's been convicted and they have like the chance for the guy to say something. They want to hear that you're contrite. They want to hear that you're apologetic, that you feel remorse for what you did, that you feel bad for what you did. If you come out and beat your chest, I'm not guilty. All of you guys are wrong. I'm not guilty. They don't take any leniency and they make the penalty as stiff as they possibly can. And with Caserio, you know, deciding to curse for the first time in the clip that we've played a bunch of times, obviously D'Amico with the way with what he said on Monday, and obviously now the clown tweet that Azeez sent out. I don't, although that might have been afterwards. I don't think the league would want or would do Azeez any favors if you're out there banging your chest and saying I'm not guilty instead of showing remorse.
Yeah. I don't, but that wasn't Azeez though. Like that was D'Amico and Nick.
Sure, but it's on Aziz's behalf.
But they're supposed to do that.
Thing.
See, I think to the level,
or you just remain silent.
You could, but I don't. I think with the media availability and everything like that, I don't
something very generic.
Yeah, I think that happens more actually. I think that's usually the stance that coaches take.
What?
Is
we're going to wait for the league to figure it out?
Absolutely. Like how often do you see a coach try to get out ahead of it and really change his tenor? And you go listen to D'Amico after the game Sunday and then listen to D'Amico on Monday. It was a 180.
But I'm saying league to league, it differs because there are coaches when decisions there's a window of where a decision is going to be made. There are coaches that are trying to.
I never said it
manipulate.
never happens. I said it's more often they're very political or
I'm
going
not
to wait
trying
for
to call
the league.
you out on it. I'm just saying.
I'm calling you out on it because I'm like, yes, it happens. There's no doubt that it happens. I agree with you that it happens, but what happens more? And I said more often you have a coach that it's more political on it.
That's the first time I think I can ever recall any general manager coming out and like fighting back that hard with that much research behind them and examples to give to come out that fiery to fight against a league decision. Most times, like I said yesterday, everybody's running for the hills going, I'm going to avoid having to write a check to the league. I'm not saying a word. And he came out guns blazing.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Do you think now Aziz, after the appeal, he sent out the Joker that you mentioned, was blasted all over social. Like, if you need a villain, I'll play your villain. There's been some people calling him out for that, saying that it's not going to help himself. Trey Wingo, I think, was the biggest name that did this. How are you feeling about that? Like, do you think that Aziz Al-Shire is hurting himself just diving into the villain role immediately after?
I don't, because there's nothing else that he could possibly do to salvage and save himself from what's already been done. The decision was made. The appeal was heard. It was upheld. Everything was set in stone. And at a certain point, again, I go back to the analogy I made with the Astros. At a certain point, you just have to own the villain and realize no matter what I do and say and how much I feel like I'm innocent and I want to fight for everything to try and clear my name, at a certain point, you realize you're up against it. You're never going to win it. And if you own it, it might be an easier road to take. And I think that's exactly what he did. He's probably still so ticked off that he basically just said, you know what? Okay, if that's what you want me to be in your mind and how you've portrayed me to be, then so be it. Then I'm going to go that route.
I think from that angle, you nailed it. I think you're 100% on that angle. I think that if you take it a little bit further, I think there are some areas where it could hurt him going forward. If he's in a situation where it's kind of like bang, bang, like a lot of people are calling this play bang, bang.
Oh, you're talking, yeah,
kind of the Draymond Green effect. Like Draymond Green on borderline calls usually has the benefit of the doubt go against him. I think Aziz Al-Shire probably with that tweet, if there's a 50-50 call, he ain't getting that call. If there's another situation where there is a melee on the field, well, he's going to be the first one that's suspended. So I think that it does magnify his name as a villain. And whenever you do have the, synonym villain around league circles, whether it's on the field with referees, whether it's something that happens off the field and you're looking at some sort of fine, suspension again, I do think that hurts his cause.
I think it's a good point. I think the Draymond analogy is spot on because of the fact that whether it's going to be flags and personal fouls and what they're looking at to if it's a borderline one way or the other and they know who's doing it, they're definitely going to go right at him and say, I'm going to border on being more disciplinary towards a guy like this. I don't think he was thinking about it at the time. I think so many times when we're in a confrontation or a situation and our emotions are running high, we know when the adrenaline gets going and our emotions get going, there's a certain point where I'm not thinking about, like we were talking about, the forward-thinking big picture of how the league handled it. I don't think he was thinking about how this might affect me down the road. At a certain point, he's so ticked off that he didn't get it reduced and that no one's understanding that, what he truly felt and what, was behind what happened, that he just basically said, screw it.
Yeah, you 713-780-ESPN. So it will be interesting to see if it ever comes to play. Now, 8807, can Aziz sue the league? I don't think that he can on these type of deals. I feel like with the CBA, you lose those rights. My only hang up here is that you have had players sue for CTE and concussion, but that's usually when they're out of the league and probably out of the NFLPA.
It's also a joint venture with bunches of players getting together.
Yeah.
I think one individual
class action
doing it. Yeah. I don't think that would be.
I don't think so. I don't know that for sure. But I lean that he cannot. Another texter, where does Simple Cal stand on this appeal situation? I think he's still trying to count to the 3-game suspension that he's going to miss.
Probably.
He's still
Never
2,
quit.
3. So does that mean he's back for Tennessee? I think that's Cal McNair's stance.
He's
on
never
going to
stop appealing. He's never going to quit.
Never
We're
quit.
going to start the appeals process over again. We're going to keep running this back till he gets his way.
Aziz calling ownership on what he should do. Mr. McNair, I've had my suspension upheld. It's still 3 games. What should I do, Mr. Cal McNair?
Never.
There you go.
Never.
That's what Cal's
quit.
thinking.
Every night now for the rest of the week after Hannah puts the kids to bed, she has to go in and start going, now, Cal, let's pick up where we left off. He's not going to play against the Dolphins, and then just keep going game by game and trying to explain why.
Yeah, Key from LA. The story is the talk of everywhere. My wife is talking about it. It's a bad. I didn't know Key from LA was married. That's good for you, Key from LA. It's better for Mrs. Key from LA. My wife is talking about it. It's a bad thing, but good PR for the Texans. I don't really know how it's good PR for the Texans. I mean, the only thing that I would say from a good PR stance is I do think that the Texans fandom is more unified than it's ever been.
Yeah, I only think the way that it's positive about the Texans is the fact that they haven't been playing very good football, and this has been a massive distraction from the fact that they went into the bye week kind of not playing their very best and having a whole bunch of people pointing fingers otherwise at everything from the offense to Bobby Slowick to the CJ to all the different shortcomings, and this has been the only Texans topic that has really had a weight for the last several days.
Yeah. Other text on this coming in from the HRP listener line from the Hive. It would be like a UT alumni making a review on a call. The UT game against U of H. Remember they had the replay official who was a Texas
right. He was a Texas grad.
They didn't get it right. You're insane. Another texter, could you imagine the ramifications if a Houston radio host would have overheard the appeal? Exactly, right? How ridiculous does that sound? Like Mark Vandermeer.
Was that an option? Could we have overseen?
I think he's
appeal?
talking about the irony of it.
Oh, I know. I'm playing into it.
We can, yeah. Let's overhear the appeal. 6 games. I'm just kidding. That's not my stance at all. I think the existing injury and the hit both played a part in the IR stint. He's having shoulder surgery.
He was going to be shut down.
I do think that there's an element of tanking here. He's having shoulder surgery. He was probably already going to have shoulder surgery.
He was already on the fence going into the game.
I think
they
this
got 2 wins. Let's just pack it up.
I think it was a Kenyon Green shoulder surgery inevitable. Trying to play through it, but we all know that he can play through it, but he's going to have the surgery eventually. And then now it's okay, well, this is a concussion. He's probably going to miss a game or two, probably 2 games here. We want to lose games because we would really love to have Travis Hunter in Jacksonville. Let's just shut down Trevor Lawrence. Another texture, NFL don't care about accountability or fairness. Look how hardcore they protect bad officiating. They only care about the image of the brand. Aaron in Mid-County. Yeah, I'm not sure that the image of the brand really helps, though, whenever you have a division rival hearing the appeal.
I just don't think they care.
I think it's more they don't care, or maybe even lack.
Well,
I think it's the pure arrogance.
The image of the brand, though, is what the previous texter mentioned about how his wife's even talking about it, right? The image of the brand is what's being talked about in national media, like the Good Morning Americas, that they're picking up the stories of, oh my God, this quarterback was killed on the field. That's what they care about. The fact that Ramon Foster, someone employed by the Texans, hearing Aziz Al-Shair's appeal, the big national media outside of the sports world's not talking about the aspects. So they don't really need to care about that image. They need to care about seeing the video replayed on the morning shows on ABC of Trevor Lawrence fencing on the field because he's been laid out.
I think that the other point to be made in all of this is it's Houston against everybody. Everybody else is almost liking the fact that Ramon Foster was on this, because if anything, they want to see the most severe punishment in the book thrown at Aziz. And so therefore, I think for the rest of the country outside of Houston, for the most part, everybody's going, good.
Yeah, but I think it's a better look for the league whenever you have a non-division rival that makes that call.
It's absolute stupidity, but it's arrogance. It's the fact that, and Roger Goodell has shown this in multiple different subjects and issues in the past, that they don't care what everybody else thinks is fair and just process. They're going to do what they're going to do because they're the NFL.
If Ryan and Caserio had won their gamble by speaking out, every team would do that from now on, whether a player was faced with a possible suspension. That's a good point. And yeah, the NFL probably doesn't want that. They probably don't want the head coach and the general manager calling them out. So that's a good point. I think, a good texter. Another texter, the NFL is going soft. There's no doubt about that. The NFL is much softer now than they were 5 years ago.
I think they have to be. I think based on the lawsuit and just the medicals on how many different players have gone through so much and ended their lives and done things because of the ramifications directly associated with hits they took in football.
I think both things are true, definitely. But you look at other combat sports, they don't stop. You look at UFC, that's still as vicious as it's ever been.
But yeah, I mean, I think that the difference is in UFC, your main goal is to attack the opponent, to try and whether harm them, take them out. Whereas, yes, there's physicality in the game of football, but I don't think your objective is to take out the opponent.
I mean,
you're not trying to hurt the opponent and maim the opponent.
I mean, you're trying. I mean, you're not trying to injure them. Yes,
Right.
absolutely. But you're trying to hurt them. I mean, if you have a running back that's running at you,
not
you
injured.
want to. I mean, you want to lay down the boom. Like, you want to deliver the
Right.
most vicious hit within the rules that you possibly can. But, I mean, UFC has rules. There's certain things you can't do in UFC. Boxing has rules. There's certain things you can do in boxing. But I think the intent is still pretty much the same, to deliver as vicious a blow as you possibly can within the rules of the sport.
I think the intent is the same. I think the difference is how people view the NFL versus view boxing and UFC. Like, the violence, I guess, is much more implied in those two sports, in that it's more expected. Like, for a long time, the NFL tried to downplay that concussions were even a thing. It tried to present it as a super safe sport, when in reality, obviously, it's almost as dangerous as those other two sports. But UFC and boxing was kind of more upfront with, yeah, it's dangerous and you like that, so come watch it.
I mean, I feel like the NFL has been pretty upfront with that too. Now, I don't think recently
they
since
hid from that. That's the whole basis of the lawsuit.
Like, we talked about this yesterday. Since the lawsuit, I think, is the line of demarcation here. But let's not pretend like before the lawsuit that the NFL wasn't using big, massive hits to promote their game as a reason to come watch our game and market their game.
But they would also then talk out the other side of the mouth and tell you that it was a safe sport to play.
Well, I think once they got sued, they had to watch their words very, very carefully and act much, much differently. There's no doubt about that. But they definitely marketed big blows prior to that.
Yeah, that's what we talked about. Yeah, the fact that they went to all their partners and everything else and said, we've got to completely revisit and revise how we're going to market this sport, because it's an awful look. And as a sport, we can't be promoting this on one side and then having players that are dying early and facing all these physical challenges in the rest of their life because of it, and they're suing us, and we can't have that look out there in the public eye.
713-780-ESPN. Are we overblowing how big of a loss this will be for the Texans? Let's get to that part of it, and then we'll talk to Lee Sterling at 3:45. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Can we start an Aziz charity, Knockout Cancer? Every concussion, we donate $100. It's like Bountygate. I'm here for it. Why not? Trying to win games?
I will be against it.
Trying to win games or not?
Let's cure cancer by increasing concussions.
Did the Texans beat Jacksonville?
Oh, my
God.
We're not going to do this again.
No.
Did they beat Jacksonville?
I think they would have been just fine against Trevor Lawrence the way he was throwing the ball.
Mac Jones actually had a massive second half.
He had like 225 in the second half or something like that.
Yeah, he went nuts in the second. Like Texans were in prevent, stuff like that. But yeah, Mac Jones had a big statistical second half. Are we overblowing how big of a loss Aziz will be for the Texans over the next 3 games?
Oh, I don't think you're overblowing it. I think that we've been very cognizant of the fact that it is a massive challenge for this football team. It starts right away with a team that's going to do a ton of stuff right there in the middle of the field with receivers and crossing routes and slants and the different things that you're going to need, an experienced and athletic middle linebacker to be able to do. And it goes further than that because you're going to play teams at the quality and the level of the Chiefs and the Ravens. And we know that depth has been an issue at linebacker all year. That's why they kicked the tires on Devin White and brought him in to see if he had anything left. We didn't think Henry To'oTo'o was going to be as good as he's been, but Christian Harris has been out the whole season. I think that it's a big issue, and it should be addressed as such, and we shouldn't be just sweeping it under the rug like, they'll be fine.
I'm glad you brought up the thing about passing in the middle of the field, which came up on the show yesterday. It's because kind of what made me think of this. Like the idea, and Aziz is a great player, there's no doubt, and obviously they do take a step back losing him, but the idea that you're okay if Tyreek gets matched up on Aziz, if Waddle gets matched up on Aziz, Jonnu Smith, or whoever these great options playing over the middle of the field is. If Aziz gets matched up on them, we're not happy. So to me, like the concern about, they're going to be even that more vulnerable to passes over the middle. You don't want Aziz Al-Shaair lined up on Tyreek or Waddle if the Dolphins are able to motion somebody into that matchup. So I think from that aspect, it's overblown. And then you look at Vegas, like the best quarterback. There's 3 quarterbacks in the league that Vegas that would tell you is worth more than a touchdown to the point spread. Even good quarterbacks like Bo Nix are only worth a field goal. So if Bo Nix, who's playing really well, could win Rookie of the Year, is worth a field goal, what is a middle linebacker who's not a premier defensive position like corner or edge rusher, a half a point at most? So Vegas would tell you it's like half a point, maybe even a full point for the best linebackers in the league. And you don't want Aziz matched up on these guys anyway, ideally. You wouldn't want him. You'd want your nickel corner matched up on Tyreek, not Aziz. So I think we are a little bit overblowing the effect of Aziz missing these games.
Oh, I don't think we're overblowing it. I think the drop-off is significant. You're going from Aziz versus now either Neville Hewitt or Devin White, who's been cut by an
You don't
NFL
want
team
either
this
one
year.
of them guarding Tyreek or Waddle. So what does it matter?
Because they have to be on the field.
Sure, but the idea that we're now going to see this big drop off because instead of Aziz guarding Tyreek Hill over the middle, it's Neville Hewitt. It's a bad situation either way.
Sure, but I think you're definitely picking your poison. There's no doubt about that.
It's significantly worse
Aziz is
ability-wise.
way better in coverage than those two guys.
It doesn't matter about the receivers, Brian. It's about the ability of the player playing the position, both from a run and a pass perspective.
But the specific point that was brought up yesterday was, they motion people into the slot. They put Waddle there. They put Tyreek, and now you're going to be dealing with a downgrade at linebacker covering these guys. Regardless of who is at Texans get put a linebacker to cover these guys in the slot, you're already going to be at a massive disadvantage regardless.
Yeah, but the massive disadvantage goes up whenever it's one of the other guys. It's like, okay, I want a 3-yard gain. I'm going to get a 3-yard gain on this play. Whenever I get the 3-yard gain, I'm going to tiptoe out of bounds, take no physical contact. Or you can get a 3-yard gain like Trevor Lawrence got when Aziz Al-Shaair popped him. Which of the two would you rather have? Both are not great. You're picking your poison either way, but one is far more damaging than the other.
Guys in
but we're not saying
absolutely.
It's
We're talking about the element of picking the poison and how big of a drop-off that it is.
You're talking about a quarterback getting down versus running out of bounds. That's not covering guys in space.
Okay, well now I'm talking about the drop-off of two things that can still be the same and picking your poison in the drop-off that it now pertains to. and plus, like those guys really are, if you want to get super specific, how often are these linebackers going to be man on man versus Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle?
Right.
Almost never.
I mean, we saw it in the game-deciding play with Amon-Ra St. Brown. We saw it when Neville Hewitt got matched up on Brian Thomas that the Jaguars scored a touchdown on. We see teams.
Yeah, who would you rather have in coverage on Brian Thomas,
just
Neville Hewitt or Azeez Al-Shire?
Well, of course I would rather have Azeez. What I'm
There
saying,
you go.
no.
There you go.
If you want to gloss past it, that's fine. What I'm saying is the drop-off is being overblown. Like, regardless of which linebacker, because the Dolphins, coming from the 49ers systems, motion a ton. Try to get the matchup disadvantage a ton by using motion, getting guys into the slot. What I'm saying is they're going to be at a massive disadvantage regardless of what linebacker's on them. So I just think the idea of, well, Azeez is out, so now we can't cover these guys. You couldn't cover them before.
You had a guy last year that was significantly worse than Azeez all season long. We've all given not Cashman. He's with.
I mean, they were playing a lot of nickel, and it was Cashman and Christian Harris.
No, I thought there's the other guy.
You're probably talking about
Perryman.
Oh, Denzel Perryman. Yeah, he was more of a rundown linebacker.
Also suspended last year.
But overall, you're talking about the fact that we know Hewitt can't cover anybody. No matter who it is they're covering in coverage, I'd rather have Azeez Al-Shire. But more specifically on every play, I'd want the athleticism and the thumper and the ability to get out and get to the flats and get to the edge and get in the back and do the things the way athletically Azeez does to get all the tackles that he does when he's all over the football field and hitting running backs and other players, not just how he's going to cover wide receivers, which most guys aren't going to have a great chance to guard against.
That's kind of my point.
But if you're talking about who you have options-wise, Brian, he's so much better overall.
Well, I agree he's better. I'm agreeing there, but like specifically with we can't cover the middle of the field now.
Let's quantify it in points.
Well, Vegas would tell you probably half a point at most. So
Okay,
I really don't think
difference.
it's like 1 point. I'll even go on the upside and give you a full point. I don't think it's that big of a deal.
I think based on the teams you're playing, I think it's more than a half a point.
Well, how much do you think it's worth?
I think him missing the next 3 games in each game's scenario, I would say I would start at the fact that because I don't trust Hewitt in coverage, because I don't trust White to play, be able to play long enough and be in coverage, and Toto is limited in coverage. I would say that overall, I'd lean more like a point and a half.
We are pretty close then.
If I'm at a half
a
a
difference
point,
of
you're
a
at a
point.
point
Yeah.
where our difference is half a point.
Maybe more than a point and a half.
Yeah, it's really like line movement in the NFL is really hard unless you're a high talent skill guy or a quarterback. You don't see a ton of line movement when it comes to any position, especially a linebacker. And I get Brian's point. Like, you're in a bad situation. You're darned if you do, darned if you don't either way. But I do think that the drop-off is significant from a defensive point of view. Texter, the linebacker should only cover tight ends and running backs. You rarely see a linebacker try to cover a wide receiver. I'm not sure what that guy's talking about. The Texans have been crossed up from time to time on receivers.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, the winning play.
Yeah.
Brian Thomas. We've seen quite a bit where because the Texans, we talked about this right after the Lions game. And
Was
I think
Amon-Ra on a linebacker, though?
Yeah,
I thought he was on
I think
Petrie.
he was on Azeez.
That's okay. I'll have to go back and look at that.
Because part of our argument with that was because my point in that day was they should have called timeout when Amon-Ra got motioned out, and your point was they don't do that. So because they don't do that,
I don't think it was a linebacker then.
It was. Well, who else would have
been?
It
might have been a safety.
I wouldn't have argued.
It might have been like Eric Murray or maybe Jimmy Ward. We'll look at it.
I wouldn't have argued about a safety.
Petrie's out for the year, so that makes Azeez a bigger blow. No Petrie, 2 hurts. Put in fat Devin White. All right, let's get to Lee Sterling,
Wow.
Paramount Sports. Lee's going to hand out some winners when we come back. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Human Resources and Payroll. You need HR&P in your life. Cougar owned by Mike Holly. Go Cougs. Chris Fisher, a great Aggie, too. Chris Fisher, one of the best Aggies you'll find. They have great people at HR&P, the very best people at HR&P. You're going to love them for their people, but you're also going to love them for the services that they provide. If you're a business owner, you need HR&P in your life. They can help you with HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, onboarding, all of those things, one of those things, whatever you need. There's no boxes with HR&P. Doesn't matter how small the job, how big the job, 3 tasks, 9 tasks, whatever. HR&P is going to work with you to completely customize a plan for what you and your business needs. Wherever you need help, HR&P is going to have your back. You might need it across the board. They got you. You might need it in 1 or 2 spots. They got you. But get HR&P in your life. That way that you can spend your time and your resources back in the areas that you enjoy. They do it in a way that's unique too, HR&P. Technology meets service. They have the best technology. You'll love that. You'll trust that. But as I've mentioned, you're going to love their service. They're the best in the game when it comes to their customer service. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll always talk to someone who knows you and they know your business needs. Give them a call right now, 281-880-6525. Make it your New Year's resolutions to get HRP in your life. That way you can help your business, 281-880-6525, or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's go straight out to the HRMP guest line. We're being joined by Moneybags himself, Lee Sterling, ParamountSports.com. Winning week last week. He's been crushing it in 2024, and he's going to continue that as we roll into December. Let's start off with a college game, Lee. The Big 12, which is being criminally disrespected by the NCAA Selection Committee. They're getting killed unjustly. Arizona State, 2-point favorite against Iowa State. How do you feel like the Big 12 championship game is going to play out?
This is crazy. I mean, in each championship game this weekend, we could have a team that played in a different conference last year end up winning it. So it's just been one of those years. And here's a problem for Arizona State. They're going to be missing Jordan Tyson. How important is he, their top receiver? Well, he only had 75 catches for 1,100 yards and 10 touchdowns. And what's interesting is I track every game, and I have different color-coded things, and I'll put, like, if a quarterback's out, or if a team is, at an emotional high, or they had something happen to them, they're at a low. Arizona State played a lot of teams this year when they weren't at a good place mentally. And also, two of their losses, or only two, came on the road. Iowa State played the last 6 games versus opponents who were actually in a pretty good state mentally, and played each of their last 6 games in cold weather, 4 in Iowa, 1 in Kansas City, and 1 at Utah. I think that they've regained their early season mojo. Iowa State's strength is passing offense with Rocco Becht, and Arizona State's weakness, pass defense, ranked 75th. So I think the 2 receivers for Iowa State, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel, who combined for 15 touchdowns, could have big games. And Iowa State only been a dog one time this year. That was week 2 against Iowa. They won the game outright here. Wrong team favorite. Iowa State outright 30-26.
Well, Lee, the next game on the docket is a game that has a lot of implications, it seems like, left with the playoff committee, but we've got SMU taking on Clemson. How do you see that one playing out?
Yeah, if Clemson wins in a close game, there is a chance that SMU could end up making it over Alabama. We'll see if that plays out. But last 4 games that Kay Klubnik has been the quarterback for Clemson, been against average to above average teams, Pitt, Virginia Tech, Louisville, and South Carolina. He's only thrown for 6 yards per pass attempt. If you spread that out over the season, that's bottom 15. Right there with teams like Sam Houston State, Rice, and UConn. This SMU defense is coming on. Only allowed 13 points combined the last 2 weeks against Virginia and Cal. And SMU quarterback Kevin Jennings, since he was instituted as a starter, 9.3 yards per pass attempt this year. And they have averaged anywhere between scored 28 to 66 points. And all 9 of those games, all 9 wins here. So I just think that this SMU team is coming on. I think they have the better coaching staff at this point. And as a dog or a single-digit favorite, SMU 4-0 against the spread. They moved to 5-0. I like SMU to dash Clemson's dreams here, 28-24.
Alabama's going to be huge SMU fans for the reasons that you mentioned, Lee. All right, SEC championship game, the rematch. Hopefully no Longhorns are throwing their beverages onto the field this time. The Longhorns are a 2-point favorite, despite losing at home earlier this year to Georgia on a neutral field. Is Texas going to get the revenge that they seek?
So they were out physical first game versus Georgia. Georgia just took it to them. I don't see the Bulldogs bullying the Longhorns in this game, especially after watching the Texas game last week against Texas A&M. I know the final score was 17-7, but if you watch the level play, I mean, it should have been like 27 or 30-0. If that would have happened, this line would be sitting at 5.5, 6 points. This is crazy. I went back 20 years. Georgia has, this is the first year ever in 20 years, been out of the top 25 in offense or defense in any major statistical category for the first time ever. They're not even close to anything, top 25. They aren't the same team that we saw with that won national championships. And I think Texas is going to expand the use of Arch Manning here. He didn't throw the football last week, only ran 3 times for 14 yards and a touchdown. So we know Georgia's susceptible to a running quarterback. And I think they're going to throw some more wrinkles. I could see them throwing 8-10 passes in this game and changing it up. And the favorite, 25-6 straight up in SEC championship games. I think Texas gets their revenge, 31-21.
All right, Lee, let's switch gears. Let's get into the NFL. We've got some big ones on the docket. We got a good one between the Buffalo Bills with MVP favorite Josh Allen taking on a Rams team that looks like it's kind of reeling. How do you see that one playing out?
Yeah, I mean, Buffalo scored 30 or more points, 6 straight games. 4 of those games were in Buffalo. 1 was in Seattle. I mean, Josh Allen is clicking on all cylinders. Now you're going to put him in a 68-degree dome where every blade of grass is manicured. The overs 5-1-1 in Buffalo's last 7 games here. This Rams defense, number 24 in yards allowed here. I think Josh Allen has a big game here. They keep rolling, 34-24.
Let's move it across, Lee, to the next game that we're going to talk about on the docket this week. We're looking at Kansas City and the Chargers. Chargers have been really good. Kansas City's been playing with their food all year long, it seems. Chiefs 3-point favorites. How do you feel like this division rival game will play out?
All right, so the Chargers, in my opinion, are not the same without J.K. Dobbins. And they have become a more physical team. But the Chiefs just don't get enough credit for their run-heavy sets. And I think they're going to use the run to set up their passing game here. They have come up big 2 of the 3 times in big games against San Francisco and Baltimore. Only game where they faltered was against Buffalo on the road. So this game's at home. I know they've had a ton of close games, but how about the Chargers? This is the second road game in a row. They played 2 consecutive road games twice this season. Lost the back end of each road trips here. They lost in week 3, second of back-to-back road games to Pittsburgh, and also week 7 to Arizona. So I just think that Kirk Cousins gifted the Chargers the win last week, throwing 4 interceptions. Looks like he has a dead arm here, and I think Kansas City's going to take it to him. I'm going to lay it here with Kansas City, 24-17.
Well, Lee, you've been in a season of giving. You've been giving out gifts all in November and into now December. I'm interested if you want to give any more information out on maybe a free play and maybe get people all signed up for how they can follow you and cash in.
How about this free play? We're going to give out a free play on the Pittsburgh and Cleveland game. We know they played a couple weeks ago. Does Cleveland win again or keep it close, or can Pittsburgh roll in this game? I think there's a clear right side. First 5 callers, call 800-400-9741. We're going to get in the Pittsburgh and Cleveland game on me. 800-400-9741. How about this? We had a couple tough weeks start November, but last week from Thanksgiving Day through Monday night went 15-3. You want to hop on board? I know there's these Black Friday and Cyber Monday sales. How about this one? Maybe none better. You can get from tonight all the way, and tonight's game is huge, Detroit and Green Bay. We have a selection there. Get tonight's game all the way through the 31st. That's 4 weeks of action. Use coupon code SAVE200, just $247. Where do you get it? Just one place, ParamountSports.com.
Thank you, Lee.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, handing you out some winners. You want to take advantage of that. All right, which teams are currently out of the playoffs in the NFL that have the best chance to be in by the end of the season? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Which teams, oh, by the way, Brian was right about the guy that was in coverage against Amon-Ra St. Brown. It was Aziz Al-Shire, and it was in his zone coverage. We're not back. That was on air?
Yeah,
that was on air. That was
you said on air.
We're on air.
Right.
No, we're on air right now.
Yeah, we're on air.
I was supposed to keep that off the air.
Yeah, I was right.
I'm not supposed to credit the producer on air.
For the first time, I get to mark one on the chalkboard if Brian was right.
Yeah, we usually keep that stuff off the air. Never give love to the producer. Radio 101.
I think that makes me
talent greater than producer always. Can you get us some coffee, Brian? If not, asking Brian to get us coffee.
That's actually a bad idea.
That. All right, which teams that are currently out of the NFL playoff picture will make the playoffs, have the best chance to make the playoffs? 713-780-ESPN. Who are some teams that are on your radar, Blanks?
I think the one that the Texans are going to play coming off the bye. I think the Miami Dolphins, if Tua's healthy, I think they've got a chance. I mean, as much as I've been saying that I thought all season long the Bengals were going to find a way to sneak in, I think the Dolphins, to me, are a team offensively that no one really wants to see unless it's cold outside. But I think that they have a chance to sneak in because their offense can put up a ton of points down the stretch if Tua's healthy, and I think that's a scary team to keep an eye on.
They do have a road to hoe. 2.5 back in the of the playoffs, because right now Baltimore and Denver tied for the 6th seed. So whoever loses that tiebreaker is the 7th seed. So the 7th seed right now is Denver. They're 8-5. So Miami's 2.5 back. They've played 12 games, so 2.5 back with 5 to play. Denver has 4 to play. Miami's schedule is pretty soft, though. They have the Jets twice. They play at Houston, play San Francisco, then at Cleveland, and then they finish the season with the Jets. So let's say they go 4-1 there. That puts them at a 9-8 record. Is 9-8 enough?
I think it is.
I don't know. With Denver and
Denver's already at 8.
Yeah, with the Broncos and the Chargers already at 8 wins, you got to. I think they get both those teams get to 10, and they're probably out. But I do like the. I would put the a dart throw at the Dolphins. I think they're very alive. Mm-hmm. But if gunned ahead, I don't think they get in.
They would. I
think they go 9-8, and miss it by a game.
What's the first tiebreaker if you don't play head to head is conference record, right?
Yeah. Assuming it's not in division. Yeah.
So Denver conference right now is 4-4. Miami's 4-4. So Miami, if they finish strong, and Denver does not finish strong, you would think that Miami would jump them.
Especially since that 4-1 stretch, the 5 games, only 1 is outside the conference. So there'd be a lot of they'd be able to pad that tiebreaker.
And you would be winning most of those games,
right.
Whereas Denver would be losing most of their games. All of the rest of Denver's games are in the conference too. But so if they're losing, Miami's winning. You think Miami will only have to tie Denver to jump them? Now Denver's schedule. I mean, they play the Colts at home, which if the Colts want to be a playoff team, that might be a must win.
They got to win that
for
game,
the Colts this week. Actually,
they probably have to win out at this point.
They might have one more loss. If Miami has one more loss, I think the Colts have one more loss because the Colts have a better record than Miami. They're 6-7 versus 5-7.
Okay, I'm thinking division, but you're right. Yeah, for the wild card, they could have one more loss.
Now you got to beat Denver though. The one loss can't beat Denver. You can lose one along the way, just one, no more than one, but it can't beat a Denver. Denver's got Colts, at Chargers, at Cincy, home for Kansas City. So that's not cupcake.
That's tough.
Kansas City in the last week though, they're not going to have anything to play for.
Maybe. I mean, they're only one game up on Buffalo right now.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess it's possible. My assumption is they're not going to have anything to play for, but if the 1 seed's on the line, then that changes the math a little bit.
See, I think Cincinnati's toast at 4-8. I think that there are 2 teams in the AFC that are worth the conversation. I think Miami's one of them. I don't think Indy's as good a team as Miami, but because they have the one extra win right now, I think that you have to include them. And their schedule's not that tough either. At Denver, now they have to win the Denver game. Then they're home versus Tennessee. They're at the Giants, and then they're home for Jacksonville at the end of the year. So it's plausible that Indy could go 3-1, maybe even 4-0.
Yeah. No, I mean, it is possible. I just looked at it, and I think from the perspective, like you said, as a better team with a better offense, I think when Tua's at the helm and they've got those running backs and all those wide receivers, I think Miami's scary. I think that they're capable of going on a run to finish the season.
Do we think that Indy has a chance to go 4-0?
Who did you say?
At Denver, home versus the Titans. At the Giants, home versus Jacksonville.
I don't think they win at Denver, so no.
That's the only one.
The Texans need to be rooting like heck for the Denver Broncos next week.
If Denver wins on Sunday, the division race.
It's on the 15th.
Division race is a wrap.
It's on. Yeah, they're a week from Sunday, right? So it's on the 15th.
Oh, sorry, right. They're both on bye.
Yeah, they're on bye this week, but. I don't think that the AFC South has been clinched by any stretch of the imagination.
With the gauntlet that the Texans are about to face.
The Colts' the Colts' toughest game is at Denver
a
week from Sunday. If they win that game, I think that you can be on high alert for the AFC South.
I think you're right.
Quite frankly.
Well, the Texans still would have to do their part and lose because
no, they have to lose. I mean, they would have to win twice. The Texans would.
What I'm saying because of the tiebreaker, I think the Colts have to get 10 wins to pass the Texans.
It would make that Tennessee game at the end of the year.
So that means the Colts have to win out. So
that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. I agree with your point overall. I just don't think they're going to beat Denver.
If they go 4-0, the Texans have to win 2 games to get to 10, like the Colts would be at 10. Where are they getting 2 games? I mean, you would hope Miami and Tennessee.
Yeah, that's exactly who you were targeting.
That Miami game's week 15 is going to be huge for the AFC South.
Yeah.
Massive for the AFC South.
Yeah, the Texans, they really need to get one of the results. Either Indy losing at Denver or beating Miami at home. If you get one of those, you're probably good.
And if you get both of them, it's over.
It's officially over, yeah.
It's toast. It's over. All right, so those are the only 2 teams that I think can push from outside of the AFC into the AFC.
Yeah, my conference, I had one in each conference. I had Miami in the AFC, and I had Tampa in the NFC.
Now, Tampa for a wild card or Tampa
just to get in?
For the
I think the division's in play because we don't know. We talked about yesterday with Kirk Cousins. And Lee just said dead arm Kirk Cousins. But if Kirk Cousins continues to be the guy and he falters, regardless of whether they play Penix or not, I think that could cause a lot of strife for the Falcons. And I think the Buccaneers have played well enough all year to where they could sneak in.
I was thinking more of the Kirk Cousins things today. I'm not going to tell you where I was thinking about him, but I was thinking about Kirk Cousins today. And I'm not going to tell you where I was thinking about him.
I think you got it.
I was thinking, though, about like old veteran players.
Think he was a clunker?
I was thinking about old veteran players. They could end quickly. Like it could be a snap of the finger. Yeah. And the guy that I actually thought of, whatever I was thinking of Kirk Cousins in a setting that I will not relay to you, was Jose Abreu. Jose Abreu, in a snap of a finger was toast. Is it out of the realm of possibility that Kirk Cousins, at a snap of a finger, is donezo?
I mean, he is 36?
He's older.
I think he's 35 or 36.
And he's coming off significant injury.
I was trying to think.
Now, he did look good earlier in the year, though.
Was there an NFL quarterback like that?
I mean, Rodgers, kind of.
Yeah, Rodgers, definitely.
Kind of, but that was the Achilles, too.
But he was actually, Rodgers was playing bad before the Achilles, though.
I know. But I'm just thinking, is there Flacco? Because Flacco came back, so you can't say
Peyton Manning's a great
one. Peyton Manning was 1 year to the next. He was shot.
They were in Denver. They were talking about playing Brock Osweiler in the playoffs over Peyton Manning because he was so shot.
And Osweiler did start for, half the year that season?
I thought it was the last 4 games.
Okay. Well, still, it was a decent chunk of the season.
Yeah, and Rodgers was actually playing some pretty bad football even before the Achilles. But everybody just thought it was victim of circumstance, and it was actually victim. It was victim of Aaron Rodgers. So I think it's possible that he could be washed. Now, I think that there are 2 divisions that you have to look for in the NFC team that's out that could move in. I'm with you on the NFC South. Tampa Bay jumping Atlanta, I think, is certainly feasible, certainly on the table, and probably more likely than the NFC West. Although that one's up for the grabs too. Seattle's 7-5, Arizona and the Rams are 6-6. Arizona hosts Seattle this weekend.
Yeah, Arizona's got a shot.
So even San Francisco's not dead. Yeah, they've lost 3 in a row. Christian McCaffrey looks like he's done for the year. It doesn't look great for San Francisco, but they're only 2 back.
Yeah, he basically already wrote his own swan song and said he's done for the year. So I think San Francisco right now is just going to cut their losses and just say, we're going to play for next season.
But I don't think that.
No. They're going to try to win.
I mean, of course you're going to try to win, but I think that they basically, without McCaffrey, you've already lost your top receiver in Ayuk. You've got injuries across the board. You're still not playing Bosa. You've got I think the deck is completely stacked against them, and at a certain point, but they might just start playing other guys.
Well, they have no choice to play their guys.
They're their third string running back, right?
Yeah, but they're not going to roll over and die. I mean, they're 2 games out of the division, a winnable division.
Roll over and die, but they're done.
You said they're going to start playing for next year.
At a certain point, if they lose this week, I could see them starting to look at depth and start playing different guys.
I don't think that they do it within 2. If they go to 3, okay, I think it could open it up. But if they're within 2 games of the division in play, I don't think that they start to embrace the suck and tank. I don't think that a wild card's in play here. Washington's at 8-5. I think that they're in.
Agree.
I think they're in. Green Bay 9-3. I think that they're in. I think the only thing that could change in the NFC is the the 2 divisions that we mentioned: NFC South, NFC West.
Yeah, I think that's right. Because I think Green Bay, if they get beat tonight, I mean, it's going to be tough for them.
It will be.
You're going to go down with the ship on that one?
I am.
You're playing the violin on the Titanic?
The Hive says the Rams. Another text. The Colts have a chance if the Texans completely implode. They absolutely have a chance. We went through that. Hot take: if the Texans figure it out, we can win the rest of the season. Kansas City and Baltimore beatable.
That's a very hot take.
I do think that they're beatable. I do think the Chiefs and the Ravens are more beatable than they were a year ago.
The Raiders were in that game against the Chiefs.
Do I think the Texans will beat them all? No, I don't think that they're going to sweep the rest of the year.
I think the Ravens are their toughest game.
I would agree.
I think Kansas City's tougher.
I think the Ravens right now are tougher.
Would you say it's Kansas City's tougher just because that's on the road versus home? Or do you actually like the Chiefs more than the Ravens?
No, I think right now.
No, I was talking to Jeremy because Jeremy said the Chiefs were tougher. Are you saying that just because
the Chiefs are 11-1, Ravens are 8-5? I think Kansas City's a better team right now than Baltimore.
Okay.
And I think they're both flawed.
I wasn't sure because
Kansas City's 3.5 games better than Baltimore.
Sure, but it's at Kansas City versus home versus Baltimore. I didn't know if that was your deciding factor.
That factors into
Kansas
it. Sure.
City is just
I just look at the way they're playing right now. I mean, Kansas City's literally squeaking by the skin of their teeth the last couple of weeks, and Baltimore looks like
they've lost 2 of 3. Baltimore.
Yeah, they got dominated by Philadelphia
I'm just saying,
last week.
Yeah, I mean, Lamar's already said coming out of the break, we're going to come out with a vengeance. I believe they can do that.
So because Lamar said that, you think they're better than Kansas City?
Yes, Jeremy.
He's buying the hype.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Anyways.
Brandon T, the Texans are going to beat either the Ravens or the Chiefs. I hope you're right, Brandon T. And then Matt Schaub, somebody who completely just fell off the cliff. That's right. That's right. Was that performance or was that age, you know? All right.
And it was also Albert Hainsworth falling on his foot.
Yeah, Sue's the one that got him in the cojones.
The Liz Frank was from
Hainsworth. I always get Hainsworth and Sue confused. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Adam Ronis, Dub Club. He's going to join us next. Hand you all the keys to winning your fantasy football this weekend. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's go straight out to the HRMP guest line, being joined by Adam Ronis. You can catch him Fantasy Life on the Sirius XM. Also runs the Dub Club, which he's been killing on the Dub Club. More on that later. Adam, real quick before fantasy, do you think that the news with Luis Severino going to Sacramento changes those Oakland A futures at all?
Good for him. You know, I'm a big Mets fan, and Severino played a big part this year. But I can never complain when players are getting paid. Clearly, the A's overpaid him, but good for him, and he'll have fun in a minor league stadium this year.
It's that Sacramento money. All right, Isaac Guerrero. Are we all in on Guerrero this week, getting the nod for San Francisco?
Yeah, I think we have to be. I understand that this San Francisco offense is just not the same right now, especially with Trent Williams out. That's a massive loss. But we did see before Christian McCaffrey went down, he was having success in the running game. You know, Jordan Mason has had success this year. So, yeah, absolutely. You know, Guerrero to me is someone that you want to get in there this week. He was clearly the highest bid in waivers this week. You know, everyone was spending their last dollars on him. And it makes sense. He's got some explosive ability. We've seen him make some big plays. And, you know, the Niners are not out of it yet. It feels like they're on the verge of it. But in that division, they're still just 2 games out. So, yeah, I think if you have Guerrero, unless you're really deep at running back, especially with 6 teams on bye, you're starting him this week.
Adam, how do you look at that situation with Atlanta right now with Kirk Cousins? We were talking about the other day. Is it time for Penix? Are they going to continue to go with Cousins? He's been awful. And then how that kind of has the steamroller effect of how it affects so many weapons that are on that squad.
Yeah, look, he's been awful. It was so bad watching that last week, and he has no touchdown passes in the last 3 games. So, to me, you cannot even use him in super flex leagues. I think you have to find a different option. I'm still going to start Drake London. The touchdowns haven't been there, but especially if you're in a PPR format, he's still producing. It's just not the lack of touchdowns hurts. I mean, last week he had 17.6 in a PPR, and he's done that 2 of the last 3 games. So even with Cousins struggling, he's still producing. Obviously, Bijan Robinson is still getting it done. Really, it's crushing Kyle Pitts. I mean, Kyle Pitts is someone that is just disappointed fantasy owners once again. So that's someone that you can definitely bench. And then Darnell Mooney's a little bit lower because he was someone that was connecting with Cousins. But, you know, you would think, oh, the quarterback's terrible. It's going to affect the entire offense. But there's still pieces that you can start here. It's just the turnovers last week were the problem. You know, they moved the football. It's just 4 interceptions. And even some of the completions could have been picked off. It was pretty bad, that performance. And now he goes against Minnesota, a team that knows him very well.
Adam Moronis joining us here on the Killer Bees. Adam, I'm curious your thoughts on being able to play Jameis Winston going forward. He's been kind of like holding a stick of dynamite. Either he's going to blow off your hand or you can use it to blow something else up. I mean, he's been ping-ponging all over the place. QB 10, then 21, 6, then 18, then QB 1 this last week when he threw for almost 500 yards. Are you comfortable playing Jameis going forward? Or your thoughts overall on the rest of the Browns offense under Jameis, especially Jerry Jeudy?
Yeah, I don't think you really need to start Winston in most leagues. So especially with one quarterback, you should have a better option. Even this week, there might be some better streamers, but it's fun watching. Look, we know what Winston is. I had him in fantasy the year. He had the 30-30 with the 30 touchdowns, 30 picks. So it's always a roller coaster ride. And last Monday was the epitome of it, right? You saw the good Jameis leading him down the field. And then, of course, the 2 pick sixes. It could have had a third. So it's fun to watch, but it's great for fantasy and the other players. I mean, Jerry Jeudy has turned into an elite player because of Winston. We never saw this with Deshaun Watson there. So it's helped Jeudy. It's helped Elijah Moore. It's helped David Njoku. And I do think if Cedric Tillman can come back, people forgetting about him. He had a stretch where he was really good. So it's absolutely helping all the receivers. It's really not helping the running game because Nick Chubb does not look good. So I would avoid Nick Chubb at all if possible. You know, he had that 2-touchdown game, but it was fluky. I mean, if you watch him, he's not the same, and it's understandable. He's coming off a serious injury, multiple injuries to his knee, second time. He's 28. I don't know why people were drafting him and stashing him. You know, I said that before the year, and I think that's something you see. A lot of these players that people stashed, Jonathan Brooks, T.J. Hockenson, Nick Chubb, it has not worked out. You waste half a year holding these guys, and you think that automatically, oh, yeah, they're going to be fine. It doesn't always work like that, and people are finding that out with Nick Chubb.
You mentioned better streaming options at quarterback. Asking for a friend, playing for your fantasy life. All your running backs are on a bye. You desperately need one that, there aren't very many good options available. Who is the best of the worst if you're playing for your fantasy football life this weekend and all your running backs are on byes?
Yeah, I mean, running back is always the toughest position because this year we just have not seen a lot of injuries at the position. So it hasn't opened up many opportunities. Garendo is one of the few that we've seen recently. So I think you could look at the backfield for Vegas. Now, a lot of it is going to be what happens with these injuries, but Sincere McCormick has looked pretty good, and they've given him double-digit carries last week. But we don't know the status of Alexander Madison, Amir Abdul, but I think he's an option. I even think Zach Charbonnet is not that bad. He's been getting some goal-line carries. Kenneth Walker's been hurt. You could look at the Jacksonville backfield this week because they have a decent matchup against Tennessee. He's had a lot of injuries. But, yeah, once you get into that area, you're looking at backups. I mean, maybe Braylon Allen with Breece Hall not practicing again today, and Breece Hall clearly is not 100%. He didn't look good last week, so maybe you have him on the roster. And if you're really, really digging deep, again, this is game script dependent. But if you believe Philadelphia is going to put a hurt on Carolina, they are 12.5-point favorites. Maybe you get a fourth quarter where Kenneth Gainwell goes wild.
Adam looking for quarterbacks that might have some big weeks this weekend. Looking at Baker Mayfield, he's got the Raiders. Looking at Tua, they need a win. He's got the Jets. Are those pretty favorable in your mind?
Oh yeah, they're easily top 10. I mean, Baker Mayfield has been great all season, and then he gets Mike Evans back. Now Evans didn't practice today, but I'm assuming he's going to play. He's making that push for 1,000 yards once again. And Evans is a veteran, so even if he doesn't practice and they say he's going to play, I trust him. And Tua's got a good matchup against the Jets. The Jets' defense has fallen apart. Sauce Gardner could be out. And, Tua last week against Green Bay in the cold, it didn't look good, but in the end, the numbers were there. So he's in a good spot. And then, if you have to go outside that, I think Will Levis is in a good spot this week against Jacksonville. They're 32nd in pass defense DVOA. They're one of the worst teams. Levis has been better. There's still mistakes. He's still taking sacks, but he's in a good spot this week. I think, he's a solid streamer if you're looking for a quarterback because with 6 teams on bye and, some of those quarterbacks, Lamar Jackson, Jaden Daniels, you might not have had a backup. So Will Levis, solid option this week.
Adam, I don't know if you know the can of worms you just opened on this show by openly talking about Will Levis with the number one Will Levis supporter sitting across from me. But I'm curious your thoughts on a couple of running back situations that feel a little up in the air. First with Kansas City, both in the AFC West, but Kansas City, obviously Isaiah Pacheco came back, but this last week against the Raiders, he and Hunt both had 7 carries apiece. No one really stood out there. And the Chargers now down J.K. Dobbins. Usually a run-heavy team only had 17 carries with Gus Edwards leading the way with just 6. Really nothing useful from those guys this last week, but how do you see those running back positions overall, and where do you see some possible goodness for fantasy players to use going down the stretch?
Yeah, I prefer Pacheco over Kareem Hunt. They obviously eased him back in. He had one long run. Kareem Hunt is volume dependent. You've seen it all year. Like, people act like he's been this great back. He hasn't. It's just as many weeks he's getting 20-plus touches that any running back, especially in that type of offense where he's going to get goal line carries, is going to produce. But we've seen the yards per carry are not good. So if his usage is going to get cut in half, you really can't start him because he has to score a touchdown. So I think they're going to get Pacheco more involved. So he's not a great start, but if I'm picking of the two, I'm going Pacheco. I just really don't like the Chargers backfield right now. Now, last week, they only ran 46 plays. So that's why you didn't see a lot. They actually, Edwards and Kamani Vidal both had solid yards per carry. Edwards, not involved in the pass game. He's got to score a touchdown. If he doesn't, you're getting 4, 5, 6 points. There's no explosive ability there. He the one game this year, he had about 17, 18 carries against Carolina. He had like 59 yards. That's the worst run defense, and he couldn't get it done. I think Kamani Vidal, I wouldn't start him this week. You have to be desperate, but I would have him on my bench to see if they give him an opportunity and they go, you know what? He's more explosive than Gus Edwards now. Let's get him in there. The pass protection is the issue for him, but we did see a nice wheel route for him several weeks ago where he scored on a 30-plus yard touchdown. So I would keep him on my bench and, see if the usage increases this week, and then maybe you might be able to use him in the next week or two.
Adam, I've seen you've been killing it in the NBA recently with your Dub Club. I'm sure you're doing well in the NFL as well. What you got going on?
Yeah, it's been a great start between NFL and NBA. 123 and 86 with 6-1 in the NFL last week. Been pretty hot in the NBA this week. So yeah, it's been a great start, and that's a good enough sample size there. So you just hope to keep it going because there's always going to be down games. I remember there was one night I think I had a winless night, but bounced back the next night to go 3-1, and that's the key. I always tell people it's a long-term game. You can't judge someone on a week, a month. It's all about long-term profit. I don't give out these crazy plus 3,000 parlays that people post on social media. We all know they've lost like 20 to get to that point. And to me, the average bettor can't spend that. So I just do straight bets, and it's a long-term game where I'm just trying to help you guys get some profit and some extra money to spend a month.
Yeah, it's like playing the market. It's investments. And yeah, over 200 games already, or bets in the NBA, and tons in the NFL. Yeah, the sample is large enough. Check him out at Adam Ronis and get in on that Dub Club. Adam, appreciate the time. Good luck this weekend.
Thanks. Same to you guys.
Adam Ronis, Fantasy Life on SiriusXM, and the Dub Club, where he is well above 500, profiting nearly each and every night. But like you said, it's the long-term game whenever you're doing a little of the sports betting. All right, Bad Take Boulevard. What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard this week? 713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Pro-Dunk Hoops, that belongs on Good Take Boulevard. It always does. They have the highest quality basketball goals you'll ever find. It's the time of year to do this. Christmas is coming up. It's a great Christmas gift for the kids. It's a great Christmas gift for the hubby. It's a great Christmas gift if your wife likes to shoot some hoops. It doesn't discriminate. It's great for everybody. And Pro Dunk has the highest quality basketball goals on the planet. Unlike anything you'll find at the big box stores. If you're looking and thinking about buying a goal, don't do it from the big box stores. Get it from Pro Dunk. Tempered glass backboard gives you a true, authentic feel. Breakaway rims, stainless steel hardware. It's height adjustable. You can lower it down to 5 feet. You can raise it all the way up to 10 feet. With their new goal, Thor, you can raise and lower the goal with a drill. Yeah, lightning adjust feature, they call it. And get anywhere from 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Easy to do, fun to do. Their accessories are next level. Those are fun too. LED light kits for night play. You're at work, kids are at school. It gets dark earlier now. Get the LED light kits. You can play throughout the night. Backstop nets. You don't have to waste your time chasing after the basketball. Pull pad lettering so you can customize your goal and make it look cool. And lots more. And you can order everything, including professional installation, online at produnk.com. That's right. Order the professional installation. Don't do it. You don't want to mess with that. You don't want to deal with a big box in your driveway and you're putting together a million pieces. No, let the pros at Pro Dunk do it for you. They know how to do it, and it's going to look great. Perfect height, perfectly straight. Don't worry about it. Let the pros at Pro Dunk do that installation for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822 and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com. All right, what makes Bad Take Boulevard this week? 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line. Bad Take Boulevard, 713-780-3776. First one, someone who's on the payroll of the Tennessee Titans deciding the Azeez Al-Shire appeal. This is the worst take I've ever seen. Worst take all week. That Roger Goodell, NFL commissioner, NFL, even the NFLPA isn't innocent in all of this. That you would mutually agree to have a Tennessee Titan employee decide the fate of a division rival. That's a terrible take.
I thought about that last night. Why isn't the NFLPA, unless they don't want the bad look, but why aren't they going to the defense in some way, shape, or form for their player in this?
I guess because they agreed to have this guy as part of the committee that they use, and he's maybe just the next guy up. I don't know. I'm playing devil's advocate here. I think it's dumb, obviously.
When it's all players all the time and anything and everything to do with them, and he's losing 3 game checks, you would think that there would have been something that threw up a flag in the Players Association that said, come on, man.
I'm just guessing this is, like Jeremy says, probably be collectively bargained and their hands are tied. Like this is a group of people they've already agreed upon, and until the next session where they get their new deal that they can't really do anything about.
If you got 4 to choose from, don't choose the guy that has really logical reasons why you could say something fishy here.
Yeah, I think that they should probably relook at it. Like, if you have a conflict of interest, like obviously they have a conflict of interest, that maybe you just skip to the next guy in the rotation.
Yeah,
but I would imagine it was some negotiated agreement that they have, and they don't want to. It's not worth it to them.
It's like a jury pool. Like if there's a juror that you think there's something up, and one lawyer doesn't agree, then go to the next guy that you have to choose from.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I agree with you. I'm just playing devil's advocate here. Michael Strahan on the halftime show of the Jags Texans game after the Trevor Lawrence hit. He had this to say. Here's Michael Strahan.
Al-Shire, I think he threw himself out the game. I personally think he did that because he realized if he had stayed in that game, he was not going to be protected for that game, because what he did, everybody knows as a defensive player, you don't do that.
I hate to do this to Strahan, who's a Houston native, the pride and joy of Texas Southern. He's one of us. He didn't get thrown out of the game because of what happened afterwards. He got ejected because of the late hit on Trevor Lawrence. To say that Azeez got himself thrown out of the game because he was scared of what was coming is outrageous, Michael Strahan.
You just made the list. We talked about that. He wasn't even, at that point, his emotions are running so high and his adrenaline's going. He's not thinking about whether someone's coming after if he stays in the football game. Come on, Michael.
Yeah. Like he got himself thrown out because he was so scared of what was to come. That's ridiculous. Dove or whoever this guy is, that's this aggregator of NFL content. He posted this question the other day. Would you rather have Bryce Young or C.J. Stroud as your team's starting quarterback?
Oh, my God.
Just the question in and of itself.
Again, I understand that people just statistically alone can say CJ's not having the year he had last year, but just watch football and realize CJ Stroud's not a bad quarterback. Bryce Young's trying to be a respectable quarterback.
Yeah, I understand what Dove is doing here from one, engagement farmer to the other, but that's a bad question. You can farm engagement and it'd be a bad take at the same time. I can understand what you're doing, but it'd still be a bad take. So Dove asking Bryce Young or CJ Stroud. You made the list, Duff.
You just made the list.
Chubby Bear on Twitter. Some people, he's a Texans podcaster. Actually lives in Florida, I think. He sent this to me a couple of weeks ago. Game preview, Houston and Titans. There was 2 guys that picked the Titans, and Chubby Bear told me to add those 2 guys to the list of Bad Take Boulevard. So Chubby Bear, because you told me to add them to the list, and then the Texans lost to the Titans. Brown Chubby Bear, sorry, man. I have to do it to you. You just made the list. Love you, but fair is fair. We put everybody on the list. My mother's made the list. Blind people have made the list. Everybody makes the list. Tyler on Twitter, we were talking about Travis Hunter. Tyler called Travis Hunter mid at 2 different positions.
Ooh.
Oh, my. He's a professional scout then.
He said that he is mid at 2 different positions. If Travis Hunter only played wide receiver, where do you think he'd be drafted in the upcoming NFL draft?
I think he's still a first-round pick.
Late first.
You think late first?
I think late first.
I was thinking teens.
I think it depends on how deep the wide receiver pool is in this draft.
Sure.
I think he'd be top 10. I think he'd be a top 10 pick. Like, what position do you think
top
Travis
10 overall?
What else?
I'm saying top 10 receivers.
Yes, top 10 overall. Yeah.
Those are legitimate question.
I'm not sure that it was, to be respectfully, with all due respect. I'm not sure that it was.
I thought you were saying it would be top 10 receivers in the draft or a top 10
No,
picks?
top 10 pick. What position do you think he plays in the NFL?
I think he's going to be primarily defender.
Really?
I do too.
Yeah.
I don't think his agent's going to allow him to be.
Because
Why?
of the money?
Because, yeah, that's why. The money. There's going to be so much more money at receiver than there is corner.
I think they'll have offensive packages for him on that side of the football, but I think that he would be a primary defender first.
I think he's going to hold everybody hostage and be an offensive primary
His
player.
coach may help him too, because his coach has already said he's going to try and dictate where he goes.
I think he's going to try to play both ways. I think he's going to try to play both ways. I think he's going to be.
Not like
I think he's a
does
better
in college,
corner.
But
No, well, I don't know, man.
He'll play like all but 3 plays in college.
That's going to be so exhausting.
But there's more plays in college than there are in the NFL.
Sure, but
over
I
the course of a
imagine
game.
it being like, because I kind of think he's going to be a primary corner.
Mhm.
But even if it flips to where he's the wide receiver, like you said, I see him as more of a passing down specialist plus full-time receiver than than what he's doing in college. I can't see that working.
I'm fascinated with what he's going to do. Like, I think it's fascinating. I'm here for it. It excites me. I think it's really cool. I think he's a better defensive back than a receiver, but I actually think he's an underrated receiver, clearly, based on our conversation. And I do think that he and his representation are going to try to strong arm a team into playing, maybe not primarily receiver, but a lot of receiver.
See, I think the point about money is a good one. I think that the biggest thing for me is just that I do believe that he's a better defensive player. He might be the best defensive back in the entire draft.
Would agree.
So I think that from the standpoint, I think he's going to be a primary defender, and I think, like I said, there's going to be packages and plenty of opportunities to play offense.
Yeah. I'm going to say he's going to play like every snap as a defensive back, and I think he's going to play like 35 to 40% of the offensive snaps. But I think it needs to be a high number to appease him, because I think he's
as
going
a
to
team, I wouldn't want to do that and do that for multiple years and really start.
You know what's interesting too? No, never mind. The NFL draft, it's slotted based on where you get picked, not by position. Never mind. I take that back. But like if he ever gets franchise tagged, what is he getting tagged as?
It's just going to be like Ohtani-esque in terms of multiple positions, so he should get multiple salaries.
It's going to be weird.
He needs to tell teams he's going to play both, even if he, let's say hypothetically, he wants to be primary wide receiver and a little bit corner. I think he has to tell teams he's going to play both and a lot. Otherwise, he could risk the draft stock falling a little bit. If it got out like I'm only playing corner versus I'm what I am in college and I'm playing like 90% of the overall snaps on both sides of the ball, I think that changes the draft stock a little bit.
Where do you think he gets picked?
Right now, I think he gets picked 2.
I think
Shedeur 1, Hunter 2.
I think Travis Hunter will be the first pick of the draft.
Okay, so we're off by 1
pick, not
but
a huge difference. It's going to be interesting. I'm fascinated by the career of Travis Hunter. Like, it's just something we haven't seen
think Lance
really
was
ever.
high on him as a defensive back. I'm curious to see how Lance evaluates him.
I know we've seen Dion do it, right? Kinda, not to the extent I think Travis Hunter's going to do it.
Packages, not.
But even then,
Charles Woodson, they wanted to do it. Then early in his career, he had some packages, and then they kind of got away from it.
But even then, you didn't have the contract structures you currently have in the NFL. So, like, it throws that extra wrinkle into things that really blows my mind.
Think about, like, he's playing the 2 positions where the salaries have skyrocketed the most recently other than quarterback because of the fact that, remember, the receiver thing now is such a big deal, and now lockdown corners are getting this massive money. He's set up perfectly.
I still think it's a massive difference between corner and receiver.
For sure.
I want to say it's like...
No, I agree with that, but I'm saying, remember, now lockdown corners of late have been getting their salaries boosted way up because of all the money the receivers were getting.
Franchise tag isn't crazy, actually. The franchise tag next year for receiver will be just under 26. I guess it is significant. 25.5-ish for receiver franchise tags next year. For corners, it's going to be a little under 20.5. But that's just for the franchise tag.
$5 million difference on a 1-year basis. That's pretty significant.
And then you look at like the highest paid receivers and see what they're getting. Like Justin Jefferson's deal.
What, 130
something, right?
I mean, I think he's going to want to play receiver. Sidetrack there. My bad. Tyler, you're on the list. Next one from Paul.
You just made the list.
He was in my comments after the Titans game saying, don't be surprised if the Texans don't win another game this season. I'm not joking. They won their very next game. So, Paul, you just
made the list.
Tiki Barber on Daniel Jones said that Daniel Jones will be better than Lamar Jackson next season. He said this on December 14, 2022. Lamar won an MVP last year.
Ouch, yes, he
Daniel
did.
Jones is no longer on the team. The Tiki Barber.
Yeah.
So Tiki Barber, you made the list.
You just made the list.
Did you see Loyola players snubbing Sister Jean? They were coming off the court. Sister Jean's like 104 years old now. and she was sitting in her wheelchair up the tunnel, like, ready to give all the players dap, and they walked right by her. Didn't give her any love.
They left her hanging?
They left
That's
multiple
She's got her,
players.
like, her hand out for a fist bump, and they
Yeah.
just leave her hanging?
Yes, I'll retweet it right now at Jeremy Branham so you can see it. They left Sister Jean hanging. Multiple players leaving Sister
brutal.
Jean hanging.
That's like when Calipari got to Arkansas and he said every time and anytime you see Nolan Richardson, you better shake his hand or acknowledge him. I mean, that's what you're supposed to do. Sister Jean's an icon.
Acknowledge Do you think that's the first time that Sister Jean has ever been compared to Nolan Richardson?
Probably. I would guess.
No, I mean, you're right. It's a good comparison, but I think it's the first time they've ever been compared.
I think we broke new ground.
Like, they might be polar opposites, close to polar. But you're right. You're supposed to shake the hands of legends, right? I do games with Elvin Hayes. You know who shakes Elvin Hayes' hands? Everybody. Anybody with respect, anybody that knows who he is, when they come to that building, they shake his hand. Olajuwon shakes his hand. Opposing coaches shake his hand. When you're in the presence of greatness like Sister Jean, give her a little love, man.
Acknowledge me.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit of love. A couple on the text line. Worst take, releasing the lowball offer, the Bregman, that the Astros gave Bregman. We'll talk about that later. Some people are saying it's not lowball. Bad take Boulevard. Harris back after the bye will be the difference maker for linebackers and will not miss Aziz Al-Shire.
Who said that?
Texter just said that.
Just now?
Oh,
Yeah.
he's making the take?
I don't know if he's making the take or if he's saying that somebody else having that take is a bad take.
Sounds like he's saying that someone else having it is,
Yeah,
but he doesn't
I
know
hope
who
that's
it
the
was.
He doesn't say who it was. Manfred and the Golden at bat rule is a bad take.
Yeah. That's
great.
I'm so hopeful that they were just leaking that to get the public reaction.
It's a terrible
Hopeful.
idea.
I can't believe
he is getting crushed, rightfully so, by every direction. Ex-players, I mean, everybody that can have an opinion is killing him.
A texture, why would there be a conflict of interest between Reuben Foster? The Titans are horrible, no threat to the Texans at all. Because Amy Adams lives in Houston and hates the Texans.
Exactly right.
There you go. That's the extent of it. Okay, I think that's
They gave her the game ball when they beat the Texans a couple
they
weeks
did.
ago.
They call her Miss Amy. Hunter will play primary receiver, and then if they want to get cute, they'll throw him in there on defensive plays.
Disagree.
Didn't Hester play both ways as well as some returner? Kinda. They moved him from corner to receiver. Like, he was a bad corner, so they couldn't put him on the field defensively. Then they moved him to receiver because they wanted his playmaking skills, but he only played
They
in a few
essentially-
packages.
Yeah, and most of them were running type plays because he didn't have great hands.
No, he wasn't
They
really.
used to put him in
yeah.
motion and do jet sweeps and things like that.
He was a really bad defensive player.
Yes.
And he was barely tolerant as an offensive player. He was
He had
just
speed.
maybe the greatest returner of all time.
Yeah.
But he wasn't a good defender. He wasn't a good offensive player. Yeah, Travis Hunter's a unicorn, man. All right, can the Texans make a push after the bye? 713-780-ESPN. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, another word from my good friends over at Doc Linville's office in the Med Center. They are fantastic. It's the holiday season. Maybe give yourself the gift as you get ready to get all the gifts for the kids, the wife, and everybody else. And check out what they can do to get your hair back because they are game changers. It's phenomenal. The work that they're able to do by getting your own hair and putting it where you need it most so that your appearance looks better, your self-confidence goes up, and you love the way you look again. It's fantastic. New year, new you is what you can set up yourself for as you get into the holiday season by setting up a free consultation with Doc and his staff. All you got to do is go to 975hair.com and you get that consultation for free. People off the street pay $150, but you're listening to me, you want to talk to him, you get it for free by going to 975hair.com and setting up that consultation. Go in with an open mind, ask questions, get answers, have them explain to you the PRP treatments. If you have hair still on your head, it's just thinning and not exactly what it used to be. And if you have pattern baldness and you want to get rid of that, then check out the NeoGraft procedure and have them explain that to you too. While you're there, have them explain everything and see if anything or both things are right for you. They were right for me. I can't tell you enough good things about how great the people are there. The procedure was easy and everything got me my hair back. It's fantastic and I would recommend it to anyone. Tell them today that I sent you by and go to 975hair.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Can the Texans make a push after the bye? 713-780-ESPN. You could tell the message after the Jacksonville game was, okay, we want to empty the tank, and then we want to come back after the bye, make a push. D'Amico used the word push. C.J. Stroud used the word push. Like every single player audio that I saw from the locker room talked about making a push after the bye. The rallying cry before it was buried because of the Azeez Al-Shire stuff was that they want to make a push after the bye. And of course they do, right? Any team that's leading the division wants to make the push after the bye. Can they? Can the Houston Texans make this push after the bye, Blankers?
I think there's serious doubts, Jeremy. I really do. I feel like, again, the fact is it's not a push at this point. It's kind of hanging on for dear life against a schedule that we knew all season long was going to be the toughest stretch of games that they're going to face in the shortest amount of time. And the fact is that you're not playing your best football. You lost to Tennessee. You got by Jacksonville. You were supposed to, hammer those three teams, including Dallas, and then move on to this tough stretch, looking forward to try and see how you match up against the best teams in the AFC. And instead, we were just talking about the fact that they got to hold on for dear life to keep the Colts off of their tails and make sure that they at least finalize the division and that solidify their playoff position. And it's not going to be easy. You lose the quarterback of your defense. Your offensive line has still not been playing great, though they played better against a less than defense in Jacksonville. You have a bunch of stuff that you're still trying to figure out from a pass protection standpoint. The running game, yeah, it picked up in the second half. It wasn't great in the first half. But overall, there's just been a ton of inconsistencies, and I have serious doubts about this push.
Yeah, well, I think it's important to define push. Like, what do you think? I mean, obviously they just want to win every game.
Yeah.
What do you think is a fair bar for this push?
Well, I mean, I think you can look at it from in terms of straight wins and losses, or you can look at it from the competitive standpoint. Are they going to be competitive in all three games coming up? Are they going to beat Tennessee for sure? And are they going to get at least one or more wins out of the other three?
Yeah.
I mean, the push for me would be you got to at least go 500, and you got to be competitive in all the games, and you got to show that, your deficiencies of the past, like they finally started scoring in the second half. Again, it's Jacksonville, but we know how bad that's been for the second half of the season. You want to be able to put two halves together, the offense and the defense clicking at the same time, all the things that I've been kind of harping on. I guess in my mind, if I'm defining what a push is, they're competitive in all four games, and they win two.
See, I could see it going either way. I could see the Texans looking at an 0-3 after the bye,
I could too.
And then all of a sudden that Week 18 game carries some pretty massive stakes, depending on what Indy does. At the same, and this speaks to the volatility that the Texans have been and the capability of playing with any team that they play, whether it's good team or whether it's bad team. I have a difficult time seeing the Texans, make a push after the bye in the sense that they just they go 3-1 in the last four games, or they're beating Kansas City on the road. They hammer Baltimore at home. I have a tough time seeing that, but I do expect them to be competitive in all these games. Like they've shown us all year, with the exception of the Minnesota game, that they're going to be in these games.
You can play to the level.
They haven't been blown out by anybody with the exception of Minnesota. And they've played some good teams. They played at Lambeau. The Packers have a really good record. They could have won that game. They lost by 2. They were up 16 against Detroit. That might be the best team in the NFL. Same thing whenever you look at Buffalo. They beat Buffalo at home. So I do think that the Texans will be competitive. If I were to define push, I think that what would make this year stand out, I think, is making the conference championship game, going a step further than you did last year. Because if you go to the divisional round, you win your first game at home, and then you go play wherever you go play and you lose that, they're not really stacking anything. They're not really building off of it a whole. Now, 2 playoff trips in a row to the division round is a feather in the cap, but I think the fan base would be like, oh, okay, just the same old Texans that can, win a wild card game and then lose the division round, and we're not in the conference championship game like we've never been in franchise history. So whenever I try to define push, and this is relative, I think it'd be different for everybody. For me, it's can you make a push to reach uncharted territory? Can you make a push to reach an AFC championship game, something that has never been done in franchise history? I have a hard time seeing the Texans winning 2 playoff games At the same time, as I speak from the other side of my mouth, I do think that the Texans can play with anybody in the AFC.
I do. I mean, I was saying this the other day about how much I still like their roster. I still love the talent that's on this roster and the ability, especially at key positions, to have really, really influential players. I just don't like the fact that they haven't put it all together. I think, to your point, if the push includes the postseason, the push to me is anything less than doing what you did last year is a disappointment. If you get to the divisional round again and lose, well, then it was tolerable, but there's still going to be plenty of people shaking their heads. And the only thing that's going to be acceptable is if you at least get to an AFC championship game. And I think that's a stretch for them. But I do agree with you that they can, on their best days, if they're playing the way that we haven't really seen them play all year and put it together start to finish on both sides of the football, I think that they can play with the best in the AFC.
Texture, have we heard a result of the Azeez Al-Shire appeal? No, I think it's coming in 2 weeks. Another texture, if Slowick doesn't make adjustments, the Texans might not win the division. I think it actually is in play.
It is worrisome.
I think people have guaranteed like this victory in the AFC South, and I don't think that there's victory in the AFC South. The Azeez Al-Shire suspension has been heard. It's been upheld. 3-game suspension for Al-Shire. Let's squeeze in Vera real quick. 713-780-3776. Vera, you're in the hive of the bees. What's up, Vera?
Hey guys, I appreciate you letting me call in. I think to add to what Joel said, the push, if you use that term, is going to have to happen starting from the offensive line. Yeah, the interior offensive line. I think the much maligned interior offensive line would have to. I think they did a decent job against Jaguars, who aren't really known for their interior defensive push. But the next 4 weeks would be a great test with Christian Wilkins and. Jeffrey Simmons and Madubuike and Chris Jones. I think it's going to be a great test for the interior offensive line to see if they can stand up, if they can keep CJ straight. But that said, CJ, let's. I think a lot of people have been booing me on social media and others because when I say CJ has. I don't want to use the word regress, but he's definitely there's some sort of sophomore slump. So I think if CJ can not turn over the ball, and we can the interior that helps start with of course the interior offensive lines if they can do that. To be this next 4 games should be a great test because invariably if we are to win the wild card game, we will actually considering how Baltimore is going right now, we might end up playing Baltimore in the wild card game. So if this will be a great test to see if they can do it twice, right? So kind of get your thoughts on it. I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah, let's hit that on the other side, the offensive line, and then also the Stroud aspect too. Have we overstated the Stroud sophomore slump? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Have we overstated a sophomore slump for one CJ Stroud? 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Todd the Show says, no, I don't think we have. I don't think we've gone far enough, says Todd the Show. Todd the Show likes to be contrarian. He likes to be
He loves Jalen Green.
anti-Texans.
Yeah,
No, he hates Jalen Green.
He loves
I know you're being
CJ.
sarcastic, but the listener doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah. So where do you stand? Do you think we've gone too far? Not like you and I, but just in the city of Houston, blowhards on the radio, which includes us, whatever. Do you think that we went too far universally in the city with the talk of regression and a sophomore slump when it comes to CJ Stroud?
I realistically think that there has been too many people that are ready to jump off the CJ train because of this season. I think that there have been people, his mom got involved because of all the criticism he was getting. Look, understandably, this team is not doing what it did a year ago, but the expectations the bar was set higher. People had higher expectations for this team. The schedule was tougher, but yet, they haven't played great football all year, as we just got done talking about. I mean, statistically, you cannot look at the stats and say that he's not playing less than he played last year, but each season is its own chapter in a guy's career. And I think that as well as things went a year ago and a lot of, bounces went his way, his picks were way down. He could have had more interceptions than he had, but he had one hell of a year. And this year, that offensive line has caused him so much disdain in terms of not disdain, but so much in terms of his internal clock, creating a more rushed pocket and all the decisions that he makes, that I think that that's been extremely impactful. And I think that that's had a trickle-down effect on the rest of his game. I think he's still a really, really, really good quarterback in this league. But if you want to call it a sophomore slump because his stats aren't going to be what they were a year ago, I understand where you're coming from. But just don't jump off the train and say that he's not a good quarterback.
Yeah, see, I think we have gone a bit too far. I haven't seen anybody quit on CJ Stroud in the sense that they're jumping off the CJ Stroud train. Maybe I'm wrong there. 713-780-ESPN. If you have jumped off the CJ Stroud train, tell us why. Other than Todd the Show and maybe King of Twitch, I don't use them as credible sources, credible people. I don't know how I was kidding, but I don't know how you could jump off the CJ Stroud train in terms of what you expect from him in the future. Could he have regressed from this year to last year? Sure. I mean, the numbers would tell you that. I don't think he's a lesser player, though. He had a phenomenal rookie year. Some people call it the best rookie season for a quarterback ever, quite frankly. So he did set that bar pretty high. But if you let's take out the middle of CJ Stroud's career. If you go to the moment that the Houston Texans drafted CJ Stroud at number 2 to right now, and you eliminate everything else in the middle, would you be happy with what you have, the quarterback that you drafted at number 2?
I would, personally.
I think everybody would. I think it'd be unanimous.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody would even bat an eye.
He can play in the league and everything like that. You just don't have the stats.
No, let's say you went into a coma. You went into a coma the day after CJ Stroud was drafted, in the moment that, and then all of a sudden you woke up today and you do this crash course on where CJ Stroud currently is at in the NFL. You'd be over the moon with what CJ Stroud is. Now, we probably went too far on where we thought CJ Stroud should be after his rookie year. We probably overrated his rookie season in totality. We jumped in and put CJ Stroud as a top 5 quarterback. Okay, we probably overreacted there. He's probably not top 5 yet. I believe he will be top 5 someday again, but he probably isn't top 5 yet. But then if you're taking him out of your top 10, I think now you've gone too far. I still think he's a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. I still think he's a quarterback that is capable of winning a Super Bowl. I think you can win a Super Bowl with CJ Stroud, and quite frankly, that's the only question I care about whenever I'm talking about a quarterback. If I have a quarterback here, quarterback there, quarterback over there, the question I'm asking myself, can I win a Super Bowl with that guy? If I can win a Super Bowl with that guy, I'm going to be highly interested in having that guy. So that opinion of CJ Stroud hasn't changed for me. I believe after his rookie year, you can win a quarterback someday with CJ Stroud. I believe currently, today, you can win a Super Bowl with CJ Stroud. And his numbers haven't been awful.
No.
Have they been bad? Not even bad. Are they lesser than his rookie season? Yes, they are lesser than his rookie season. Are they deplorable? Are they awful? Are they bottom half of the NFL? No. I think you could still make a very good case he's a top 10 quarterback in the NFL, and he would be top 10 for me.
And he's top 10 for me. I guess I don't want to say easily, but looking at it, that's why I said every quarterback goes through every season as another chapter in their career. And you could be on the high of all highs and play an unbelievable season. And the next season, you can look at whether it's the pitfalls of the team period with Joe Burrow and coming off an injury, but yet lately he's been picking it back up again. Dak Prescott, a guy that, has unbelievable regular seasons, and they have just completely crapped the bed, and then he got hurt. So you can look at it and say, does that mean that there's a lesser quarterback for his career or going forward or for next season? Everybody's their own case study, but when you look at CJ Stroud and you watch play after play, week after week, you realize all the throws that he still makes and all of his ability to kind of move and read the pocket and do the things that a good quarterback does in this league. There's no reason for me to change my opinion that this is a guy that isn't one of the best premier quarterbacks, young quarterbacks in this league, and one of the best quarterbacks in this league, period.
Yeah, I don't love stats in football, quite frankly. I think that they're highly misleading, and I think that a lot of things go into a certain player's stat. Quarterback alone, you're dependent on your offensive line, which I think is something that's a huge conversation when it comes to CJ Stroud. You're dependent to your play caller. You're dependent to who your receivers are, all of these things. So I don't love looking at a quarterback stat line and being like, that guy's really good. I like to turn on the film. I like to turn on the tape and posture like I know football. Anytime I see CJ Stroud,
like you're Jeremy Branham, trying to make everybody think that you know ball.
Yeah, that's what I like to do. I like to make everybody think I know ball by watching the film. For me, my eyes and watching what I see on tape matter than completion percentage or touchdown to interception ratio. And whenever I watch CJ this year versus last year, I don't see a worse football player. All the highlights that CJ Stroud was performing and making last year, he is still currently doing. I think his lows have been lower, though, for a variety of reasons. Like, he's been sacked way more than he was last year. He's currently been sacked 41 times in 13 games. Last year in 15 games, he was sacked 38 times. So the offensive line is a huge variable of why CJ Stroud, I think, has the inconsistency is more prevalent. But people are like, oh, his completion percentage is awful. He was 63.9 last year. He's 63.3 right now. It's almost the exact same.
And you have to factor in the internal clock. As bad as that offensive line was in totality last year with all of the injuries and all the way they played musical chairs with them and the way they started the season giving up 11 sacks in the first 2 games, they put it together. They found continuity. They gave him enough time to where he had the success that he had. This year, he has been under fire on almost every snap. And at a certain point, that's going to affect everything that you do because you're constantly expecting to get hit yet again and sacked yet again. And that changes the mentality of a quarterback. It has to. It doesn't mean that it's going to change it like David Carr for the rest of his career. It just means that in this season, with as bad as this offensive line has been, he has regressed because of all the extra coming at him on every play.
Yeah, it's tough when you argue with these people who want to die on the hill that he's having a sophomore slump because the stats are on their side. I mean, other than interception percentage, which is marginal at best, but or completion percentage, that is. But interception percentage is up. Yards per game is down. The difference between his touchdowns and interceptions is down. All these things that they would point to are down, but you can't exclude away Nico missing 5 games. You can't exclude away Stephon Diggs getting hurt or Tank Dell disappearing or the offensive line being that bad. And I think overall, like going back to the beginning of the segment, if you didn't know what CJ did in his rookie year, this would be kind of the natural progression of a second-year quarterback. Like, guys coming in and playing like CJ did in year 1 isn't necessarily the norm. There's usually a slower progression building up. And I think if we didn't have the expectations falsely raised from how amazing he was last year, then we wouldn't be expecting this spike in performance, this spike in production, and look at these numbers in a negative way.
A few texts on this, 713-780-ESPN. Todd and King of Twitch are morons. That's not nice. Those are our guys. Don't be mean to Todd.
Thank you. King of Twitch.
Don't give up on CJ. He's had a less than stellar offensive line. That's a major variable for a quarterback's production. And you look at the pressure rates between this year and last year. This year, very, very high. They kept him more upright last year. Tougher schedule. Not surprised. Maybe less podcast he does. Okay, the podcast thing is stupid. But the tougher schedule, that comes into play too. Like, you play more difficult opponents. What does that do to your stat line? If CJ Stroud played the worst team in the NFL each and every week, how would his numbers look versus playing the best defense in the NFL each and every week? Option A would obviously be way better in terms of production. I don't believe CJ is the savior. It sounds like after Watson, It sounds like Dallas after Dak. Okay, I'm not putting him in the Deshaun Watson conversation. The jury's out on the whole Dallas-Dak thing. Like, Dak hasn't done much in the postseason. C.J. Stroud won a postseason game in his rookie season. But I can't put C.J. Stroud as like a better resume than Dak Prescott right now. We have to wait.
Dak has been in the running for an MVP on multiple seasons because of the regular seasons that he's had. That's something that you can't take away from him. The playoffs, absolutely a separate conversation where, what it really matters most is what everybody is really going to watch the closest, and he hasn't performed in the playoffs.
Now, I would take Stroud over Dak, but I'm not going to sit here and argue resumes. Pessimistic Chad, so much of the issue with CJ is the result of an abominable offensive line. He doesn't trust them. I do think that is true. Like, his internal clock is different. I would agree
I've been
with that.
harping on it. Everything, your run game, your receivers, your passing game, everything that you do offensively, it's all connects and starts with your offensive line. And the offensive line has been putrid. It's been bad. It's not supposed to be this bad. We thought it was going to be way better than it has been, but it is the main crux of why they've struggled so greatly on offense across the board, not just CJ.
But we do have to see improvement there because, as we talked about after the game, I mean, Jeremy, I think called it the best offensive line performance of the season
since the change.
Yeah, since the change. So, I think we noticed an improvement overall, and not just this last game, but overall since they made the change with Kenyon Green out and making the change at center as well. So, I think if we're going to hold on to it was the offensive line, then CJ would need to show a production improvement with the better offensive line to make that point even more, I guess, proven, for lack of a better word.
You just need more than a one-game sample.
Yeah,
it would have to be for the duration of the year.
But if you want to make the argument, it wasn't CJ, it was the offensive line, and the offensive line plays better, then CJ's production has to go up.
Agreed. You just need the series of games. And it's probably all the games after the bye. Not jumping off the CJ Stroud train, it's okay to acknowledge, though, that opposing defenses have adjusted well. So are the opposing defenses countering CJ Stroud, or are they countering the poor offensive line and attacking that?
Yeah, they're capitalizing on the matchups, and that's what coaches do week in, week out. They see this offensive line. Look at what the Jets did. The Jets have been a piss poor team all season, but the Jets knew Quinnen Williams matched up against Kenyon Green was going to be a huge advantage, and they took advantage of it. They're supposed to.
Yeah, I think DCs are exposing the Texans O-line, not CJ Stroud's weaknesses per se. Has there ever been a quarterback that hasn't gone through a sophomore slump? I would say most quarterbacks are usually better in year 2 than they are year 1, though. Like, you look at Peyton Manning, way better in year 2.
Yeah,
versus
certainly
year
Mahomes.
One.
Year 2, he had 50
off the bench.
touchdowns.
And he didn't play his rookie year.
Well, he played one game.
Yeah, one game. He was second-string quarterback. Texans O-line stealing money, tougher schedule, yards per game is down across the league. I do believe that is true. I think the kickoff rule plays a little part into that. But yeah, I mean, if the yards per game is down across the league, then you can't look at CJ Stroud's yards per game and be like, oh, well, look how bad he's regressed. I point more to the interceptions.
And CJ Stroud last year, he led the league in yards per game. This year, he's like 10th.
Fair.
So it's not just that the overall yards are down across the league, which they are, and that's part of the conversation, but also where he ranks against the rest of the league is down.
Yeah, that's a good point. Relative to the league is the best way to look at it versus yards versus his rookie year. Tougher schedule. Another tougher schedule. You guys are currently in the denial and bargaining stages of the 5 stages of grief. The excuse making is crazy today. Okay. Another one, stop making excuses. There needs to be more quick throwing and play action passes. A lot of defenses.
That would be Slowick,
key in on Mixon. That'd be Slowick. There's plenty of blame to go around. Offensive line, CJ decision making, but let's not forget the play calling as well. We mentioned that. Man, if the Texans never figure out this offensive line, what a waste of talent with CJ. Absolutely.
That's true.
That has to be priority number 1, not only this offseason, but every offseason that you have CJ. CJ can be better than Baker and Darnold. I hope so. I hope he can be better than Baker and Darnold. I would say he is better than Darnold.
And on the previous one, see Joe Burrow. That's what you do when you have an unbelievable talent at quarterback and you don't put the proper offensive line in front of him and then realize how you can screw that up. Yes, he did eventually get to a Super Bowl, but a lot of times the injuries he's had and the way that he has, had struggles, it's due to his offensive line sucking too.
Here are a few other advanced numbers that don't help CJ Stroud. He's first with 104 dropbacks on 3rd and 4th down with 7+ yards to go. So they're putting him in bad spot. 3rd and longs, 4th and longs. He leads the NFL in 3rd and 4th and longs more than anybody else in the league. He's quarterback number 6 on the Pro Football Focus grade, quarterback number 7 in big time throw rate, quarterback 6 in turnover worthy play rate, the good rate. He's avoiding turnover. Yet the Texans are 15th in success rate. That's OC. That's offensive line.
Yes.
It's not play from your quarterback. So I would point to that too. That was from Hayden Winks that mentioned some of those advanced numbers. 713-780-ESPN. The Astros have an offer on Alex Bregman, according to Brian McTaggart. And to me, if it's according to Brian McTaggart, it is official. 6 years, $156 million. Are the Astros lowballing Alex Bregman? A lot of people think that's the case. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. So Brian McTaggart has a report out today that the Astros have offered Alex Bregman a contract. The details of the contract: 6 years, $156 million. A lot of conversation going on Twitter right now. Do you think that the Astros lowballed Alex Bregman like they did once upon a time to Carlos Correa?
Not at all, because of the fact that reading an article on Bleacher Report this morning that was taking the top 10 free agents left on the market and trying to guess their final contract numbers. That's exactly what it was. 6 and 156. So I don't think that's a low ball. I think that we know that there are teams that are going to, I think, quite honestly, he's the plan B for a lot of teams. I don't know that he's a top priority for any team other than the Astros right now. But I think that based on what happens with Juan Soto and some of the pitchers in the market, it's going to dictate how much interest there's going to be in Alex Bregman. And with that interest is going to be competition to try and get the best offer in. and that's where the numbers might get inflated and exceed what the Astros are willing to pay. I don't think that's a low ball offer because you don't want to make your best offer right now anyway.
Yeah, I'm curious. I don't think it's a low ball, to be fair. I don't like Bleacher Report. I don't think anybody that, I don't know anybody that works at Bleacher Report, but I usually don't find them all that credible. The Athletic has the projection for Alex Bregman, 7 years, $189 million. So higher than what he was offered, but I don't think that's huge, like a huge, massive leap. That's just one extra year, and now $33 million is significant, but it's pretty close to the AAV of 6 years, $156 million. So I don't think it's a low ball, but I don't think it's enough. I don't think that Alex Bregman's going to sign for 6 years, 156. And to go to the point that you brought up about will they improve their offer? I think that's how we're going to determine if the Astros are serious or not about Alex Bregman. Or are they just putting on a face, but hey, look at us. Look at this contract offer that we're giving. Look at us. We're giving it the old college try. Look at us. We're really efforting for Alex Bregman. At the end of the day, Bregman signs for 6 years, $180 million, and they fall short of that. So let's see how serious they are. Is it their best and final? I don't know. I wouldn't say that it's an insulting low ball offer. But what I would point to is the Carlos Correa offer. That was a low ball, but they never improved on it. I would even point to James Click. They gave James Click a 1-year deal to kind of save face. They weren't firing the general manager that just won the World Series, but had zero intention of bringing back James Click. So they had zero intention of bringing back James Click. They really had zero intention of bringing back Carlos Correa unless he signed a low ball offer. Let's see how serious Jim Crane and the Astros are if they're willing to go more for Alex Bregman. Because if this is their best and final, 6 years, 156, it ain't going to get it done.
No, there's the difference. I mean, when you're doing any kind of negotiating, you're not going to make your top offer right off the top of the negotiation process.
The Astros did, though, with Correa and with Click.
That's what they said, right? But I think to your point, and the point that I was going to kind of reiterate is the fact that I don't think they would have made a 6-year offer and made the kind of long-term massive offer that Correa already knew that he was going to be offered by somebody else out there. They just save face. I think by making the contract offer that they made with competitive AAV to start the process, but going to 6 years already, it shows that at least they're going to be more engaged in this negotiation than maybe they were in the others when they were just trying to save face. It feels like by going to 6 years and being pretty at least competitive to start the process going, they feel like they're going to have a little bit more of an urgency to try and get something done with Alex Bregman. Again,
I don't know if we know that.
I'm not saying we do know that definitively. It just looks like it from the standpoint of other offers I think they made, knowing damn well he wasn't going to accept them, and they were just trying to do what they needed to do.
But they know he's not going to accept this.
But I don't think in the past that they've shown with all their past history that they want to go to 6 years, and at least they're willing to go to 6 years. So at least from a Scott Boras perspective, okay, they're serious in negotiating with us if they're going to go to 6 years. Now let's talk about the dollar figure and see how far they're willing to go. And that's the scary part, because now, as I said, as other teams get involved in the mix and they want to get competitive with it, that's where I think the ceiling's going to be too high and the Astros aren't going to end up doing it.
Yeah. I think what happens from here lets us know how serious the Astros are. I don't think this is an insulting offer, but if it is their best and final offer, it is ultimately not going to get it done.
Right. And I think that's why it was surprising to me that if it was confirmed that this was their offer, then 6 years was surprising to me, because I didn't think they'd ever want to go to that length years wise, regardless of the money.
Yeah, they've only done it with Jordan, who was internal.
That was a steal.
Yeah, it was a steal. And then what did Altuve get this most recent time?
5, I think.
I think it was a 5-year deal. Now, the first contract, I can't remember. They offered Correa 5 years, 160. Whenever he was a free agent, the first time he was a free agent, and got way more than that. But no one thinks that Alex Bregman's getting Carlos Correa money. Not a single person on earth. So I think the jury's out in terms of where it goes. Now, $26 million per year is actually a pay cut for Alex Bregman. Bregman was making $20 million AAV. But remember, he had escalators in the contract where he went from like 10, 11, 10, somewhere around there. And then the last 2 years, he was making $30.5 million. So if he does accept a 6-year, $156 million deal, his paychecks will actually go down than they were the last 2 years.
He doesn't have to until he sees what the other offers are. But for most people, you realize, hey, I'm willing to take a little less on the front side now, knowing that I'm probably going to give them a little less on the return on investment.
Do you really think he's taking less than 30?
I'm not saying that he's going to take less than that. I think he might be. You never know. A year ago, he would have been probably forced to. This year, with teams that are probably still going to be willing to, and the markets of teams that are going to be interested in this, he's going to get offers that are probably going to be at least at 30.
Yeah. Would you sign him for this deal?
The deal that's currently on the table, I would.
26 a year? I would be out. I certainly understand where you're coming from, and I think that you would probably have the support of the city on your side. I think if we just did a Twitter poll right now, would you sign Alex Bregman? That sounds like a good idea. Would you sign Alex Bregman to a 6-year, $156 million deal? I think it would probably, like, what percentage of people you think? Let's do that. We'll report back tomorrow. What percent of people on my Twitter followers will say yes?
65%.
Okay. I'm going to take the over on that. I'll take 66%. Brian, you want to get in on the fun? Already Price has righted them, so.
Which you normally do.
Oh, sorry. Will you repeat the question? I was podcasting.
So I'm going to put it out a Twitter poll during the next break, and we're going to report back tomorrow. What percentage of people would say that they would like Alex Bregman back on a 6-year, $156 million deal?
Oh, I think Astros Twitter is almost all pay the guy when it comes to these things. So I'll say it's like 75%.
Man, it's a bad game theory there. He
should
have prices righted me.
Yep.
Yeah, he should have prices righted me. Yeah. Now I wouldn't do it. I do think he's a declining player. 6 years is a little too long. $26 million. I don't think his production will live up to the $156 million. There's also some other rumors out there. Brian McTaggart reporting that the Astros are interested on Christian Walker.
Mm-hmm.
That to me sounds like a backup plan in case they don't sign Alex Bregman, which I like the idea of Christian Walker in Houston. Now, he does come with a compensation pick, so you would lose a draft pick. And he's also a first baseman. So,
and he's not younger, so you have the same concerns about decline.
No, because I don't think it'd be a 6-year deal. I think it'd be a 2 to 3 year deal on Christian Walker.
I think it would be. I've heard they would like to keep it at a 3-year deal, but if they got a 3-year deal out of Christian Walker, what do they do at third base?
Probably a battle in camp between DeCinzo, Bryce Matthews, or there's been rumors that their backup plan at third is Jorge Polanco.
Yeah, because they're not going to afford Adames. Adames is going to get very similar. The projections out of Adames were 6 and 150.
Yeah, you're not. I think there's a possibility for them to sign one big fish, and like in that big fish tier, I would have Bregman, I'd have Adames, I would even have Walker, even though that'd be on a shorter term deal. I could see them signing Walker to play first, Polanco to play third. I could see that scenario.
I don't like the third base aspect of it.
Polanco was not good last year. Now, he was coming off his knee surgery, and he was better in the second half than the first half.
Some pop against the Astros.
Yeah, he's got some pop. I don't hate Jorge Polanco as a plan B. I don't think he's as good as Bregman, obviously. But if they get priced out on Bregman, I don't hate Polanco on a short-term bridge.
Would you rather have Christian Walker at first base or Willy Adames at third base?
Well, I mean, it's a very different question because Adames is going to make a lot more money.
Well, but if you're
Christian
saying
Walker.
they're going to I'm saying if you're only going to go,
I'd rather have Adames.
One fish, I would too, because 6 and 150 for Adames, I could deal with that.
See, I think he makes more than that. I think he's going to get more than 6
for 150. That was projections I saw this morning.
Yeah, I think he gets more than 6 for 150. But I think Adames is a better player.
Is he a little younger?
Walker. Yeah, much younger. He's a year younger than Bregman.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's younger than Bregman, so.
Well, I thought you meant versus Walker.
No. I'm saying if you want Adames at third base versus Bregman, you can start weighing all the age, the numbers, offensively, the defensive abilities, things like that. He had more pop and more home runs than Bregman. I think Bregman's a better defender because he's playing at third base.
Bregman's, I think their OPS was like the exact same. OPS plus was like the exact same. I think Bregman's still a slightly better player than Adames. I don't think it's a crazy difference, though. I would personally. Like, whichever one you could get cheaper would be my answer.
See, because
they both might be priced out of my range.
I would look third base before I'd looked at first base because I think that the platoon option you had first base late in the season, especially if we would like to see, I think you and I personally would like to see Yiner play more first base.
Yeah.
But if Yiner's playing more first base, you have a way to solve the first base problem a little bit easier than worrying about if you can get someone already in your system and on your roster to play third base or find someone cheaply. I just that worries me.
The problem though is that it's such a huge difference in terms of their contract.
Yep.
Like the athletic projection on Adames is 6 years, 150. The athletic projection on Christian Walker is 2 years, $44 million. So I mean, that's $100 million difference.
Yeah.
So it's not as easy as which guy's the better player. It's Adames on a 6 year, $150 million deal, or Christian Walker at 2
Yeah,
for
no,
44.
mine was just like from position, which one would you rather do, and then from the standpoint of, I know you just said if you're only going to go out and get one fish in the market, obviously less years and so less money for the long term on the Walker deal. But which guy would you rather have? That's why I asked the question.
Yeah, I mean, if money was not an object, I'd go Adames. But like, money is an object, obviously. I think I might change my answer because I think you could get Walker and Polanco and then maybe an arm at the cost of one Willy Adames.
isn't that kind of like bringing back to the Josh Hader conversation last year? Like, okay, you went out and made the big splash on the biggest guy at that position, but you could have taken that money and spread it out to 3 or 4 guys.
I think they screwed up the Hader
It feels like
contract.
it's a similar conversation.
I personally like Josh Hader, and I know he didn't have a great year in year one. I like Josh Hader. I don't like the signing of Josh Hader.
Right, because you could have spread the money out. I think that's kind of the same conversation as compared to Willie
Exactly.
don't sign Willie Adames because you could get Christian Walker plus, something else and then a bullpen arm, et cetera, et cetera.
Even this year, when you're talking about like the biggest fish on the market in Soto, they're saying if you're the Yankees,
like $600 million.
Yeah, well, it's more than that, but I'm saying there's teams that want want Soto back, obviously. But their plan B, they said, if they don't get Soto and he signs somewhere else, is Christian Walker, the pitcher from the Orioles.
Oh, Corbin
Burns, Christian Walker, and possibly Alex Bregman, the third baseman. You had those 3 players as opposed to Soto. Yeah, you should want that. Yeah. But of course, the big splashiness is you got to have Soto back in New York. You got to have Soto because he's the biggest fish. That's kind of like to the Hader conversation.
Yeah. The Astros are also interested, according to Bruce Levine from The Score in Chicago. He says that the Astros have called on Cody Bellinger.
Huh.
I don't hate the idea of Cody Bellinger. Now, he does make a lot of money, so there are some finances that would need to be figured out there that I think are possible, but I'm going to save them for the show tomorrow. Cody Bellinger is an interesting option because I think you could play him at 2 different positions depending on who's pitching against you.
Absolutely could.
Because I think you could play him at first base against lefties and allow John Singleton to platoon with him, kind of frankly. So okay, let me restate that. So if you trade for Cody Bellinger, he would be a first baseman and center fielder for me. Against lefties, I would have him play first base, and I would start Jake Myers in center and Chas McCormick in left field. And against righties, I would start him in center field, move Chas to left, and play John Singleton at first.
And I think that you're a better ball club for doing that.
I think so.
I think that, and again, when you start thinking about the reasons why you say no to Cody Bellinger because of the past history, if Bregman does walk out the door, that's basically, aside from Altuve, the last possible point of resistance for guys that wouldn't want Cody Bellinger.
Yeah.
I mean,
I would need to ask.
Never there.
I would have to ask. I'd probably
Altuve is basically the only guy left. Because Verlander's going to be out the door. Lance.
I don't know. I think Verlander's. I think there's a chance he's back.
Maybe.
I think
on a
there's
cheap contract.
Yeah, 1 year or $10 million,
right.
Something like that. I would call Altuve, and I might even call Lance. I know I make fun of Lance McCullers, not Zerline. I know I make fun of McCullers and never pitching, but I would call Altuve and McCullers and see where they're at on that before I do something.
Yeah, because I think they would also have their finger on the pulse of the player.
Yeah, I would definitely make that call to them before I make that trade. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Blankers has a question about the window closing in the golden era for you. We'll talk about it next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Blakers has a question about the golden era and the window closing. We'll get to that in 2 minutes. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Brian in Bel Air wants to talk about Bellinger. Let's look at that alliteration. With the Killer Bees. What's up, Brian? You're in the Hive.
Hey, guys, I've literally never called into a radio show, but right before you went to the break, you said, considering Bellinger, if Bregman's gone, then Altuve's the last one left that might have a problem with bringing on someone like Bellinger. And my immediate gut reaction was, what about me? And then I start thinking about what about the other tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions of fans that also have a say in this? Like, does nobody hold grudges anymore? I've talked about this with my kids a lot, teaching them about just the whole Astros run these last 6 or 8 years. And as free agency happens, all of this gets homogenized and people move around and it all seems to go away. But it doesn't go away for me. It doesn't go away for the diehard Astros fans that have had to stick up for our team. I've got friends in lots of other states and countries, and we like to battle and talk about our team versus their team and all these sorts of things. And I'm like, does nobody hold grudges anymore? Why is this okay that someone like Bellinger could come in here and sign a decent deal? Maybe it's a good value, but how could we ever go to a game and root for him ever again as a true Astros fan?
Well, I think that, and Brian, I appreciate the call. I think the thing is that you forget the fact that as a fan, I understand the passion that's there, and that's what you're supposed to have. But I don't think the organization, they might think about it, but the organization has made moves in the past too, where they're going to make a move and they know it might not be popular with the fans. If it's okay, if the team's okay with it, and they feel like it's going to make the team better and it's in the best interest of the team, they're going to make the moves that are going to improve this baseball team, regardless of how the fans think. And yes, there's always going to be a discussion about the finances if they think it's going to truly affect ticket sales. But I believe that what they've seen and how they've seen the loyalty of this team, winning cures everything. And as this team, as long as it's been winning, has drawn unbelievable fan support. And they're still going to do what they're going to do. What's the closer from Toronto that had all the problems that
Osuna?
Roberto Osuna was as controversial as it gets at the time, and they made that move.
Luno made that move. There's a lot.
They did, but at the same time, as an organization, Crane was behind supporting.
Crane supported Luno in it, but if Luno wasn't the general manager, I don't think Roberto Osuna is ever an Astro. I really don't think there's another general manager in Astro history that makes that trade.
Maybe not because of all the things that was following around Osuna.
All of that, yes.
Yeah. But I believe Crane showed a willingness to support it enough to go through with it and make the move to where the point I'm making is I understand that the fans feel like their say-so matters, but at the end of the day, I think that they're going to make, if they feel like Cody Bellinger makes them a better baseball team and what we just laid out for you and playing two different positions to help this ball club, I honestly think that they're going to make that move if they feel like that's how they see Cody Bellinger.
Do you think Trevor Bauer could help this baseball team?
Trevor Bauer, you think that Osuna had?
Well, that's my point. To me, it's case by case. Like there are certain lines that you're willing to cross to help your team. There are others that you are not. What Bellinger said was words. Like Cody Bellinger said a bunch of words in the immediate aftermath of that. I think it's a great call, Brian. Appreciate the call. I think it's a great take. And we didn't bring up the fan perspective of it, but he also asked the question, like, how would we ever root for him? Well, if he hits 40 home runs and leads you to a World Series, I think there'd be a lot of screaming fans at Minute Maid Park that are rooting for him. Remember, and look, this isn't quite the same thing, but Bellinger never said anything more than words, right? He said that the Astros cheaters, he insulted them, whatever. Carlos Beltran left the Astros, and it ticked off a lot of Astro fans. And every single time that Carlos Beltran would come back to Houston and play, they booed him out of the stadium. Whenever he returned and he was helping the Astros and helping them win a World Series eventually, all of that fanfare returned for Carlos Beltran. So how would you root for him if he's really good? Now, if you trade for him and then he's awful, well, then he's going to be going to be number one in a GOAT.
Who's the worst guy that left recently? Garrett Cole?
Yeah.
So if Garrett Cole, left the Yankees and decided he opted out, like he had then opted back in, but if he opted out this offseason and decided, I want to go back to Houston and play for the Astros, as much as fans rightfully booed his ass every time they've gotten close to him since, you don't think that they'd welcome him back and they'd cheer for him if he was the same Garrett Cole? I think it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, I think. I mean, it's if he was awful, no, they would boo him.
No, of course.
So like context matters here. But yeah, I mean, I think Brian's point is a fair one. I personally don't care a whole lot about words.
Feelings.
Like, yeah, I really don't. Like, I mean, if you're not doing anything that misrepresents my organization, like in the Bauer case, I wasn't a fan of the Osuna trade. Like those are where I'm going to draw the line. But in terms of Bellinger saying mean things about the Astros and their players now 7 years ago, and if Altuve's okay with it, then I'm okay with it.
There's a pretty high sample size of players that had mean things to say or negative things to say when that was all going down. You can't hold a grudge against all of them.
Texture, the caller's teaching his kids to hold grudges. I did notice that. Another texture, I literally set out the Osuna year. Bad word, Osuna, never Trevor Bauer. I'm with that. Let's be real. Nothing is going to happen, and Dana Brown will come out and tell us how we have a winning ball club as we are. I disagree. Astros will be active in free agency in some form or fashion. They might not be spending tons of money, but they'll make some moves.
And also maybe because Alex Bregman goes somewhere else.
Yeah.
On top of that. Yeah.
People don't hold grudges. At the end of the day, it's business. There's a select few who will never be Astros, but I would 100% root for him if he hits 40 tanks. And if he hit 4, you would boo him out of Minute Maid Park. Yep. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Corey, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Corey?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to go against what Brian just said. I mean, this is a business, and business is winning. So I agree 100% with what you are saying. If Bellinger comes in as a superstar, I mean, how are you not going to root for the guy? And also on Altuve comment, maybe outside of this organization that people don't know, but Altuve is probably one of the most likable guys in the league between the players. Obviously, during the cheating scandal, everybody was upset and saying mean things. I mean, that's just the world we live in. But to say that we wouldn't want a guy to make our team better, I feel like is wrong.
For the most part, yeah, unless, I mean, the guy has a history of like beating women, then you don't want to employ that guy. But yeah, for the most part, if he helped you win and he's like the most heinous thing he ever did was say, "Oh, the Astros cheated," especially when it was 7 years ago.
Yeah, Trevor Bauer to me is I'm with you. It's so totally different in the fact that he just seems to be so just vulgar and for lack of better terms with everything that has been shined a light on, whether he was convicted of anything or not. We've talked about whether he'd find his place back in Major League Baseball at all. I think that's a major difference from a guy that just basically said what a lot of people were saying at the time, which is the Astros cheated.
Yeah. Would you trade Lance McCullers for Cody Bellinger?
Hell yeah, I would.
Someone asked me that on Twitter the other day. I was like, that's a good question because part of the reason Chicago wants to trade Bellinger is because they want to save money and they don't feel like he's worth the contract he's going to get. Now, you add additional years if you're actually, I mean, Bellinger actually has a player option for next year as well. So maybe you're not even adding an additional year because Lance McCullers' contract's up, I believe, after 2026. So you could actually be saving money. So the Cubs' desire to trade this is that it is cost cutting by a few $1 million, not a ton, but a few million, probably like, I think he's making 25 Bellinger.
I think 27 in that range.
And then Lance is what, 17, 18? So let's call it $10 million. So the Cubs would save $10 million a year. They would unload Cody Bellinger. They get the idea of potentially a starting pitcher that could return that actually has a higher upside. The Astros get rid of a pitcher who hasn't pitched in the last 2 years, and they add a guy who's an immediate starter at either first or center field.
I said,
you're in it?
I'm in.
You're in.
Totally.
How you feel, Brian? Lance McCullers for Cody Bellinger.
Yeah, I'm totally side with that.
Right,
you can't rely on Lance.
Look at us, general manager Killer Bees, better than the original Killer Bees that are running the Astros organization. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Sorry, Blank. We'll get to your question tomorrow.
No, it's fine. I know. And I was going to
Yo, Blank, man.
What about would you trade Presley right now for a third baseman?
I don't know if we have a fundamental disagreement with his value.
What level of third baseman could you get?
I saw Nightingale was on a different radio show the other night and said that the
radio
Presley,
show, Blankers.
It's a friend of mine.
Are you cheating on us?
No. What was the job?
It was
were you in the area of 45?
Alec Baum for Presley.
That ain't getting it done.
Well, I mean, you might have to
Presley.
bring sweeteners to the table, but at the same time, if I could, they want to get rid of Baum, and
they want to return for him though.
They need a closer.
Brian Presley's not a closer in Major League Baseball anymore.
You don't? Okay.
He's not. He's a mid reliever nowadays.
At $14 million a year for one more year, I think.
Aroldis Chapman just got 10, and he's better than Presley.
Okay.
I'm not sure Ryan Presley has positive trade value. I think he has negative trade value.
We'll see.
Yeah, we will.
Because I mean, if they could make that deal, I'd make that deal.
100%.
Yeah.
I would do that in New York Minute.
If I got to give up some prospects, okay. But I'm liking that deal.
Yeah, I'm in favor of that. I think he's a good hitter. Wichita's finest. All right, car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
Very choppy market today on Wall Street as the Dow slipped more than 200 points and fell back below 45,000, above which it closed for the first time in history yesterday. Meanwhile, just small losses for the Nasdaq and the S&P going into the close as the market digested economic data that really didn't move the needle, but a lot of volatility in crypto may have. The Bitcoin rose to as much as $103,000 and finished at around 99,000, moving all over the map late in the day after crossing that $100,000 mark earlier in the session. Long-term interest rates held steady today. The yield on the 10-year note, 4.18%. Dollar weakened a bit. Oil slipped a couple cents despite the fact that OPEC is extending production cuts after having done that so in the last month as well. Gold slipped $22.50 to $26.53 the ounce as we gear up for tomorrow's unemployment report, which could dictate whether or not the Federal Reserve cuts interest rates again in December, depending on whether or not the number of jobs created comes in stronger or weaker than anticipated.
What are you nominating for car wreck of the day? 713-780-ESPN. Blankers, what you got?
I got the Lakers last night. The Lakers last night, after they got off to a decent start, losing by 40 to the Heat. At times having video with all five guys basically quitting and getting back in transition. And LeBron, who finally had a good game because they were wondering if he had anything left in the tank, ended an 0 for 20 streak from three-point range. Not a good look. And then LeBron barking at Anthony Davis during a timeout where it seems like even those two guys that have always been tight. JJ's got his hands full in LA.
Yeah, they're a mess. they're a mess. And I think LeBron's, I don't want to say he's quit, but I think LeBron sees the writing on the wall. And I really think that LeBron was trying to get to the finish line of playing in an NBA game with his son. And now that that's
I think
happened,
that's probably true.
I think a lot of his desire is done.
Are you guys saying that he's washed?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
he had a streak of what? Like,
oh, yeah.
He had like 3-4 triple doubles earlier this season.
Look,
it's not
he
like
still
he's
has
completely
ability
fallen
better
off
than
the
a lot
hill.
of guys in this league. There's no question about that. But the fact that he's over 40 and he's playing way more minutes than I think he expected to be playing at this point in his career, I think it's all taking a toll on him. And I think Jeremy's right. Once he got that last milestone up, because he's not going to catch Michael for championships. So
no, I think he's still a good player.
Yeah.
I just don't think he's the best player on like a top 5 team in the Western Conference.
That's fair.
Like he still obviously can play, but is he going to lead the Lakers to the promised land? No, I don't even think he's going to lead them to the playoffs. I want to nominate people buying celebrity meme coins and then thinking it's going to make them money. People bought these Hawk Tua Girl meme coins and they're losing all their money.
Apparently, people
This
want
is
to throw her
stupid.
in jail over it.
How
in the
stupid do you have
world
to be to buy this?
How stupid do you have to take advice from Hawk Tua Girl?
Very, very dumb.
Yeah.
But I mean, she's very lucrative. She's making good business decisions. All right, what do you got, Brian?
The Texas Longhorns investigation of who was throwing bottles on the field yielded 0 people being identified. So well done to the Texas investigators and hook them.
Yeah, you celebrate that.
Yeah, get the bottles ready for Saturday, guys. Get the bottles ready for Saturday.
King of Twitch nominates us for saving Crane money, and then Bear Brother for bad knees. All right, what's winning? Let's go, LeBron. You're the winner. All right, LeBron, congratulations. He's Brian. Good hard work. You. All right, he's Blank. I'm Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston, ESPN National, right now on ESPN 97.5.